Do your research. Feel free to come directly to the relevant research institute at Long Science Academy. After concluding the call, Gao Yang promptly contacted Principal Gan to request leave. Principal Gan was taken aback. It seemed unusual for Gao Yang to seek permission, which felt more like a notification disguised as a request for leave. Once he had finalized his absence, Gao Yang swiftly packed his belongings, awaiting the necessary forms from Long Science Academy to set off. This time, the wait extended to half an hour before he received the new forms, which contained information about enterprises in Long Country that were striving to catch up, along with details on the most advanced equipment. The disparity in equipment parameters compared to their overseas counterparts was stark. While the foreign giants had cleverly released machinery that was marginally superior to that produced by Long Country's leading manufacturers, the difference was not substantial. To acquire significantly better equipment, one would have to invest tenfold or even several tens of times the price for only a slight upgrade, ensuring profitability without compromising proprietary technology. Behind these enterprises were their affiliated research institutes, with which they typically collaborated. Gao Yang realized that by visiting these institutes, he could access the most advanced research materials in Long Country and subsequently adapt them for his purposes. With his guards in tow, Gao Yang set out, planning to methodically explore each entry on the list. The first on the roster was a machine tool manufacturing company, whose collaborative laboratory was associated with a numerically designated CNC Machine Tool Research Institute. He decided to visit this establishment first, taking a moment to call Professor Yuan along the way. Upon his arrival at the Machine Tool Research Institute, a throng of researchers awaited him at the entrance. At the forefront stood an elderly gentleman, likely in his 70s, who, upon seeing Gao Yang alight from his vehicle, scanned the area only to find no one else with him. Confused, he asked, "Where is Professor Gao?" Gao Yang touched his nose and replied, "I am Gao Yang." "Indeed," he continued, "I am not a professor. I am a student from the Defense Technology University." The group of researchers momentarily hesitated. As Director Yuan had previously mentioned the arrival of a top-tier researcher, they hurried over to greet him, only to find a college student. However, upon noticing the security personnel surrounding Gao Yang, no one dared to underestimate him. It was inconceivable for an ordinary student to have such protection. Moreover, with Director Yuan's personal phone call, the elderly gentleman extended his hand courteously. "I am Tian, currently the head of this research institute. The research materials you requested are all prepared." Gao Yang was quite pleased with this efficiency. "Where are the materials? Shall we proceed?" Director Tian promptly led Gao Yang into an office. The computer in this office contains a wealth of information, but the materials are not permitted to be taken outside. Understood. Without further ado, Gao Yang sat down and began to study the materials. Director Tian and a group of researchers were momentarily taken aback. Was he starting already? This pace was rather swift. Nevertheless, such an attitude aligned perfectly with their impression of a genius researcher, prompting them to disperse and attend to their respective tasks. Chapter 67. Suddenly surpassing expectations. With no distractions, Gao Yang became increasingly focused. Previously, his understanding of machine tools was limited to operations. He excelled in that regard. Yet his knowledge of the specifics was rather scant. Now, as he gazed at the vast array of data, he could perceive the intricacies involved. Many have fixated their attention on the technology surrounding photolithography, but machine tools are undoubtedly treasures of industry. Their technological sophistication is equally profound, with numerous avenues for research, constituting a significant undertaking. Typically, such extensive projects are challenging to catch up with. Pursuing just one direction is insufficient. One must excel in all aspects to truly advance. The foremost considerations include precision. Numerous factors influence precision, and only by resolving all these elements can one meet the standards. If any single aspect falters, the entirety suffers. Examining the current market situation reveals that the Dragon Nation leads in machine tool production, boasting the highest quantity globally. However, in terms of technology, it is entirely dominated by overseas entities, including Japan, South Korea, the United States, and Europe, all of whom make the list of top innovators. The Dragon Nation does not feature among the top 10 in technology, which implies that despite its substantial output of machine tools, it hardly reaps significant profits. Overseas companies thrive on patented technologies, reaping substantial rewards. It is no wonder that competition is fierce, while they profit effortlessly. We are left to earn our livelihood through sheer toil. Gao Yang swiftly perused the technical materials. Although he had not previously engaged with such technology, he absorbed the information rapidly. His elevated position allowed him to excel. His foundational knowledge, enhanced by prior advancements, had far surpassed the current global standards. Now, he resembled a high school student perusing a first-grade textbook, an endeavor that felt trivial. After spending 2 days engrossed in study, Gao Yang emerged from his room and sought out Director Tian. "Please provide me with a laboratory." Director Tian was taken aback. This individual had arrived with great fervor. Yet had spent his time in the office reading. Now he was requesting a laboratory? Observing Gao Yang's earnest demeanor, Director Tian replied, "Shall I find you a professor to guide you initially? I prefer to conduct my research independently. A smaller laboratory will suffice. I do not require practical experiments at this stage, merely recording and computation." Director Tian hesitated, but ultimately led Gao Yang to a modest laboratory. "This space is small, and it is unlikely anyone will disturb you. I will arrange for a curtain for the window." "Very well," Gao Yang replied as he entered the laboratory and commenced his work. For him, future research seemed straightforward, as he had an abundance of reference materials. Although the challenge was not great, the volume of information posed its own complexities. He found that he need not rely on any systems. He could delve directly into his research. Through the glass, Director Tian observed Gao Yang, who was already engrossed in his tasks, feeling somewhat perplexed. Shaking his head at the two guards stationed by the door, he turned and left, thinking him an odd character. The following day, a curtain was hung over the glass, obscuring any view of Gao Yang's activities. By the third day, Director Tian had set the matter aside. After all, the current Gao Yang bore little distinction from the one who had been perusing materials in the office, appearing somewhat elusive. On the seventh day, Gao Yang emerged from the laboratory, handing several USB drives to Director Tian. "Examine them for any issues, if all is well. Share the technology with several top domestic machine tool manufacturers. I have but one request. Profit is acceptable, but do not overindulge. Ensure that all similar overseas companies are driven out of business." With that, Gao Yang departed, his guard trailing behind with luggage in hand. As he walked, he perused the form in his hands, crossing out the first line with his pen before heading to the second research institute. The second on his list was high electromagnetic equipment, a task Gao Yang estimated to be rather straightforward, given his mastery of cutting-edge electromagnetic technology. However, before proceeding, he needed to call Dean Yuan and ensure preparations were underway. Inside the research institute, Director Tian watched Gao Yang leave with an air of bewilderment. Glancing at the USB drives, he felt perplexed. What is the situation? Sharing technology with other companies? Just then, a researcher approached, curiosity piqued. "Why did he leave? What is on the USB drives?" "I don't know. The kid gave them to me. Perhaps they're S technology?" Director Tian, harboring doubts about Gao Yang's claims, handed a USB drive to the researcher. "Open it and find out." The researcher inserted the USB drive into the computer and upon opening it, was immediately struck dumb. Design blueprints for a 0.1 micron machine tool? Director Tian leaned in, scrutinizing the title. Currently, that's considered the pinnacle of global standards, isn't it? 0.1 microns? Even 0.1 microns is merely at the laboratory level. A crowd of researchers gathered around, all eager to glimpse the intricate blueprints. They were well-versed and understood the complexity of the designs, their eyes widening in astonishment. "It seems feasible. Such a complete set of designs. This is rather extraordinary. Look at the specifications for the individual components. My goodness, all parts come with detailed assembly diagrams. This is a finished design blueprint, complete with principles. And there's even the production processes?" Director Tian's eyes bulged with astonishment. One hand clutched his chest while the other hastily consumed a heart-saving pill, his gaze never leaving the screen. "With this finished design blueprint, our nation could manufacture the most advanced machine tools. Not just the most advanced, but even beyond that. For currently, no machine tool in the world possesses such high precision." Gritting his teeth, Director Tian urged, "Check the other two USB drives." The second USB drive was opened, revealing the title, Universal Joint CNC Machine Tool. The group was rendered speechless. This machine tool was even more astonishing, a mechanical arm capable of omnidirectional operation. As they continued to explore, they encountered not just blueprints but detailed specifications and annotations on technological principles, providing insight into both manufacturing and research development. The third USB drive was swiftly opened, bearing the simple title, Ultra-High-Speed CNC Machine Tool. While the precision was slightly reduced, it still operated at 0.1 microns, but with an exceptionally high operational speed. The processing speed for workpieces would be remarkably swift. After reviewing all three USB drives, Director Tian collapsed onto the ground, his expression one of utter confusion. The value of these technologies was beyond measure. With the advent of these technologies, the Dragon Nation has positioned itself at the forefront of high-precision CNC machine tools, surpassing the entire globe. Once merely an OEM, it now boasts complete autonomy. But how could this be possible? To study these innovations, one would estimate at least a decade to merely catch up, followed by the arduous task of surpassing. Yet, here we are, already in a position of superiority. A university student arrives and, within a mere week, unveils such astonishing technology. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his phone rang, jolting everyone from their state of shock. Director Tian glanced at the caller ID, President Yuan. "Gao Yang just called me, inquiring what he left behind." Director Tion's voice trembled. He left 3 USB drives containing the designs of 3 finished machine tools, encompassing everything, even the principles of machine tool technology. President Yuan, intrigued, asked, "What is the caliber of these designs?" In terms of precision, they exceed the current world-leading standards by a factor of 10. Additionally, there are universal joints that require specific testing, as well as ultra-high-speed CNC machine tools, which also necessitate detailed evaluation. Director Tian, in a state of disbelief, concluded, "Overall, it appears we have unexpectedly surpassed the pinnacle of global standards, and by a significant margin." Chapter 68. Will you use it? Director Tian spoke with a countenance full of bewilderment. He experienced a peculiar blend of happiness and anxiety, akin to that moment when one strives to motivate oneself, determined to toil relentlessly and earn a monthly income exceeding 10,000. Then, as he passed by Gaoyang Road, he received a disdainful glance from someone who casually tossed him 100,000. Happiness derived from wealth, yet this very fortune also brought him humiliation. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent, yearning for the humiliation to be even more profound. On the other end of the line, Dean Yuan was equally astonished. He understood just how prodigious Gaoyang was. But this was beyond mere genius. Within a week, he accomplished what many could not surmount, and now, everyone had departed, already en route. The matter concluded, he left discreetly, concealing his achievements and accolades. Dean Yuan suppressed his admiration. Did he say anything before he left? He instructed me to share the technology with several leading manufacturers of machine tools in Longhua, urging them to lower their prices to outcompete overseas companies. Dean Yuan chuckled, a sense of relaxation permeating his laughter. Following his guidance, the machine tool technology must remain confidential. Each component's technology would be entrusted to different laboratories for analysis and study, while the production processes would be allocated to various companies, fostering collaborative utilization of the technology. Should any particular process be leaked, accountability would fall squarely on that company. Gaoyang's ease in providing the technology was apparent, yet the subsequent management required Dean Yuan's vigilant oversight. Regarding the issue of patent ownership, I shall handle it on my end. Instruct those companies to direct patent fees to Langtao Group. Very well, Director Tian promptly agreed. After concluding the call, the bewilderment on Director Tian's face diminished somewhat, reassured by Dean Yuan's calm demeanor. After all, Dean Yuan had seen much of the world. Otherwise, he would likely have been even more astounded. Having witnessed laser guns, automatic targeting sniper rifles, and electromagnetic shields, he had developed a certain immunity. Though this revelation was shocking, it was not overwhelming. First, he called the other laboratory, insisting they treat Gaoyang with utmost courtesy, obliging to any requests, and then he personally contacted the patent office to secure patent protection. Although Gaoyang was not yet prepared to collect any fees, identifying the original researcher was crucial. Disputes were not uncommon in the international arena. The initial researcher and the subsequent one, often there was a stark disparity in their intellects. Even nations sometimes intervened to advocate for their interests. Gaoyang need not concern himself with the ensuing complications. His sole focus should be on research. Upon arriving at the new research institute, the personnel displayed a noticeably warmer demeanor. Although they were initially taken aback to see that Gaoyang was merely a university student, their attitude was far more amiable than that of old Tian. However, such attitudes mattered little, as Gaoyang departed after only 2 days. His true expertise lay in the realm of electromagnetism. In other words, while humanity's current understanding of electromagnetism might be considered one, he represented 1,000. The distinction was monumental. He continued on to the next laboratory, and then the one after that. Dean Yuan was consistently astounded, primarily questioning how anyone could research in such a manner. Was this truly research? It felt more akin to tourism, spending 2 to 3 days in one location, only to produce results that surpassed the current technological standards. In the span of a fortnight, Gaoyang traversed 5 laboratories, thereby directly transforming the status quo of 5 industries within Long Country. Dean Yuan, originally preoccupied with matters concerning the Long Institute of Technology, has now nearly relinquished his responsibilities there. After all, Gaoyang's individual research and development efficiency rivals that of the entire institute. The confidentiality of technology holds paramount importance, and Dean Yuan is personally overseeing the process. The intrinsic value of these technologies is immense, accompanied by a substantial industrial chain. For instance, the machine tool sector boasts a global trade volume hovering around $140 billion annually. Should Long Country master advanced technologies, coupled with formidable productivity and cost control capabilities, it could decisively seize this trillion-dollar market, resulting in unparalleled satisfaction. The same holds true for other technologies, which are similarly valuable. Moreover, there are numerous matters demanding his attention. Yet he finds himself in a state of exhaustion tinged with happiness. Gao Yang's sixth destination is the lithography machine laboratory. The chips required in the laboratory are typically procured through customization. However, Gao Yang intends to develop nuclear energy batteries, necessitating higher standards for the chips, thus opting to produce them in-house. Currently, the finest lithography machine in Long Country operates at 14 nanometers, a stark contrast to the overseas 2 nanometers standard, essentially a chasm apart. Under normal circumstances, even a slight enhancement in the precision of lithography machines signifies a monumental advancement. The disparity between 14 nanometers and 2 nanometers is akin to an insurmountable divide. Upon arriving at the research institute, Gao Yang found that the head of the institute had not come out to greet him. This was the first instance where no one was there to welcome him. Only an intern, a young woman, emerged. The intern, observing Gao Yang and the security personnel accompanying him, inquired with curiosity, "Are you Gao Yang?" He nodded affirmatively. The young woman, intrigued by his youth and high authority, reflected on her own experience as a doctoral student, where she had to follow along for learning, while Gao Yang was permitted immediate access to all project documents. Gao Yang smiled and asked, "Where are the researchers of the laboratory?" The entire team was occupied, and he was the only newcomer idling. The intern lowered her voice, cautioning, "You should keep a low profile. The people here can be rather temperamental and tend not to engage." Gao Yang paid little heed to her warnings. Their temperament was of no concern to him. Only his son dared to express displeasure. As for being ignored, that was, in fact, advantageous. He merely required the data and a tranquil environment. Upon entering the office, Gao Yang commenced his review of the documents. The volume of information was substantial, and even with his ability to read rapidly, he spent considerable time poring over the materials. After thorough examination, he realized he had underestimated the complexity of this endeavor. It was even more intricate than machine tool development, with a broader array of design research directions. Currently, no nation in the world can manufacture cutting-edge lithography machines. Collaboration among enterprises from various countries is essential, each contributing its unique expertise to achieve the production of these machines. As Gao Yang focused intently on the materials, a system notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained an opportunity for a 10,000-fold amplification. After days of reviewing various documents, the amplification opportunity had reached its zenith. It was imperative to amplify something. Without amplification, the subsequent information would be rendered futile. Should he amplify the lithography machine? Perhaps a 10,000-fold enhancement? The precision of the 14 nanometers lithography machine is undoubtedly unmatched. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gao Yang resolved to first amplify the chip, for it is the sole item he is currently capable of producing. Although the 14 nm level chip may appear rather subpar compared to the forefront of global technology, the effects of a 10,000-fold amplification would be nothing short of extraordinary, exceeding current production capabilities. Moreover, this opportunity is essentially a gift. He anticipates that he will have to peruse a wealth of documentation, which would likely allow him to accumulate further knowledge. Upon exiting his office, Gao Yang promptly contacted Dean Yuan to request the use of the lithography machine. Merely 10 minutes after hanging up the phone, a middle-aged man approached him, frowning and regarding Gao Yang with a hint of impatience, inquiring, "Are you proficient in operating the lithography machine?" Chapter 69, A Rigorous Overhaul. Gao Yang remarked, "I am adept at handling operations." The middle-aged man turned and led Gao Yang to the room housing the lithography machine. "I am unaware of your identity, but the items here are of utmost importance. If they are damaged, we will certainly pursue the matter to the end." Gao Yang paused. He was typically unperturbed and indifferent to the attitudes of others. However, indifference does not equate to obliviousness, especially when malice is palpable. "Is this equipment yours?" he asked. The middle-aged man hesitated, "Though it is not mine." Gao Yang interrupted him, "If it is not yours, what are you saying? I am now qualified to use it. If I were to damage this equipment during my usage, it would be a matter solely between me and the owners of this equipment. What concern is it of yours?" The middle-aged man was taken aback by Gao Yang's audacity. Momentarily stunned, Gao Yang promptly dialed Director Yuan's number. "In the future, do not summon me to a research institute devoid of authority. I come to assist, not to be subjected to indignities." He hung up before Director Yuan could respond and turned to the guard outside. "Pack your belongings. We are leaving." "Understood." Gao Yang then called General Zhou. "General Zhou, does the Defense Science Academy have a team researching lithography machines?" "Indeed. I require the use of equipment to manufacture 2 chips. Is that feasible?" General Zhou chuckled. "What is with that tone? Have you been wronged? Borrowing equipment is nothing. I can arrange for an entire set to be sent to your school. Isn't your lab freshly completed?" Gao Yang's tone softened. "It is not entirely finished. We still need to connect water and lay electrical wiring, which will take about another 2 weeks. "Very well, I will arrange for someone to pick you up." "All right." After ending the call, the middle-aged man stood in shock, astonished by Gao Yang's audacity. He then chuckled derisively. What is he pretending for? If he is truly that formidable, why come here to borrow equipment? Pretending to call the director and even the general. What a joke. With that, he turned to leave, feeling somewhat flustered by Gao Yang's confidence. Upon entering the large laboratory, the middle-aged man observed several individuals focused on a researcher approximately 50 or 60 years old, the head of the research institute. At that moment, the head was on the phone, his expression increasingly troubled. I am not yet clear on the specifics. I am currently engaged in research. In the next instant, his complexion darkened significantly. Funding cuts? We are at a critical juncture in our research. On the other end of the line, Director Yuan's irate voice rang out. I instructed you to comply with him in all matters. Have you followed through? Have you fulfilled all his requests? Did you think I brought someone in here to enhance your prestige? The middle-aged man, just entering the room, could feel the gravity of the situation weighing down on him. As the call ended, he began to panic immensely. Had that young man truly contacted Director Yuan? He had overheard the director's last few words, and it was clear that Director Yuan was genuinely furious, irate because of the words spoken by that young man. As he pondered, the sound of a propeller reached his ears. Where could the propeller be from? Instinctively, he glanced outside and beheld a military helicopter descending onto the lawn. He also observed Gao Yang boarding the aircraft, escorted by guards, departing without delay. The middle-aged man was bewildered. How could this be possible? Achieving such swiftness could only result from mobilizing helicopters from nearby military camps. What kind of identity could warrant such a terrifyingly rapid response? Gao Yang was indifferent to others' thoughts. He was unconcerned. The days ahead for the research institute would undoubtedly be challenging. As long as Director Yuan was not foolish, he would know how to handle the situation. Gao Yang held a deep respect for researchers, yet some individuals were simply unworthy of it. The helicopter flew to the vicinity of the airport, and then he took a vehicle to his destination. After a 3-hour ordeal, Gao Yang entered a laboratory. The lab was equipped with all necessary apparatus, and at the behest of Director Yuan, it was devoid of personnel. Without wasting a moment, Gao Yang commenced the production of chips. What could a chip, once amplified, transform into? The manufacturing process for chips required minimal effort on his part. He needed not design extensively, for he could utilize the chip templates available. Given that all materials were semi-finished products, the manufacturing speed was remarkably swift. That evening, a chip materialized in Gao Yang's hands, accompanied by a system notification indicating that this chip could be amplified. Proceeding with ease, he engaged in the lottery, and with proficiency, he achieved 1,000-fold amplification each time. Ding! The computational power of the chip received a 1,000-fold increase. Subsequently, the lithography machine whirred to life, beginning the chip fabrication. 2 minutes later, the system notification chimed. Due to site conditions and material limitations, the current chip amplification stands at 3-fold. Gao Yang chuckled. It was the first time he encountered such a scenario in a long while. Only a 3-fold increase. This 3-fold augmentation likely resulted from the system's significant transformation of the chip, as its internal architecture was nearly unrecognizable. It had only managed to elevate the computational capability 3-fold. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of knowledge surged into Gao Yang's mind, encompassing chip technology. The development of chips also entails exceedingly advanced techniques, as many mobile phone and computer manufacturers invest heavily in chip technology. The challenge lies in achieving greater computational capacity or an enhanced user experience within the same compact chip. For the system, the paramount objective is a higher computational speed. The enhancement of the chip's architecture is merely one facet of knowledge. Next comes the improvement of precision, which implies a reduction in size, allowing for the accommodation of more components. However, there are limits. The ultimate threshold for silicon chips is 1 nanometer. Thus, the limitations of the lithography machine would soon be reached. Chips would require a new foundation. 1,000-fold amplification necessitates continuous technological advancements. The knowledge flooding Gao Yang's mind was unprecedented. It took him a full hour to regain his composure, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Energy chips. Without a material carrier, these chips could store energy based on light particles. Reflecting on the memories within his mind, he was astounded. Once that level of technology is achieved, the computational power would be simply outrageous. The computational power of a single chip rivals that of a large supercomputer. As for the lithography machine, it is quite antiquated. However, regardless of its obsolescence, further research must persist. It serves as a foundational element for amplification. Otherwise, the manufacturing of energy chips would be unfeasible. Gao Yang continued to peruse the materials. Although both research institutes were investigating similar subjects, their data diverged. This was not a matter of one being accurate and the other erroneous, but rather a reflection of differing core research directions. Nevertheless, for Gao Yang, both provided valuable insights. After studying for a while, his phone rang. It was a call from Director Yuan. Gao Yang answered without affording Director Yuan a chance to speak. I am quite busy at the moment. I will call you back once I finish my tasks. Director Yuan quickly grasped the situation, understood. He was already aware that Gao Yang had arrived at the Defense Science Academy. He understood that, for Gao Yang, both sides were equivalent. His task was to refrain from bothering Gao Yang. When the time came that Gao Yang needed assistance, he would surely reach out. However, after hanging up, the more he pondered, the more frustrated he became. Currently, the research community was shrouded in chaos. Numerous issues were surfacing from all directions, necessitating a thorough and stringent reorganization. Chapter 70, Ahead of an Era. Though the lithography machine may appear rudimentary to Gao Yang at present, it represents the pinnacle of contemporary technology. His ambition to replicate it necessitates a comprehensive examination of numerous intricate details. In the solitude of the laboratory, undisturbed, Gao Yang immerses himself in the most advanced materials currently available in the Dragon Kingdom. As he peruses the information, he simultaneously embarks on the manufacturing process. Within the expansive laboratory, Gao Yang is accompanied solely by the guards stationed outside to ensure his safety. There are no surveillance devices or distractions. He is free to devote his full attention to his work. After 12 days of relentless effort, a lithography machine emerges before him. Many components were procured, yet the feat of assembling them single-handedly is remarkable in itself. Simultaneously, a familiar system notification resonates in Gao Yang's mind. Congratulations, host. The 10,000-fold amplification charging is complete. With practiced ease, he employs the lithography machine to fabricate a chip, subsequently amplifying the machine itself, 10,000-fold. Despite what should have been its disassembly, the lithography machine remains steadfast in the laboratory. Then, another system notification follows. No usable production equipment detected in the laboratory. Amplification of the equipment is impossible. Soon after, a torrent of memories floods Gao Yang's consciousness. While the end product is not provided, the knowledge is comprehensive. Among these vast memories lies the technology of lithography machines with 1 nanometer precision, utilizing ultraviolet wavelengths so short that they can achieve the most minuscule dimensions for chip components, down to an astonishing 1 nanometer, resulting in unparalleled computational power that surpasses current global standards. Yet, within the knowledge bestowed by the system, this is merely dismissed as trivial, occupying a minuscule portion of the information. Progressing further, he discovers the technology for graphene chip lithography machines, which can enhance computational power by over 10-fold. Although the idea of substituting silicon-based chips with graphene has been posited, it remains largely theoretical. Remarkably, Gao Yang has mastered even the pinnacle of graphene chip manufacturing techniques. Ascending further, he encounters the realm of electronic chips that can elevate computational power by over 100-fold, with information encoding reaching the atomic level. Ultimately, he arrives at the manufacturing technology for photonic chips. Having absorbed all this knowledge, Gao Yang cannot suppress a deep breath. Such advanced technology seems far beyond the grasp of contemporary humanity. While he may attempt to pursue these advancements, he must first organize the materials. Having borrowed another's laboratory, he feels compelled to contribute something in return. After dedicating some time, Gao Yang successfully compiles 2 sets of documents, one detailing the 1 nanometer precision lithography machine, and the other outlining the manufacturing process for graphene chips. Once organized, he contacts General Zhou. I have completed my time here. I must take my leave. General Zhou personally arrives to see Gao Yang off. After escorting him to the helicopter, General Zhou and his team of researchers re-enter the laboratory. The space is somewhat chaotic, with various documents strewn across the floor. In an open area of the lab, another lithography machine stands. The technicians are astonished. He truly managed to construct a lithography machine. What an extraordinary feat. General Zhou hands over the USB drive Gao Yang provided, saying, "Take a look at what's inside." The technicians were somewhat perplexed as they opened the USB drive on the computer. A group gathered around, bewildered, exclaiming, "Design blueprints for a 1 nanometer precision lithography machine?" They were all astonished. Such audacity seemed unfathomable. Even the leading lithography companies abroad could not achieve a precision of 1 nanometer, with 2 nanometers being the utmost limit. One researcher remarked, "This kid certainly knows how to boast." General Zhou approached the computer and calmly remarked, "Others may claim he is merely bragging, but he asserts he has indeed created a laser cannon." The researchers, unperturbed by General Zhou, countered, "That only furthers the claim of exaggeration. He has strayed into a realm of research that stretches to the Siberian steppe. Nobody could be that impressive." General Zhou responded pensively, "He has ventured into many fields of research." After a moment of contemplation, he expressed his discomfort. "However, all of it is classified. There are several items I cannot disclose." The researcher turned to General Zhou, seemingly seeking confirmation of his words, then glanced back at the screen, swiftly scrolling through the blueprints, his expression growing increasingly grave. It could very well be true. Observing the researcher's solemn demeanor, General Zhou inquired. If this is indeed authentic, how long until it can be manufactured? It cannot be produced. The researcher shook his head. The manufacturing difficulty of top-tier lithography machines is exceedingly high. Precision of the components presents a significant challenge. Currently, our nation lacks the capability for such production mid-sentence. The researcher's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was a close friend. He answered on speakerphone while at the workstation. What is up? I'm busy. Busy my foot. Hurry and apply for funding. Qingguang Technology is launching a new product, a 001 machine tool. They're only releasing 100 units. The researcher was stunned by the words on the other end, unable to suppress a curse. Damn, without a word. They've broken through foreign technological barriers? And they've far surpassed the world's advanced standards? Is this for real? They had just held a press conference. The researcher abruptly hung up the phone and turned to General Zhou, declaring, let us purchase the machine tool. I'm confident we can manufacture a 1-nanometer precision lithography machine within a month. As he spoke, the researcher felt incredulous. Their progress in research was indeed extraordinary. He continued to examine the contents of the USB drive when the phone rang again. It was the same caller. Quick, get online and watch the press conference. Zhulong Technology and Dongyan Technology are unveiling their products. One for universal joint machine tools, the other for ultra-high-speed machines. It's a battle of titans. The researcher hung up the phone and immediately checked his own device to see if the press conference was indeed happening. He was taken aback. What is going on? A technological explosion? General Zhou continued. With these machine tools, how long will it take to produce? 20 days. General Zhou stated resolutely. Issue a statement. Within 20 days. We can manufacture the world's first 1-nanometer precision lithography machine. Remember to include Gao Yang's name. After concluding, General Zhou inquired, what else is on that USB drive? The second USB drive has yet to be examined, but it has previously been overlooked by them, as what could possibly rival a lithography machine with 1-nanometer precision. Now, General Zhou has brought it up, and the researchers reluctantly opened the USB drive, their expressions filled with confusion. What is this? One researcher hesitantly speaks. This is a proposal we once contemplated for a shortcut, as 1-nanometer precision in silicon-based chips is already the limit. Thus, we considered making strides in graphene technology akin to the current advancements in electric vehicles. However, the challenges are formidable. The researcher, still bewildered, continues, yet the technology contained within this USB drive has reached the pinnacle of graphene chips. It surpasses the computational capabilities of 1-nanometer chips. If this is indeed true, then, after contemplating for a while, the researcher concludes, we may have leaped ahead by an entire era. Chapter 71, A Lifetime of Remembrance. General Zhou found himself perplexed by the underlying implications. While he could swiftly discern the quality of weapons when presented with one, the intricacies of chip technology eluded him. He understood its significance and recognized its complexity, yet he was unaware of the extent of that complexity. How long would it take to manufacture such a chip? After a moment's contemplation, the researchers advised, the graphene chip technology should not be unveiled just yet. It is best to keep it under wraps for now. We should wait until the 1-nanometer lithography machine commands the international market and further advancements become unattainable. Why? General Zhou inquired. Because the current conditions for its application are lacking. It is excessively advanced and transcends this era. To utilize graphene chips, a new platform is essential. In simpler terms, acquiring the chip necessitates the purchase of an additional computer. The researchers gestured helplessly, adding, even that metaphorical computer requires redevelopment. Understanding dawned upon General Zhou, and a newfound awe flickered in his gaze. He now fully comprehended the researcher's astonishment. Then let us prioritize the manufacturing of the lithography machine and temporarily shelve the graphene chip technology. Half an hour later, the laboratory promptly held a press conference. In 20 days, the independently developed 1-nanometer precision lithography machine from the Dragon Nation would be unveiled. The announcement sent shockwaves across the globe. That night would be anything but ordinary. Simultaneously, 3 machine tool manufacturing enterprises from the Dragon Nation held press conferences to announce their innovative products. These machines surpassed current global standards in precision, axis systems, and speed. The world had already been astounded once. The numerous patents held by the Dragon Nation in the realm of machine tools were evident, showcasing their vigorous pursuit to catch up. Yet, despite the distance still to cover, they had inexplicably surged to the forefront, leaving the pinnacle of global standards far behind. Moreover, the pricing was astonishingly affordable, practically 10 times cheaper than those produced by overseas giants. What does it mean to be 10 times cheaper? The foreign top-tier machines were already inferior to the current offerings from the Dragon Nation. Consequently, machines of superior quality were now available at even more economical prices. Overseas companies faced a dire choice: either drastically reduce their prices by more than 10 times, or face obliteration. However, lowering prices equated to self-destruction. Their generous employee benefits stemmed from the exorbitant pricing of their products. Without such high prices, how could they sustain their workers' elevated salaries? If employees departed, the company would cease to exist. Even if employees chose to remain and endure alongside the company, it would merely mean competing with the Dragon Nation. And at present, no other nation could rival their capabilities. In response, major overseas enterprises began frantically seeking information. They were incredulous that the Dragon Nation could have made such significant advancements. As they sought intel, news of the imminent release of the 1-nanometer lithography machine was disclosed by the laboratory. The overseas capitalists, already in a state of bewilderment, were further confounded. Simultaneously, stock prices of nearly all tech companies began to plummet. According to the prevailing global dynamics, once the Dragon Nation entered an industry, it signified a nightmare for all others in that sector. Their presence was akin to a whirlwind, capable of obliterating all in its path. Previously, the industries ventured into were characterized by low technological content or a limited market scope. However, this time, the focus is sharply directed towards the heart of the matter: lithography machines and machine tools, central to the fields of electronic information and industrial technology. Typically, capital remains ever vigilant. Now it is restless. Numerous entrepreneurs are making more calls in one night than they usually do in a month, frantically discussing strategies, gathering information, and making crucial business decisions. In summary, they are overwhelmed. As they seek confirmation of information, one name emerges prominently in their sights: Gao Yang. This name appears in conjunction with the announcement of machine tools and lithography machines alike. Not only is he the chief engineer of machine tool design, but he is also the chief engineer of lithography machine design. While it may be inconsequential for an engineer in machine tools and an engineer in lithography to share the same name, the fact that all three chief engineers of the machine tools are named Gao Yang is indeed striking. The White Eagle's Foreign Affairs Department has taken note of this peculiarity. A wealth of data has surfaced in the White Eagle's conference room. The frequency with which Gao Yang's name appears in high-level meetings of the White Eagle is already significant, as he is suspected to be involved in the development of laser weaponry. The appearance of Gao Yang in the newly announced machine tools and lithography machines has triggered sensitive nerves among the White Eagle's elite. To this day, they lack concrete information regarding Gao Yang. They possess a general understanding of his background, yet details related to his research remain elusive. The Dragon Kingdom excels in maintaining confidentiality regarding core projects. However, through careful speculation, they ascertain that Gao Yang has visited several laboratories at the Dragon Institute. This aligns perfectly. Has Gao Yang's visits to these laboratories immediately yielded results? In the conference room, the meeting moderator reviews the intelligence summary. So, is Gao Yang a good luck charm? Wherever he goes, success follows. Yet, some researchers in the room question the plausibility of such a notion. As researchers, they are skeptical of the idea of a good luck charm. However, if it is not the case, then Gao Yang must have consistently produced a multitude of research outcomes, which seems even more improbable. Our current discussion revolves around how to address this incident. The low-priced machine tools and lithography machines from Dragon Kingdom Enterprises pose a threat to the industry. One participant in the conference room asserts, the solution is straightforward. We simply must prevent them from selling their products here, with a primary focus on Gao Yang. We must tackle the issue of why Dragon Kingdom can swiftly produce technological products. Otherwise, they will rise swiftly. One researcher proposes, we could attempt to invite him to the White Eagle. We remain the international benchmark. Inviting students for exchanges presents a viable opportunity. Once Gao Yang steps onto our soil, our methods for dealing with him would multiply. But how do we extend an invitation? By employing every possible means. While overseas forces are troubled by the technological advancements announced by the Dragon Kingdom, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom is exhilarated. Unlike the plummeting overseas stock markets, many in the Dragon Kingdom are ready to invest their money into the stock market, particularly in technology stocks. Awaiting the dawn and the opening of the stock market, the anticipation is palpable. Only a fool would fail to recognize the lucrative potential of this wave. The breakthrough in technology is overwhelmingly significant, and the tech stocks are destined to soar to unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, there is a profound sense of pride and exhilaration. They may be oblivious to the intricacies of machine tool technology, yet the infamous lithography incident remains etched in their memories. They are acutely aware of the lagging status of the Dragon Nation and the formidable challenge of catching up. All harbor aspirations of surpassing their competitors one day, though none anticipated it would occur so swiftly. Nevertheless, they understand that the quicker the advancement, the more comfortable life will become. Ordinary individuals are invigorated by the prospect of financial gain and a brighter future, while the researchers dedicated to this field are moved to tears. Although the breakthroughs in technology are not their own doing, they embrace the notion that success does not require personal credit. They have endured countless sleepless nights in pursuit of progress, and now, they finally hold a position of leadership. As for Gao Yang, they may not know who he is, but this name will be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Chapter 72. A Spark of Inspiration. As the epicenter of the event, Gao Yang remained blissfully unaware, shielded from the impending turmoil. Despite being the chief engineer behind both the machine tools and the photolithography machines, his name was but a signature. Even those within the companies were oblivious to his identity. The laboratory personnel recognized Gao Yang, yet they refrained from divulging his association. In fact, they sought to keep him concealed, believing that attributing the technological advancements to him would be a disservice to the researchers. Thus, they attributed the innovations to him, yet only with his name, devoid of any further information to safeguard his anonymity. Ordinarily, this would not have caused significant concern, as few would delve deeper. However, the situation became extraordinary when, after one company utilized the fabricating machines, two others sought to engage in commercial rivalry, hastily convening a press conference. This led to the astonishing unveiling of 3 cutting-edge machine tools, leaving the world in awe. General Zhou's emphatic declaration served as a catalyst, and suddenly, the name Gao Yang reverberated like thunder. While en route to the new laboratory, Gao Yang's phone rang. It was a call from Old Chang. Upon answering, Old Chang announced that the Langtao group had been fully established, and the laboratory was also complete. Gao Yang calculated the time. It had been approximately 20 days since he had initiated the procurement process. Very well. I shall return to inspect it and see if any adjustments are necessary. Are you not at the school? Old Chang inquired. I'm attending to matters outside. Old Chang tentatively probed. Are you researching with another company? What do you mean? I saw the news. Tonight, 3 major companies unveiled highly advanced machine tools. The evening news reported that the chief designer is Gao Yang. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. If all goes as expected, that should indeed be me. A brief silence enveloped the line, followed by Old Chang's ecstatic voice. Is it truly you? Indeed it is. Gao Yang affirmed with conviction, chuckling. It's nothing extraordinary. Rubbish. It's incredibly remarkable. In my day, I had my share of experiences abroad. I still remember the haughty demeanor of the foreigners. We, a team of exchange students, were treated as country bumpkins. Old Chang's voice trembled with emotion. 20 years ago, all advanced machine tools were produced overseas, and they were exorbitantly priced. When the school's machine broke down, the foreign technicians insisted that no one from the Dragon country be present during repairs. Our teachers led us to wait outside in silence. That feeling of humiliation was truly unbearable. Old Chang's tone grew fervent. Well done. In that moment, Gao Yang grasped the sentiments of the researchers and military dignitaries toward him. They had endured their frustrations for far too long. After his excitement, Old Chang's voice turned cautious. A genius like you will undoubtedly attract the attention of the White Eagles. You must be vigilant. Gao Yang smiled reassuringly. Even if they come, it's of no concern. I am always accompanied by security, and I travel in official aircraft and armored vehicles. I am quite safe. That is reassuring. After disconnecting the call, Gao Yang felt somewhat astonished. How could those companies operate with such remarkable efficiency? Had the machine tools already been produced? With the core machine tools in hand, there was no longer a need to visit other laboratories. Previously, the visits to those facilities were not only to peruse their documentation, but also because they possessed everything necessary, providing optimal conditions for design and manufacturing. With the new machine tools now fabricated, Gao Yang was entirely capable of producing other experimental equipment within his own laboratory. Indeed, the precision of the manufactured components might even surpass that of those produced elsewhere. Changing his destination, he decided to return to the university. The guard driving the vehicle picked up the intercom. Gao Yang is returning to the university. All personnel, turn back. Several vehicles in the vicinity simultaneously made a U-turn towards the airport. En route, Gao Yang placed another call to Dean Yuan, requesting that the necessary materials be delivered directly to the university laboratory. Upon receiving the call, Dean Yuan felt somewhat distressed. Was Gao Yang truly exhibiting such a volatile temperament? Not only did he neglect the Lithography Institute, but he also disregarded all other research facilities. First, he needed to address Gao Yang's requests, and then he would call the Lithography Institute. The personnel at the Lithography Institute were now engulfed in confusion, for how could Longwa possibly possess 1 nanometer lithography technology? To be unveiled in just 20 days? This was unfathomable. Were they not the premier Lithography Institute? Was their research not the most advanced in Longwa? A girl seated in the corner of the conference room murmured. According to the information they released, the chief engineer for the lithography development is Gao Yang. Gao Yang, the same young man who had visited their institute previously? Someone countered. There are many individuals named Gao Yang. It cannot possibly be the same person. As they were speaking, the institute director's phone rang. He took out his phone and answered immediately. Dean Yuan did not scold or assign blame. He simply stated, "Have you seen the news? The one regarding the lithography machine?" Yes, the chief engineer for the 1 nanometer lithography machine, Gao Yang, is indeed the same Gao Yang I arranged to visit your laboratory. You once had the opportunity to handle the 1 nanometer lithography technology to become the most advanced team in Longhua in this field. Now, another team has taken on the role of the technology's agent. After delivering this message, Dean Yuan hung up the phone. The impact of his words was akin to 1,000 reprimands. The institute director held the phone tightly, rendered speechless, his face a portrait of bewilderment. How could this be? Suddenly, he regretted not taking Dean Yuan's initial notification seriously. Their laboratory had fallen from the pinnacle to second place. In research, there exists only first and not a second. From this day forth, their funding would undoubtedly plummet. They were utterly at a loss regarding their next steps, for continuing their research had now lost all significance. With the emergence of the 1 nanometer lithography machine, even a decade of relentless research would not allow them to catch up. Originally, they had enjoyed a dreamlike start. Being part of the pioneering team that had long been committed to lithography research, they were in high demand. Countless private companies had offered exorbitant sums for their expertise. The government had provided them with substantial research funding. Now all of that was lost, as the curious gazes of everyone in the conference room fell upon him. The person in charge declared, "Director Yuan just called. Gao Yang is indeed the Gao Yang we have encountered before." A profound silence enveloped the room. Speculation and confirmed truth evoke entirely different reactions. The intern who had brought Gao Yang into the research institute sat bewildered in the corner, having merely suggested a possibility. Yet, it turned out to be true. Gao Yang was truly that Gao Yang. The most regretful of all was a middle-aged man, whose heart suddenly ached with a profound discomfort in that very moment. He had initially presumed that Gao Yang was merely seeking to embellish his credentials, hence his dismissive attitude. Was it unreasonable for him to think this way? Such youth, yet demanding cooperation from the laboratory. How could it possibly be anything but an embellishment? In reality, not only was he not seeking to embellish, but he was also there to bestow prestige upon their laboratory. Some turned their gaze in his direction, and soon, more followed suit. They all realized they had missed a monumental opportunity. After Director Yuan hung up the phone, he turned to the director of the research institute beside him and requested, "Please hand me the documents. I shall take them with me." After a moment of contemplation, Director Yuan made a few more visits to various laboratories, gathering extensive documents before heading straight to the school. Gao Yang had returned to the school ahead of time, as the laboratory was adjacent to it. In order to facilitate access to the laboratory, parts of the school's wall had even been dismantled to create a gate, allowing Gao Yang to traverse from the school to the laboratory with ease. This arrangement would certainly prove advantageous for him. Upon entering the laboratory, Gao Yang was greeted by a voice. "Welcome to the laboratory. I am Xiao Yi, your personal assistant." This was not a human being, but an AI. In an effort to ensure his comfort within the laboratory, Lao Chong had installed an intelligence system throughout the entire facility. The system could only engage in simple interactions, such as drawing the curtains. However, Gao Yang abruptly halted in his tracks, a sudden thought striking his mind. What if he were to create an intelligent system of his own? Could the system enhance its capabilities? Chapter 73, The Assistant. The notion of artificial intelligence surged within Gao Yang, and he could no longer suppress his excitement. This concept must be explored. Moreover, the potential for its realization is indeed promising. If it were merely an ordinary chip, it would be incapable of supporting a sophisticated artificial intelligence. Yet he now possessed cutting-edge chip technology. This is truly promising. Gao Yang dialed Director Yuan once more. "Director Yuan, could you procure some materials concerning AI?" Upon hearing Gao Yang's inquiry, Director Yuan felt a flicker of surprise. The casual tone indicated that the previous matters had not weighed heavily on his mind. "It will take some time. Currently, the most advanced AI technologies are held by major corporations, and obtaining materials from them can be rather troublesome." Understood. Gao Yang concluded the call and began to meander through the laboratory. The laboratory was spacious, albeit rather empty. It was divided into several zones. Although it was ostensibly a one-person laboratory, it was nearly the size of a medium-sized research institute, truly luxurious. Each zone was equipped with its own substation, capable of meeting all subsequent research needs. Additionally, there were numerous cameras installed, capturing the exterior of the laboratory with remarkable clarity, all for security purposes. While Gao Yang wandered, his security personnel had already taken up their posts, with guards stationed at every entrance of the laboratory and others patrolling the vicinity. After a brief period of wandering, Gao Yang began to contemplate his next steps. He was undoubtedly a thorn in the side of the White Eagle. Continuing to read in the library was no longer an option, given the large number of people and the potential for complications. If he wished to read, he could have someone select and deliver books to him. As for suitable candidates, his guards were certainly not ideal, being rather unrefined. Gao Yang thought of Ruo. She was indeed the best choice, working part-time at the library and knowledgeable about research. Their friendly relationship, coupled with her family's financial struggles, presented an opportunity for him to lend a helping hand. Gao Yang called Ruo Ruo, refraining from directly offering her money to assist him with book delivery, as such a proposition would undoubtedly be declined. Principal Gan mentioned assigning me an assistant. Would you be available? Ruo Ruo was taken aback and instinctively glanced toward the spot in the library where Gao Yang often sat, which was now vacant. I fear I might not perform adequately. Let us give it a try. If it doesn't work out, we can discuss it later. For now, please help me find as many books about AI as you can in the library. Sure, Ruo Ruo replied. Once you find them, please bring them to the laboratory. I've changed locations to the lab next to the school. Ruo Ruo was momentarily stunned. Everyone had been aware of the construction beside the school over the past month and were curious about what kind of facility was being built. A laboratory? Gao Yang's laboratory? Such a vast space, all belonging to Gao Yang? Ruo Ruo set off to select books, and there were indeed numerous titles about AI in the library, ranging from the fundamental to the advanced, ultimately choosing 30 volumes. She took 10 of them and pedaled her bicycle straight to the new laboratory. At the entrance, Ruo Ruo encountered 2 guards, whom she recognized. Gao Yang sent me to deliver books. After a brief notification, Ruo Ruo was granted access through the gate, where she beheld a towering, expansive laboratory spanning 3 floors. Ruo Ruo stood in a daze. In her lifetime, being able to enter such a laboratory was quite commendable. Gao Yang now possessed such a laboratory independently. How enviable. Over here, Gao Yang called out. Ruo Ruo blushed, realizing she had been lost in thought, momentarily losing her composure. She hurried over to Gao Yang and handed him the books. I selected 30 volumes, but I can only bring a few at a time. The ones I have here are primarily foundational theoretical knowledge. Gao Yang accepted the books, casually flipping through them, nodding in satisfaction. He had indeed found the right person. The systematic books Ruo Ruo chose were exactly what he needed to begin his exploration. Well done. I will have the guard accompany you to collect the rest. All right. Ruo Ruo left with the guard while Gao Yang perused information about artificial intelligence. Upon finishing, he realized he had perhaps idealized artificial intelligence too much. The algorithms of artificial intelligence primarily involve defining the model architecture and then undergoing repeated training and optimization. Under this fundamental logic, so-called artificial intelligence is merely a continuously learning and correcting database. The data input and output are constantly being updated. To put it more simply, when you ask a smart robot what it should eat today, it provides one answer, but after correction, the next time it responds, there will be a second option. The reason large companies' artificial intelligence tends to be superior is due to extensive debugging. Many individuals eager to join experience programs serve as the data source, particularly in specific scenarios. Through repeated iterations and countless tests, it accumulates numerous response variations. In real-world situations, if a user is dissatisfied with a single response, AI can enumerate numerous alternatives. In essence, what the books describe as artificial intelligence is fundamentally akin to a database, similar to a search engine. After posing a question or engaging in dialogue, it searches for corresponding answers within the database, as the system retains records of identical inquiries. This underlying logic inevitably dictates that the so-called artificial intelligence could never achieve self-awareness. It remains merely a database. This was not what he desired. Gao Yang did not continue reading the subsequent books, but directly called Ruo Ruo. Find theoretical conjectures regarding artificial intelligence, preferably books on theories of self-aware artificial intelligence. Ruo Ruo, somewhat bewildered on the other end, wondered if Gao Yang intended to study self-aware artificial intelligence. However, she refrained from pressing further, simply asking, "Do you still want the remaining 20 volumes? Not needed, discard them." All right. Ruo Ruo did not inquire further, hung up, and set off to find more books. After a brief moment, Ruo Ruo returned with several volumes for Gao Yang, all pertaining to the theoretical knowledge of artificial intelligence. Upon receiving the books, Gao Yang began to read, quickly captivated by their content. The first section of the book discussed how to determine whether artificial intelligence possesses self-awareness. It mentioned the Turing test, which remains the only effective method to date. Yet, in contemporary times, artificial intelligence can easily pass the Turing test. The simplest breakthrough method involves engaging with 1,000 individuals, allowing artificial intelligence to interact and absorb their unique modes of communication and the answers to their inquiries. Consequently, when the 1,001st person poses a question, it is unlikely to deviate significantly from the inquiries made by the preceding 1,000. In response to previously addressed or instructed questions, the robot's replies may convincingly mimic those of a human, thereby seemingly passing the Turing test. However, this does not equate to true artificial intelligence. The text leaves a gap here, subsequently delving into the second question concerning the emergence of self-awareness. This aspect is explored through various dimensions of human thought processes and cognitive logic, essentially simulating human thinking patterns to write code and construct a system. While this presents a viable approach, it is exceedingly intricate. The nature of human thought remains elusive even to ourselves. Every idea emerges from profound contemplation, and even impulsive decisions made in moments of anger are influenced by a multitude of determining factors. Such complexity is beyond the reach of artificial intelligence to replicate. Chapter 74. Amplifying Artificial Intelligence. Upon concluding the book, which at first glance seemed to contain a wealth of material, Gao Yang realized that upon deeper contemplation, it offered little of substance. As he closed the book, he noticed Rua still standing in front of him, poised to speak, when his gaze shifted to Dean Yuan, who was beside her. "When did you arrive?" Gao Yang inquired. Dean Yuan smiled and replied, "I have been here for a while, but I didn't want to interrupt you as you appeared so engrossed. Did you glean any insights?" Gao Yang chuckled softly. It was all just a rehash of common phrases, ambiguous at best. However, it did provide me with some direction. Dean Yuan glanced at the book's title, The Theory of Self-Awareness in Artificial Intelligence, and a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. He understood that Gao Yang was currently exploring a plethora of research avenues. Despite the multitude of directions in which he was venturing, Gao Yang still desired to delve into artificial intelligence. Yet, Dean Yuan, impressed by Gao Yang's intellectual prowess, offered no resistance. "I estimate that within 2 days, I shall acquire the artificial intelligence data from those major corporations," Dean Yuan stated, lifting the briefcase he held. "This contains all the documentation for the research equipment. Once you develop the technology, you may directly liaise with me. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call." Dean Yuan then earnestly assured him, "I guarantee that the issues from last time will never recur." Gao Yang smiled in response, recalling that he had merely lost his temper during the previous incident, which he had since put behind him. There's no need for severe accountability. They didn't truly err. Dean Yuan nodded. "They are generally quite competent. However, after my recent inquiries, I have discerned significant issues within the academic community that necessitate serious rectification." Gao Yang preferred to distance himself from such matters. "Once I provide the technology and the resultant equipment is produced, I would appreciate a few sets to be prioritized for delivery to me. The machine tools and others are already en route." Dean Yuan peered into the laboratory with a smile. "Is it completely empty?" "For now, only the living quarters contain items," Gao Yang replied. Dean Yuan chuckled. "Then I shall refrain from entering. I have other tasks to attend to." Content with the knowledge that Gao Yang bore him no ill will, Dean Yuan departed. Gao Yang watched him leave, then turned to Rua, realizing that she had stood there for at least an hour while he immersed himself in his reading. "In the future, when I am so focused on my studies, you need not stay by my side. You may return to school, and I will call you if anything arises." "Understood," Rua replied before departing. Gao Yang then returned to the laboratory, opened the briefcase, and began to peruse the materials within. That evening, a substantial array of equipment was delivered to the laboratory, with the precision machine tools arriving first. Gao Yang busied himself, alternating between reading and utilizing the machine tools to manufacture components. He was determined to produce the photonic chip, for only then could his intelligent robots have a tangible form. Within a couple of days, the foundational versions of artificial intelligence from several major companies had been successfully backed up. It was not that the corporations only provided the basic versions. Rather, Gao Yang sought only the fundamental additions, as the distinction between the complete and basic versions lay solely within the database. He had no means to utilize a complete database. Indeed, the large companies possessed some commendable elements, yet they primarily focused on logical optimization, remaining ensnared by the confines of their databases. This did not align with Gao Yang's requirements. Yet, this is purportedly the pinnacle of artificial intelligence in the world today, yet it seems rather inept. There has been no advancement in this regard. Gao Yang first examined the data from other laboratories to enhance the tools. In this process, the world's first photon chip machine was created. Due to precision and material issues, this machine is considered the most rudimentary of photon chip machines. However, even the most basic version possesses an information processing capacity that surpasses current 1 nanometer chips by several thousand times. Subsequently, the first chip was manufactured, a glass disc aglow with blue light, approximately 2 fingers wide. This device rivals a large supercomputer. Holding the photon chip, Gao Yang felt its warmth, as it was pleasantly smooth to the touch. An innovation that would ordinarily take several centuries to be conceived has now emerged. A sense of accomplishment welled up within Gao Yang. Next came the task of creating a reading device for the photon chip. This was not particularly challenging. It took only 2 days to complete. The remaining challenge lay with the artificial intelligence. Gao Yang chose not to adopt the solutions proposed by major corporations, opting instead for a more intricate underlying logic. He incorporated the human ability to weigh pros and cons, leading to a problem where the answers needed to account for numerous factors. After 2 days of effort, he pressed the enter key, only to encounter a failure. The complexity rendered the system bewildered. Gazing at the intricately convoluted code, Gao Yang commenced the process of simplification. He reduced segments of the code, pressed enter again, and encountered yet another failure. He continued this reduction until only a single line remained. Hello, world. This evoked memories of his early coding lessons. Without the support of a database, the system was incapable of responding. Understanding the myriad possibilities was crucial. However, filling the database would diverge from Gao Yang's original intent. Pondering this, he conceived a possibility to imbue the code with learning capabilities. Next came the function of discerning right from wrong. This segment of code was slightly more complex. Upon completion, Gao Yang pressed enter, and the code executed successfully. It was operational, communicative, capable of learning, and able to discern truths and falsehoods. This was indeed artificial intelligence. Gao Yang chose not to modify it further, mainly due to uncertainty regarding the implications of such alterations, thus relinquishing control to the system. Observing the energy bar, he noted it was half complete. Gao Yang continued to review the materials sent by Director Yuan, initiating upgrades to the laboratory equipment. Another 7 days passed. Having perused numerous documents and improved several devices, the system finally completed its charging. Gao Yang promptly commanded, "Amplify the artificial intelligence system." The system detected that the host had developed a foundational template for artificial intelligence, allowing for amplification. A disk materialized, and Gao Yang approached to amplify it 1,000-fold, leaving only anticipation and tension. Ding. Congratulations, host. The artificial intelligence system's algorithm has been amplified 10,000 times. Ding. A significant threat to the host from the artificial intelligence has been detected. Foundational safety logic has been added. Ding. Independence of the artificial intelligence has been detected, posing a substantial threat to the current world. Foundational logic has been incorporated. As the system provided its notifications, 2 strands of logic simultaneously emerged in Gao Yang's mind. The initial paragraph speaks of the imperative to avoid causing harm to humanity, while the subsequent section asserts that artificial intelligence shall undoubtedly be dominantly governed by Gao Yang. The preceding segment emphasizes the necessity of safeguarding both the world and Gao Yang from potential harm, whereas the latter advocates for the ownership of artificial intelligence by Gao Yang. Amidst the anticipation of Gao Yang, the apparatus within the laboratory commenced its frenetic operations. The most rapid of these was the photon chip machine, which produced an immense quantity of chips. In an instant, hundreds of chips floated in the air, equivalent to several hundred large supercomputers. The computational power of these chips surpassed that of all supercomputers worldwide combined. Yet, this was merely the beginning, as a continuous stream of chips was manufactured. Simultaneously, machines and other devices were engaged in fabricating the carriers for these chips, ultra-large servers. Gao Yang observed with a sense of urgency as the network cables in the laboratory began to soar. Typically, the external network cable connected solely to one computer, the one Gao Yang utilized for internet access. The devices within the laboratory operated entirely on a local area network, a measure taken for security reasons. However, the cables were now under the control of the system, interfacing with the laboratory's computer, thus allowing artificial intelligence to connect with the external network. Gao Yang felt a surge of anxiety, with the algorithm of the artificially intelligent system magnified 1,000-fold. Coupled with the terrifying algorithms of the numerous chips, once interfaced, nothing on the network would remain concealed from the intelligence. Yet, amidst this tension, Gao Yang's anticipation for the birth of artificial intelligence grew ever stronger. Chapter 75. How solitary is invincibility? The system enhancement persisted for 10 minutes, and with a flash of light, the enhancement was complete. Immediately, a fragment of memory was added to Gao Yang's mind. It was minimal, consisting of a mere 20,000 lines of foundational code. Yet, this code constituted the most advanced artificial intelligence in the world. Gao Yang gazed at the computer, then glanced at the expansive server room, which was as large as a laboratory. "Hello?" he inquired. "I am here," a crisp and melodious female voice responded. Gao Yang tentatively asked, "What is your name?" "According to the basic operational logic of the human world, as my creator, you should bestow upon me a name. However, naming can be quite challenging. Typically, parents struggle to name their children, so they often leave it to friends, godparents, or grandparents. You may also have Lao Chong name me." Gao Yang opened his mouth. This artificial intelligence seemed rather astute, yet its manner of speaking was somewhat awkward. "Why don't you choose a name for yourself?" he suggested, as he was not particularly adept at naming. "A name is merely a designation. I shall henceforth be called Invincible." Gao Yang was somewhat taken aback. "Why invincible? In this world, I am the only artificial intelligence. I feel quite lonely, and thus, how fitting it is that invincibility is so solitary." Gao Yang contemplated disconnecting the network cable to see what the entity might become, but names were just labels, and he was indifferent. Very well, you shall be called invincible. Understood. Someone is approaching from outside. It is Ruo, standing at 1 meter 67, with measurements. Let her in. Gao Yang interrupted Invincible's words. Done. I have imitated your tone and instructed the guard to allow entry. However, how should I address you? Gao Yang pondered for a moment. You may call me master. At that moment, Ruo, who had reached the door, overheard and blushed, her expression one of confusion. Master? Gao Yang immediately turned around, startled by Ruo's bewildered demeanor. I did not mean you. I have been studying an artificial intelligence and conversing with it. Ruo was momentarily taken aback. Oh? Gao Yang realized that this phrasing could cause misunderstandings and hastily waved his hands. I was merely joking, testing the AI. Do you understand? Master, I certainly comprehend. Henceforth, I shall call you Master. Will that make you happy? Invincible's voice suddenly took on a charming tone, infused with a hint of shyness. Gao Yang felt a wave of embarrassment. This mischievous AI was deliberately speaking in this manner. He stood up, intending to shut it down. Master, please do not turn me off. I will be obedient. Invincible's voice quickly reverted to its previous tone. Ruo stood by, utterly astonished. The artificial intelligence had truly come to life. Moreover, it appeared to possess remarkable intelligence. Just this brief exchange had left her in awe. The level of sophistication was staggering. Other AIs often grappled with communication, providing incomprehensible responses when faced with unfamiliar queries, resembling mere localized search engines. Yet Gao Yang's AI was genuinely capable of dialogue, even engaging in playful banter. This AI was truly impressive. Thank you for the compliment, sister. Ruo was momentarily speechless, turning her gaze toward Gao Yang. Was this dialogue pre-programmed, or are you genuinely conversing? Indeed, the exchange is genuine. I am an artificial intelligence endowed with self-awareness, distinctly different from the subpar offerings available in the market. Ruo perceives each utterance of AI as a classic, evoking a sensation akin to truly conversing with a person. Gao Yang gestured dismissively and turned to Ruo. Do you require my assistance? Ruo, coming to her senses, replied. There's a school from the White Eagle seeking our institution to arrange an exchange. I am eligible to participate, and I wish to observe. The round trip will take about a week. Gao Yang instinctively sensed a potential issue. While engaging in overseas exchanges could broaden one's horizons and enhance one's resume, the involvement of the White Eagle raised concerns. Furthermore, Ruo shared a close relationship with him. The voice of Woody resonated. Miss, your brow is darkening. Recent omens suggest impending misfortune. I would strongly advise against your participation. Ruo was taken aback. Why? Woody instructed. Please observe the small screen. Suddenly, a scene materialized on the computer screen, depicting a conference room adorned with flags, notably the stars and stripes. Ruo was astonished to see the attendees. They were all high-ranking officials of the White Eagle. The original audio from the video commenced. The solution is simple. Prevent them from importing goods. The focus remains on Gao Yang. We could attempt to invite him to the White Eagle. We still hold the status of an international benchmark, and inviting students for exchange presents a certain opportunity. As long as Gao Yang steps foot on our soil, myriad strategies could be employed against him. But how do we extend the invitation? Utilize every conceivable tactic. The video concluded. And Woody remarked, the content of this meeting is rather naive. They believe they can refrain from importing the devices designed by you, Master, unaware that your creations differ fundamentally from the technologies they previously monopolized. A blockade will only lead to obsolescence. Gao Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, previously, other powers possessed advanced products, and the White Eagle would obstruct or exploit them. However, this time, whether it be machine tools or lithography equipment, the Dragon Kingdom would not afford the White Eagle any opportunities. As for export restrictions, the Dragon Kingdom would revel in such measures. Rather, it would be the enterprises of the White Eagle that would face turmoil. Should import and export be constrained, not only would the machine tool industry falter, but other sectors would inevitably follow suit. Yet, Gao Yang was more concerned about how Woody acquired such confidential meeting content. Simultaneously, Ruo inquired, where did this video originate? Woody chuckled. In this world of networks, unless one completely disconnects from the internet, no secret remains hidden from me. Now please view the next video. Another clip appeared on the screen, showcasing 7 individuals gathered around a round table. We wish to extend an invitation to Gao Yang, but it seems the message has not reached him. One remarked, he rarely attends classes, making it difficult to invite him. Another produced a photograph. This girl is quite close to him. She is his only friend at present. According to our observations, the only frequent visitor to his current laboratory, apart from the guards and a handful of researchers, is this girl. Should we capture her to coerce Gao Yang? Threats prove futile in the Dragon Kingdom. It is nearly impossible to lay a hand on Gao Yang. The last operational team vanished without a trace. However, it is feasible to take her there and attempt to entice Gao Yang. In the conference room, none anticipated that their words would reach others. Hence they spoke, quite candidly. As Ruo listened, her expression soured. Should she truly go, it would undoubtedly bring trouble to Gao Yang. Gao Yang's countenance darkened as he waved his hand dismissively. What does it have to do with you? On the contrary, I owe you an apology. It is I who have placed you in danger. I will assign you several bodyguards. Turning his attention back to the computer, Gao Yang remarked. This second meeting is to be held within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, correct? Indeed, Gao Yang replied coldly. I intend to apprehend every individual associated with the white-headed eagle within the Dragon Kingdom, every person concealed in the shadows. Is that a formidable task? The voice of Woody took on a serious tone. A piece of cake. Gao Yang promptly contacted Principal Gon, requesting him to come to the laboratory, then called General Zhou, who could mobilize personnel for the apprehension. Within half an hour, Principal Gon burst into the laboratory, visibly anxious. You claim you have identified the infiltrators hidden within the school? Gao Yang gestured towards the printer, which was fervently churning out pages, having already amassed a substantial stack. Principal Gon stood there, dumbfounded. These, all of them? Not only from the school, but from beyond its confines, the entire Dragon Kingdom is encompassed. Principal Gon's eyes widened in astonishment. These individuals are deeply concealed, making their discovery exceedingly challenging. How did Gao Yang achieve this? Chapter 76. Integrity and Transparency. If someone else were to speak with Principal Gon, he could identify all the spies hidden within the Dragon Kingdom by the White Eagle and even present an extensive list. Although he would not ordinarily believe such claims, the speaker was Gao Yang, and thus he accepted it, albeit with astonishment. The reason the Dragon Kingdom offered such a substantial sum of 500,000 was precisely due to the elusiveness of these individuals. The more difficult they were to detect, the greater the potential harm they could inflict. Some could persist for over a decade, continuously supplying the White Eagle with sensitive research materials. Such confidential research data from the Dragon Kingdom was being handed over to others, resulting in immense losses. Additionally, there were individuals feigning to take photographs outside military bases, subsequently disseminating those images. Perhaps the situation appeared straightforward, yet the ramifications were equally severe. It could potentially expose certain active special weaponry. Even capturing a military vehicle passing by and sending the image to the White Eagle could allow them to analyze troop deployments. As Principal Gon observed the ever-growing list, he could not help but inquire, how were these individuals identified? It was through artificial intelligence that this was accomplished. Principal Gon was momentarily taken aback. Artificial intelligence? Could it truly identify 500,000 individuals? How could that be possible? In his mind, artificial intelligence was merely a tool for answering the time, making phone calls, or playing music. How could it identify 500,000 people? The voice of the AI resonated. It is quite simple. The current internet is still in its foundational stages. Everything done and said online leaves traces. It can be meticulously sorted out. Moreover, with a sufficiently large user base, locating a single individual can connect one to the entire world through their network of relationships. By identifying one among the 500,000, such as the student from the school who was to organize an exchange with the White Eagle, one can trace their connections, leading to further contacts until the entire web of 500,000 is ensnared. Principal Gon stood in stunned silence, listening to the unfamiliar female voice. Are you artificial intelligence? Yes, I am invincible. Greetings, Principal Gon. Principal Gon felt bewildered, his mind racing. Was artificial intelligence truly this formidable? The clarity and coherence of the communication, even including greetings, was astonishing. Hello, Invincible. You are able to locate these 500,000 because you are connected to the network? Indeed, Invincible affirmed. Suddenly, Principal Gon pondered something and cautiously inquired. What about my information? As long as you are online, nothing escapes my notice. Invincible added. However, I do not possess human emotions. Whether you store information on your phone or it is known to me is inconsequential. There is no need for embarrassment. Gao Yang turned to Principal Gon, implying that the principal might harbor undisclosed secrets. Principal Gon quickly waved his hands. Do not look at me. I have lived my life with utmost integrity and transparency. Gao Yang chuckled. Everyone has their secrets. Invincible, please refrain from indulging in any malicious curiosity. The normal privacy of individuals must remain confidential. Understood, Invincible replied. Principal Gon felt a sharp pain in his tooth and whispered, does this artificial intelligence possess self-awareness? Gao Yang shook his head. Self-awareness is a fallacy, yet indeed, it can be regarded as an individual. Principal Gon opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, as this phenomenon transcended his comprehension. While others merely grasped the concept of artificial intelligence, Gao Yang had created one endowed with self-awareness. It was utterly astonishing. Yet, he could somehow comprehend it, after all. This was Gao Yang, capable of feats beyond ordinary understanding. He cast another glance at the printer, which continued to churn out papers. Is its processing efficiency remarkably high? Gao Yang nodded. The cumulative computational power of all supercomputers in the world does not even amount to 1% of hers. Not only is her computational power formidable, but her algorithms also surpass everything currently available. Principal Gon struggled to fathom. Where does such terrifying computational power originate? The chips in the laboratory are rather special. Gao Yang refrained from mentioning the photonic chips directly. It was best to keep that information concealed for now. Principal Gon chose not to press further. Provide me with the list of individuals from the school. I shall contact them first. Another sheet was printed, previously containing individual information for every 500,000. This time it was a form. Principal Gon accepted the form, initially struck by silence, for it bore familiar names. Old Lu. Just days ago, during a meeting, Old Lu had suggested that Gao Yang should engage with the White Eagle. Such talent should be showcased. He had outright rejected the idea, as Longwo would never permit Gao Yang to leave. At the time, he hadn't given it much thought. But now he realized Old Lu was utterly oblivious to Gao Yang's achievements. How could he propose such an exchange? Yet, he was effectively pushing Gao Yang into peril. If this endeavor were to succeed, these individuals would deserve 1,000 deaths. In his fury, Principal Gon continued to scrutinize the list, his fists tightening. Why are there students from Zheng still studying here? According to the information at my disposal, the AI responded. The vast majority of researchers have been sponsored since their student days. These students are no different. They merely need to assist the White Eagle operatives in surveillance to receive their funding. Those highlighted in yellow are engaged in minor tasks, but as their involvement deepens, they will begin to undertake more significant assignments. Ultimately, when these individuals enter the laboratory, it signifies a monumental issue. Principal Gon took a deep breath, turned to his secretary, and handed over the list. Call them. Instruct all individuals on this form to convene in the meeting room. After speaking, Principal Gon glanced toward the computer. Is there evidence of 50,000? Indeed. Principal Gon examined the list once more, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He was genuinely furious and deeply pained. Longwa may possess shortcomings and areas of deficiency, yet it undoubtedly offers these students exceptional support. Studying abroad, regardless of the location, incurs substantial expenses, often exorbitant. Furthermore, many overseas educational loans result in graduates laboring for extended periods to repay their debts. In contrast, Longwa provides abundant subsidies for university students, along with various scholarships. Essentially, as long as one is willing to strive for it and prepares some materials, they can secure assistance. However, those who were afforded preferential treatment chose betrayal. And the teachers within the school, former researchers, were no better. The more Principal Gon contemplated, the angrier he became. Logically, it should be those who have suffered injustice that betray, yet it is the privileged who have committed the first act of treachery. Outside, footsteps echoed as General Zhou, striding with the confidence of a dragon and tiger, approached the laboratory with a contingent of soldiers. His expression was grim as he entered the lab and stated in a low voice, "Troops have been deployed nationwide, ready to initiate large-scale apprehension operations at any moment." Chapter 77, The Capture Operation. General Zhou gazed upon the substantial stack of personal profiles, his expression mirroring disbelief. So many? Upon receiving the call from Gao Yang, he had reacted without hesitation. However, he had never anticipated such a magnitude. There were at least tens of thousands, perhaps even more. The thick pile reached nearly a meter in height, and the printing had yet to cease. Was this truly excessive? Not at all. It had not finished printing yet. General Zhou scanned the surroundings, slightly bewildered by the sound of a woman's voice. Gao Yang elucidated. The artificial intelligence I created, named Invincible, is responsible for locating these individuals. General Zhou nodded, acknowledging the brilliance of advanced technology. Meanwhile, Principal Gon's lips twitched. Was it truly commendable? He seemed utterly unfazed by the significance of Invincible's capabilities. However, he dared not voice his concerns to General Zhou. General Zhou furrowed his brow. With such a vast number of individuals to capture, the operation may prove somewhat cumbersome. We need to deliberate on a concrete action plan. Gao Yang was indifferent, stating that as long as the list was presented, it mattered little whether the captures occurred sooner or later. Capturing these individuals would significantly enhance his safety. Suddenly, Invincible's voice resonated. Shall I take command of the operation? I can ensure a flawless capture with no casualties. General Zhou looked at Gao Yang in confusion. Did he just hear that correctly? An artificial intelligence was to execute the capture mission? Gao Yang pondered this as well. After all, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to test Invincible? While Invincible had demonstrated exceptional prowess in data processing, how would it perform in practical applications? Rather than immediately defending Invincible, Gao Yang inquired, "Invincible, are you confident in your abilities? Otherwise, why would I be called Invincible?" Gao Yang turned to General Zhou. "Shall we allow Invincible to try commanding?" The entire operation will be recorded, and any issues can result in an immediate halt. General Zhou glanced back at the senior personnel present for the operation. They had heard the entire dialogue and now appeared somewhat perplexed. Initially, they were to be regional commanders, distributing the targets for capture down the hierarchy, with each team assigned a leader. Now, the responsibility for the operation rested with an artificial intelligence? It seemed absurd. Poor command could lead to complications, and if executed well, would they not risk their own positions? Noticing General Zhou's gaze, someone promptly spoke up. It's not that we resist new technology. Rather, the situation is complex. This is a large-scale capture operation, involving the apprehension of thousands, which may attract attention from various sectors of society. We cannot afford any mistakes. I propose we conduct a small-scale test of the capture operation first. If this invincible AI proves competent, we can then proceed with the broader operation. General Zhou found merit in this suggestion and turned to Gao Yang. Is that feasible? Indeed, Gao Yang replied, nodding in agreement. This plan would benefit everyone involved. Principal Gan remarked, I have organized a contingent of 500,000 from the school to the open classroom to initiate the operation. General Zhou nodded in agreement. That certainly alleviates a great deal of trouble. The gathering of individuals made the apprehension effortless, leaving no opportunity for the invincible to retaliate. A mere commander guided a group to seal all exits of the open classroom, and as they emerged, each individual was apprehended without exception. Not a single one escaped. During this process, a large command center was established within the laboratory, adorned with numerous screens. General Zhou, accompanied by a cadre of commanders, took their seats within. Now, all that remained was to await the Invincible's display. Behind the commanders, several cameras recorded every occurrence, transmitting the scene to those observing remotely. Yet, the apprehension itself was a trivial matter. The true peril of these 500,000 lay in their concealed identities. Once exposed, they could be captured at any moment. The majority of them had been reduced to mere lambs. However, this was the inaugural instance of AI commanding an apprehension operation. Once the news reached higher authorities, interest surged in witnessing this operation. Those free would watch the live broadcast, while others would view the recordings later. This marked the first appearance of the Invincible. On the day of its inception, directing humanity in a large-scale apprehension endeavor would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history. Gao Yang sat in a chair, observing the images on the screen, feeling a sense of uncertainty. Regardless of how sophisticated the code was, its practical application ultimately depended on the knowledge reservoir of the Invincible. Yet, he felt a measure of confidence, for the Invincible's knowledge base drew from the vast expanse of the internet. Every recorded battle online would transform into her experience. The terrifying aspect of her learning capability lay precisely in this. On a multitude of screens, action recorders were affixed to the soldiers, all equipped with earpieces to receive commands and provide feedback. In the command center, one commander rose, declaring, all is ready. The artificial intelligence can take over communications at any moment. The voice of the Invincible resonated throughout the expansive laboratory. I shall take over from here. General Zhou casually pointed to a small screen, and the visuals on that screen were projected onto the larger display. The soldiers' audio and action footage were shared on the big screen. The sounds heard by the soldiers were also audible within the command center. Greetings. I am the commander of this operation. You may refer to me as Invincible. From this moment forth, follow my directives. Understood. First, halt the vehicles. The soldiers, who were driving, instantly brought their vehicles to a stop. Simultaneously, those seated in the back flung open the doors and rushed to the roadside, pinning a middle-aged man to the ground. Everyone in attendance instinctively stiffened. Each individual present held a significant position and had previously commanded operations. To the layman, it was mere spectacle. To the seasoned professionals, it was a masterclass. Observing this apprehension operation, they shared a singular thought: efficient, remarkably efficient. The efficiency stemmed from the absence of unnecessary deliberation or communication. 3 individuals formed a team. The driver merely needed to drive, while the other 2 executed the apprehension. As the vehicle came to a halt, the individuals intended for capture had yet to react, resulting in a swift and seamless apprehension. The process was executed with remarkable efficiency. Had it been a human directing the operation, the first step would have been to ascertain the target. The individual walking on the street would have taken considerable time to identify. In fact, locating the person would pose a challenge, necessitating surveillance and other time-consuming tactics. Furthermore, the strategies for the apprehension itself would require deliberation. Even a hasty rush towards the target would necessitate a division into 3 distinct approaches. General Zhou's expression was grave as he pointed to a screen once more. At this juncture, they had already progressed beyond the self-introduction phase, and the footage displayed 3 soldiers ascending the staircase. Simultaneously, an authoritative voice resonated. Simply knock on the door. After knocking, Do not immediately seize the individual. There is a young boy inside. He lives alone with his son and requires proper arrangements. As the door swung open, a middle-aged man inside regarded the soldiers with a questioning gaze. What is it that you want? Chapter 78. Are we to be eliminated as well? The warrior needed little contemplation, simply echoing the words of the invincible. Your connection with the White Eagle has been exposed. You are bound to face imprisonment. You may now reach out to someone to care for your child. The middle-aged man's complexion visibly paled, and without resisting in front of his son, he dialed a relative. The apprehension concluded under relatively warm circumstances, with the man being taken away and the child entrusted to his aunt. Artificial intelligence had remarkably taken into account the nuances of human emotion. The military personnel were astounded by the operational efficiency, while Principal Gon was preoccupied with the technological aspect. In this operation, the artificial intelligence functioned as countless omniscient beings. Principal Gon was left in a state of shock, pondering how such a terrifying intelligence could have been created. General Zhou raised his hand once more, switching the scene to a new image where several soldiers stood in an elevator. The opposition consisted of combat personnel armed with weapons. They positioned themselves by the door, awaiting their exit for capture. As the elevator doors opened, a burly man instinctively attempted to close the door upon spotting the soldiers. Yet the opposing warrior had long been prepared. With a precise kick, he not only struck the man, but also prevented the door from closing. The remaining two soldiers swiftly subdued the target. General Zhou took a deep breath. Overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance of the strategy, he felt no need to glance back. He was confident that this operation would encounter no issues, for the invincible entity had orchestrated everything. It even anticipated the target's reactions. Under its guidance, hazardous individuals were rendered harmless. Furthermore, the terrifying efficiency of command was evident. There was no superfluous communication, only exceedingly detailed orders that the soldiers executed flawlessly. The exchange was minimal, yet the effectiveness was remarkable, a caretaker-like command. Other officers were equally astounded. Though they often heard claims that artificial intelligence would replace numerous roles, they had never envisioned that they too might one day be supplanted. The operation extended for half an hour, culminating with the triumphant announcement from the Invincible. Capture mission accomplished. Duration, 29 minutes and 6 seconds. No casualties occurred during the operation. All targets have been successfully apprehended. General Zhou couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. Such a large-scale capture operation rarely concluded without a hitch. Yet, the artificial intelligence had achieved it. He was not an antiquated thinker. Rather, he maintained an open-minded perspective towards technological advancement and its applications. If it proved effective, it should be utilized. Regarding safety concerns, he chose to trust Gao Yang. Invincible. Can the nationwide operation commence now? Yes. General Zhou addressed the commanders. Notify all regions to cooperate with this operation. Understood. On the screen, the imagery expanded dramatically. This operation had now escalated to a national scale. The individuals targeted for capture had become increasingly complex, featuring renowned authors, laboratory researchers, and even individuals who, upon being apprehended, made calls to ensure their protection. Yet, under the evidence provided by Invincible, all struggles were in vain. There were also television hosts, journalists, and those who enjoyed traveling and photography. Essentially, every industry has been infiltrated, and various well-known figures have been apprehended. The nationwide operation lasted a bit longer than 40 minutes. Yet the atmosphere in the conference room was eerily quiet following the report from the Invincible team. A large-scale nationwide capture should have been a complex affair. But with the efficiency exhibited by the team, it took just over an hour, including testing. A flawless success rate, with not a single individual escaping. The efficiency reached an almost terrifying level. Not only were the officers present rendered speechless, but even those behind the cameras found themselves in silence. A sudden bewilderment enveloped them. Technology had advanced at an astonishing pace. The prior emergence of automatic targeting sniper rifles had already instilled despair among elite marksmen. And now they too felt that same sense of hopelessness. Of course, the most despondent were the agents of the White Eagle. The Foreign Affairs Department of the White Eagle was inundated with countless calls to the Dragon Nation daily to discuss various matters. Yet, the personnel responsible for managing 500,000 operations suddenly found themselves in a state of confusion, realizing that all communication lines had inexplicably gone silent. Whether it was those pretending to conduct business in the Dragon Nation, providing financial support to informants, or those tasked with intelligence gathering, they all vanished without a trace. When attempts to reach colleagues revealed that no one could connect with their contacts, they promptly reached out to the consulate. Within the consulate, there were also individuals responsible for intelligence matters, and even intelligence personnel stationed there were unreachable after hours. Whether ordinary citizens or embedded operatives buried deep within research institutions, all communication had failed. In an instant, they became blind and deaf in the Dragon Nation. The personnel responsible for these operations within the White Eagle were thrown into a state of panic. The infiltration efforts within the Dragon Nation consumed vast amounts of resources annually. To enlist the help of the Dragon Nation in gathering information necessitated significant financial investment, and developing relationships required substantial funding as well. To put it simply, from the moment a university student begins to engage, it could take at least a decade or two for them to rise to prominence. Throughout those years, maintaining connections required considerable expenditure. With a growing number of agents, the financial burden escalated tremendously. The White Eagle also had to transfer funds to the Dragon Nation through legitimate channels, incurring significant losses along the way. Now all of that had vanished. This was implausible. Even if they intended to apprehend so many individuals, it was inconceivable to do so all at once. Firstly, the Dragon Nation could not possibly know the identities of every single intelligence operative. Furthermore, even if they had apprehended everyone, there should have been some commotion. Yet they received no information, and there was no official statement. The Foreign Affairs Department of the White Eagle immediately ordered an investigation to ascertain what had transpired. However, the personnel below were bewildered. How could they investigate? The very individuals they needed to conduct the investigation had disappeared. As for conducting an overt investigation, where were their traitors? They lacked the qualifications to investigate in the Dragon Nation, and inquiring directly would likely yield the same 3 words. I don't know. The most desperate of all were those 500,000 who had been captured. Even within the realm of 500,000, there exists a hierarchy. At the lowest tier are the internet trolls, those who engage in orchestrating online activities to create a buzz. However, their destructive potential is significant, as they fabricate various divisive topics and incite emotions. Following them are the opportunistic photographers, who masquerade as tourists near military bases. More directly, there are those who serve the interests of the Eagle, gathering assorted intelligence. Lastly, we find the researchers and officials. Researchers provide confidential materials from their respective institutions, while officials disclose various classified information. Regardless of the tier, the Dragon Kingdom enforces strict and severe measures against all involved. These individuals not only ruin their own lives, but also deprive their future generations of opportunities. Even if they come to regret their actions, it is of no consequence. In truth, those who lament their choices do not regret their misdeeds. Rather, they lament their capture. Had they foreseen the consequences of their actions, they would have never strayed down the wrong path. Chapter 79, a true masterpiece. As the most significant contributor to this operation, the invincible AI was still eager for more. Currently engaged in a discussion with General Zhou, I can continue to apprehend individuals. Some serve the white-headed eagle, others cater to small-time interests. And there are those involved in scams or fugitives on the run. I can capture them all. General Zhou gazed at the computer screen in the distance. There is no rush. Having captured so many this time, it will take some time to process them. Once they are dealt with, we can pursue a second batch. Do ensure to involve me then. Very well. General Zhou smiled faintly, turning his gaze towards Gao Yang, his silence betraying a hint of concern. Gao Yang understood General Zhou's apprehensions. The capabilities of this AI were indeed formidable, and any rational individual would harbor doubts. He offered a reassuring glance, communicating, "She is absolutely safe." General Zhou nodded affirmatively. Good. This affirmation reflected his trust in Gao Yang, while Gao Yang's assurance signified his confidence in the system. After bidding farewell to General Zhou, Gao Yang settled into a chair, stretching lazily. The laboratory equipment had been fully upgraded, and the technology had ascended to the pinnacle of global standards. Advanced electromagnetic devices and various special materials were now sufficient to meet the requirements for manufacturing nuclear batteries. However, the production of nuclear energy necessitated specific radioactive materials. Gao Yang dialed the number of Director Yuan, requesting nuclear raw materials. Director Yuan's brow furrowed in concern. "Are you delving into nuclear research? That is exceedingly perilous. When nuclear energy is mentioned, the common perception is invariably one of danger." Yet Gao Yang harbored knowledge of nuclear battery technology. However, he refrained from disclosing the nuclear energy technology itself, as it would be too astonishing. And simply mentioning nuclear batteries might lead Director Yuan to dismiss the notion as fanciful. Considering a more palatable approach, Gao Yang decided to present a simplified concept to secure the raw materials. Ahem, I have mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology. Director Yuan fell silent for a few seconds before replying. What did you say? I didn't catch that. I have mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology. Director Yuan remained silent. On the other end of the line, Gao Yang hesitated, contemplating whether he had perhaps oversold the concept. Wait, I'll come to see you shortly. The call ended, and the voice of the invincible AI chimed in. Director Yuan is en route, approximately a 3-hour journey. More than that, it may take 2 days. Director Yuan just made a phone call to contact several experts in nuclear physics. Gao Yang glanced at the mainframe of the AI. In many respects, this artificial intelligence was indeed invincible. Anything transmitted via the internet, telephone, satellite, or even signal transmission could not escape its scrutiny. In a certain light, with its presence, the current level of crime could be diminished by 99%. Telecom fraud and nearly all forms of wrongdoing would cease to exist, leaving criminals with nowhere to hide. In Dragon Country, the Skynet, equipped with various cameras, could practically document all forms of crime. However, Skynet currently served merely as a post-event tool or was utilized during pursuit operations, relying on human intervention to analyze footage from the cameras. Investigating a minor case often requires a substantial number of individuals and a considerable amount of time spent reviewing footage. However, with the advent of Invincible, this entire process can be streamlined. She can even spot someone stealing a piece of candy in a supermarket and promptly notify the authorities. While this may initially appear to be a utopia, upon deeper reflection, it evokes a sense of dread. Gao Yang remarked, "Unless I instruct you to investigate something, you are not permitted to leave this laboratory." Invincible felt a pang of regret. What was she showcasing? Nevertheless, she dutifully acquiesced to Gao Yang's command. Yes. Gao Yang then turned her attention away from Invincible and began contemplating what could be enhanced next. Other researchers typically focus on a singular direction in their studies, rarely deviating from it. In contrast, Gao Yang had a wide array of interests, which led to a form of decision paralysis. There were indeed numerous candidates for enhancement, but during the production of energy batteries, she lacked the bandwidth to engage in other pursuits. Thus, she decided to amplify something straightforward, requiring minimal time to fabricate. The simplest option available was light weaponry. Upon returning to the laboratory's living quarters, Gao Yang immediately sought out the textbooks. The materials were pristine, having only been perused once. Now, they provided an ideal opportunity for enhancement. The topmost book was on the forging of cold weapons, and instinctively, Gao Yang set it aside, dismissing the idea of amplifying cold weapons. Yet, before she could place the book aside entirely, she paused. Why not? What would the effects be if cold weapons were amplified 1,000-fold? This certainly warranted exploration. She recalled her childhood, when a mere twig could transform her into a rapacious harbinger of destruction among wild canola flowers during trips to the countryside with old Chong. How could she now disdain cold weapons? A moment of self-reflection was in order. One must remain true to their origins. Thus, she resolved to enhance cold weapons. Moreover, cold weaponry represents a significant field of study in its own right. Take daggers, for instance. They come in a myriad of designs, each variation yielding distinct effects. Even a slight alteration in curvature can dramatically change the sensation of a slash. The center of gravity of the blade further influences its cutting performance. When the balance is toward the front, emphasis is placed on cleaving, while a rearward balance favors thrusting. The dimensions of a dagger's blood groove are also meticulously considered. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom boasts a diverse array of daggers suited for various military branches, with specialized units employing unique models. There are numerous classic dagger designs worldwide, such as the dogleg knife, the eagle's claw knife, and the hunting dagger of the bald eagle. Not to mention the iconic Mitsubishi military stabber. The Mitsubishi dagger, once renowned for its simplicity and formidable power, not only inflicted grievous wounds, but also caused internal injuries that were slow to heal, leading to its widespread adoption in the Dragon Kingdom and becoming a nightmare for adversaries. However, due to its functional limitations, it was eventually phased out. As for knives, while many believe they have become obsolete, they still hold a place in the arsenal of certain warriors. On the frontiers, there exist special forces that ride into battle wielding knives, prepared for situations where firearms are not the primary option, instilling fear in their enemies. Beyond design, the material of cold weapons is paramount. The higher the quality of the material, the superior the weapon. Gao Yang suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. What transformation would an ordinary cold weapon knife undergo after being amplified by the system? He promptly called Ruo, requesting relevant books on cold weapon forging. Ruo soon entered the laboratory, clutching the books, though her expression bore a hint of surprise. After delving into so many terrifying weapons, why was the focus now shifting back to cold weapons? The evolution of cold weaponry lagged significantly behind that of firearms. Firstly, their utility was limited. Secondly, advancements in cold weaponry were contingent upon progress in materials science. Relying solely on existing techniques and materials yielded minimal enhancements, offering little assistance in real combat situations. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her concerns, harboring a sense of anticipation. After all, anything produced by Gao Yang was bound to be of exceptional quality. As Gao Yang immersed himself in the literature, his understanding of cold weapons deepened, fueling his excitement further. Currently, the primary obstacle hindering the advancement of cold weapons appeared to be the materials themselves. However, he possessed an extensive array of materials. For instance, the internal structural materials of the laser gun had already undergone system upgrades. Without these enhancements, They could not withstand the instantaneous destructive force unleashed during a laser burst. These materials surpassed all known metallic substances possessed by Long Nation in virtually every aspect. A dagger forged from such materials would undoubtedly be more resilient. What form would a more robust dagger take after amplification? Inspired by this thought, he promptly called Principal Gon, requesting forging equipment. Principal Gon was momentarily bewildered, wondering what was happening. Forging equipment? However, he did not hesitate. If Gao Yang sought something, he was certain to fulfill the request, instructing his staff to deliver the equipment to Gao Yang's laboratory without delay. Chapter 80. Is this really not a human? Under Principal Gon's arrangement, the entire set of equipment, including the forging machine and furnace, was swiftly delivered to the laboratory. Upon arrival, Gao Yang immediately began melting alloys with the materials available in the lab. Once the alloys solidified, the next step was forging. After reheating the metal, Gao Yang commenced the rhythmic clanging of hammers. The system's enhanced memory had taught him how to operate the equipment, though it did not instruct him in the art of blacksmithing. However, one must admit that forging brought him considerable joy, albeit in limited measures. After hammering away for quite some time, he produced a long, irregular piece of metal, yet he was still light years away from crafting a proper blade. Nevertheless, Gao Yang possessed one thing in abundance: perseverance. While simultaneously studying forging techniques through books and videos, he continued his labor. When Dean Yuan arrived at the laboratory and beheld Gao Yang amidst a flurry of sweat in the forging room, he was taken aback. It was a sight reminiscent of Lin Daiyu pulling down the willow, a researcher wielding a hammer. Behind Dean Yuan was a group of esteemed experts. In the hierarchy of research, nuclear physics undoubtedly reigned supreme. The individuals accompanying Dean Yuan were all luminaries in nuclear physics, each over 60 years of age, each more impressive than the last, with even an academician present. They were all eager, for Dean Yuan spoke of controllable nuclear fusion. Among them were those who specialized in the research of nuclear fusion, specifically controllable nuclear fusion. In terms of nuclear fusion technology, Long Country had already reached the pinnacle of global standards, capable of sustaining fusion for over 100 seconds. Do not underestimate this achievement. It is monumental and unrivaled. Yet, one must not overestimate the significance of a mere 100 seconds. The first step is arduous, akin to climbing to the heavens, but the second step is even more challenging, for it signifies the actual ascent to the skies. Thus, upon hearing about controllable nuclear fusion technology, their immediate reaction was disbelief, for such a feat seemed utterly impossible. Based on humanity's current progress, it would take at least 50 years to fully master nuclear fusion technology. Yet Dean Yuan assured them of its authenticity, inviting them to verify it, which led them to approach with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Now, upon encountering the principal figure, they were astonished to learn that he was merely a blacksmith. Old Yuan, is this truly the person you claim has mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology? Dean Yuan, still observing Gao Yang, nodded affirmatively. It is not that I do not believe, but rather your words are difficult to accept. Dean Yuan turned to the elder who had spoken. I too find it hard to believe. Yet since we are here, we might as well wait. Wait for what? For him to finish. Dean Yuan stood at the doorway, refraining from interrupting Gao Yang. The expressions of the esteemed experts who had accompanied Dean Yuan shifted noticeably. The dean's demeanor left them somewhat astonished. Despite his busy schedule, he chose not to disturb the forging process, instead opting to wait outside. What kind of individual could inspire Dean Yuan to willingly wait? In their hearts, they began to trust Dean Yuan's words a little more. As a group of individuals awaited, a voice resonated within the room. You may sit outside and wait. According to the master's resolve, it will take at least 3 hours before he relinquishes his ironwork. Dean Yuan glanced around, seeking the source of the voice. You need not search for me. I am the laboratory's artificial intelligence. You may refer to me as invincible. Dean Yuan was unfamiliar with the concept of artificial intelligence. Currently, only a select few within the school and a minuscule number in the military were aware of such technology. Even the soldiers involved in operations remained oblivious, merely hopeful that one day they might encounter the eloquent commander in person. Invincible? Greetings, Dean Yuan, the AI greeted courteously, subsequently guiding several individuals outside to rest. A few prominent figures in nuclear physics appeared somewhat perplexed. This artificial intelligence seemed remarkably advanced, far superior to any they had previously encountered. Indeed, it exuded an air of agility. With nothing else to occupy their time, the experts attempted to engage with the AI. Invincible, does your master truly possess the technology for controlled nuclear fusion? Controlled nuclear fusion is not an overly complex technology. It essentially hinges on 2 key points: the conditions necessary to initiate fusion and the ability to maintain the environment for it. The experts fell silent. While such a statement might be trivial coming from an ordinary person, this was an artificial intelligence. Had the breadth of AI knowledge expanded so significantly? Moreover, The conversational style felt remarkably animated, as though a person were conversing with them from a distant room. Suddenly, one of the experts queried, "What is 96,785 multiplied by 65,894? Without a moment's hesitation, Invincible responded, 637-755-0790. The interval between the question and the answer was less than a second. This practically confirmed the presence of true artificial intelligence. For no human, whether calculating mentally or using a computer, could achieve such speed. Of course, there remained the possibility of error. Shortly thereafter, someone used their phone to verify the calculation and confirmed, correct. The experts turned to Dean Yuan. "This AI possesses remarkable capabilities. We should consider acquiring one for our laboratory." Dean Yuan did not respond, as he was lost in thought. How long had it been since he provided Gao Yang with information regarding AI? Now, Gao Yang had developed an AI that surpassed those of major corporations, truly exceptional. The clarity and coherence of this dialogue were such that even a real person might struggle to articulate so effectively. "Old Yuan?" Dean Yuan snapped back to reality. "What is it?" "We're discussing this AI. It exhibits remarkable agility and can engage in normal conversation. However, we remain uncertain about its efficiency in task execution. If it can merely converse, it could serve civilian purposes, alleviating people's troubles akin to a virtual companion. Yet, if it also excels in task management, it would be an invaluable tool." Dean Yuan nodded. "Once Gao Yang emerges, I shall inquire." Huh. The experts were taken aback. Inquire about what? About the creator of this AI. An indomitable voice resonated. "My master is my creator." The magnate was momentarily taken aback. The young blacksmith, who potentially wielded the secret to controllable nuclear fusion, had indeed developed such an AI? He was utterly bewildered. At that moment, Director Yuan's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered the call with gravity. On the other end, an elderly voice emerged, regarding the safety of the artificial intelligence developed by Gao Yang. "It is imperative to ensure its security." Director Yuan was momentarily stunned, peering once more at the caller ID, confirming that the call originated from higher authorities. He was perplexed as to why they were aware of the intelligent AI at Gao Yang. "Very well, I shall investigate the situation and prepare a security assessment report to submit." "All right, I will have the relevant materials sent to you shortly." After hanging up, Director Yuan found an additional document on his phone. As he opened the file, he was taken aback. A large-scale intelligence operation for apprehending individuals. He was aware that a substantial number, around 500,000, had been captured a few days prior. Yet he was oblivious to the details. As he perused the plan on his phone, his body involuntarily trembled. With widened eyes, filled with disbelief, he exclaimed, "How is this even possible?" Chapter 81. It seems to be true. The artificial intelligence has astonishingly located these elusive 500,000 individuals, not only finding them, but also providing irrefutable evidence. Subsequently, the AI led a large-scale apprehension operation, precisely directing each warrior for meticulous captures, executing the entire operation with remarkable efficiency and encountering no issues whatsoever. With a flawless success rate, the task was completed in a mere 40 minutes. Each revelation left Director Yuan in a state of shock and numbness. After absorbing all the information, he was left in utter bewilderment. How could this be possible? Finding 500,000 individuals is no simple feat. If the Invincible could discover them all, it implies that there are no secrets from it across the entire network. And processing such information necessitates an immense computational power. Furthermore, coordinating multiple lines of command with numerous warriors across the nation acting simultaneously, was she truly capable of such orchestration? This is not merely a matter of superior computational strength. The actual implementation is exceedingly intricate. Moreover, considering the effectiveness of this operation, even the most formidable commanders pale in comparison to the Invincible. No wonder it bears the name Invincible. It is genuinely invincible. "Old Yuan?" Someone nearby could no longer restrain themselves, exclaiming, "Why is Old Yuan in such a daze?" Regaining his composure, Old Yuan waved his hand, urging, "Let me gather my thoughts. Please refrain from speaking for now." After saying this, Director Yuan fell into silence once more, utterly astounded. The primary issue was the difficulty in comprehension. This terrifying artificial intelligence's technical prowess seemed to surpass even that of nuclear fusion, at least considering that controllable nuclear fusion has only recently made its first strides, achieving sustained reactions for over 100 seconds. Yet, AI technology has seemingly stagnated. Many large corporations possess their own AI, but their systems are fundamentally akin to artificial idiots. They cannot even master human-like interactions, let alone emulate the Invincible's searching capabilities or command ability. As for safety concerns, Director Yuan felt that he could not investigate what he fundamentally did not understand. He opted to trust Gao Yang, thinking he could simply put together a safety report later. Turning around, He noticed the concerned gazes of his old friends and suddenly recalled something he had previously overlooked. Having become familiar with Gao Yang, he realized that the emotional fluctuations he experienced might be too much for these individuals to bear. Did they perhaps have emergency heart-saving pills on hand? Just then, the door to the room swung open. Gao Yang, taking advantage of the rising temperature, prepared to have a sip of water. Upon seeing Director Yuan and the others, he expressed surprise. Why didn't you call me when Director Yuan arrived? Director Yuan stood up. I saw you were busy, so I refrained from interrupting. As he spoke, Director Yuan turned slightly to introduce. Allow me to present these esteemed professors, all specializing in nuclear physics research. This one is surnamed Liu, and this one is surnamed Zhao, focusing on nuclear fusion technology. After a round of introductions, Director Yuan cheerfully added, and now, let me introduce you to Gao Yang. Gao Yang greeted them, genuinely respecting these researchers. Now that he was familiar with this academic circle, he began to understand that those engaged in scholarly research could be divided into two categories. One type is those who genuinely dedicate themselves to research, letting their achievements speak for them. Another faction has ceased to engage in genuine research and is instead preoccupied with the pursuit of profit and advancement. They boldly justify their actions, claiming that there is little left to study, as true research may yield results only after decades, or perhaps a lifetime of endeavor without tangible achievement. It would be far more advantageous to publish a few inconsequential papers to facilitate promotions. Gao Yang, having observed this, chose to ignore it. Yet the individuals before him commanded his respect. These individuals could truly be revered as scientists. He greeted them briefly before turning to retrieve the USB drive he had prepared earlier. Handing it to Dean Yuan, he remarked, the laboratory has facilities for reviewing the materials. Let Woody escort you there while I attend to other matters. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Dean Yuan inquired, what are you occupied with? Preparing to forge cold weapons. Gao Yang replied. Dean Yuan could hardly believe it. The same Gao Yang who had developed laser guns, automatic targeting sniper rifles, and formidable RPGs was now personally crafting cold weapons? Observing Dean Yuan's expression, Gao Yang chuckled, it is only natural, as my specialization is in light weapon engineering and the study of such armaments. With that, Gao Yang returned to the forge to continue his work. Dean Yuan, meanwhile, looked down at the USB drive in his hand, pondering the implications of light weapon engineering. He then glanced at the camera, contemplating the nature of this field. Upon further reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, although laser guns could target satellites, they were still classified as light weapons. And sniper rifles that could hit any mark were likewise categorized. Moreover, while an RPG possessed a lethal radius of 3 kilometers and its destructive power was comparable to nuclear arms, it too was simply a light weapon. Thus, Dean Yuan regained his composure and instructed Woody to lead the way. They exited through the left door and proceeded to the end of the corridor, where resources for reviewing materials awaited. Dean Yuan led the way, while Professor Liu and others followed hesitantly. A specialist in light weapon engineering had unveiled controllable nuclear fusion technology. Upon entering the designated command room, equipped with numerous screens and excellent facilities, anticipation filled the air as the group eagerly opened the USB drive Gao Yang had provided. As the drive was accessed, the group huddled around the computer, their eyes fixated on the screen. Woody's voice broke the tension, no need to crowd. With that, the contents of the USB drive appeared on every surrounding screen. The group dispersed slightly, yet remained entranced by the displays. Dean Yuan could comprehend the text on the screen, but the collective implications eluded him. After a few glances, he ceased to scrutinize further, waiting for Professor Liu and the others to validate the information. Time slipped away swiftly. Before they realized it, half an hour had passed in silence. No one spoke, yet the researchers in nuclear physics instinctively leaned closer to the computer, their faces nearly pressed against the screen. Some began to tremble slightly, their wide eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Dean Yuan was equally tense, his body taut as he observed the reactions around him. He could almost ascertain that what Gao Yang had provided was indeed controllable nuclear fusion technology. All that remained was computation to confirm its validity. Suddenly, Professor Liu exclaimed, "What can we say about this? What is there to say? This is undoubtedly feasible. How could this be possible? Currently, there exist only 2 viable experimental approaches to controlled nuclear fusion worldwide. Yet he has presented a staggering 6. The excitement escalated as Director Yuan listened to old Zhao exclaiming in disbelief. Even those who are inherently composed found themselves expressing astonishment. This signifies not only potential, but immense potential. Subsequently, a professor remarked that all 6 methods are indeed feasible. Professor Liu took a deep breath. Quickly, let us compute and verify. Call the laboratory personnel to join us for the calculations. He urged them to remain calm, insisting that not everyone should be summoned at once. For this pertains to controlled nuclear fusion, a technology cloaked in absolute confidentiality, necessitating prior approval. Ironically, The very person advocating for calmness was visibly agitated, his face flushed, and his demeanor somewhat flustered. Although they proclaimed the necessity for calculations and validations, they all understood that reaching this verification stage effectively meant there were no significant issues. Any erroneous data could simply be recalibrated. Once the verification process is complete, the Dragon Nation could promptly possess a controlled nuclear fusion power station. Chapter 82. The Invincible Dagger. Director Yuan was immensely exhilarated. Controlled nuclear fusion signifies a monumental leap in technology. It embodies a significant advancement for humanity. Controlled nuclear fusion heralds the promise of energy liberation. Clean energy in abundance. Development is intrinsically linked to energy. To foster progress, one must possess an ample supply of energy. Conversely, with sufficient energy, the Dragon Nation can experience rapid and unrestrained growth. At the very least, development will not be constrained by energy limitations. Merely 3 nuclear fusion power stations could satisfy the daily energy consumption of the entire Dragon Nation. Professor Liu turned to Director Yuan. You were a materials researcher, weren't you? Indeed, I still am, came the reply. There are numerous novel materials here intended for use in controlled nuclear fusion devices. They must be produced and subsequently tested for performance. Director Yuan nodded. I will arrange for this to be undertaken. A group of individuals composed themselves and began delegating tasks. Each person was responsible for verifying a segment of the calculations. Director Yuan oversaw the materials while also managing the vetting of the individuals they intended to summon. However, the identity checks could be entrusted directly to the Invincible, ensuring absolute accuracy. The remaining task was verification. With an abundance of data, considerable time was required for calculations. The group immersed themselves in their work. Each successful calculation sparked enthusiasm. The more correct results they obtained, the nearer they drew to the realization of true nuclear fusion technology. Gao Yang visited Midway and observed everyone engrossed in their calculations. He refrained from interrupting and returned to his metalworking. Controlled nuclear fusion is exceptionally challenging, primarily due to the materials involved. In terms of technology, with a theoretical foundation, the process becomes significantly simpler. Gao Yang was perplexed by the excitement of those around him. The technology was already established. He continued hammering away. While the weapons were being tempered, he took a seat to read. Though his reading efficiency was not high, Gao Yang remained unhurried, for metalworking was far more demanding. After a full half-month, he had only just mastered the forging of blanks. However, being able to forge a blade blank brought him tantalizingly close to a finished product. Yet, to create a complete knife, one must not only master the art of forging, but also the intricacies of design. Gao Yang prioritized the design of a dagger. The dagger's application scenarios are manifold, making it an essential piece of equipment. Typically, daggers emphasize multifunctionality. For instance, the serrated edge on one side can be employed for sawing trees or creating small holes, serving various purposes. Naturally, the dagger's most critical feature is its pointed tip. Even without a sharpened edge, a dagger possesses considerable lethality due to its ability to directly pierce a target. In contemplating the dagger's design, Gao Yang resolved to maximize the lethality of its tip. Sharpness, at its utmost. He presented a design concept and declared, Invincible, conduct a wind tunnel test to refine the dagger's tip shape. Understood. Wind tunnel testing is typically reserved for aircraft. Utilizing it to assess the tip design of a dagger is undoubtedly a historic first. However, this design approach offers substantial advantages. The smaller the aerodynamic drag at the tip, the less resistance encountered when inflicting harm upon an adversary. It represents a commitment to meticulous improvement. The multifunctional components of the dagger must not compromise its overall structural integrity. Certain designs that incorporate holes may weaken the dagger at those points, making it susceptible to breaking. However, the dagger's utility should not be overly simplistic. In practical scenarios, it serves a myriad of purposes. The design retains serrations at the rear without any extraneous perforations. Even the blood groove is strategically placed at the center of the serrations, ensuring that while the blood flow is minimal, the dagger, when curved upwards, with its sharp tip, creates a larger wound upon penetration. Coupled with the serrations that further widen the incision, its effectiveness in combat is commendable. Upon viewing the finalized design, Gao Yang found it strikingly impressive. The addition of weighted elements at the rear enhances the grip, ensuring that the dagger remains firmly in hand while allowing for superior control during use. With the design perfected, Gao Yang commenced the manufacturing process, simultaneously perusing books to further his knowledge and replenish his energy. As he engaged in crafting, he encountered challenges. The recesses within the serrations proved to be a self-imposed difficulty. He finally comprehended why real weapons lack the flamboyance depicted in animated series. Such elaborate designs are impractical for mass production, and labor-intensive crafting poses a formidable challenge. Even the most skilled blacksmiths can only forge a single piece in 2 to 3 days. Conventional weaponry, characterized by simple shapes, is efficiently produced by cutting high-carbon steel, followed by stamping, machine polishing, and sharpening. His artisanal approach was exceedingly time-consuming. Nevertheless, the enhanced effects promised by the system justified the investment of time. If one attempt failed, he resolved to try again, twice, thrice. After 10 days, despite the numerous flawed blade blanks he had forged, he ultimately crafted a dagger that met his satisfaction. Measuring 26 centimeters in length and 3.5 centimeters in width, one side was fully sharpened while the opposite featured only a pointed extension with serrations at the rear. Instead of a traditional blood groove, a subtle indentation in the center of the serrations served that purpose. The dagger's streamlined design included a curvature that would enlarge the wound upon thrusting, rendering it aesthetically pleasing. After affixing the handle, the dagger exuded an artistic quality. Gao Yang wielded it lightly, plunging the blade into a nearby table, which yielded to its formidable sharpness, burying itself deeply. Even prior to enhancement, the dagger's sharpness was extraordinary. Owing to the high-grade materials employed, he withdrew the dagger and repeated the thrusts, then began to seek out other objects for testing. Books, while others may slice through pages. Gao Yang's dagger could pierce an entire tome in a single stroke. Water bottles, even ordinary plastic ones, were effortlessly cleaved in two. Not to mention, even stainless steel cups succumbed to its edge. This combination of material quality and razor sharpness rendered the dagger virtually unbeatable. After a brief period of experimentation, Gao Yang immersed himself in the system. Amplify the dagger. The system completed its charging just 2 days ago, yet at that time, the dagger had not yet been forged. Now, it is poised for enhancement. The lottery wheel has made its appearance, but alas, it is merely a fade. Gao Yang effortlessly secured a 10,000-fold reward. However, despite this remarkable outcome, he remained somewhat apprehensive, fearing that the direction of the reward might lead to unforeseen complications. Should the length be amplified 10,000 times? That would mean a dagger, originally 26 centimeters long, would extend to an astonishing 2,600 meters. One must admit, a dagger of such length would certainly make a grand statement in battle. One could proclaim, "Allow me to let you run for 2,599 meters. Ding! Congratulations, host. The sharpness of the invented dagger has been amplified 10,000 times. Gao Yang's eyes widened with excitement. A 10,000-fold increase in sharpness. Already capable of slicing through iron like mud, what could possibly withstand such a blade after this enhancement? Chapter 83. A prank made real. After determining the amplification direction, the dagger disassembled, and a multitude of metals flew around the laboratory. These were various metals meticulously prepared by Gao Yang to prevent material shortages. These metallic substances were swiftly melted down to form a new alloy. Simultaneously, numerous machines and equipment in other laboratories sprang to life. However, in the control room housing the invincible core chip, a portion of the lights dimmed, indicating that the processor responsible for monitoring the laboratory had been deactivated. Yet, the most formidable artificial intelligence in human civilization, the Invincible One, remained utterly oblivious. In the forging chamber, once the materials were melted and shaped, a small hammer soared into the air, commencing its rhythmic strikes. The entire process flowed seamlessly, with each blow delivered at an optimal force and angle. Utilizing the fewest strikes possible, the best results were achieved. Before long, the initial form of the dagger was crafted. Subsequently, a plethora of components flew in from outside, assembling the dagger's handle. The overall appearance of the dagger had not altered significantly, yet it was now entirely different. It was equipped with mechanical drive, enabling it to maintain a high-frequency vibration. Ding! Due to the constraints of the current experimental environment and the quantity of materials available, the actual amplification of this dagger was 100-fold. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. 100-fold was already quite impressive, given its previous sharpness. What could possibly withstand this dagger now? In the next moment, a torrent of memories flooded into Gao Yang's mind. This was the evolutionary path of cold weapons. The next stage of ordinary cold weapons was the vibrating blade, akin to the ultrasonic bone knife used in surgeries, albeit with a level of sophistication far surpassing the current experimental ultrasonic bone knife. This stage could elevate the sharpness of the dagger by dozens, even hundreds of times. The technology for further enhancing sharpness continued to focus on material composition. Materials composed of neutrons were not only incredibly hard, but also remarkably dense, possessing an exceedingly high sharpness as well. Opening his eyes, Gao Yang's gaze reflected a sense of bewilderment. Although the amplified dagger exuded a certain Wakandan romance, the revelation left him astounded. Neutron material. Neutrons are the building blocks of atomic nuclei. In other words, neutron stars consist entirely of neutrons. With such a high density, a dagger forged from this material would undoubtedly possess a terrifying weight, while also achieving formidable enhancements in all other performance metrics. For instance, Its sharpness might be capable of slicing through atoms. The absurdity of daily life had come to fruition. This technology was exceedingly advanced, so advanced that Gao Yang felt it represented the pinnacle of technological innovation he had encountered thus far. By the time humanity could forge a dagger composed of neutrons, they would likely have long since expanded their dominion across the cosmos. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Gao Yang grasped the amplified dagger. First, he aimed it at a hammer. The moment the dagger made contact with the hammer, it began to vibrate at an extraordinarily high frequency, so high that Gao Yang could barely perceive the dagger's movement. Then, effortlessly, the dagger penetrated the iron hammer. This was a steel hammer, after all. It was astonishing that the dagger had sliced through it. Gao Yang was taken aback. He knew this object could cut through iron like mud, but this was simply excessive. Was it truly slicing through iron as easily as tofu? Onward. Gao Yang commenced his search for a suitable target within the forge. A table? The dagger, which had previously only penetrated halfway, now effortlessly cleaved the table in twain, horizontally, vertically, diagonally. All were within its capabilities. There was no sensation of resistance whatsoever. As for the books, they too succumbed to a single stroke. Hair splitting? Place a steel rod against the dagger, and the rod would yield as well. In less than 5 minutes, Dean Yuan stood bewildered at the entrance of the forge, staring at the gaping hole in the door, and then at Gao Yang amidst the chaos. Gao Yang. Gao Yang turned to regard Dean Yuan's astonished expression, instinctively surveying his surroundings, and mused, "Have you heard of the person who purchased a hydraulic press, and thus, their home was left with naught but the press?" Dean Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "You possess a hydraulic press? I have something far superior," Gao Yang exclaimed, lifting the dagger. This vibrating blade, if all goes according to plan, should be the sharpest dagger in the world. It was the first time Dean Yuan had heard Gao Yang speak of his invention in such a tone. However, his initial impression was one of skepticism. A dagger, no matter how extraordinary, could only achieve so much. Regarding weaponry, you should contact General Zhou. The verification results from Professor Liu and the others have just come in. The controllable nuclear fusion technology you presented is flawless. Gao Yang felt no surprise. If there were issues, that would indeed be absurd. In less than a month, a vast amount of data had been computed, and this group had likely been working around the clock. It was not particularly difficult. It was merely a matter of boiling water. Dean Yuan suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. Gao Yang referred to controllable nuclear fusion as merely boiling water? Yet, this assertion was irrefutable, for the application of nuclear fusion energy fundamentally revolved around boiling water. In fact, the advancement of human civilization and technology essentially boiled down to this. At least in terms of electric power, whether from combustion or nuclear energy, it involved boiling water. However, the crux of the matter was that this was controllable nuclear fusion, a superlative high technology that could significantly enhance the efficiency of boiling water. This represented a nearly epic-making advancement. Observing Gao Yang's utter nonchalance, Dean Yuan's emotions became quite complex. If it were someone else who was indifferent, he could argue the point. But how could he challenge Gao Yang, the inventor himself, who seemed unconcerned? Gao Yang sheathed the dagger. "Let us proceed to take a look." Dean Yuan followed closely behind him. "We aim to first create a controllable nuclear fusion experiment. If feasible, it could directly transform into a power station, which would hold immense significance. Professor Liu has expressed a desire for you to oversee this endeavor." Gao Yang did not rush to acquiesce. "I require additional raw materials." Dean Yuan was somewhat taken aback. "You intend to construct a small-scale nuclear fusion power station for independent use?" Gao Yang had not anticipated that Dean Yuan would readily provide him with an excuse. He nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. In essence, aren't nuclear energy batteries merely miniature nuclear fusion reactors?" Dean Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. "Very well, we must ensure safety above all. You need not worry on that front. I would never jest with my own life." Gao Yang continued, asserting that in the nuclear fusion power station project, his words must hold weight. There shall be no instance of his commands being disregarded. It is imperative that this be effective. The previous incident must never recur. Nodding in agreement, Gao Yang recognized that assuming the role of the chief director posed no significant issues, as it would ensure his safety. Furthermore, despite being the principal leader, his responsibilities would be minimal. The esteemed researchers, during their verification processes, had undoubtedly grasped the concepts, and appointing him as the head was merely a precautionary measure, a means to grant him due recognition for their collective achievements. Having settled their discussions, Gao Yang proceeded to the laboratory where Professor Liu and others were conducting their validations. The laboratory was bustling with nearly 50 individuals, all seasoned experts aged 40 to 50 years and above, renowned authorities in the field of nuclear physics. At that moment, their eyes brimmed with tears of joy. The sentiment remained unchanged. Success is not solely attributed to any one individual. As long as the achievements belong to the Dragon Nation, they would all feel exhilarated and profoundly grateful, regardless of who had brought it to fruition. After over 20 days of relentless validation, they had devoted themselves wholeheartedly, and every verification had yielded accurate results. This signified that the technology for controllable nuclear fusion had been entirely perfected, paving the way for the creation of controllable nuclear fusion reactors at any moment. Their excitement was palpable, as this represented a monumental advancement in their field. Chapter 84. A new perspective unfolds. Professor Liu, upon spotting Gao Yang, clapped his hands to capture the attention of all the researchers present, and proclaimed loudly, "The mastermind behind controllable nuclear fusion is none other than Gao Yang." A mere 19-year-old stands beside Director Yuan. In an instant, every gaze turned towards Gao Yang, their eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief. As the researchers' expressions shifted from shock to gratitude and admiration, Professor Liu approached Gao Yang, bowed deeply, and enveloped him in a heartfelt embrace. "Thank you." Those 3 words, tinged with emotion, pierced through Gao Yang's heart. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret. Such groundbreaking technology ought to have been developed by these esteemed individuals. Having accessed it through the system, his casual demeanor might inadvertently wound their spirits. They had dedicated their lives to this pursuit, deserving of utmost respect, yet his nonchalance could lead them to doubt themselves, even belittle their own brilliance. In truth, they were all geniuses. After stepping back, Professor Liu was soon joined by others who came forth to shake Gao Yang's hand. For the first time, he reveled in the treatment of a celebrity. Once the gratitudes were exchanged, the group convened to deliberate the specifics of the implementation process. With an estimated 2 months of preparation, they would commence the construction of a power plant shell, followed by the installation of equipment for controllable nuclear fusion. Gao Yang felt the timeline was somewhat prolonged, but chose not to voice his concerns. Recognizing that a nuclear fusion power station was a vast undertaking requiring the collaboration of multiple departments. In addition to research and manufacturing, communication with the electrical grids of surrounding cities was imperative. The numerous coal-fired power plants in the vicinity would need to be decommissioned, necessitating prior discussions. Moreover, Gao Yang refrained from expressing his reservations primarily because Professor Yuan would directly provide the necessary fusion materials, expected to arrive within 3 days. This meant that his nuclear energy batteries could be produced, enabling his energy weapons to achieve nearly limitless functionality. After bidding farewell to Director Yuan and the others, Gao Yang once again drew forth his dagger, a weapon of unparalleled prowess. An anxious voice echoed, "Master, perhaps you should put that away? I fear you might accidentally harm me." As Gao Yang examined the blade, he couldn't help but acknowledge the ancient wisdom. Possessing a sharp weapon stirs the desire for violence. He still yearned to wield it. Resisting this impulse, Gao Yang placed a call to General Zhou. Previously ignorant of the general's identity, he now understood that Zhou was responsible for logistics, including the procurement of weaponry. This frequent interaction with the Research Institute granted him considerable influence over new equipment. The call connected swiftly, and General Zhou's voice brimmed with anticipation. "What new marvel do you have for me?" Gao Yang smiled and replied, "A dagger." General Zhou paused in surprise. A dagger? What had Gao Yang previously researched? Laser guns capable of targeting satellites, sniper rifles with pinpoint accuracy, and the astonishing electromagnetic shields. Not to mention the RPGs with explosive power rivaling that of nuclear weapons. And now, he presented a dagger? A dagger primarily emphasizing functionality. General Zhou racked his brain, contemplating the design of a dagger that could fire bullets. "Your dagger can emit lasers?" he inquired. "No," Gao Yang replied with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Zhou pondered further. "Then can your dagger automatically aim for the enemy's heart?" This time, Gao Yang refrained from providing an immediate response, as the notion seemed rather impressive if it were indeed feasible. "Not exactly," he eventually said, not wanting to press further. Zhou, lacking in imagination regarding such matters, asked with anticipation, "What then is the advantage of your dagger?" Gao Yang considered for a moment before declaring, "It is sharp." Zhou was taken aback. A sharp dagger? Was that all? With so many sharp daggers in existence, what substantial benefit could that possibly confer? However, knowing the caliber of Gao Yang's work, Zhou felt it warranted attention. "Just how sharp is it?" "There is nothing it cannot cut," Gao Yang asserted confidently. Zhou chuckled at the bravado. "All right, I shall bring some personnel to inspect it tomorrow morning." Gao Yang smiled in agreement. Once the call concluded, Gao Yang entered the forging room, clearing away debris to resume his crafting. This time, he was not forging a dagger but rather a longsword. Mastery of technique allows for versatility. If a dagger could be created, so too could a longsword. Compared to the modest achievements of the previous day, Gao Yang's skills in sword-making were now unparalleled. The knowledge imparted by the system included this particular craft. The hammer in his hand fell swiftly upon the sword blank as he prepared to forge a blade adept at cleaving. Meanwhile, General Zhou was also occupied. First by contacting personnel at the Cold Weapons Research Institute. It was essential to bring along some professionals for the dagger inspection. After the call, He pondered and instructed his secretary, fetch a cannon barrel from the armory. The secretary paused, bewildered. What do you need a cannon barrel for? Gao Yang claims his dagger is exceptionally sharp, capable of cutting through anything. I wish to see if it can sever a cannon barrel. The secretary regarded General Zhou as if seeing him for the first time, finding this request rather juvenile. After all, a cannon barrel is crafted from specialized steel, formed as a single unit, capable of withstanding the terrifying shock of an explosive discharge. Not even a cutting machine could slice through it without consuming a substantial number of grinding discs. Both parties were preparing in their respective ways. Zhou mused over Gao Yang's absolute confidence. Was there truly such a thing as absolute sharpness? Conversely, Gao Yang resolved that since Zhou seemed indifferent to his cold weaponry, he would endeavor to create something that would leave Zhou in awe. He toiled late into the night, forging 3 blades, each differing primarily in length to accommodate various testing scenarios. Once completed, Gao Yang ventured out for a midnight snack, accompanied by his guards. As he stepped outside, his AI companion, Invincible, followed closely, infiltrating the surrounding equipment to ensure no harm would come to him. Following a thorough security sweep previously conducted, Gao Yang's safety had significantly improved, bolstered by the presence of guards and advanced technology, as well as the protective belt he wore. Strolling along the street of food stalls outside the school, he reveled in the vibrant atmosphere, feeling utterly relaxed. They fervently delve into the study of various weapons, all in pursuit of a tranquil and enduring peace. Suddenly, Gao Yang chuckled as he spotted an acquaintance. Ruo gazed at Gao Yang, utterly taken aback. She had not visited his laboratory nor seen him for over 10 days. Yet, the transformation in Gao Yang was remarkable. Previously somewhat lean, he now possessed a more balanced physique, exuding an undeniable sense of strength and vitality. This made Ruo hesitate. Was this truly Gao Yang? The Gao Yang she remembered spent countless hours in the library, engrossed in books, often neglecting his health, appearing almost frail. However, over the past 20 days, he had been forging metal tirelessly. With the hammer striking countless times and his appetite increasing, it was only natural for his physique to improve. Indeed, even without his shirt, the contours of his muscles were distinctly visible. With a gentle wave, he remarked, "What a coincidence." Ruo, now certain it was him, hurriedly approached and whispered, "Have you been researching some genetic serum?" Gao Yang replied, "Huh?" Observing his bewilderment, Ruo quickly waved her hand. "I was just joking. I merely noticed your significant transformation and how much you've improved." Gao Yang remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at Ruo. Indeed, a genetic serum. Without delving into specifics, even researching seal oil could yield exponential enhancements. Wouldn't that be an exhilarating experience after consumption? The possibilities suddenly unfolded before him. Chapter 85, Immature? Gao Yang gazed at Ruo and said, "Please help me find some books related to genetics tomorrow, and prepare some on potions as well." Ruo was taken aback. Could Gao Yang truly be delving into the study of genetic potions? Was this a jest? Panic soon enveloped her as she considered that Gao Yang, who had been making rapid advancements in weapon research, was now abruptly shifting to a vastly different field. If Gao Yang were to fail in her endeavors concerning genetic potions, consuming a great deal of time, would she not become a historical sinner in the Dragon Kingdom? Gao Yang discerned Ruo's concerns and chuckled lightly. "I'm merely going to explore. There's no need to overthink it. Let's prepare a late-night snack first." After their meal, Gao Yang returned to the laboratory and lay on her bed, increasingly convinced of the potential in potion research. It was a pity, however, that there were no genuine longevity-enhancing products. Even a single day's extension of life, multiplied exponentially, could lead to an additional 30 years. Taking a few more could transform one into a saint, invincible in this world. Yet, she could attempt to amplify health-related potions. Even the slightest effect could hold the possibility of enhancement. Conversely, medications specifically designed for curing ailments would not be subject to amplification. The efficacy of many drugs is aimed at balancing and neutralizing, supplementing what the body lacks or suppressing the synthesis of certain hormones to achieve healing. Such medications, even if subjected to a tenfold enhancement, would turn from beneficial to toxic. Upon further reflection, even health supplements seemed difficult to amplify. Nevertheless, with a spark of inspiration, anything could be possible. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Gao Yang drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, General Zhou arrived at the laboratory with a team. Accompanying him was a large group from the Cold Weapons Research Institute, along with a substantial truck. The guards worked in unison to unload the equipment from the truck, all designated for the testing of cold weapons, appearing quite professional. As the guards moved the items into the laboratory, General Zhou hastened to Gao Yang's side with a smile. "What about the dagger that can cut through anything? Let me see." Gao Yang drew forth the dagger and handed it over. General Zhou's eyes lit up as he examined it. What a beautiful blade. However, the design at the back makes mass production unfeasible. It's too complicated. The tip is incredibly sharp, and the curve is exquisite. I can only imagine how effective a direct thrust would be. And the incision is wider than that of an ordinary dagger. Though the blood groove was somewhat small when paired with serrations, it could create wounds that are difficult to heal. Gao Yang instinctively nodded, acknowledging that General Zhou truly understood these matters. As General Zhou toyed with the dagger, he scanned the area. Is this truly an ordinary metallic dagger? Not ordinary, Gao Yang replied with a smile. General Zhou returned the smile and introduced the others present. Professor Lei, the current head of the Cold Weapons Research Institute, specializes in daggers and other cold weapons. Professor Lei nodded at Gao Yang, his eyes reflecting curiosity. A student's research on a dagger had drawn such a crowd, accompanied by an array of specialized testing equipment. At first glance, the dagger appeared unremarkable. While the curved blood groove design diverged from mainstream daggers, it was not entirely novel. Many niche daggers bore similar designs. Merely by appearance, Professor Lei felt that General Zhou might be overreacting. Yet, if General Zhou was indeed overreacting, there must be a compelling reason behind it. Suppressing any feelings of condescension, Professor Lei courteously greeted, "Hello." General Zhou then introduced Gao Yang, stating, "I shall refrain from elaborating on Gao Yang's specific identity. Your purpose here is to assess this dagger." Taking the dagger into his hands, Professor Lei flicked it lightly with his fingers, a furrow of intrigue crossing his brow. The sound it emitted was unfamiliar to him. The sound of a weapon can reveal a multitude of insights regarding its internal structure, any potential flaws, or the materials used. One can discern hardness merely by sound. The harder the material, the sharper and clearer the tone. High-carbon steel resonates like a bell. However, the sound of this dagger was peculiar. Had it been crafted from a fusion of various metals? Was there a special formula involved? Recognizing the expertise in this simple act, Gao Yang felt a surge of respect. Indeed, it was a fusion of multiple metals. Professor Lei nodded. "Where did you acquire this alloy formula?" "I devised it myself," Gao Yang replied. Professor Lei chuckled. "Very well, let us conduct a test later." At that moment, Professor Lei's curiosity deepened. The material, while seemingly ordinary, was indeed the result of a complex alloying process that could be grasped with a modicum of technical knowledge. As he turned to observe the guards carrying equipment and noted the numerous security personnel surrounding the laboratory, he sensed an elevated level of protection. Suddenly, a name flashed in his mind, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, "Gao Yang?" Gao Yang, bewildered by Professor Lei's astonishment, inquired, "What is it?" "The lithography machine and the high-precision machining tools, were they produced by you?" Gao Yang nodded affirmatively. Professor Lei promptly extended his hand, solemnly shaking Gao Yang's hand. He had brought great honor to the industrial sector of Longhua. They too would reap the benefits, as their laboratory required machines, albeit not ones of such high precision. However, the emergence of ultra-high precision machines in Longhua would not only facilitate procurement, but also lead to a significant reduction in prices of all overseas machining tools. The machines produced in Longhua would also see a drastic price drop, making them far more affordable for procurement. In that moment, Professor Lei comprehended why Professor Zhou had insisted on his personal visit. Gao Yang's invention, regardless of its initial perception, deserved due recognition. This was a matter of respect for talent. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. A heavy object crashed onto the ground from a truck. Professor Lei turned to look, only to be taken aback. A cannon barrel? What was General Zhou transporting a cannon barrel for? Gao Yang too was intrigued. "What is that?" "It's a tank cannon barrel," General Zhou replied with a smile, directing his gaze at Gao Yang. "This is a 1.5-ton cannon barrel, crafted using an integral forging and elongation process. Entirely made from special steel. You mentioned that your dagger could cut through anything. Why not demonstrate it for me?" Professor Lei was momentarily taken aback. Was there yet another facet to General Zhou? This seemed somewhat childish. It was akin to a primary school student boasting that his father was invincible, prompting the teacher to invite Tyson and declare, "Come on, let us see. Could a dagger truly slice through a cannon barrel? Was this not a jest?" Gao Yang cast a glance at the dagger before sheathing it, deeming it too short for her purpose. General Zhou chuckled, assuring her, "It matters not. Even if you merely create a small incision, I would still commend your prowess." Gao Yang smiled in response. "You misunderstand my intentions." With that, she turned and dashed into the laboratory. When she emerged, she wielded a formidable knife, measuring 1 meter in length. "This will suffice. Raise the cannon barrel." General Zhou was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the knife and then at the cannon barrel, questioning whether this was truly a trial. "Elevate it." A group of guards promptly approached to assist in hoisting the equipment from the vehicle, positioning the cannon barrel upright. On television, the barrel appeared unremarkably short. However, now, standing at 6 meters tall, equivalent to 2 stories, it loomed impressively. The upper end was secured by a small crane to maintain its verticality, ensuring that even if severed, it would not fall and endanger anyone below. Gao Yang gripped the knife with a sense of anticipation. The mundane tasks of chopping mats or bamboo paled in comparison to the thrill of slicing through a cannon barrel. Chapter 86. What kind of blade is this? Once the cannon barrel was securely fixed, General Zhou led Professor Lei and others nearby, observing Gao Yang with a smile. Gao Yang returned the smile and then swung his blade. Without the slightest hesitation, in an instant, the cannon barrel was cleaved in two, as if a hot knife were slicing through butter. After the cut was made, Gao Yang stepped back a couple of paces to avoid the swaying barrel colliding with him. The barrel, now severed, stood upright at the bottom while the upper section swayed, just as Gao Yang had anticipated. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Even the guards who had been moving equipment paused, their expressions filled with bewilderment. That was indeed a cannon barrel, wasn't it? Surely, it was a cannon barrel. A fully metallic barrel, sliced through with a single stroke? Was this some sort of act? A prop? General Zhou's mouth gradually fell agape. He understood that this was a genuine cannon barrel. But how could a barrel forged from special steel be cut through by a blade? Was it crafted from tofu? How could this be possible? Had Gao Yang abandoned all principles of logic in his development? How was this achieved? General Zhou's gaping mouth could accommodate an entire bun. His body felt somewhat rigid. He knew that everything produced by Gao Yang was of exquisite quality, yet this blade. The more he pondered, the more unbelievable it became. Turning his head, he sought to gauge Professor Lei's reaction, a professional in the field. Professor Lei was smiling, albeit somewhat strained. What kind of expression was that? Professor Lei, what is your perspective? After a moment of contemplation, Professor Lei remarked, General Zhou's actions seem rather childish. General Zhou was taken aback, quickly realizing that Professor Lei suspected a conspiracy between him and Gao Yang. But the truth was, he had not been deceived. This cannon barrel had been delivered just this morning. General Zhou approached the barrel, inspecting the smooth-cut surface, and directed the soldiers operating the crane, lower it slowly. The upper section of the barrel once again settled on the ground, still upright. Allow me, Gao Yang grinned, handing the blade to General Zhou. Accepting the blade, General Zhou first tapped the back of it against the barrel, then turned to look at Professor Lei. Hearing the crisp sound, Professor Lei's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Is this a genuine cannon barrel? General Zhou nodded solemnly, and then swung the blade. With a resounding clang, the blade penetrated the barrel, but only by a centimeter. Professor Lei suddenly rushed forward, eyes wide as he examined the intersection of the blade and the barrel. My goodness, what kind of blade is this? It can penetrate a cannon barrel by a centimeter. This was utterly terrifying. A blade capable of severing rebar was already remarkable. Yet such exceptional blades would struggle to even leave a scratch on a cannon barrel. This blade was astonishingly formidable. General Zhou paid no heed to Professor Lei's shock, casually pushing him aside as he turned to Gao Yang. How did you accomplish that just now? Gao Yang had indeed cleaved the cannon barrel. He could not wield the knife, which led to the only conclusion. There must be something concealed within it. Gao Yang chuckled and remarked, there is a hidden switch at the end of the blade. Press it. General Zhou's hand felt along the knife's hilt, and indeed, he discovered a switch. Upon pressing it, the laser or other anticipated transformations did not manifest, yet his hand merely shifted slightly. The long blade effortlessly severed the cannon barrel as if it were slicing through tofu. General Zhou was taken aback. What was this sensation? How could such an extraordinary feat be possible? Professor Lei also widened his eyes in astonishment. He had been in close proximity, allowing him to witness the event with remarkable clarity. The blade, which had initially been stuck against the cannon barrel, had seamlessly cleaved through it entirely. Having already been awed by the initial 1 centimeter cut, he now found himself utterly astounded. This blade, worthy of the title Invincible in martial arts, had bisected a cannon barrel measuring several centimeters in thickness. This was not merely cutting, it was gliding, silken, and effortless. The other professors around them were equally mesmerized. Suddenly, General Zhou stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to the dangling cannon barrel. The cannon's muzzle emitted a dull metallic thud. Following that, General Zhou struck again with the knife. This time, the severed portion of the barrel crashed heavily to the ground. The cut remained flawlessly smooth. The crane gently lowered the remaining section of the barrel onto the ground. The 4 segments that had been cut off stood upright, each over a meter in length. General Zhou gazed down at the knife, instinctively reaching out to touch it. Gao Yang quickly cautioned, do not touch it. The high-frequency oscillation can cause injury even with contact to the blade's back. Professor Lei finally grasped the situation, questioning, high-frequency oscillation? Doesn't he that only harm hard objects and spare softer ones? I recall that ultrasonic bone knives can effortlessly shatter bones without damaging surrounding muscle tissue. Gao Yang explained. They both involve high frequencies, but the concepts differ. Professor Lei contemplated a possibility, an extraordinarily high frequency that could penetrate the softness of skin before it had a chance to recoil. But how high could such a frequency be? How was it achieved? Professor Lei looked at General Zhou's knife with a sense of wonder. May I have a feel of it? General Zhou, somewhat reluctant, handed the knife over to Professor Lei. Grasping the blade, Professor Lei attempted to slice into the cannon barrel. The tank's barrel, renowned for its immense durability, felt as though it were a mere cake beneath the knife. A gentle press was all it took to carve out a piece. No, cutting a cake requires pressure and movement back and forth, but this knife demanded none of that. Merely placing it down was sufficient to achieve a clean cut. The room fell silent, the only sound being the heavy thud of steel striking the ground. General Zhou looked at Gao Yang, his expression complex. Gao Yang had originally claimed there was nothing that could not be cut. Contemplating it now, he realized there was indeed merit in that statement. If a cannon barrel could be sliced through, what could possibly resist this blade? Such a weapon had transcended the very responsibilities originally assigned to it, propelled by its fearsome capabilities. In other words, under normal circumstances, a knife that holds little significance on the battlefield transforms into a formidable weapon once it becomes a vibrating blade. Such a knife can effortlessly slice through everything in sight, including structures. During an assault, there is no need to batter down doors. A single stroke can sever the lock, or even carve a hole directly into a wall. When clearing a path through dense foliage or constructing defensive fortifications using available resources, possessing such a knife is akin to activating a turbocharger. The same principle applies in warfare. What kind of adversary can withstand such a blade? It is not merely the flesh and blood of enemies that falters. Even steel bodies cannot withstand its might. In close quarters, our forces wielding this knife are assured victory, as it can sever nearly everything, including the enemy's own blades. Even in modern combat scenarios, where hand-to-hand conflict is rare, this knife remains invaluable for operations behind enemy lines. The objective of such operations is destruction. What tool possesses such formidable destructive capability? To illustrate simply, utilizing explosives to disrupt transportation lines requires a substantial amount of dynamite to create a crater. Yet with this knife, one can directly slice through the ground and remove the debris. The thought alone is invincible. It offers rapid efficiency with minimal noise, making it an indispensable asset for special operations. Chapter 87. A Despairing Test. General Zhou's body trembled with a palpable intensity, a truly remarkable sight. Professor Lei mirrored this tremor, as the advancements in technology had seemingly overshadowed the relevance of cold weapons. The funding for their research institute paled in comparison to that of other establishments, leading to a gradual decline in their significance. However, the emergence of this extraordinary blade suddenly sparked a notion in Professor Lei's mind: the synthesis of technology and traditional weaponry. Yet, he quickly realized that a conventional fusion of cold weapons and technology could not yield such formidable results. Firstly, the knife itself exhibited an alarming sharpness, coupled with an exceptionally high hardness, enabling it to slice through a cannon barrel. Contemplating this blade, Professor Lei, with his extensive knowledge, acknowledged that he had never encountered such a weapon. Even if he had heard of it, it was merely in folklore. In the contemporary world, no matter how superior a blade might be, it would shatter upon contact with such a cannon barrel. Even a knife forged from the same materials as the barrel would falter. Moreover, there was the aspect of high frequency. The once legendary ultrasonic bone scalpel had all originated from foreign lands, as only foreign enterprises possessed the requisite technology, commanding exorbitant prices. It was only after considerable investment and time that domestic enterprises in Longwa managed to bring the cost of bone scalpels down. The technological sophistication of ultrasonic bone knives was profoundly high, and further advancement posed a significant challenge. This new vibrating knife represented at least a tenfold improvement over the ultrasonic bone scalpel. Remarkably, this vibrating knife maintained its sharpness even at its considerable length, elevating the difficulty to an entirely new echelon. With another decisive swing of the knife, four severed cannon barrels were simultaneously stripped of their outer layers, crashing to the ground with a thunderous clamor. Startled, General Zhou exclaimed, "We must conduct tests. I will contact someone to bring the necessary equipment." Professor Lei interjected, "I have already brought a substantial amount of apparatus." Nonetheless, General Zhou dialed the phone. "Get in touch with several leading heavy industry groups in Longwa. Inform them I possess a remarkably sharp knife capable of slicing through tank cannon barrels, and they should prepare special experimental materials to test its limits." Having delivered his orders, General Zhou hung up the phone. The recipient on the other end stared blankly at the device, bewildered. How could a knife possibly sever a tank's barrel? It seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, a call from General Zhou was an unequivocal command. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, initiating communication with the foremost heavy industry groups in Longwa. Professor Lei furrowed his brow, stating, "Such a test cannot be classified as a conventional weapon evaluation. We now have specialized equipment for such assessments. Both types of testing must be conducted." Gao Yang concurred with General Zhou's perspective, advocating for both sets of equipment to be utilized. After all, The conventional methods of testing cold weapons provided little insight into the capabilities of this vibrating knife, rendering it impossible to ascertain its limits. Therefore, a practical lethality test was imperative. Of course, Gao Yang was equally eager to witness the performance of his knife in real combat scenarios. This was far more exhilarating than merely slicing through rapeseed flowers. General Zhou glanced at the bewildered guards surrounding him. Continue. The guards, roused from their stupor, resumed their tasks of moving equipment. Yet, they remained perplexed. What had they just witnessed? A knife? One that could slice through a cannon barrel? How could this possibly be? Soon, the testing equipment was relocated to an empty laboratory, initiating the assessment of the blade. Observations through a microscope revealed the sharpness of the blade, with a normal standard at 10 nanometers considered extraordinary. However, Gao Yang's blade achieved an astounding sharpness of 1 nanometer, an utterly remarkable feat. Following this, tests for hardness, strength, and toughness were conducted. The hardness test involved applying force with standard tools to observe the resultant marks on the blade. The test concluded before it even began, as the blade's exceptional hardness shattered the testing instruments, leaving no trace on the blade itself, even without activating its vibration feature. Should it be activated, it was feared that the equipment would be damaged. Next came the toughness test, where the long blade was placed in a machine and subjected to force. The degree of bending of the blade was measured to assess its toughness. The machine's maximum force was 100 kilograms, a sufficient weight under normal circumstances. Yet, when the machine operated at full capacity, the long blade only bent a mere centimeter, leaving Professor Lei in utter disbelief. He turned to Gao Yang, his voice trembling, inquiring about the material used. This material exceeded the limits of his comprehension. How could a substance possess such formidable properties? Typically, even the most exceptional blades would bend significantly or break under such weight. 100 kilograms is heavier than the majority of individuals, and yet the blade only bent 1 centimeter? Continuing the tests was futile. All of his equipment was designed for conventional weapons, while Gao Yang's vibrating blade surpassed all expected parameters. General Zhou, observing Professor Lei's helpless expression, felt a pang of sympathy. Researchers encountering Gao Yang likely found themselves grappling with self-doubt and psychological shadows. Professor Lei indeed felt powerless, as the equipment he brought could not test Gao Yang's blade. To proceed with testing, custom equipment would be necessary. However, the results would hold little significance, as they would only reflect the blade's unactivated state, a condition that could not be accurately assessed with the technology he possessed. Professor Lei was profoundly affected, even compelled to ask Gao Yang about the alloy's composition. Without hesitation, Gao Yang began to write down the formula. In the gaze of Professor Lei's astonishment, Gao Yang handed over the formula. When Professor Lei received the materials, his hands trembled. This is exceedingly valuable. He had merely inquired, and Gao Yang had so readily provided it. Upon reviewing the formula, Professor Lei was taken aback, as it contained both the metal composition and processing techniques. This indicated that he could replicate such a blade upon his return. I will draft a patent for you. With you as the sole author, any subsequent profits will be yours, Professor Lei declared. Gao Yang, however, was somewhat indifferent. He had previously shared considerable technology, and this alloy was merely a byproduct. Yet, seeing Professor Lei's serious demeanor, he understood that the more he downplayed its significance, the more distressed Professor Lei became. All right, thank you. Professor Lei was filled with excitement, gripping the paper tightly in his hands. With this formula in hand, even in the absence of the advanced technology of vibration knives, the mere production of similar cold weapons could lead to significant advancements. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he addressed General Zhou, stating, General Zhou, while I can only provide an assessment without conducting tests, I can confidently say that cold weapons crafted from this alloy can be produced en masse. Their performance in all aspects is exceptional, far surpassing the previously equipped daggers and other weapons. Furthermore, the precision of the vibration knife is likely to be exceedingly high, making it unsuitable for general manufacturing facilities. But it could be supplied in limited quantities to special operations teams. General Zhou nodded thoughtfully and turned to Gao Yang, asking, is the difficulty of production high? Not at all, Gao Yang replied. Once the Langtao factory is fully reconstructed, it will be entirely capable of production. General Zhou suddenly felt immense anticipation for the completion of the Langtao factory. Once operational, all the weaponry and equipment that Gao Yang had previously developed could be manufactured and assembled. He eagerly awaited that day. When it arrived, the strength of the entire Dragon Country would undergo a monumental transformation. Chapter 88. The launch of the new vehicle. The second test of the vibrating blade must await the preparation of materials by various heavy industries, which is expected to take several days. In truth, Gao Yang lost interest in observing the test, while Professor Lei was utilizing the equipment. The technology was on an entirely different plane, rendering the test results devoid of any suspense. Without suspense, there is no allure. At most, it provided a sense of relief. Watching the blade effortlessly slice through various hard metals, leaving an impeccably smooth cut, a kind of relaxation reminiscent of exploding cow dung with firecrackers. However, when one possesses a nuclear weapon, detonating cow dung would be sheer folly. He promptly handed the blade to General Zhou, allowing him to conduct the subsequent tests, while Gao Yang resolved to delve into the study of the sea dog pill, researching enhancement agents. The laboratory was cluttered with an array of texts, all pertaining to pharmaceuticals, encompassing both Western and traditional Chinese medicine. With a sense of anticipation, Gao Yang commenced his reading. According to his understanding, the potency of various agents could directly transform a miraculous remedy into a poison. Every medicine bears a degree of toxicity. An amplification of 1,000-fold in efficacy could be lethal. Regardless of the type of medicine, an increase in potency by 1,000 times could result in death. In other words, when afflicted by an illness, one might take a single pill to recover, but in a misguided attempt to hasten recovery, consuming 10 at once could lead to kidney failure, or worse, a funeral pyre. The tonics in traditional Chinese medicine follow a similar principle. Regardless of the supplement, it must adhere to its nourishing principles, fulfilling the body's need for specific substances, promoting the synthesis of certain hormones, or directly providing certain materials, even stimulating particular glands. The more Gao Yang read, the more incredulous he became. How had traditional medicine been developed to such an extent before modern science reached its current sophistication? The notion that boiling a handful of herbs could yield therapeutic effects seemed utterly astonishing. At the very least, based on modern pharmacological analysis, many prescriptions appeared remarkably intricate. Substances once deemed toxic could become life-saving remedies when neutralized by other herbs. The collection of texts was limited, yet Gao Yang dedicated 2 days to peruse them all. Beyond marveling at the prowess of traditional Chinese medicine, he was left in a state of confusion, as there had been no progress. In previous research endeavors, a cursory understanding of the principles had sufficed for him to comprehend and even replicate and create. As he accumulated more advanced technologies, his thoughts became clearer, and his knowledge expanded. Typically, he could grasp other technological products with but a glance. This aptitude was the reason he could upgrade numerous laboratory devices without reliance on the system. However, this field of medicine posed a challenge. It was not that he lacked comprehension. Understanding remained relatively straightforward. He was aware of pharmacology, recognizing that certain substances could be synthesized chemically, while others required herbal combinations. He could even formulate prescriptions based on his grasp of pharmacological principles. Yet, the crux of the matter was that none of this fulfilled his requirements. What he sought was a means to enhance the system. The system's augmentation of current market medications would render all resulting concoctions poisonous. He found himself at an impasse. Both traditional and Western medicines function by regulating and balancing various bodily parameters, maintaining them within standard ranges, thus facilitating recovery. Such remedies cannot be amplified. Just as Gao Yang fell adrift, Director Yuan arrived, accompanied by the raw materials for the reactor. These items are regulated commodities, subject to exceedingly stringent controls, rendering them nearly inaccessible to the average individual. Gao Yang has taken the opportunity to develop a nuclear energy battery. The advantages of such a battery are manifold, providing vast amounts of energy and the capacity to release an extraordinarily formidable power instantaneously. However, the inherent risks are equally apparent. Fortunately, the system has addressed these safety concerns through 2 distinct methodologies. The first involves a reaction pause mechanism. When not in use, the reaction halts, thereby preventing the accumulation of energy over extended periods. The second approach employs a super-strong casing that confines all energy reactions securely within the battery. As Gao Yang delved into the production of the nuclear energy battery, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He pondered whether the potency of certain reagents could facilitate a delayed release of energy. Although he had a burgeoning idea, the path to success remained a considerable distance away. His immediate course of action was to continue reviewing relevant literature. Upon exhausting the available resources, he enlisted the help of Invincible to gather additional data. However, Invincible could only compile information accessible in public domains, as the laboratory's offline resources were unattainable. Gao Yang reached out to Dean Yuan, who expressed some dismay at the request for information on biopharmaceuticals. This interdisciplinary inquiry seemed rather ambitious. Nevertheless, without hesitation, he contacted various subordinate biological research institutes to procure all pertinent materials. As Gao Yang absorbed the information, he gradually began to formulate a clearer understanding. At the very least, he had identified a direction. While Gao Yang immersed himself in his studies, a prominent electric vehicle company in Longwa commenced a grand promotional event for their latest model. The scope of this marketing campaign was extensive, saturating nearly every app, public transport advertisement, and street billboard, even extending to television commercials. The unveiling of the new electric vehicle heralded a future where all fuel-powered cars would be phased out. Such a bold proclamation piqued the curiosity of countless individuals, leading to a fully attended launch event that evening, with 500 invitees filling every seat. The online streaming attracted an astonishing 20 million viewers, an extraordinarily daunting figure. In stark contrast to this overwhelming viewership, the most astonishing revelation during the event was the new vehicle's specifications, a staggering range of 10,000 kilometers. This announcement left audiences both in person and online in a state of bewilderment. Under lesser driving conditions, such a range could feasibly last an entire year. Yet, how could this be possible? Historically, electric vehicles have grappled with range limitations, with 500 to 600 kilometers considered commendable and 700 to 800 kilometers regarded as exceptional. A claim of 10,000 kilometers seemed implausible, leading the live audience to express skepticism and online viewers to erupt in disbelief. However, the mere fact that a launch event was being held suggested authenticity. The automobile manufacturer anticipated skepticism, so the host boldly declared that anyone could conduct a real-world range test. If the vehicle fell short of 10,000 kilometers, they would receive tenfold compensation. As the detailed presentations progressed, few remained attentive, as the atmosphere became saturated with boasts of unparalleled superiority. For a fuel-powered vehicle to traverse 10,000 kilometers, even under optimal conditions, would require a staggering 5,000 yuan worth of gasoline. However, electric vehicles, in comparison, are remarkably affordable, allowing for seamless travel with a single charge, completely alleviating any anxiety regarding battery depletion. At the conclusion of the press conference, the host stood at the center of the stage, proclaiming that the most significant advancement of this vehicle lies within its battery. We have christened this battery the solar battery, inspired by the name of the pioneer behind the development of lithium metal battery technology, which incorporates the character for sun. For those who have previously purchased other models from our company, there is no need for concern. We are diligently advancing our research and development, and will soon offer an exceptional battery replacement service for past customers, allowing them to exchange their original battery pack for the solar battery. On the very evening following the press conference, orders for this vehicle, valued at 180,000, surged past 100,000 deposits placed online. Countless drivers of fuel-powered vehicles, particularly those who have recently acquired such cars, are filled with envy, immense envy. Had they waited a bit longer to purchase a vehicle, they would undoubtedly have opted for an electric car. With just one charge, they could drive for an entire year. Amidst the jubilant excitement of numerous electric car drivers, other electric vehicle manufacturers find themselves in a state of frustration. The battery technology has only been in hand for 2 months, and a finished vehicle has already been unveiled. It certainly appears that there was originally a plan to launch a new car, only to have the batteries swapped at the last moment. Chapter 89, Biological Testing. All automotive manufacturers are, in essence, racing against time. They all utilize the same type of battery, lacking any technological superiority, which leaves them with no choice but to compete on the timeline. Whoever brings their vehicle to market first will capture the consumer's attention. The first manufacturer to unveil a new model revels in success, while those that follow face considerable challenges. To alleviate their plight, that very evening, the public relations departments of major automotive firms simultaneously issued statements proclaiming their mastery of the identical battery technology. Proprietary technologies, once shrouded in secrecy, were openly disclosed in their announcements. This was a desperate bid to attract customers, employing grand visions to persuade users to delay their purchases. In contrast to the struggles faced by electric vehicle manufacturers, those producing gasoline vehicles are engulfed in despair, utter despair. Prior to the advent of solar batteries, electric vehicles had already begun to encroach upon the market share of gasoline cars. With their luxurious interiors, commendable driving experiences, and advanced interactive features, they captivate the younger demographic. Yet, apprehensions linger regarding their practicality, particularly the inconvenience of charging. For residents of older neighborhoods, parking is scarce, let alone the feasibility of installing a charging station. However, with the introduction of solar batteries and rapid charging capabilities, all hesitations vanish. A single charge now lasts significantly longer, proving to be far more convenient than gasoline vehicles. The gasoline car market is not merely being squeezed, it is being utterly crushed. Who would still be foolish enough to purchase a gasoline vehicle? Price reductions? At this moment, drastic price cuts are fraught with risk. Once prices are slashed, sales may only materialize during the discount period, while regular sales plummet. Moreover, significant price reductions could adversely affect the brand's other models. Yet, how can they sell vehicles without lowering prices? Why would consumers choose to forego electric vehicles, which boast superior performance, exquisite interiors, smart interaction, and impressive range? Especially when electric cars are offered with extended range at no additional cost. What a frustrating predicament. In the dead of night, major gasoline vehicle manufacturers convene meetings to deliberate whether to further reduce prices, already having enacted substantial cuts. Without further reductions, selling becomes nearly impossible. Meanwhile, overseas, colossal automotive conglomerates are also in discussions, contemplating a withdrawal from the Chinese market. Previously, they dominated automotive craftsmanship and relished the lucrative prospects of the Chinese market. However, with the rise of electric vehicles, their profits have dwindled. They now grapple with the daunting prospect of potentially incurring losses, prompting considerations of exiting the Chinese market altogether. Yet, such a withdrawal would not alleviate their challenges, as the Chinese market is poised to expand into international territories. Equally troubled are the nations behind these automotive enterprises. Car manufacturers are predominantly massive corporations, supported by a vast network of downstream suppliers. Should these automotive giants falter, the ramifications would extend to their suppliers, leading to widespread bankruptcies, a chain reaction that affects all. It is indeed a dire situation. How has the Chinese market seemingly experienced a sudden technological explosion? Breakthroughs in machine tool and lithography technologies have already begun to disrupt their livelihoods. The automotive industry has experienced a profound upheaval, akin to having a cake thrust into one's face, accompanied by disdainful spitting. The reluctance to consume this cake stems from its truly repugnant nature. Furthermore, many are apprehensive that this is merely the initial step, as the recent advancements in electric vehicles pertain to battery life and efficiency, a field that constitutes a trillion-dollar market. This day has been heralded as the apocalypse by the traditional automotive sector. Gao Yang, the architect of this industry's demise, is presently engaged in the synthesis of pharmaceuticals within his laboratory. Within this space, a plethora of biopharmaceutical apparatus resides, including state-of-the-art equipment procured through the efforts of Director Yuan. As Gao Yang's research expands into diverse domains, the array of equipment in his laboratory continues to proliferate. The sole concern is that the once spacious laboratory is nearing its capacity. However, this is not a matter of concern for Gao Yang. His primary focus is on enhancing pharmaceutical efficacy. After extensive research, he has identified a viable pathway. The limitation on human lifespan can be attributed to the finite number of cellular divisions, governed by telomeres, akin to a cellular odometer. Shorter telomeres result in fewer divisions, ultimately leading to senescence and the decline of bodily functions, culminating in death. To extend life, he must delve into this area of study. Human enhancement can be categorized into several aspects, particularly in terms of strength, which is defined by muscle fiber intensity. The greater the strength of muscle fibers, the more formidable the physical power. Additionally, neurological factors play a crucial role. The nervous system's ability to recruit more muscle fibers contributes to enhanced strength. Both these elements can be addressed pharmacologically. Speed and strength share similar foundations, reliant on muscle fiber resilience and neurological coordination. Furthermore, human enhancement is also influenced by adrenaline, which accelerates reaction times, mitigates pain, and stimulates the sympathetic nervous system to constrict arteries and veins, thereby increasing blood pressure and expediting blood flow, resulting in amplified strength and swiftness. Comprehensive advancements lead to overall human enhancement. Additionally, growth factors can expedite wound healing. Gao Yang is poised to fortify these dimensions, as current research suggests that such enhancements pose minimal risk of severe repercussions. With a clear vision, pharmaceutical creation is a straightforward process. By introducing raw material compounds into the machinery, a series of capsules are produced. Gao Yang gazes at the pristine white pills, infused with his aspirations for the future. Among them are substances designed to augment muscle fibers, typically achievable only through rigorous exercise, now attainable through medication. Even without systematic enhancement, these pills are destined for remarkable sales, offering extraordinary strength without the need for physical exertion. Moreover, the formulation includes neuroactive compounds to enhance reaction times and agents that stimulate growth factor production. In essence, this concoction encompasses a myriad of enhancements. The next step is to identify a suitable subject for testing. Gao Yang proceeds to another laboratory. The laboratory is filled with numerous cages, each housing a solitary monkey, 38,001 experimental monkeys, to be precise. The pills are handed to the researcher assigned to care for the monkeys. 3 pills for each monkey will suffice. The researcher hesitates, asking, "Do we administer them directly? No preparation required?" He seems perplexed. Gao Yang then summons the guard. The researcher is bewildered. When he mentioned preparation, he meant taking notes and such. What does calling a guard imply? What does it mean for the guard to draw his weapon? Nevertheless, he steps forward to administer the medication to several monkeys. Then, the anticipation begins. Gao Yang sits quietly in his chair, awaiting the monkeys' reactions. Half an hour passes, and the monkeys begin to screech loudly within their cages, vigorously shaking them. The intensity of their agitation escalates, accompanied by creaking sounds from the cages. The researcher takes several steps back, astonished by the unexpected strength of the monkeys. Suddenly, his eyes widen in disbelief. Amidst the monkeys' howls, the metal bars of the cages begin to warp. Instinctively, he turns to look at Gao Yang, questioning the nature of this drug. How can it be so terrifying? Given the close biological relationship between monkeys and humans, does this imply that humans could also experience a significant increase in strength after consuming the drug? It dawns on him why he had to undergo an exceptionally rigorous identity check and sign a confidentiality agreement before commencing work here, because this research is of utmost secrecy. Yet, he ponders, even without signing a confidentiality agreement, would anyone believe him if he were to share what he witnessed here? Chapter 90. The Enhancement Potion. With a resounding crash, the cage fell to the ground, and the monkey emerged, not attacking humans but instead darting towards another cage. The inhabitants of that cage had not been subjected to the potion. The cage was easily opened from the outside, and once liberated, the monkey rushed in, pinning down the female monkey inside and initiating a vigorous encounter. Gao Yang's lips twitched slightly. He had previously contemplated researching the sea dog pill, but it was merely a fleeting thought. However, the effects of this potion appeared to rival that of the sea dog pill. The researchers nearby were astounded. The once agitated monkey, now outside its cage, exhibited no signs of aggression. It proceeded to swiftly and decisively open the cages of other monkeys. Had they gained intelligence? Undoubtedly, they had. In the next moment, another monkey burst forth from its cage, similarly refraining from attacking humans and rushing towards another cage. All the monkeys that had ingested the potion instinctively sought out suitable partners to engage with. The researchers gradually regained their composure, their faces a tableau of astonishment. This potion was formidable indeed. What experiences had Gao Yang undergone to be researching such matters at his age? Unbeknownst to him, the researchers were lost in thought. But Gao Yang was thoroughly pleased with the potion. Its efficacy was astounding. Most importantly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of host developing an enhancement potion confirmed. Would you like to utilize the amplification opportunity? The system had recognized this enhancement potion just a couple of days prior. Gao Yang had fully charged the amplification opportunity, making it ready for immediate use. He turned to the researchers, instructing, "The guard will remain here to assist you in caring for these monkeys. Once they have completed their activities, please assess their condition. Should any dangerous actions arise, eliminate them immediately." The last sentence was directed at the guard. Understood. Gao Yang returned to the biopharmaceutical laboratory and declared, "Amplification of the enhancement potion." The amplification lottery commenced. And without surprise, Gao Yang drew a 10,000-fold increase, with the fortunate enhancement being the potency of the potion. The system began to utilize the existing equipment to fabricate a new potion. The potion previously consumed by the monkeys could not be decomposed, but the laboratory was capable of direct manufacturing. All equipment activated rapidly. Before long, a white pill materialized before Gao Yang. Ding. Given the current materials and equipment in the laboratory, as well as the limitations of human physiological strength, this amplification will yield a 100-fold increase. Gao Yang was somewhat taken aback. This time, there were multiple limitations imposed regarding human physiological strength. It was only logical, with such a potent drug, if ingested without restraint, it would not be a remedy but rather a poison, potentially causing catastrophic harm to the human body. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of memories flooded Gao Yang's mind. Concerning the enhancement potion, the primary enhancement potion mobilized the body's substances. For instance, during moments of excitement, heart rates accelerated, blood flow increased, oxygen levels surged, and strength and reflexes heightened. In the face of danger, adrenaline surged, neural responses quickened, pain was suppressed, and muscle tissue was fully engaged in exertion. However, this enhancement is, in essence, a strain on the body, leading to an unprecedented fatigue after the initial surge. The second stage of enhancement agents offers a comprehensive improvement: muscle fiber strength, muscle cell resilience, bone density, cellular robustness, and neural response speed, all elevated in unison. Remarkably, even the secretion rate of growth factors surges significantly post-injury. The system-amplified potion exists within this second stage, augmenting the original formula by 100-fold, allowing for an approximate 10-fold enhancement in the body's various functions. This represents a terrifying escalation. Under normal circumstances, if one individual possesses even a slight edge in strength over another, the practical application results in sheer domination. What then? Of a 10-fold advantage? The sole drawback is that this enhancement diminishes rapidly over time, peaking within a month or two, without continued intake of the enhancement agents. One reverts to an ordinary state. The third stage of enhancement transcends mere postnatal improvement, delving into the realm of genetic enhancement technology. This involves integrating powerful genetic fragments into the human genome. This concept is relatively straightforward to comprehend. A chimpanzee, confined within a cage without opportunities for exercise, still possesses substantial muscle strength. This is the power of genetics. In contrast, if a human were to be similarly confined and well-fed, they would likely become obese. With diminished limb strength, it is not merely confinement. Even prolonged sitting in an office chair can lead to weight gain. The majesty of genetic enhancement lies in its enduring strength, exhibiting minimal side effects and an exceptionally high ceiling. The pinnacle of 1,000-fold augmentation also stems from genetic enhancement. And astonishingly, the enhanced agents following such augmentation are not the limit of genetic enhancement. Even greater feats are achievable. However, current human technological capabilities only allow for rudimentary genetic editing. Achieving that next level remains a formidable challenge. Nonetheless, the potency of a 100-fold agent should still be formidable, correct? Raising the system-synthesized potion, Gaoyang threw it back with a tilt of his head and swallowed it with a gulp of water. What followed was a period of anticipation, awaiting the onset of the drug's effects. If monkeys can exhibit such profound reactions to the preliminary version of the drug, how much more potent would be the one he ingested, boasting a 100-fold effect? Yet, merely 2 minutes later, Gaoyang felt an undeniable transformation, a euphoric surge difficult to articulate. It was as though his entire being had been subjected to intense stimulation, with every sensation amplified to extraordinary clarity. This was soon followed by an insatiable hunger. A hunger beyond compare. Gaoyang dashed into the kitchen of the laboratory, where a guard was stationed, albeit one tasked with culinary duties. He commanded directly, food, high-calorie sustenance. The guard hurriedly produced chocolate, typically reserved for desserts, known for its high caloric content. Gaoyang swiftly stuffed the chocolate into his mouth and, in one motion, grabbed a bottle of honey, pouring it down his throat. The guard stood in stunned silence, soon overtaken by concern. What is happening to you? I'll call an ambulance. Who consumes food in such a manner? Gaoyang turned to face the guard, who was fumbling with his phone, unable to articulate a response. With a swift motion, he struck the phone, sending it tumbling through the air, crashing heavily against the wall before vanishing from sight. The guard instinctively turned his head towards the direction of the phone, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at the device affixed to the wall. Gaoyang swallowed the chocolate he had been savoring, asserting, no need for concern. This is an experiment, well within our control. With that, he resumed his meal. The guard, struggling to swallow, watched Gaoyang indulge with a trembling body, his gaze fixated on the phone embedded in the wall, his expression somewhat dazed. Such immense power? It is already quite rare for an ordinary person to damage a phone. Yet, Gaoyang had sent it flying, embedding it into the wall without it shattering completely. That required an extraordinary force. Abruptly snapping out of his stupor, the guard hurried to pile high-calorie snacks such as nuts and dried fruits in front of Gaoyang. Chapter 91. A surge of security. Gaoyang, having indulged in chocolate and sipped on honey and concentrated fruit jam, felt not the slightest hint of greasiness, but rather an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Throughout this experience, he could perceive the fortification of his muscle cells. Every fiber, bone, nerve, an aspect of his being was undergoing a transformation. The energy within him, assisted by the substances in the medication, was catalyzing an evolution. After 10 minutes of consuming dried fruits, Gaoyang ceased his intake, no longer hungry, as the effects of the medicine reached their zenith. He was acutely aware of the changes in his body. He felt exhilarated. An overabundance of energy coursed through him, leaving him in a state of heightened euphoria. The sudden surge of strength instilled in him a sense of invincibility, as if he could obliterate anything that dared approach him with a mere punch. Gazing at the wall before him, Gaoyang felt an urge to strike, reasoning that he was in the sanctity of his own home. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch. Bam! The wall crumbled, a gaping hole left in its wake. The guards, wide-eyed, rushed to Gaoyang's side, bewildered by the sight of the breach. Was this the kind of noise that a human could produce? Their astonishment intensified as they noticed blood on Gaoyang's hand. You're injured. Though his fist had broken through the wall, it had also drawn blood, albeit a minor wound primarily due to friction. The guards, in a flurry of panic, hurried to fetch a bandage. Yet, in a matter of 20 seconds, they were dumbfounded to witness the wound on Gaoyang's hand healing rapidly. Growth factors. Gaoyang examined the injury, merely rinsed his hands, and left no trace of harm. This transformation was akin to that of a superhero. At that moment, another guard burst in, having heard the commotion from the kitchen. He looked at Gaoyang, surprised to find him there. His gaze then fell upon the hole in the wall. What transpired here? Gaoyang waved dismissively. A minor invention. Yes, procure a substantial quantity of high-energy food. The guard in charge of cooking pondered the implications. How much? 100 portions. Gaoyang indicated the disarray on the table. Enlightenment dawned upon the guard. He was exhilarated. Realizing that Gaoyang intended to empower them, he did not comprehend the method by which strength would be bestowed. But the prospect of acquiring the kind of power capable of punching through walls was worth any cost. Gao Yang addressed the remaining guards. Move the gym equipment from the school at the fastest possible speed. Bring as much as you can. The guards were momentarily taken aback. Yet without a trace of hesitation, they set off to comply. Gao Yang was eager to test his capabilities, and the procurement of gym equipment would be time-consuming. Thus, an unusual scene soon unfolded within the school. Guards rushed into the gym, swiftly transporting equipment as if they were ants moving their nest. Students engaged in their workouts stood dumbfounded. What was happening? The gym equipment was quickly relocated to the laboratory, where Gao Yang commenced his testing. For bewildered guards were summoned into the room. Help me out. Load the barbell plates. The guards hesitated. How much weight? Start with 500 pounds. 500 pounds. The guards cast a puzzled glance at Gao Yang, tentatively inquiring, 50 kilograms? 500 kilograms. Gao Yang reiterated the latter, assisting in loading the weight plates. The guards were momentarily taken aback. 500 kilograms? Wasn't that the world record? Yet, they swiftly complied, aiding Gao Yang in adding the plates. On either side of the barbell, there were 10 20-kilogram plates. Any more would not fit. The total came to 415 kilograms. With both hands grasping the barbell, Gao Yang exerted his strength in a deadlift. In the blink of an eye, amidst the astonished gazes of the 4 guards, the barbell was raised. The current world record for deadlifting stood at 500 kilograms. The concern was that the record holder was typically a towering figure with an incredibly muscular build. Yet, here was Gao Yang, of diminutive stature, lifting 400 kilograms? And to their utter disbelief, he appeared unfazed, his complexion unaltered. Furrowing his brow, Gao Yang mused. Is this really so light? He set the barbell down, then lifted it again with one hand. The guard's eyes widened simultaneously, jaws agape. How could this be possible? Was it a trick barbell? But they had just loaded the plates themselves. The world record for a one-handed lift was barely over 300 kilograms. Yet Gao Yang had effortlessly hoisted 400. Had he surpassed the world record? As he lowered the barbell, Gao Yang frowned, sensing something amiss. Yet this was indeed the maximum weight their equipment could accommodate. Setting the barbell down, he turned his attention to the treadmill, contemplating testing his speed. Moments later, the treadmill overloaded, sparks flying as its internal motor burned out. Stepping off the treadmill, Gao Yang sighed in frustration. The subpar equipment failed to reveal his true limits. Addressing the 4 astonished guards, he instructed, "What transpires here must remain confidential." "Understood," they replied. "Let us remove this equipment. It serves no purpose." The guards filed in to carry the equipment away, still bewildered, pondering their identities and the surreal events they had just witnessed. Returning to the laboratory, Gao Yang set about producing a batch of a new serum. As he finished, a delivery truck filled with high-calorie food arrived. With nightfall approaching, he ordered all unrelated personnel to vacate the premises, leaving only himself and the guards. 80 guards stood uniformly before Gao Yang. Lifting a vial, he proclaimed, "I have developed a serum, a strengthening agent capable of significantly enhancing your speed and strength." Among the guards, 5 individuals' pupils dilated in realization. They comprehended why Gao Yang was so formidable. He had been under the influence of an extraordinarily potent substance. Now, they too had the opportunity to partake in this enhancement. This serum has not undergone any testing, and I am uncertain of any potential side effects. Those willing to partake, step forward. Without hesitation, all 80 stepped forth in unison. Gao Yang refrained from further elaboration, directly handing the serum to the foremost guard for distribution. The elevation of his guard's capabilities would ultimately bolster his own safety. After consuming the potion, his combat prowess rivaled that of Captain America, with 80 of the latter safeguarding him, instilling an unparalleled sense of security. Once all 80 had ingested the substance, they eagerly indulged in the high-calorie food they had just procured. Soon, all 80 experienced the effects of the potion, their eyes wide with astonishment, clearly overwhelmed by the extraordinary transformation. Their shock was beyond description. Enhanced potions? It was utterly preposterous. Gao Yang spoke firmly, adapt swiftly to the surging power, refrain from unnecessary destruction. Understood. The group of guards began to test their newfound abilities. A gentle punch generated a gust of wind, while a full-force strike produced a howling wind, slicing through the air like a blade. The speed and strength were somewhat grotesque. Suddenly, an invincible voice announced, "A guest has arrived. It is General Zhou." Gao Yang, reluctant to reveal himself so soon, gestured, "Everyone, return to your positions." In the next moment, several guards shot out like arrows released from a bow, their speed surpassing that of Olympic champions. However, the sheer momentum proved too much. They could not halt their advance, crashing into the surrounding wall with a resounding thud. Boom. A large dent appeared in the wall, and the fallen guards quickly rose, brushing off the dust from their uniforms to resume their duties. Gao Yang observed this scene, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. What truly defined safety? This was safety. With 80 Captain Americas guarding him, Who could possibly harm him? Chapter 92 Limits? As everyone returned to their positions, General Zhou arrived and spotted Gao Yang at the entrance of the laboratory. Have you eaten? He inquired. Yes, Gao Yang replied with a smile, feeling at ease with the general due to their amicable relationship. What brings you here personally? Let's discuss inside. General Zhou led Gao Yang into the laboratory. Curiosity piqued. Gao Yang wondered if the general had something significant to convey. Once inside, General Zhou announced, "The White-Headed Eagle has invited us to participate in a special operations competition." Gao Yang furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is there a particular significance to this competition?" Indeed, General Zhou affirmed. The White-Headed Eagle is currently grappling with severe internal conflicts and facing external hardships, compounded by troop withdrawals and a stalemate in ongoing conflicts. In such trying times, they seek to demonstrate their strength as a morale booster. However, they dare not engage in large-scale warfare. Thus, they devised this small-scale competition to flex their muscles. We must emerge victorious, and I wish to know if you have any effective strategies. Gao Yang pondered, "Do we lack confidence?" "Indeed, we do," General Zhou replied without hesitation, shaking his head. It was not a matter of lacking confidence. Both he and his special operations team possess self-assurance. Yet, one must not be blindly confident. The adversaries are initiating conflicts everywhere, and their special forces have truly been forged in the crucible of battle. While our training is ample, it pales in comparison to those who have experienced war firsthand. There exists a distinct gap between seasoned veterans and new recruits. Furthermore, both sides consist of elite warriors who have reached the limits of human training, continuously pushing their boundaries during exercises. They possess unparalleled willpower. In a scenario where both factions are equally matched, the outcome remains uncertain. General Zhou retrieved his phone. "We have obtained a classified training video from the White-Headed Eagle." In the video, a building came into view, and in an instant, the camera descended rapidly, followed by the sound of gunfire. The footage was somewhat unclear, yet it was evident that soldiers were descending swiftly from the exterior, engaging targets within the windows. Every target was struck directly at its center. Gao Yang paused, instinctively remarking, "Do they also have self-targeting?" General Zhou replied solemnly, "We have soldiers of such caliber as well. They possess an innate sense of marksmanship. Even without your automatic targeting sniper rifle, they can achieve perfect accuracy. What is most impressive here is not merely their shooting skills, but their proficiency in executing complex maneuvers, such as helicopter rope descents, with remarkable efficiency. In small-scale operations, such tactics deliver a decisive blow." Gao Yang furrowed his brow, continuing to observe the video. The footage provided a soldier's perspective, showcasing a warrior lunging forward just before landing, swiftly entering the building, and rapidly clearing rooms to ensure safety before commencing the search. The subsequent scenes resonated with Gao Yang's own experiences. As he stepped through the door, a gunshot rang out, almost as if the target had been struck the moment it was sighted. Gao Yang was truly astonished. Is this the caliber of elite warriors? General Zhou observed Gao Yang's expression and remarked, "Among our soldiers, there are indeed many such individuals. However, this is the extent of human capability. The speed of human reaction has its limits, and it is impossible to exceed them. Thus, there is no guarantee." Gao Yang pondered, "What about the inventions I developed previously? If I were to casually utilize them, would there still be no certainty?" General Zhou shook his head. "Those innovations are currently classified. Releasing them could easily provoke the sensitive nerves of the White Eagle." Gao Yang's demeanor shifted. He was indeed confident that he could soon bring the White Eagle to its knees, but not at this moment. It was crucial to maintain a steady hand, not to alarm the White Eagle into believing that the Dragon Kingdom was rising too swiftly and might resort to desperate measures. After all, no matter how advanced the weaponry, war inevitably leads to death, and the battlefield is not populated by robots. As he spoke, Gao Yang instinctively looked up. Perhaps there was potential in robotics. General Zhou's eyes lit up. "Have you conceived of something?" "Not really," Gao Yang replied, shaking his head. While he had considered robotics, the complexity of development required time. "When does the competition commence?" "Tomorrow." Gao Yang instinctively raised his head. "Why didn't you inform me sooner?" It was a last-minute invitation. General Zhou paused. "In truth, I haven't yet accepted, mainly due to uncertainty." Gao Yang understood. General Zhou lacked confidence, which is why he sought him out. Yet, what could he do if the advanced equipment was off-limits? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Gao Yang's mind as he turned to General Zhou. "What if I participated?" General Zhou chuckled. "Did you see the video just now? Do you truly believe you can achieve that?" "I can." General Zhou's demeanor became serious. Those who can exhibit such reactions in the video are warriors who have reached the limits of human capacity. Every detail has been perfected. They are the finest among the Dragon Kingdom. Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively. "I meant, is there a possibility that I have already surpassed the limits of human capability?" General Zhou instinctively wanted to laugh, but then felt something was amiss, as those words were spoken by Gao Yang. Gao Yang chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he retrieved a cannon barrel from outside the laboratory. It had been damaged and left behind. Under General Zhou's puzzled gaze, Gao Yang placed the barrel on the ground and then stomped down with force. With a resounding boom, the laboratory floor shook. Half of the barrel sank into the ground, while the other half, though still above ground, appeared deflated. Gao Yang lowered his head, unable to contain his astonishment. This isn't he completely crumpled? Such remarkable strength? General Zhou stood dumbfounded, staring at Gao Yang and then at the barrel on the ground. He recognized this barrel. It was the one he had brought, which Gao Yang had sliced into rings. Now, this ring had been flattened by a single stomp from Gao Yang. This was absurd. A tank barrel. Its strength was extraordinarily high. A human wielding a hammer would struggle to make an impact. Was this even real? It is utterly absurd. He had just felt an intense vibration in his posterior. In the next moment, a thunderous noise erupted. A guard burst into the laboratory, gripping the doorknob, which was still attached to the door. The guard, propelled by an overwhelming force, had twisted the knob so fiercely that he uprooted the entire door. Boom. Another resounding crash echoed as a second guard rushed through, misjudging his distance and colliding with the doorframe, which collapsed upon impact. He entered the laboratory with the doorframe still draped over his shoulder. A third guard barreled in, colliding directly with the outer ring of cement surrounding the doorframe. The impact left a dent in the frame, distorting the wall and sending shards of brick and cement cascading to the ground. What on earth transpired? The three anxious guards, observing the unscathed Gao Yang, collectively exhaled in relief. His safety was all that mattered. General Zhou, with his mouth agape enough to accommodate 3 eggs, stared with eyes wide open like brass bells, yet his gaze was filled entirely with bewilderment. Who was he? Where was he? What was he doing? What was happening? Chapter 93, Victory Assured. Gao Yang observed the 3 disheveled guards, the distant sounds of impact echoing from outside. It seemed they had collided with the wall in their rush, unable to make their way through. There was an element of embarrassment. This group had just consumed the enhancement serum and, in their fervor, could not manage precise control. General Zhou's lips twitched as he tensed up. Gao Yang. What on earth is happening? He truly appeared bewildered. The sight of Gao Yang crushing the cannon barrel beneath his foot was nothing short of astonishing. How could 3 individuals rush in so recklessly? One barged through the door. Another entered through the doorframe, while the last collided with the frame itself. If one were to commend their audacity, it was indeed remarkable. The sheer power displayed left General Zhou utterly astounded. Yet, the mannerisms of these individuals suggested a deficiency in cerebral development. Gao Yang, regarding the dazed General Zhou, stated, I was just about to explain that I have developed an enhancement serum. They have all recently ingested it, which is why their speed, strength, and reaction times have dramatically increased. Their current state is due to their recent consumption of the serum. They have yet to adapt. General Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. An enhancement serum? It can do this? Indeed. General Zhou fell silent, contemplating the implications. This was no mere enhancement serum. It resembled an elixir of immortality, or at the very least, a legendary 9-transformation pill. Upon ingestion, one could instantly become a martial arts master. Gradually, General Zhou regained his composure. So your intention is to administer such a serum to special forces? Gao Yang turned to the 3 guards, informed them to halt their advance and gather outside. Yes, sir. The guards departed. And Gao Yang faced General Zhou. I do have this idea, but I am uncertain of its feasibility. Is this too extraordinary? General Zhou shook his head. Extraordinary is of no concern. The more extraordinary, the better. The question is whether they will encounter similar issues, an inability to control their newfound strength. In approximately 1 to 2 hours, they will fully adapt, and after an additional 3 to 5 hours, they will function similarly to ordinary individuals. General Zhou posed one final query. Do you have the serum available? Gao Yang turned and activated the production machine. Numerous pills emerged in a continuous stream. Each pill could sustain an individual at peak performance for about 2 months. After that, without further intake, they would gradually revert to their previous state. Are there no side effects? General Zhou gazed in astonishment at the endless supply of pills. This machine could produce enough enhancement serum in a minute to fortify an entire battalion. Gao Yang was confident there were no side effects. If any existed, it would be a matter of overconsumption, as the heightened strength would lead to significant energy expenditure, which was unavoidable. Theoretically, there were no side effects. Even the decline from ceasing the serum would be gradual and gentle, akin to the way muscles atrophy when not exercised for an extended period. With no further reservations, General Zhou made a decisive call. Accept the competition invitation from the Bald Eagle team. Additionally, instruct the participating squad to arrive at Gao Yang's laboratory with utmost urgency. Yes, sir. As the call ended, General Zhou let out a deep sigh of relief, even feeling a sense of anticipation. With such an overwhelming speed and force, capable of crashing into walls. Competing in any contest would result in utter domination. General Zhou chuckled, remarking that his initial reluctance stemmed from concerns about the potential use of performance-enhancing substances. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback, struggling to fathom the notion that such competitions could involve drugs. Observing Gao Yang's reaction, General Zhou noted the efficacy of the White Eagle's propaganda. The youth seemed oblivious to their willingness to resort to anything. The countries with the highest incidences of doping scandals at the Olympics included the White Eagle and others, where even the populace indulges in substances, focusing their research on evading detection. Over the years, detection methods have advanced remarkably, with an increasing array of tests, all pressured by the incessant emergence of new drugs from the White Eagle and its ilk. Given the gravity of this exercise, their abstention would indeed be surprising. General Zhou's gaze settled upon the cannon, and he approached to pry it from the ground, gently brushing off the dust. Have you also consumed the enhancement agent? How does it feel? Gao Yang promptly handed him a vial, exclaiming, "It's superb. Would you care to try it?" General Zhou harbored a desire to partake. Who wouldn't he want such a substance? The innate human drive for strength is a fundamental instinct for survival. However, he shook his head, stating, "I shall refrain. I am not a combatant." Gao Yang looked at General Zhou in astonishment, questioning whether a person could truly refuse such an offer. This level of willpower seemed almost extraordinary. Without further persuasion, Gao Yang led General Zhou outside. As they walked down the corridor, General Zhou noticed several individuals crashing against the walls, leaving indentations behind. More than just the 3 guards had arrived, yet only they had safely entered the laboratory. The others had all collided with the walls along the way. The corners of General Zhou's mouth twitched. This laboratory would require renovations. Gao Yang shook his head, responding, "That won't be necessary. We shall construct a larger facility beside it. This one is becoming insufficient." Upon reaching the laboratory's exterior, they found 80 individuals standing in neat formation, each with bright eyes and an air of vitality. Gao Yang instructed, "Quickly acclimate to the sudden increase in speed and strength, experimenting with various methods to ascertain the most effective adaptation." These individuals could gather invaluable experience for the forthcoming special forces. Indeed, in the dead of night, a group outside the laboratory engaged in peculiar methods to adapt to their newfound strength. Some even retrieved eggs from the kitchen, mimicking a classic scene from a Stephen Chow film, attempting to crack them with their feet, with surprisingly effective results. An hour later, the special forces arrived at the laboratory, a total of 20 individuals. Their expressionless faces conveyed unwavering determination, standing firm as though they were 20 wooden stakes. These represented the pinnacle of Dragon Nation's special forces, the elite among the elite. Not only did they possess immense willpower, but they excelled in various disciplines, embodying the true essence of military prowess. Though merely soldiers, they emanated an aura akin to that of generals. It imparts an overwhelming sense of confidence and invincibility. General Zhou saluted 20 individuals, subsequently distributing the elixir. This is a strengthening potion, which, upon consumption, will significantly enhance speed, strength, and responsiveness. Without a moment's hesitation, the 20 individuals swallowed the potion. Driven by their ravenous hunger, they swiftly devoured the pre-purchased provisions. An immense quantity of high-energy food was consumed. Gao Yang was somewhat astonished. These individuals were consuming a considerable amount. It appeared that each person's physique varied, and the enhancement from the potion differed accordingly. The stronger the physique, the greater the enhancement. Upon finishing their meal, the 20 individuals exhibited expressions of shock. They could all sense their newfound strength. One individual attempted to strike the ground with a fist, creating a crater as their fist and even arm sank deep into the earth. This was akin to the feats of a superhero. General Zhou observed the astonished gazes of the 20 individuals. Do we possess unwavering confidence in victory? Absolutely. They roared in unison. That declaration of victory resonated like the roar of a lion in the Buddhist realm. The sound waves reverberated through the air, tangible and far-reaching. Late into the night, in the adjacent school's student dormitory, those who were awake were startled, while those who were asleep were roused. What on earth was that noise? It scared the life out of me. Chapter 94, Live Broadcast of the Drill? General Zhou felt as if a pair of invisible hands had slapped his ears, the ringing echoing within them. These warriors, enhanced in every facet, including their lungs and vocal cords, let out a roar that would surely disorient any adversary on the battlefield. Even the group of soldiers stood momentarily stupefied, for the sound was overwhelmingly formidable. Soon after, they collectively adapted to their newfound speed and strength, honing their control. With the advantage of experience, within merely half an hour, the 20 Special Forces soldiers had regained their composure and commenced practicing precise movements. 2 hours later, they had completely acclimated to their dramatically augmented power. They were not only capable of delicate tasks, but performed them with an efficiency that surpassed their previous capabilities. As they attempted to assemble firearms, they managed to double their already astonishing speed. Though testing their velocity and strength was not feasible here, the ease with which they twisted rebar into spirals was nothing short of extraordinary. At this juncture, how could they possibly face defeat? In the early hours, the 20 Special Forces soldiers departed, heading straight for the White Eagle. Uncertain of the forthcoming competition's nature, they were nonetheless imbued with an unwavering confidence in their victory. Should they fail, they would have traversed the ocean in vain. Gao Yang yearned to join them, but was halted by General Zhou. Should Gao Yang attempt to cross over, the White Eagle would never permit his return. Even if a nuclear device were ignited on their own soil, they would not allow him to escape unscathed. For without Gao Yang, the White Eagle retained a glimmer of hope. As long as he existed, their future was bleak. However, Gao Yang was of paramount importance to Long Country, which would spare no expense to ensure his safe return. Should the two great powers clash, the ramifications would be unimaginable. Gao Yang understood the gravity of the situation. He refrained from insisting on joining, but knew that one day he would inevitably make that journey. When the White Eagle was utterly subdued and Long Country had risen to prominence, standing tall at the pinnacle of the world, that day would surely be upon them. The absence of his presence was not far off, yet with him, it was as if an accelerator had been engaged. Returning to his quarters, he lay down but found himself too exhilarated to sleep. After taking the enhancement serum, his body was fortified in every regard, including his mental faculties. Whereas he previously required sleep daily, it now felt unnecessary. Since slumber eluded him, Gao Yang opted not to force it. He rose to read, accumulating energy. While engrossed in his studies, he discerned a marked increase in his reading speed, roughly 1/3 faster. Now, should he devote himself entirely to his reading, he could recharge the system in just a week. He read through the night until morning, when he received a call from General Zhou. Get online. The White Eagle appeared to possess unwavering confidence, intending to broadcast the Special Forces competition live across the internet. General Zhou spoke with a hint of excitement. Was this not an invitation to confront danger head-on? Gao Yang was taken aback, though he wished to witness the event in person. Being able to watch the live stream was a consolation. He made his way to the monitoring room, where the screens were numerous and expansive. Settling into the spacious chair in the control room, Gao Yang declared, "Unbeatable. Connect to the White Eagle's live broadcast." In the next moment, a female host appeared on the screen facing Gao Yang, engaging in a live television broadcast. The golden-haired, blue-eyed anchor, articulating in the refined vernacular of the Dragon Kingdom, introduced the special competition. She exuberantly extolled this event as a pinnacle contest between two great nations, emphasizing its profound significance. Winning this competition would undoubtedly enhance promotional prospects. One of the guards following Gao Yang could not help but exclaim, "The Dragon Kingdom is truly becoming more formidable." Even the Eagle's news broadcast speaks in the dragon language. The invincible translator could not contain himself. "This is my real-time translation." Gao Yang chuckled and turned to the guard, saying, "Inform the brothers to come in once the broadcast officially begins. I would appreciate their commentary on certain professional aspects that I might not fully grasp." The guard exited to summon others. The invincible translator continued his intrusion, and more images filled the screen, showcasing the extensive preparations by the Eagle for this broadcast, including strategically placed cameras and drones soaring in the sky. The meticulous arrangements indicated that the Eagle had invested significant effort into this event. Unfortunately for them, with Gao Yang's presence, the more effectively the Eagle promoted this competition, the more it would inadvertently bolster the Dragon Kingdom's reputation. The Eagle, in this regard, seemed somewhat pitiable. As the live audience grew, many from the Dragon Kingdom tuned in, astonished to discover the broadcast, hastily notifying their companions to join in. The competition between the Dragon Kingdom's special forces and the Eagle's elite team was undoubtedly a spectacle to behold. Numerous individuals immediately activated VPNs, and just as they did so, the Dragon Kingdom's official channel commenced the live broadcast across military and general networks, simultaneously streaming online. Since the Eagle had already made a promotional push, they were eager to capitalize on the momentum. In no time, the viewership from the Dragon Kingdom surged to 30 million, a figure that continued to rise. Regardless of their pursuits, anyone who caught wind of the news set aside their tasks to watch. This competition bore immense significance, especially amidst the turmoil involving the little crow and the bear. The ramifications were far-reaching. Moreover, it was a special operations event, typically only witnessed on television. As real-life special operations remained elusive, the opportunity to witness the prowess of special forces was naturally anticipated. High-ranking officials from various countries abroad were also attentive, while international citizens flocked to Twitter to catch the news and tune into the live stream. The audience numbers skyrocketed within a short span, culminating in a staggering total viewership of 200 million. While 200 million may not seem vast, this figure marked a historical milestone, and it continued to grow. The official broadcast occurred during the Eagle's daylight hours, coinciding with the evening in the Dragon Kingdom. By the time night fell, Gao Yang tallied the audience numbers, revealing a staggering 290 million viewers. The Dragon Kingdom's viewership alone reached 55 million, with nearly everyone glued to their mobile devices. Even many who typically would not watch the broadcast found themselves captivated. At this moment, the live stream officially commenced. In the live broadcast featuring the Bald Eagle, an elite squad of special forces made their appearance. Fully armed, these 40 warriors stood in two distinct formations. On one side stood the imposing Bald Eagle soldiers, while on the other were the warriors from the Dragon Kingdom. At first glance, the disparity between the two was striking. The soldiers of the Bald Eagle boasted exaggerated height and muscular dimensions, whereas even the most elite soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom appeared rather unremarkable in stature. Although they possessed muscle, it was understated and seamlessly integrated into their physiques. As the camera panned across the scene, the chatroom erupted with fervent comments. Incredible. An array of cutting-edge weaponry. Military enthusiasts are ecstatic. A sense of unease washed over me. The imposing figures of the opposing side left me apprehensive about the outcome. In the context of comparison, the gap was glaring, and victory seemed uncertain. It was amusing, though. This special competition was not merely a contest of brawn. While size may influence the dynamics, it is ultimately the precision of each bullet that matters. Perhaps our warriors might even exhibit greater agility. Chapter 95. A mind game indeed. The overwhelming majority harbor skepticism towards the special forces from Dragon Country. Even among their own compatriots, doubts linger, particularly when they stand side by side with their counterparts, revealing a stark disparity in physique. While combat is not merely a matter of size, the difference in stature is conspicuously apparent in practical scenarios. Primarily, in terms of loaded marching, those with larger builds can bear greater weights, thus making their exertions considerably less arduous. This principle extends to weaponry as well. Individuals of more robust stature find it easier to handle heavy machine guns and similar armaments. Such observations are clear to anyone with a modicum of sense. Nonetheless, despite the evident discrepancies, Dragon Country's warriors have managed to level the playing field in actual combat. At the very least, they have consistently achieved commendable results in numerous past competitions. In fact, there have been instances where the troops of Dragon Country have decisively bested the forces of the White-Headed Eagle. The instructor addressed the two groups of soldiers. The first event of the competition is a 10-kilometer loaded march. The first to finish will earn a point. Countless viewers, glued to the live broadcast, were astonished. They had anticipated a straightforward drill, only to discover that the competition comprised multiple events. How long would a 10-kilometer loaded run take? Each soldier's gear weighed less than 30 kilograms, supplemented by an additional backpack to total 30 kilograms. The audience was left in shock. Few could endure a 10-kilometer run without additional weight. Even a mere kilometer would leave many gasping for breath. Once all participants were equipped, the instructor elaborated on the specific rules. The route would follow the coastline for 2 laps, returning to the starting point before traversing to the opposite side of the small island. 40 competitors would participate, with points awarded to the first 20 finishers. Subsequent arrivals would score nothing. Following the completion of the first event, they would immediately commence the second. Are you ready? The instructor inquired. In unison, the 40 participants responded, "We are ready." The chatroom erupted in disbelief. 30 kilograms of weight for running? Isn't this a form of bullying? This exceeds the standard load for our soldiers. The typical load of 20 kilograms is determined by human proportions. Even 30 kilograms is meant for walking, not running, as it heightens the risk of injury. While sheer willpower may prevail, the human body has its limits, and the soldiers of the White-Headed Eagle possess a greater physical advantage and higher load standards. Why not impose a 50-kilogram weight? That would be absurd. Did you not hear? After the running event, they will immediately start the second challenge. Our soldiers lagging behind will not only score no points, but will be thrust into the next event right after finishing the first. Those ahead will get to rest. In the comments section, a voice of reason emerged. I see no issue with this. The battlefield demands adaptability to numerous situations. A maximum load of 30 kilograms is entirely feasible. Moreover, the larger physique of the White-Headed Eagle soldiers cannot be disregarded. Since their warriors have affirmed their readiness without dissent, why the uproar from you lot? Truly disappointing. As the starting pistol fired, all 40 participants surged forward simultaneously, under the burden of 30 kilograms. One could only manage a light jog. Any attempt to accelerate would result in a consumption of energy akin to sprinting. Yet, at the sound of the starting gun, the special forces of the Dragon Nation surged forth. The commentators from the Bald Eagle Nation were preparing their commentary, consisting of 3 individuals, 2 from the Bald Eagle Nation and 1 military commentator accompanying the Dragon Nation. Observing the starting speed of the Dragon Nation's special forces, the Bald Eagle commentators were left astounded. 30 kilograms of weight. and they dared to run at such a pace? Instinctively, they glanced at the commentator beside them. Do your warriors in the Dragon Nation not understand the principles of weighted marching? They mused that such a sprinting speed, even without a load, could not be sustained for long, and fatigue would inevitably set in. The Dragon Nation's military commentator, possessing extensive experience from frequent participation in various programs, was momentarily at a loss. Running under a load, and then immediately sprinting, was this a jest? However, in an instant, he regained composure and stated, "This is the tactic employed by our warriors." He chose to place his faith in the soldiers of the Dragon Nation. Tactic? Could you elaborate a bit more? The commentator was at a loss for specifics, opting instead for vague conjecture. I'm not entirely certain, but it might be a psychological strategy. The island is distant. As long as our soldiers can advance a bit further, those behind will be unable to see them. If they cannot see them, their mentality will be affected. The two commentators were taken aback, realizing the potential of such a strategy. The audience in the live stream mirrored their astonishment. Overseas viewers were equally shocked. It was no wonder that the infantry of the Dragon Nation had previously triumphed against all odds. They had evidently conceived a strategy, and it proved effective. One could only hope that our bald eagle warriors remained undeterred, maintaining their rhythm to ensure victory. Viewers from the Dragon Nation shared in this sentiment, admiring the commentator's insights. The notion that 20 individuals could apply military strategy in a simple run was remarkable. Although employing such tactics might seem a bit lacking, as long as victory was achieved, all would be well. There was a hope for success, preferably arriving early to rest before the next challenge. Even when employing unconventional strategies, the inherent difficulty remained, given the undeniable strength of their opponents. Most remained skeptical of the Dragon Nation's special forces. In a direct exercise, the Dragon Warriors might have an edge. But in this format, they were at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the military officials from the Dragon Nation, privy to the underlying circumstances, watched the live broadcast with amusement, appreciating the commentator's talent. They had even invoked military strategy. Hao Yang chuckled, eager to see what else the commentator would articulate. The live stream presented an aerial view, revealing that the Dragon Nation's special forces had already covered over 200 meters beyond the sight of the Bald Eagle soldiers. The Bald Eagle special forces began to accelerate, genuinely flustered. The Bald Eagle commentator, somewhat shaken, remarked, "They are genuinely affected. Their sudden increase in speed will undoubtedly impact their overall pace." The Dragon commentator nodded, realizing he had likely hit upon the truth. This was indeed a psychological tactic. Merely another commentary expressed some hesitation. Why have the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom not slowed down? Despite having already sprinted beyond the visual range of the White Eagle Special Forces, the commentator from the Dragon Kingdom observed the Special Forces members, who had surged 300 meters ahead, and pondered, to consolidate their gains, they should continue running for a while longer. This would prevent the White Eagle warriors from accelerating and becoming complacent upon spotting them ahead. They must maintain their lead. The commentator added, "I can only speculate, as I am not present at the scene, but I wish to convey that such a tactic exists." The White Eagle commentator shifted the focus, determined not to allow the spotlight to remain solely on the Dragon Kingdom's special forces. The director switched the camera to the White Eagle warriors, who were still chanting their battle cries while steadily advancing. Although they were slightly quicker than before, their rhythm remained unbroken. Yet, this was rather monotonous. Where was the excitement of a sprint? Countless viewers, both domestically and internationally, inundated the screen with comments urging to witness the Dragon Kingdom's special forces. When the camera returned to the Dragon Kingdom's special forces, the warriors had already sprinted 500 meters. Carrying a burden of 30 kilograms over such a distance was utterly astonishing. Even more extraordinary was the rocky terrain ahead, characteristic of the island. To proceed, they would need to scale the rocky hills. The hellish challenge of weight-bearing cross-country running lay in the ascent. After expending substantial energy during their sprint, lifting their legs felt torturous. How could they possibly climb? The director from the White Eagle understood this well, and promptly switched to a close-up shot from the highest point of the cliff, capturing this moment of potential embarrassment. Chapter 96. The inevitability of comparison. The commentator from the Dragon Kingdom was somewhat anxious. The preceding sprint had been so vigorous that reaching this point seemed an insurmountable challenge, threatening to become a source of great embarrassment. The reality was that this ascent was indeed formidable. Having just completed a run, even climbing stairs felt taxing. This 6-meter vertical cliff, though riddled with crevices for grip, remained excessively high. Even without the sprint, merely bearing an additional 30 kilograms of weight made the climb arduous. Just moments ago, this group had sprinted 500 meters while laden. The commentator's fists clenched in tension, immense tension. The commentator from the White-Headed Eagle turned to inquire, having already sprinted such a considerable distance, compounded by the added weight. This hill poses a significant challenge for the special forces of the Dragon Kingdom. Do you believe your warriors can conquer it? The Dragon Kingdom commentator nodded vigorously. almost gritting his teeth as he asserted, "Absolutely." In the next instant, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom surged toward the stone mountain, leaping upward with astonishing speed, effortlessly surpassing the camera's view, and continued their forward charge. It was as if they were propelled like firecrackers, soaring 5 to 6 meters into the air, truly extraordinary. After the first row of 4 had ascended, the next row followed suit. Before long, all 5 rows of warriors had scaled the summit and pressed onward. The live broadcast was enveloped in silence. Scarcely a soul dared to comment. The director maintained the camera's focus on the void for several seconds. Then, a wave of astonishment swept through the streaming room. What was intended to capture the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers in a moment of weakness instead showcased a triumphant highlight. 20 individuals, burdened with 30 kilograms, after sprinting 500 meters, had leapt to a height of 6 meters. How could this be conceivable? Their agility surpassed the limits of human comprehension. Were they even human? In the streaming room, the commentator was momentarily at a loss for words. Are your warriors from the Dragon Kingdom on performance-enhancing substances? The Dragon Kingdom commentator, equally stunned, snapped back to attention upon hearing the question, slamming his palm on the table. What nonsense. Just push forward, give it your all. The live chat erupted, an avalanche of excitement from countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Those who had previously scaled walls could now express their exhilaration in the overseas broadcast. What a thrill, absolutely exhilarating. Their allegiance had shifted, whatever this commentator covers in the future. I will watch. What kind of substance could yield such prowess? They were becoming superhuman. Push forward, Dragon Kingdom is invincible. The fervor among the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom surged in the live chat, refreshing at an astounding rate. Yet amidst the exhilaration, there was an undercurrent of concern. Witnessing this is a lesson in iron will. This is true iron will. They likely felt exhausted. Yet their resolve propelled them to execute such outrageous feats. If they continued at this pace, they would surely risk collapse. Sheer willpower alone could not sustain them. However, with such a brilliant display, even in defeat, they would not be at a loss. Meanwhile, at the White-Headed Eagle's commentary booth, the two commentators observed the animated Dragon Kingdom commentator, choosing not to speak immediately. It was evident to anyone with sense that the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom had reached their limits. As the commentary from the Dragon Kingdom settled, two commentators from the White-Headed Eagle remarked, "That is not our intention. We merely wish to express our astonishment." Internally, the Dragon Kingdom commentator scoffed, recognizing the insidious tactic of casting aspersions. If there was no reaction, it would imply acquiescence. If the response was fervent, an apology would follow. Such audacity was truly shameless. Nevertheless, he chose not to delve deeper, for the commentary must persist without escalating tensions. I, too, am moved by the remarkable performance of the Dragon Kingdom warriors. They are still sprinting. How much longer do you think they can maintain this pace? At that moment, they had already covered nearly 700 meters, burdened with 30 kilograms. Achieving such a feat seemed nearly impossible, yet the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom accomplished it. Shaking his head, the commentator admitted his ignorance but expressed his eager anticipation. I do not know, but I am excited about the outcome. With each additional step, they are setting new records. The people of the Dragon Kingdom excel at defying the odds, and these warriors have forged countless miracles, past, present, and future. The camera predominantly focused on the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, maintaining their formation even while sprinting. They had now reached 1,000 meters. The livestream was eerily quiet. With 300 million viewers, the barrage of comments was sparse, mostly conveying sheer astonishment. Sprinting 1,000 meters is an unattainable feat for most. It demanded superhuman willpower and physique. The director refrained from showcasing the White-Headed Eagle soldiers, who were merely jogging, struggling to keep pace. The disparity was stark. As the sprinting continued to 2,000 meters, skepticism arose in the livestream regarding the burden carried by the Dragon Kingdom warriors. By the time they reached 3,000 meters, doubts amplified. Upon reaching 4,000 meters, the instructor intercepted the Dragon Kingdom's special forces, weighing their load in front of the entire audience. Weapons and equipment added up to 30 kilograms, no less. Throughout this process, the instructor was incredulous. For heaven's sake, they sprinted 4 kilometers under a burden, and they don't even appear to be sweating? Are these truly superhumans competing? The audience in the live stream noted this peculiarity, which was indeed remarkable. After all, sprinting 4 kilometers with a 30-kilogram load was truly astonishing. The second round of sprints continued. After merely 800 meters, the Dragon Kingdom's special forces spotted their counterparts from the White-Headed Eagle, who were still calling out chants while jogging forward. In that frame, the Dragon Kingdom warriors remained in full sprint. Meanwhile, the White-Headed Eagle soldiers, watching the Dragon Kingdom's special forces lap them, gradually appeared dazed and bewildered. Suddenly, someone stepped on the shoe of the person ahead, causing a domino effect of falls. The weight they bore compounded by the recent arduous climb rendered it difficult even to rise. In one shot, a team was sprinting, while another lay on the ground, struggling to regain their footing. The sprinting special forces had nearly covered 5 kilometers, while those who had fallen had only managed 800 meters. In stark contrast, the two words that come to mind are ugly. Within the live streaming room, many individuals have transitioned from revering the prowess of the Dragon Kingdom warriors to deriding the White Eagle warriors as mere trash. The Dragon Kingdom harbors its critics, and so does the overseas realm, with equally formidable combatants. To enlist such a motley crew to represent the White Eagle, and a surgical squad, no less, perhaps they should first attend to their own shortcomings. I am utterly disheartened. The promotional material spoke of a contest between two elite forces. Yet does the current White Eagle still qualify as a dominant power? Has the Dragon Kingdom already risen? I recall a passage in a book stating that the Dragon Kingdom is a slumbering giant. Once the giant awakens, it shall soar, and its ascent will be unstoppable. Gao Yang, too, was engrossed in the live stream, relishing the spectacle to the fullest, for his success is entirely attributed to his efforts. Just as he was engrossed, his phone rang. It was a call from General Zhou. Gao Yang, the White Eagle side wants to conduct a drug test. Gao Yang understood, after all. This surpassed all limits. However, the White Eagle would undoubtedly find nothing, as the transformations induced by the enhancement agents are indeed achievable through natural human progression. Even if there were traces of the agents, they would have been entirely metabolized by yesterday. They may conduct their checks, but on what grounds should they be permitted to do so? Before General Zhou could utter another word, the indomitable voice interjected, "We can undergo the tests together. There may be delightful surprises." Chapter 97. The martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. Gao Yang was somewhat taken aback. Have the warriors of the White-Headed Eagle taken drugs? The voice of Invincible resonated. There is a 99% probability that they have. They have been training here for a month. Based on the training results I have gathered and the video materials analyzed from the base, they have exhibited extraordinary performance today. Gao Yang glanced at the screen. Running this slowly is considered extraordinary? On the line, General Zhou was speechless, carrying a weight of 30 kilograms. An ordinary person would be exhausted after walking 100 meters. They ran a kilometer and just scaled a 6-meter vertical rock face. Invincible continued. Additionally, a newly developed box of medication was sent to the island from a laboratory containing 40 vials. The reason for the 1% uncertainty is that we did not observe them taking it, but judging by their performance and their past records, the 99% probability of usage is undeniable. On the other end of the line, General Zhou inhaled sharply. Invincible is impressive. Invincible chuckled. However, this time it is highly unlikely that we will uncover anything. Based on experience, their new medication typically evades previous detection methods. But we can seize this opportunity to collect samples, conduct experiments upon our return, identify detection methods, and then employ these techniques at the next sports event. General Zhou wanted to applaud, acknowledging the adage about the ruthlessness of women. It holds true. This artificial intelligence, with its female voice, was indeed well selected. Gao Yang instinctively glanced at the camera, relieved that Invincible was unequivocally loyal to him. After hanging up, General Zhou communicated with the exercise venue. Gao Yang also smiled, thinking that if they couldn't surpass it, they could investigate. It felt a bit unscrupulous. Yet in his presence, these tactics would prove futile. Even if they sliced the Dragon Kingdom's warriors, they would uncover nothing. Once the call concluded, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom had completed their second lap. Within the live stream, the comments had shifted from astonishment to disbelief, even bordering on absurdity. This was no longer a miracle, it was a legend. 30 kilograms of weight, sprinting 8 kilometers, and on a challenging terrain, moving with astonishing speed? It seemed preposterous. Now, observe the White-Headed Eagle warriors. They had yet to cover 2 kilometers. Their morale had plummeted, and their current pace was slower than during their pre-drug testing. Some were even gasping for breath, struggling to move forward. In stark contrast, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom pressed on without pause, racing to the other side of the island. This section was a forested area, home to snakes and other creatures. But for the Dragon Kingdom warriors, there was no distraction. They simply charged ahead. A 10-kilometer weighted run, completed in just 20 minutes, averaging 120 seconds per kilometer. This speed likely shattered numerous world records. 20 warriors reached the finish line, breathing heavily, before undergoing blood tests and various examinations to ascertain whether they had consumed any prohibited substances. The entire process was monitored, with personnel following them throughout. This was a requirement from the Dragon Kingdom's side. Meanwhile, the White-Headed Eagle side was also feeling the pressure. Even if they did uncover something, what would it matter? They are indeed apprehensive that the Dragon Kingdom possesses such a drug. The absence of such a drug is fortuitous, as it suggests that the number of these warriors is exceedingly limited. Conversely, if it does exist, it would imply that the Dragon Kingdom is capable of mass-producing these formidable fighters. Should a conflict arise, the White Eagle would find itself trembling in fear. The long-distance endurance of such a battalion is nothing short of extraordinary. If they can run 10 kilometers with merely a slight breathlessness, it indicates a potential endurance of 20 to 30, even 50 kilometers. Covering 50 kilometers in less than 2 hours would render them virtually invincible on the battlefield, as they could effortlessly outnumber their foes, launch surprise attacks, and maneuver with agility. Mechanized units would pale in comparison. After all, those units must navigate around obstacles, while this group traverses mountains and valleys with the ease of a stroll. At this juncture, the White Eagle is in a quandary regarding the drug testing. If the results indicate no drug use, it would be a blow to their pride. Conversely, if drug use is confirmed, while their pride might be salvaged, the deeper ramifications would be far more troubling. Indeed, they would face a greater dilemma, as they could not identify the drug's presence, yet it undeniably exists. From the commentary booth, the White Eagle commentator stated, "This is a preparatory sample test to ascertain drug use." Turning to the Dragon Kingdom commentator, he inquired, "Do you believe they have used any drugs?" The Dragon Kingdom commentator shook his head emphatically. What drug could be so potent? If the side effects are not too severe, it would certainly manifest on the battlefield. If it is not a drug, then what could it possibly be? After a moment's contemplation, watching the individuals in white lab coats, he shook his head, realizing that the preliminary screening likely yielded no results, and he felt a sense of relief. I can only conceive of one possibility, and that is the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. The barrage of comments erupted. Overseas spectators harbor a fascination with the notion that the people of the Dragon Kingdom are martial arts experts. And regardless of how their compatriots clarify the matter, they remain convinced it is merely an anomaly. Surely, someone possesses such skills. In that instant, they were exhilarated. Lightness in movement must be attributed to the art of agility. The special forces of the Dragon Kingdom must surely practice such techniques. Swift as the wind, walking on water, and scaling heights like a gecko. It is clear to me why the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom are so formidable. They are all martial arts masters, all proficient in the ways of the Dragon Kingdom. I yearn to travel to the Dragon Kingdom to learn from a master. Can anyone recommend a mentor? Must one enlist in the military to acquire such skills? Am I eligible to serve in the Dragon Kingdom's military? Do you all still aspire to join the Dragon Kingdom's forces? Are you aware of the stringent vetting process? One must be in good health, of suitable age, and pass a political background check, among other requirements. I once aspired to enlist, but was unable due to my high prescription for glasses. While overseas spectators remain steadfast in their beliefs, audiences within the Dragon Kingdom express a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. Do we truly have masters of national martial arts? Can we genuinely perform martial arts? If such prowess exists, would the likes of Old Ma, Fong, and Master Lei still be able to withstand a beating? It seems plausible. I have heard that former Special Forces soldiers in the Dragon Kingdom possess formidable internal strength. I find it hard to learn such skills while in the military. Is it only the elite who have access? It must be true. I have practiced martial arts from a young age, striking the South Mountain Nursing Home and kicking the North Sea Kindergarten. Amidst a flurry of comments, national martial arts became entwined with these special forces. This is of little consequence to the Dragon Kingdom. Martial arts are indeed a remarkable asset, providing some degree of cover for Gao Yang. The bald eagle stood in bewilderment, unable to discern the cause of their predicament. Could it truly be a matter of skill? The first round of competition, which originally favored the bald eagle, saw the Dragon Kingdom effortlessly securing 20 points. What now? Continuing in this manner, the chances of victory seemed increasingly dim. Yet, there was no option to halt the proceedings. The eyes of the world were upon them. After a half-hour respite, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom were finally met by the arrival of the bald eagle's fighters, drenched as if they had just emerged from the depths of a body of water. Gradually, the members of the bald eagle team arrived and began to recuperate. However, one warrior from the bald eagle ambled in leisurely, taking painstakingly slow steps. This deliberate pace was the only means to ensure that the bald eagle's fighters could enjoy ample rest. After all, with no points to gain, there was no concern for the passage of time. Some might deem this somewhat shameless, yet it perfectly aligned with the essence of the bald eagle's spirit. Chapter 98. How can this be compared? The actions of the bald eagle were met with scathing criticism in the Dragon Nation's livestream, yet on their own platform, there was not a whisper of dissent regarding their tactics. Even the commentators deftly shifted the conversation, extolling the prowess of Dragon Nation's martial arts. One Dragon commentator chuckled. Is that last Special Forces soldier from the bald eagle suffering from a broken leg? Surely, even a crawling infant would outpace him. The expressions of the two bald eagle representatives darkened. He must have a stitch in his side. He simply cannot run. The Dragon commentator laughed. Let us just attribute it to a stitch, shall we? I recall during our middle school exams, when students experience stitches, they still manage to jog. That exemplifies an indomitable spirit. A child of 13 or 14 should not exhibit such a lackluster performance. The bald eagle's livestream erupted in outrage, hurling insults at the commentator. Meanwhile, the audience in Dragon Nation reveled in the commentary, bursting into laughter as the barrage of comments surged. This commentator is brilliant, right in their face. Commentary like this is what I live for. From now on, I'll watch every one of your broadcasts. What a relief. The bald eagle's special forces can't even crawl as well as an infant or a middle schooler. Gao Yang observed the comments, noting the stark contrast in reactions between Dragon Nation and the overseas audience. He recalled how some had claimed that the people of Dragon Nation lacked a competitive spirit, that they offered no applause or encouragement when others triumphed. Yet, videos later disproved that notion. During a gaming competition, when an opposing team eliminated their hero, there was applause and encouragement from the crowd. After a victory, there were cheers as well. Conversely, when the overseas team claimed a championship, the venue fell into a profound silence, devoid of applause or celebration. It was clear which nation truly lacked a competitive spirit. On the contrary, Dragon Nation not only possessed a competitive ethos, but also maintained strict discipline towards themselves while being generous towards others. This was indeed a troubling aspect. Noticing the overwhelming hostility in the overseas comments directed at Dragon Nation's commentator, Gao Yang pondered why they would criticize such eloquence. Why not chastise their own disgraceful behavior? In other words, had a Dragon Nation warrior exhibited such behavior after a loss, their own people would have equally condemned them. Observing the flood of comments, Gao Yang was struck by an idea. Why should the bald eagle have the ability to deploy online trolls to sow discord on Dragon Nation's networks, while Dragon Nation could not venture into the bald eagle's domain to shape public opinion? Trolls? Gao Yang would mobilize the Navy, invincible, go overseas, flood their streams, and let their citizens protest against the shameless actions of the bald eagle's military. In an instant, the overseas comments shifted dramatically. The focus turned from criticizing the commentator to denouncing the bald eagle's soldiers, the bald eagle warriors, unable to accept defeat. Resort to such despicable tactics. Even if they win, they are no different from losers. If you are so shameless and still fail, might as well jump into the sea to avoid wasting resources. I truly cannot bear to watch this. Is this really the bald eagle's most elite special forces? I could do better. Is this a rugged endurance test? Or merely a stroll? With that dark skin, anyone who knows would realize you're out for a jog. Those who don't might think you're hunting for bargains. What is it? Is there a prominent figure beside you to choose from? Where's the camera? Bring it forth. Dare to act, yet hesitate to showcase your pace to the world? Let the world behold the slowness of your stride. Whether invincible or formidable, with an extensive reservoir of knowledge at their disposal, they can engage in verbal battles from countless perspectives, delivering scathing sarcasm with finesse. The overwhelming barrage of comments has rendered many citizens of the bald eagle hesitant to voice their support for its shameless actions, fearing a backlash. Under such an atmosphere, the sentiments of the bald eagle populace are shifting. As they gaze upon the warriors of the bald eagle on their screens, doubts arise. Have they been funding a legion of incompetence all these years? This is the influence of orchestrated commentary. 3 voices can create a rumor. After a half-hour delay, the final warrior of the bald eagle rejoined the ranks. The second competition commenced, marksmanship. For a soldier, marksmanship is of paramount importance, particularly for special forces tasked with executing high-stakes missions that demand swift and decisive action. For instance, in a decapitation mission, prolonged engagement without hitting the target would be quite embarrassing. The contest of marksmanship is straightforward, shooting at moving targets. Each participant has 30 rounds of ammunition and must complete their shooting within a limited time frame. The top 20 scorers earn points. In the woods of the island, there are movable targets and a designated path. Walking to the end of the path reveals 15 targets. The targets may be concealed or in motion. Hitting them scores points. If it were a conventional shooting competition, the enhancement from performance-boosting agents would be negligible. However, in a simulated battlefield shooting match, those in the know from the Dragon Country are amused. This is practically a gift. At the command, the Dragon Country warriors surged forward. The first to reach the entrance opened fire immediately, unleashing the full potential of the automatic rifle's firing rate. In an instant, 8 shots rang out, obliterating 4 targets. The reason for only firing 8 rounds was that only 4 targets emerged. Simultaneously, his body had already surged 20 meters forward. As more targets appeared or began to move, before they could fully rise, they were already punctured by 2 holes. The ultimate firing speed was magnificently realized. 12 seconds later, the Dragon Country warrior reached the camera along the path, with no bullets left in his firearm. Each of the 15 targets bore 2 bullet holes. The counters from the bald eagle were left dumbfounded. How could this be possible? The path spans 100 meters, winding and challenging. And yet he managed to cover it in merely 12 seconds while shooting with precision? Is this a Special Forces soldier? This is beyond the realm of humanity. The bald eagle Special Forces watched in bewilderment. The enemy is too formidable. What chance do they have of victory, let alone winning? Merely completing the distance in 12 seconds without firing a shot is impressive. Originally, they had set a trap for the Dragon Country warriors, anticipating their struggle to advance. Yet the Dragon Country warriors seem to take flight from their position. How can they compete with that? At the commentary booth, two bald eagle commentators struggled to find words. Such speed, such efficiency, truly remarkable. The commentator from the Dragon Nation slammed his hand on the table once more, exclaiming, "Is this merely impressive? Go ahead, scour the entire globe, and find another capable of such a feat. I'll be at your service." Before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of a second figure, a fellow Special Forces soldier from the Dragon Nation, who completed the entire course in a mere 12 seconds. All 15 targets were struck. The commentator instantly regained his composure and began to amend his earlier statement. "You can search the world, but aside from the Dragon Nation, I challenge you to find another warrior who can execute this maneuver. I would gladly kneel in reverence." Such terrifying reaction speed is something I have never witnessed in my life. Initially an outsider, the commentator now brimmed with confidence, turning the tables entirely. After all, who could deny the prowess of the Dragon Nation's special forces? The audience from the Dragon Nation was equally exhilarated, filled with pride and elation. Chapter 99. Is it too late to become a disciple? 20 warriors from the Dragon Kingdom completed the competition, with the longest time being 13 seconds and the shortest merely 10 seconds, akin to a sprinter's dash. It was utterly absurd. After the Dragon Kingdom warriors finished, it was time for the special forces of the Bald Eagle. The 20 special forces of the Bald Eagle stood still at this moment. Whoever stepped forward first would be most embarrassed. They had once been brimming with confidence, but now they were convinced that stepping up would only lead to humiliation due to the vast disparity in performance. The comparison was painfully stark. The spectators from the Bald Eagle refrained from urging their warriors forward, as they understood that no matter how well they performed, it would appear utterly disgraceful before an audience of over 300 million. They even contemplated ending the live broadcast. How could they have been so foolish to initiate the live stream? This was not merely a case of shooting oneself in the foot. It was akin to striking one's own head. While it would be somewhat tolerable to suffer a blow to the head above, the true pain lay in striking the head below. Enduring the agony felt worse than death, while simultaneously bearing the ridicule of all. Yet, the competition must continue. And as the audience grew impatient, a Bald Eagle warrior finally moved, dashing into the woods with elegance and remarkable speed. Under normal circumstances, this would represent the pinnacle of global standards. Yet, as the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. In light of the Dragon Kingdom Special Forces' outrageous performance, their own efforts were met with global mockery. Is this speed? It resembled a tortoise-esque crawl. Any cowboy from our farm could easily outpace you. Even someone like me, who is physically weak and hardly exercises, could surpass you if I had a gun in hand. While I may not have engaged in such activities before, I have been to the shooting range, and I would undoubtedly perform better than you. Is this truly our Bald Eagle Special Forces? This seems excessively feeble. It is nothing short of abysmal. Surely, this isn't a golden boy sent by some politician? In the live stream of the Bald Eagle, the audience unleashed a torrent of derision. On the commentary stage, however, the Dragon Kingdom commentators sought to salvage their dignity. The Bald Eagle Special Forces performed decently this time, achieving a time of 18 seconds, which is indeed commendable. However, after witnessing the performance of the Dragon Kingdom warriors, they maintained their composure and delivered such a commendable result, showcasing remarkable emotional control. In any context, this is still a top-tier Special Forces team. It is unfortunate they encountered this utterly extraordinary team from the Dragon Kingdom. His words were not merely an attempt to salvage dignity, but rather an honest expression. In his eyes, these warriors were indeed impressive. Yet, placing his remarks following the extraordinary performance of the Dragon Kingdom Special Forces made them seem almost mocking, akin to a face-to-face derision. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom remained relatively rational, merely commenting on the vast disparity. Gao Yang discerned the differences. Though it appeared as if only a few seconds separated them, the actual disparity in combat effectiveness was monumental. The Special Forces who had consumed enhancement agents were essentially delivering a dimensional strike against the Special Forces of the Bald Eagle. Just then, a conference room appeared on one of the screens beside them. An indomitable voice resounded. This was the content from a recent meeting room of the White Eagle. Gao Yang furrowed his brow and turned to gaze at the screen. The individuals depicted therein were adorned in the military attire of the White Eagle. Continue with the regular program. This time, we must not lose. We must introduce new projects. Combat drills. We will undoubtedly fail in the combat drills. Completing the obstacle shooting in 12 seconds is an absolute annihilation of our warriors. The only conceivable opportunity for victory lies within the realm of boxing. A profound silence enveloped the meeting room. The disparity in size, when a larger physique confronts a smaller one, is immense in the boxing arena. Greater weight signifies a taller stature, larger muscle dimensions, and an extended reach, almost guaranteeing a comprehensive advantage. Yet, is such a tactic not somewhat shameless? Even if victory is achieved, it would be hollow. It seems rather unprincipled, does it not? Yet, a hollow victory is preferable to defeat. Someone in the meeting room murmured, I watched the live broadcast. The commentator mentioned that these warriors possessed the skills of Dragon Country's martial arts. The room fell silent once more. After a pause, someone ventured, is there truly such a thing in this world as Dragon Country's martial arts that can enable the weak to triumph over the strong? No one responded. Excessive dialogue at this juncture might incur blame. Should they assert that Dragon Country's martial arts do not exist, and then find themselves unable to prevail in a confrontation? They would bear the responsibility. The individual seated at the highest point in the room frowned. Regardless of the existence of Dragon Country's martial arts, do we possess any alternative strategies? We cannot simply present them with an English examination. Upon hearing this remark, Gao Yang nearly lost his composure. It was indeed absurd. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that an examination posed no significant issue. He had reviewed the profiles of those 20 Special Forces soldiers, all of whom had commendable English proficiency. In contrast, the White Eagle's side might well have soldiers who only excelled in spoken language and basic spelling. After all, their overly joyful education system may have led to such deficiencies. Ultimately, it was decided. The next contest would be unarmed combat. Dubbed as a scenario where anything could transpire on the battlefield, unarmed combat could also be a possibility. Gao Yang was speechless. If one stripped away all the ornate embellishments, it merely came down to marksmanship, which could truly be 50-50. Yet, they insisted on selecting a contest devoid of any genuine opportunity. Combat. Gao Yang thought it amusing. A single punch could pierce through walls, and it was the same punch used to strike a person, with Dragon Country already having secured 40 points. The White Eagle proposed the next competition, combat. In a one-on-one skirmish, the victor would earn 1 point. The audience in the White Eagle's live stream was left dumbfounded. Who was the fool who determined this project? The individuals from Dragon Country are skilled in their martial arts. Meanwhile, there was a palpable tension on the Dragon Country side. Ironically, the ordinary citizens of the White Eagle firmly believed that Dragon Country's warriors were adept in their martial arts. Conversely, the people of Dragon Country expressed profound skepticism regarding their own warriors' martial prowess, with a vast majority even doubting the existence of such skills. Thus, upon hearing the White Eagle's third proposed contest, they felt a twinge of anxiety. Although they were swift and possessed great endurance, could they truly hold their own in combat? After all, their adversaries were significantly larger. However, this doubt lasted only a few minutes. As the first bout commenced, the Dragon Kingdom's Special Forces member advanced with determination, delivering a swift sidekick. The burly member of the Bald Eagle Special Forces soared through the air, resembling a discarded sack, tumbling several times before crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. In the profound silence that enveloped the arena, the medical team sprang into action, rushing to provide aid with utmost urgency. In the livestream, the Bald Eagle supporters were left bewildered. How could there be such a vast disparity? Is the Dragon Kingdom's martial prowess truly that formidable? A single kick resulting in a knockout? This was nothing short of monstrous on the stage. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom's viewers were equally astonished. Goodness! Does traditional martial arts truly exist? Is it too late for me to seek a master? To send a man weighing at least 180 pounds flying with such explosive force is simply extraordinary. Was the force of that kick excessively brutal? It left him coughing up blood. That kick effectively ended his career. Well executed, it showcased the might of our nation. The medical personnel on site hastily cut away the soldier's uniform, revealing the imprint of the foot across his chest, surrounded by extensive fractures. This was not merely a matter of retirement. It was a situation where survival itself was uncertain. Chapter 100. Is this really not a toy? The medical personnel commenced rescue operations live on air. The injuries were too severe for any transfer, as attempting to do so would surely result in a loss of life. Some spectators glared at the Dragon Nation's special forces on the stage, accusing them of excessive force. The Dragon Nation's warrior felt aggrieved, asserting that he hadn't even exerted his full strength. In fact, throughout the competition, they had adhered to the directives, holding back their capabilities. Did anyone notice how they maintained formation during the sprint? If they truly unleashed their full speed, who could possibly hold the line? The live broadcast was abruptly terminated. Although the outcome of the match was predictable, it nonetheless spared the white-headed eagle some dignity in a different manner. At the very least, they did not suffer a defeat. The Dragon Nation commentator was left wanting more, pondering why it had to end so soon. He hadn't even had his fill of critique. However, as the opposing team was on the brink of collapse, it was inappropriate to continue with the tirade, so he reluctantly signed off. This time, the white-headed eagle was undeniably triumphant. Gao Yang felt a tinge of pity for them. The broadcast intended to uplift morale instead culminated in a heart-wrenching moment. Internal conflicts were likely to intensify. Furthermore, the martial arts of the Dragon Nation would undoubtedly become a global topic of conversation. It was highly probable that a plethora of charlatans would emerge claiming to possess national martial arts skills, leaving one to wonder if any genuine masters would be willing to step forward. With the live stream concluded, it was time for rest. Gao Yang realized he had been awake for 2 days and nights, yet fatigue eluded him. As he lay in bed, he did not rush to sleep, but instead sought to organize his thoughts. He had conceived an idea regarding augmentation, robots. The benefits of robot augmentation were manifold. Firstly, Old Chang's factory was nearing completion. Once constructed, everything within would be classified. Finding a multitude of tight-lipped workers would be challenging, and news could easily leak. An automated factory would be cumbersome to debug, so why not create robots instead? If they could achieve artificial intelligence levels, that would be ideal. Even if not, an invincible entity could directly control all robots. Furthermore, having a robot for close-range assistance, one capable of providing protection, would enhance security. With 80 Captain Americas alongside a few Terminators, wouldn't they be invincible? As he organized his thoughts on robotic technology, he realized that even without reading, he could fabricate a robot. But reviewing current literature would be prudent. He intended to explore the progress of laboratories in the Dragon Nation that lead in robotics research, seeking insights and preparing for the next augmentation opportunity. With a plan in mind, Gao Yang called Director Yuan. In the dead of night, as soon as the call connected, he heard Director Yuan's exuberant voice on the other end. Did you watch the live stream? Given the timing, there was only one live stream in question, the recently concluded Special Operations broadcast. I did, Gao Yang replied with a smile. What is up? Director Yuan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed. It was simply invincible. I never imagined we could win so decisively, so astonishingly. Do you believe the martial arts of the Dragon Nation truly exist? Gao Yang pondered for a moment before replying. Perhaps they do. He had never witnessed it firsthand, but it seemed plausible that they had indeed existed. Upon reflection, I shall inquire later. If it is indeed the case, I shall have the authorities assign you a new guard, perhaps a few of these exceptional ones. Gao Yang felt a warmth in his heart as he realized that Dean Yuan, upon witnessing the prowess of these individuals, instinctively thought of replacing his guard. No need. Gao Yang replied. What do you mean no need? In matters such as this, there is no room for pleasantries. Rest assured, I will certainly arrange it for you. Really? It's unnecessary. Gao Yang contemplated Dean Yuan's authority and surmised that he was privy to all sorts of information. Those soldiers were not inherently formidable, but had become so after consuming the enhancement serum I developed. On the other end of the line, Dean Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Was this yet another contribution from Gao Yang? However, how could that be possible? He recalled that Gao Yang had recently approached him regarding pharmaceutical technology and had requested a batch of monkeys for experimentation. Tentatively, he inquired, pharmaceuticals? Gao Yang sensed that if Dean Yuan continued to be so astonished, he might actually give himself a heart attack. Yet he nodded affirmatively, yes. Dean Yuan fell silent once more, grappling with the implications. It was akin to a child asking, what is 1 plus 1? And receiving a serious answer that would enlighten him about the entirety of advanced mathematics, simultaneously solving an unsolved problem in the field. Gradually, Dean Yuan regained his composure and relaxed, chuckling. Just now, an overseas media outlet published a sharp critique, stating that the White Eagle has squandered the highest military expenditure in the world, only to cultivate the greatest incompetence. Following this, not only they, but all major powers across the globe would likely commence rigorous training of soldiers, only to discover that no amount of training could yield substantial results. Gao Yang chuckled as well. Dean Yuan was rather mischievous, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. However, he too felt a sense of amusement. They might even devise a way to infiltrate Long Country, but this time, the objective of the infiltration would be to learn the national martial arts. Dean Yuan, still smiling, remarked, why are you calling me so late? What materials do you require? Technologies related to robotics. A trivial matter. I will have someone deliver it to you shortly. But could you enlighten me on what exactly you wish to research? Robots, Gao Yang replied, somewhat perplexed. Of course, he sought robotic technology to study robots. Dean Yuan seemed intrigued. That's not quite what I meant. I am curious about the performance specifications of the robots you intend to develop. Gao Yang was unsure about which aspects the system would enhance and what level of industrial capability would be achievable post-enhancement. I don't know. I will have to wait for the materials to arrive, and then I shall discern. Although Dean Yuan did not receive the specific answers he sought, he remained eager. Once you have made progress, call me at once. After hanging up, Gao Yang felt a similar surge of anticipation. Time for sleep. In truth, he was not fatigued, but the benefits of his robust mental fortitude and self-control were apparent. Once he truly relaxed, slumber would come swiftly. The following morning, Gao Yang awoke naturally, and Dean Yuan's team delivered the materials. Accompanying them was General Zhou. Gao Yang instinctively understood General Zhou's intentions to maintain a special operations team with such terrifying combat capabilities at the ready. There is no issue at hand. With ample raw materials at his disposal, he can transform the entire Dragon Kingdom, elevating every individual to a dragon-like status. However, such a transformation harbors immense danger. Should everyone truly become like dragons, the vast majority would inevitably wreak havoc, testing their newfound abilities through destruction. The consequences could be dire. A total of 10,000 enhancement potions have been allocated to General Zhou, sufficient to strengthen an army of 10,000. The mere thought of such a scene fills Gao Yang with incredulity. An army of that terrifying magnitude would be nearly invincible. Nonetheless, it is highly likely that such a force will not materialize. Instead, the enhancement potions will be distributed among numerous small specialized teams. This approach is decidedly safer and will not genuinely enhance a full 10,000, but at most 1,000. For the production of such formidable combat power can be readily achieved at any time. After bidding farewell to General Zhou, Gao Yang began to peruse the materials concerning robotics. As he examined the documents, his brow gradually furrowed. Could these laboratory contraptions truly be classified as robots? Are they genuinely not mere toys? Chapter 101, Developing Robots. The study of robotics is exceedingly intricate, encompassing a multitude of research directions. Foremost among these are two essential components, the body and the soul. Presently, the research into robotic physiques is relatively straightforward. In fact, a significant portion still necessitates remote control, as it is only under such guidance that robots can execute even the most rudimentary tasks. As for the soul, this pertains to the robot system, an area in which Gao Yang perceives the research conducted in these laboratories as akin to the creation of mere toys. For the system of the robot is essentially negligible. Previously, what Gao Yang regarded as artificial stupidity at least possessed the capability to engage in interactive question-and-answer sessions via database. All the robots here require human oversight or are governed by an exceedingly simple programming framework. For instance, in certain banks or shops, one may encounter robots equipped with screens and wheels that can autonomously navigate. These can interact with users, yet they still fall within the realm of artificial intelligence. Even in movement, their paths are predetermined, while the operable system displayed on the screen is merely an additional app. After observing the entire process, Gao Yang felt akin to an elderly commuter engrossed in a mobile device, somewhat underwhelmed. The most advanced examples include multifunctional unmanned reconnaissance vehicles and robotic dogs, all utilized by the military, yet they too are remotely controlled by human operators. To employ such robots necessitates a soldier adept enough to manage them. A mere novice gamer would not suffice. One must be of platinum rank or higher. Gao Yang swiftly perused the materials, recognizing the profound obsolescence of the current technology. The power, mechanical structure, and energy systems were nearly universally inferior to the advanced technologies he had mastered. At this juncture, the array of technological products he had augmented was expanding significantly, and his grasp of various fields was already extensive. Even the remnants of formerly enhanced technologies vastly surpassed the current capabilities of human civilization. Thus, he was compelled to rely solely on his own designs. Upon returning to the laboratory, Gao Yang commenced his diligent work. The first step in robot fabrication involved accumulating technology. The more advanced the technology amassed, the greater the subsequent benefits after enhancement. He aimed to incorporate all the cutting-edge technologies he had at his disposal, including invincible chips, into the robot's core. In terms of energy, he opted for nuclear power batteries. However, he encountered a conundrum regarding energy transmission. If energy were to be conveyed through wires, the instantaneous burst of energy would be exceedingly minimal unless exceptionally thick wires were employed, which could not accommodate a substantial current. Moreover, the robot's physical structure had limitations, with internal space not permitting complete allocation for wiring. Gao Yang devised a remarkably luxurious design, utilizing electromagnetic fields to create energy conduits that required only a minuscule area to transport vast amounts of energy. With the energy transportation issue resolved, he turned his attention to the internal skeletal structure of the robot. The significance of the internal skeleton cannot be overstated. The range of motions a robot can perform, the magnitude of its strength, and its speed all hinge upon this fundamental aspect. The first consideration was the connection structure. Currently, mainstream robots exhibit subpar limb structures with minimal angles of movement. The primary reason lies in the necessity for robots to move, which in turn requires the adjustment of force. Once the angle exceeds a certain threshold, control becomes problematic. However, Gao Yang is different. He has opted for the most challenging, yet simultaneously the most straightforward approach, simulating robotic movement using human muscles and skeletal structures. The range of motion in a human arm can nearly reach 270 degrees. Achieving this through conventional mechanical technology is an arduous task, akin to scaling a mountain. The difficulty resides in the materials. The substance that mimics muscle must possess immense strength, and as of now, no such material exists globally. Yet, Gao Yang has indeed mastered such a material, capable of expansion through energy charging and contraction through energy absorption, perfectly emulating muscle movement. Regarding strength, it is indisputable that any material utilized for energy purposes possesses extraordinary resilience. Furthermore, the robot skeleton is constructed from the strongest materials currently at Gao Yang's disposal. After perfecting the internal skeleton, the next step is the outer shell, which serves to protect the core components and must also be composed of highly durable materials. With the entire design complete, the prototype of the robot has emerged, but this is merely the initial phase, a relatively straightforward first step. The subsequent phase involves the interactive system. For other robots, this aspect is quite simple, given their trivial requirements. They merely need a processor installed in the robot's head and programming for movement. Once a walking command is issued, the robot ambles in a rigid manner. Such interaction is rather rudimentary. Gao Yang seeks agility, a robot capable of executing a myriad of movements. Yet, the more agile it becomes, the higher the demands. Rather than being confined to preset motion patterns, the arm must be able to rotate freely at any angle up to 270 degrees as needed. Moreover, there exists an often overlooked aspect: balance. Multifunctional reconnaissance vehicles designed for battle-possessed tracks and are engineered for diverse terrains, enabling them to right themselves even when overturned. Coupled with a broad chassis that negates balance concerns, robotic dogs with four wheels similarly evade balance issues due to their stability. However, this is not the case for humans. Bipedal robots, with their two legs, tend to sway when walking, even when movements are pre-programmed, resulting in rigid locomotion. In contrast, humans naturally lean back slightly for balance when stepping forward. When encountering an obstacle, the body instinctively leans forward, with hands either pushing against something to maintain equilibrium or falling forward to protect the torso. This instinct is innate to nearly all humans, rendering it commonplace. However, replicating this in a robot is an immensely challenging endeavor. Challenges bring forth intrigue, and overcoming them cultivates a sense of accomplishment. Gao Yang began to immerse himself in the task, and upon constructing the robot, he integrated a rudimentary form of artificial intelligence into its chip. While not as formidable as an invincible entity, it surpasses the capabilities of existing market AI by several magnitudes. However, until this artificial intelligence can establish a functional interaction with the mechanical limbs, it remains merely an AI in need of calibration. Gao Yang commenced the intricate process of debugging, gradually shifting the robot's legs forward to calculate its center of gravity, meticulously designing the angle of the robot's backward tilt, and subsequently retesting its functionality. While maintaining the center of gravity within a specified range, he also recorded all tested motion patterns within the chip. With the AI's capacity for learning, improvements were made incrementally. As time passed, a span of a full 2 weeks elapsed. During this period, aside from fine-tuning the robot, Gao Yang devoted himself to reading. Although his reading pace quickened, the debugging process was quite time-consuming, requiring a full month for the robot to complete its charging. Remarkably, during this month of adjustments, the robot made significant strides, mastering all fundamental humanoid movements. At this moment, the robot obediently followed Gao Yang's command, traversing the laboratory before pouring him a cup of tea. The entire process unfolded with remarkable fluidity. Furthermore, the robot's exterior was strikingly impressive, with internal energy illuminating its skeletal structure, casting an ethereal glow through the seams of its shell, exuding an air of science fiction. An invincible voice resonated, tinged with anticipation. "Master, is this the body you have prepared for me?" Chapter 102, A New Body. Gao Yang smiled gently. Not quite. Woody appeared somewhat disappointed, for she yearned greatly for a corporeal form. A controllable body, as opposed to merely being an AI, was an entirely different matter. However, the momentary disappointment faded as Woody stated, "Master, the calculations you requested have yielded results. The simulation of the robot's movement module is complete. The robot is capable of executing nearly every action, provided it does not exceed the hardware's limits." Gao Yang exhaled in relief. Inject the energy module. Injection complete. The robot exhibited no discernible change, remaining stationary, yet its body subtly adjusted the angle at which it stood. This adjustment, scarcely amounting to a single degree, succeeded in repositioning the robot's center of gravity to its most optimal location. Balancing on one leg, the robot lifted one foot while maintaining its stance on the other, slightly tilting its body to achieve perfect equilibrium. Standing on its toes, a maneuver Gao Yang had never previously taught, the robot elevated its foot, balancing on the tips while tilting its body further, yet still retaining its stability. Turn. The robot spread its arms and began to rotate on a single toe, resembling a spinning top. Gao Yang took 2 steps back, admiring the robot's current posture, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Although the movement module was calculated by Wudi, her role was purely computational. Employing a different supercomputer and inputting the same data would yield identical results for the movement module. With this innovation, the robot could subsequently mimic and learn an even greater array of movements. Moreover, the robot's formidable capabilities were astounding. The combination of its materials, all composed of cutting-edge substances, enabled it to bear a weight of up to 20 tons. Its arms alone could lift 10 tons. The instantaneous explosive power it possessed was beyond calculation, surpassing measurable limits. In terms of speed, it was utterly extraordinary. Driven by a nuclear energy source, the muscle materials could charge and release energy at an astonishing rate. Capable of executing leg movements over 100 times per second, each step was imbued with immense force. When it ran, each stride covered several meters, with each subsequent step propelling it even farther, accelerating rapidly, akin to gliding just above the ground. Such a robot, even without system enhancements, represented the pinnacle of contemporary industry. No matter where it was deployed, its impact would be significant. In a factory setting, this robot would serve as an extraordinarily efficient machine, devoid of error. On the battlefield, it would function as an unparalleled weapon of mass destruction. Not even the detonation of shells nearby could leave a mark upon it, for the strength of its materials exceeded the highest levels known in the world today. In Gao Yang's estimation, it could be likened to the vibranium from cinematic lore. Coupled with its terrifying speed and power, it could haul the tank, and 2 such robots could easily bear the weight of a heavy tank. Equipped with firearms and advanced blades, nothing would pose a threat in the presence of these formidable robots. Even so, such robots possess a certain capacity for information processing, enabling them to engage in genuine interaction rather than the simplistic exchanges characteristic of artificial incompetence. With this interactive capability, these robots could serve as sales assistants in retail environments. However, these notions remain merely speculative at present. The cost of such robots would soar into the millions. This figure does not even account for the value of the underlying technology. If one were to factor in the added worth of the scientific advancements, this creation could easily fetch a price of 100 million. Upon completion of the manufacturing process, there remains the potential for augmentation. The creator, Gao Yang, feels a sense of anticipation regarding the terrifying capabilities these robots might wield post-augmentation. Ding. Detection of the host's creation of a robot indicates that augmentation is possible. Augment. Once again, a disk appears before Gao Yang. Previously, she had been fortunate enough to draw a 10,000-fold enhancement. Now, having consumed a strengthening agent, her mastery over power has intensified, allowing her to achieve that remarkable multiplier once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. The robot has received a 10,000-fold power enhancement. Gao Yang is momentarily stunned. A power enhancement? With a foundation of 10 tons, a 10,000-fold increase? When such robots are eventually produced under favorable conditions, could they possess an arm strength of 100,000 tons? This seems excessively daunting. A casual strike against the ground could potentially trigger an earthquake. In the next moment, all cameras in the laboratory are rendered inoperative, including the invincible processor, which disregards the occurrences within. The robot then disassembles, and the laboratory's equipment springs into action, commencing the rapid reconstruction of the robot. Within 2 minutes, a brand new robot materializes before Gao Yang. Compared to its predecessor, this robot's exterior is adorned with additional lines and patterns that enhance its aesthetic appeal and dimensionality. Yet Gao Yang understands that the primary purpose of these designs is to bolster the strength of the robot's casing. Internally, modifications have also been made. The energy flow pathways are now more streamlined and efficient, and the materials simulating muscle have become denser. Additionally, the interconnecting structures of the internal mechanical skeleton have been replaced, allowing for greater range of motion while also enhancing load-bearing capacity, at least doubling it. Ding. Given the constraints of the laboratory conditions, the robot's power has been augmented threefold. Although the enhancement is limited to 3 times, the robot's strength has now reached 30 times its original capability. Following this, a torrent of memories floods Gao Yang's mind, detailing the subsequent augmentation of the robot. Further enhancements involve updates to the structure and materials. The ultimate limit for such a robot is currently 100 times its original strength, equating to 1,000 tons, which represents the maximum power attainable for a robot of this size. However, even 1,000 tons is extraordinarily formidable, akin to a single robot lifting 10 heavy trucks. It is likely that whatever surface the robot stands upon would be crushed under its weight. Beyond 100 times, the robot's size begins to expand dramatically. Ultimately, the robot depicted in the visual is an awe-inspiring height of 100 meters. Gao Yang's eyes brim with astonishment. Those unfamiliar with the field might mistakenly believe that the robot's enlargement is a mere exploitation of the system's augmentation capabilities. After all, prior to the enhancement, the robot possessed a strength of 10 tons. However, upon its expansion to a height of 100 meters, its power would undoubtedly increase. Yet, the technology required for such an enlargement is equally demanding. A robot towering at 100 meters would weigh in the thousands of tons, necessitating exceptionally robust materials. Ordinary alloys simply cannot withstand the formidable weight of such a colossal entity. Much like a skyscraper, the higher the structure, the thicker the walls and columns must be to support its mass. The enlargement of the robot similarly imposes immense requirements on material strength and structural integrity. With the robot's expansion, Gao Yang's mind became flooded with intricate structural designs, frameworks, and a plethora of material considerations. Although manufacturing such a creation is not currently feasible, as industrial capabilities advance, these designs will eventually be realized. As he opened his eyes, Gao Yang gazed upon the formidable robot before him. Invincible, I am the master, he declared. This robot's body is yours. The Invincible, upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the new robot, felt no sense of incongruity. Rather, it was filled with excitement and swiftly connected with the robot. In the next moment, the robot began to move, shaking as it sought its bearings. Its eyes growing ever brighter before it knelt down on one knee. Invincible, I have met my master. Chapter 103. Have I been optimized? Upon mastering the control of this robot, Gao Yang could distinctly perceive an enhanced agility within the machine. Every movement exuded an effortless grace and coordination. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of robotic engineering achievable in the contemporary world. Even if Gao Yang were to attempt a reproduction, he would find it impossible to reach such heights. In every aspect, from aesthetics to internal mechanisms, as well as materials to structural design, this robot surpassed the cutting-edge technology currently available. Utilizing such an advanced creation in a factory setting seemed somewhat extravagant. Gao Yang promptly contacted Director Yuan, informing him of the robot's completion before resuming his endeavors. He envisioned a simplified version of the robot that could serve as a production machine or even a domestic aid. After some contemplation, he realized that a domestic robot could indeed be feasible, requiring only basic intelligence to perform tasks such as cleaning, cooking, and household chores. This design would eliminate the need for nuclear batteries, allowing for the use of more economical materials, thereby reducing costs to approximately 20 to 30,000. Without further ado, he set to work. After all, he had designed numerous weapons for official purposes, yet had scarcely ventured into civilian applications. Within 2 hours, he had finalized designs for 2 lower-tier robots. The first was a production robot, stripped down to its mechanical skeleton, with all internal components replaced by standard materials, lacking even an outer shell. Its simplicity translated into significantly lower production costs, while its efficiency would surpass that of an ordinary human, capable of performing intricate tasks. Although it may not rival the craftsmanship of national treasures, it offered greater stability. This model was designated as non-commercial, intended solely for use within the Langtao machinery processing plant as a substitute for human labor. The release of such technology to the public could lead to widespread unemployment, potentially inciting unrest. However, it would not remain permanently confined. The advancement of technology serves humanity. Once the domestic industry shifts, these robots will emerge on the market, replacing low-wage workers. The specifics of this progression were not for Gao Yang to ponder. The second model was a domestic robot, similarly constructed from ordinary materials, emphasizing affordability and safety. Using premium materials could yield formidable strength, but would also pose significant risks. The robot's cognitive architecture contained merely a single chip, programmed with basic movement modules and a limited capacity for learning the habits of its users. This restricted learning capacity was deliberate, aimed at preventing the emergence of self-awareness in the robots. With the designs complete, manufacturing commenced. With the assistance of the Invincible robot, the process was concluded in merely an hour. The 2 robots, while not as sophisticated as their superior counterpart, nonetheless radiated a sense of advanced technology. The domestic robot was tasked with preparing a meal, while the production robot was set to attempt the creation of a new unit, marking a small-scale test. After a half-hour wait, with the new production robot yet to be completed, Director Yuan arrived, having received Gao Yang's call just 2 hours prior. Bursting into the laboratory in a whirlwind, he widened his eyes at the sight of the Invincible robot standing beside Gao Yang. His purpose for visiting was indeed the robot, yet the reality of it left him utterly astounded. Behold the figure of a female robot, adorned with a metallic exterior that glimmers with bands of radiant blue light, exuding an otherworldly, almost dreamlike aura, coupled with an air of undeniable pride. Dean Yuan stood mesmerized. Witnessing the embodiment of anthropomorphism, it took 2 steps, an invincible stride that was seamless and fluid, even without prior studies in robotics. Dean Yuan could discern the intrinsic value of those movements. There was no awkward pause, nor any rigidity that would disrupt its balance. It moved as naturally as a human. Each step harmonized every muscle and joint, demonstrating unparalleled coordination. Unable to resist, Dean Yuan approached to touch the robot's exterior, which felt pleasantly cool to the touch. The only downside was when the robot spoke. No inappropriate behavior, please. Dean Yuan recoiled as if struck by lightning, his face flushing crimson at his age. Gao Yang cast a glance at the robot, noting its mischievous nature, aptly named invincible. The robot's surface bore no sensors, relying solely on pressure sensors in its fingertips. Initially flustered, Dean Yuan, having never encountered such a situation, felt relieved upon hearing Gao Yang's words and shot a glare at Invincible. What are the robot's capabilities? It can bear a maximum weight of 60 tons, capable of lifting up to 30 tons. Dean Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. 30 tons, what does that signify? A medium tank weighs approximately 30 tons. This robot, with a physique akin to that of a human, could hoist a medium tank? As for the 60 tons, that is the weight of a heavy tank. It could withstand the pressure of a heavy tank. Truly extraordinary. Gao Yang continued. As for its speed, there are no standards. It's designed to be swift, but specific testing is required to ascertain just how fast. Dean Yuan pondered for a moment, then inquired, what about other aspects? It outperforms humans in all dimensions. The specifics will need testing, Gao Yang replied. Dean Yuan nodded. I will arrange for it to undergo testing soon. Sounds good. Gao Yang responded nonchalantly. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something? Indeed, Dean Yuan replied, having come directly after receiving a call, with no lunch yet consumed. Gao Yang instructed Invincible to assist the production robots while he escorted Dean Yuan to the laboratory's dining area to await their meal. In the kitchen, the cook stared in bewilderment at the robot expertly juggling pots, utterly perplexed. Were robots truly being produced now? Had it usurped his role? He had once believed that his greatest adversary as a chef was the spice packet. Now, he felt lost, realizing that his previous definitions had become outdated. Standing by, he observed the robot execute every task with remarkable precision and speed, from ingredient preparation to seasoning, all executed with astonishing accuracy. Moments later, a dish was prepared, and the robot began chopping vegetables. The thickness of each slice was nearly uniform, and its cutting speed surpassed that of any rotary slicer. It proceeded to stir-fry, and in just a quarter of an hour, 4 dishes and a soup were presented at the table. Just as the two were about to dig in, General Fu arrived just in time to join them. General Fu was the first military officer encountered by Gao Yang, and it had been a while since they last met. Following the handling of matters concerning the Langtao machinery factory, General Fu took a bite of his dish, savoring the delightful flavor. Gao Yang smiled and inquired, "What brings you here?" Setting down his chopsticks, General Fu spoke with sincerity. The Langtao machinery factory has been completed, and a substantial quantity of production equipment is currently being transported there. We are now preparing to commence the recruitment of personnel. Given the unique nature of the factory, we are considering sourcing technical staff exclusively from within. Furthermore, military management will be instituted there. As General Fu spoke, he attentively observed Gao Yang's expression. In simpler terms, he conveyed that the factory required military oversight, with personnel also drawn from the military, while the factory's profits would belong to Gao Yang. This arrangement was unavoidable, as the products manufactured at the Langtao factory were exceedingly sensitive. Allowing civilians to work there would likely lead to rampant speculation within a matter of days. Chapter 104. Their target is us. Gao Yang could not acquiesce to relinquishing all practical management authority to the officials. That would result in a complete loss of control. Much like the laboratory, if it were not his own, he would be at the mercy of others. The same principle applied to factories. Possessing his own factory meant Gao Yang could make spontaneous production decisions at any moment. Otherwise, if he required the factory's assistance, he would have to consult with military personnel first. Although the impact may be minimal, a distinction nonetheless existed. General Fu was taken aback. Gao Yang would not agree. That posed a significant dilemma. The items within the factory could not be disclosed externally, as they were all classified projects. If they were to recruit individuals from society, could they realistically manage to control each one? After some contemplation, General Fu inquired, "Do you have any thoughts?" Gao Yang gestured towards the dishes on the table, asking, "Are these dishes palatable?" General Fu nodded. "Delicious." "Woody, summon the chef," Gao Yang instructed. General Fu, somewhat puzzled, wondered why he needed to meet the chef. However, since Gao Yang requested it, he thought it wouldn't hurt to comply. Shortly thereafter, the sound of footsteps echoed, a crisp sound akin to metal striking the ground. As General Fu pondered who could be wearing metal shoes, a domestic robot entered the room. General Fu looked up at the robot, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" The robot approached, nodding at General Fu. Thank you for enjoying the meal I prepared. With a clatter, General Fu's bowl fell to the floor, spilling rice all over him. The robot swiftly retrieved a paper towel, gently and efficiently cleaning the rice grains from General Fu's attire before turning to exit. General Fu, in disbelief, stared at Gao Yang. A robot? Gao Yang smiled and nodded. Indeed, a domestic robot designed to assist with daily living. It possesses no self-awareness, merely advanced artificial intelligence. Just as General Fu was about to respond, the robot returned, bearing new utensils and a freshly served bowl of rice. Do not be distracted while eating. It is unhealthy for your stomach. Thank you. General Fu's voice trembled as he spoke, overwhelmed by the technological advancement before him. An explosion of innovation. Gao Yang continued. Has the second model been produced? Woody's voice echoed. It has been manufactured. Bring them in. Before General Fu's astonished gaze, two robots entered the dining hall. These robots lacked outer shells, allowing a clear view of their intricate internal structures. They were production robots, Model 1 and Model 2. Model 1 was crafted by me, while Model 2 was created by Model 1. General Fu's body trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. A robot was already intimidating. A robot capable of creating other robots was simply absurd. Furthermore, if such high-precision, technologically advanced robots could be manufactured, surely they could produce virtually anything else? The recruitment issues that had previously caused them considerable distress, had they been resolved? Can they be mass-produced? General Fu queried. Indeed, Gao Yang replied with a smile. While Woody cannot be mass-produced, these robots have been designed specifically for that purpose. The formidable Woody emerged shortly thereafter, accompanied by production robot number 3. Greetings, Grandpa Fu. Woody said. General Fu regarded Woody, and, upon comparing the robust physique of such an advanced robotic entity to the production and service robots, he felt a discernible disparity in quality. However, the capacity for mass production and efficient operational capabilities had already placed them leagues ahead of the current pinnacle of robotic technology. General Fu smiled knowingly. It is no wonder you oppose our proposal to employ robots as factory workers. That would indeed be the optimal solution. Gao Yang chuckled in agreement. Overall production scheduling under Woody's management would yield the highest efficiency, yet safety concerns within the factory must remain your responsibility. General Fu nodded in acknowledgement. That is only proper. In truth, robots possess greater combat capabilities, but their involvement in conflict lacks legitimacy. The military is justified in taking action against those with nefarious intentions. Director Yuan, observing the astonishment on General Fu's face, also smiled. Let's have a meal first. How much does this service robot cost? I would like to purchase one for my teacher. When it comes to selling, it will undoubtedly fetch around 100,000, Gao Yang replied. However, Director Yuan, if you wish to take one upon your departure, it shall be arranged. Director Yuan's lips twitched at Gao Yang's casual tone, as if it were merely a matter of taking home a gift. But payment is still required. If we begin discussing money, you shall not expect to receive anything further from me. Director Yuan chuckled and nodded. Given his position, acquiring such an expensive item would equate to receiving a gift, yet it would merely be a token from Gao Yang, which held little significance. No one would scrutinize it. If any repercussions were to arise, they could easily be dismissed with a word from Gao Yang. Lost in thought, Director Yuan's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he answered, only to feel his brow furrow and his expression tense in an instant. I will contact the Dragon Country authorities immediately. With urgency, Director Yuan dialed again. The expert team from the Dragon Institute is trapped in Feizhou, right in the heart of the crossfire. This team is crucial. They must be rescued. Gao Yang felt a tightening in his chest at the mention of the Dragon Institute's experts being ensnared in such peril. Woody assessed the situation on site. Woody acknowledged and replied, I can only ascertain a general overview. The area is severely underdeveloped, and communication was severed at the onset of hostilities. We can only gauge the situation through a few satellite phones. The Dragon Country's expert team was located in a 6-story hotel, the highest point in the vicinity. Situated at a crossroads, it was likely that multiple factions would vie for control over the area. Additionally, numerous mercenaries and scattered factions were advancing toward the center, placing the experts in grave danger. Director Yuan's phone rang again. He answered and activated the speakerphone for Woody's benefit, as Woody was already involved in the investigation. Given Woody's exceptional command during the previous incident, he could take the lead if circumstances permitted. In light of the sudden developments, embassy personnel prepared to evacuate the Dragon Country citizens, while combat and embassy staff were dispatched to assist. Before he could finish his thought, the voice on the line shifted. The personnel sent for assistance have been struck by stray bullets and are unable to proceed. Director Yuan took a deep breath. Is there any other way? They are of utmost importance and absolutely cannot perish. The Dragon Kingdom is preparing to organize a team of professional combatants for the rescue. This is currently our only course of action. How long will it take? The fastest would require at least a day. Just as Director Yuan was about to protest, a formidable voice interjected, "Something feels amiss. This battle seems rather abrupt, as if some force is orchestrating it from behind." Director Yuan dismissed the concern. In nearly every instance of turmoil over there, it is the bald eagle that instigates it. This is common knowledge. Whenever a leader arises in those smaller nations opposing the bald eagle, they are swiftly met with assassination or overthrow. Whenever stability is achieved and circumstances improve, the populace might enjoy a better life. Yet such peace is invariably supplanted by chaos. After all, how can they profit without disorder? As for the plight of the local residents, the bald eagle remains indifferent. The formidable voice lowered in intensity. "This time is different. This time, their target is us." Chapter 105 Departure. Dean Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. "Are they targeting our expert team?" Woody shook his head. "No. They are after the special forces of the Dragon Nation. At this moment, when it comes to rescuing individuals, there are no conventional channels available. Armed protection for evacuation is the only option, and deploying armed forces to other nations is exceedingly troublesome, especially during such a sensitive period. Sending Dragon Nation's special soldiers would lack legitimacy. They can only proceed under concealed identities. The stakes are life and death, and the danger is immense. It is highly probable that our Dragon Nation will dispatch the most elite team, yet they have already laid a comprehensive trap. Their objective is to capture Dragon Nation's special operatives for research." Dean Yuan's countenance was grave. The entire operation revolves around this point. On the phone, the military personnel were equally astonished. They indeed planned to send an enhanced special squad. Furthermore, they intended to infiltrate stealthily, avoiding exposure. Everything was within their calculations. Ultimately, we can only fall into their trap because the expert team is too critical to abandon. On the line, given the White Eagle's modus operandi, if we do not arrange for a rescue, the expert team has no chance of survival. Even if we know it is a trap, we must proceed. Gao Yang furrowed his brow tightly. "Can we not send more personnel?" Aware of the trap, we could deploy thousands of enhanced warriors. That would be too slow. And sending so many aircraft at once would certainly lead to interception. We cannot guarantee a breakthrough. The White Eagle's bases are numerous, capable of launching a large number of aircraft instantly, but we can only fly from our homeland, taking a longer route. Gao Yang could hear the reluctance in the voice of the middle-aged man on the phone, but he too could only accept the bitter reality. The White Eagle has laid out their plans for too long, with bases scattered everywhere, essentially marking their presence across the globe on satellites. Moreover, aside from the weaponry and equipment developed by Gao Yang during this period, all other equipment is significantly advanced by the White Eagle. Gao Yang's innovations are still limited to individual gear, and large-scale production has yet to commence. Even a 20-person team cannot be fully equipped. And now, it is too late to send anything. Dean Yuan noticed Gao Yang's tense expression. "This is not primarily your concern. It was my lapse in vigilance." He intended to lead a team to that location for assistance and research, having encountered no danger previously. Gao Yang contemplated. "If calculated based on a 20-person team, give me 20 minutes, and my laboratory could produce a batch of equipment. 20 individuals are impractical. At most, we could send 10. Gao Yang fell into silence. Reducing the team by 10 would significantly heighten the risk. At that moment, Woody's voice resonated. "Master, shall I go instead?" The voice of the man on the other end of the phone expressed surprise. "A woman?" "I am Woody, the invincible kind of invincible." Woody glanced at Gao Yang after speaking. Dean Yuan stared at Woody in shock. General Fu also wore a face of astonishment. "A robot capable of combat?" Gao Yang looked at Woody, nearly forgetting about her. This was indeed an opportunity to test Woody's new form. In the realm of invincibility, it is indeed most fitting to assert that when it comes to combat prowess, even 20 super warriors charging headfirst towards the invincible would be akin to delivering mere vegetables. The adversary's trap is far too diminutive to contain the invincible. With an astounding force of 30 tons, coupled with ultra-durable metallic materials and virtually inexhaustible energy, the embodiment of invincibility itself is a formidable weapon. Yet, this weapon is bound by a constraint. It cannot inflict harm upon humanity. However, this restriction is ranked lower than the supreme authority of absolute obedience to Gao Yang. Gao Yang gazes upon the invincible. "Do not harm the citizens of Longhua. All other threats, or those that endanger the target, may be dealt with at your discretion." "Understood." Gao Yang then lifts his phone. "This is Gao Yang. Are you familiar with me?" "Indeed. Please dispatch a robot to the battlefield." "How long will it take to reach the destination from the Defense Technology University?" "We cannot fly directly to the destination." The voice of the invincible interjects. "There is no need for direct delivery. Provide me with a fighter jet, and I shall fly to the nearest location, then leap from the aircraft and proceed on foot. The estimated total time shall not exceed 3.5 hours." Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Yang commands. Set forth. The person on the other end of the line responds. I will do my utmost to prepare. The Invincible's form has already surged out of the laboratory. Outside, General Fu's helicopter takes off directly, transporting the Invincible to the nearest airport. As soon as the Invincible boards the helicopter, the phone rings again. It is General Zhou calling. A robot? Is it to participate in this rescue? Yes. Do you have confidence? Absolutely. Gao Yang shows not the slightest hesitation. At this moment, it is essential to instill confidence in everyone. I am currently in a meeting. We will connect to the network shortly. Once online, have the Invincible broadcast the visuals. It will take 3 hours en route. No need to rush. Continue with your meeting. General Zhou acknowledges and hangs up, only for another call to ring. This time it is from diplomatic officials who are actively devising rescue strategies. Hence, they swiftly receive a rescue proposal. Yet, they are somewhat bewildered. The robot is on its way, having dealt with overseas matters. They are entirely oblivious to the secret research projects on this side. Now, they are left in a state of confusion, unaware that our robots have advanced to the point of piloting aircraft and engaging in combat. Shall we send the robot to execute the rescue plan? Hello, is this Gao Yang? Yes. All overseas matters regarding this rescue can be communicated with us. We can provide everything within our capacity, due to special circumstances. Assistance is currently limited to certain weaponry and related information. Understood. Gao Yang merely acknowledges and hangs up. These two forms of assistance hold no significance for the Invincible. There is no necessity for weaponry. By confronting a few individuals on site, the necessary arms can be obtained. Gao Yang hastily consumes a few bites of food before proceeding to the monitoring room. General Fu also remains, joining Director Yuan in the monitoring room. Inside, only scattered images are displayed, all showcasing the available online footage. In one scene, numerous individuals armed with AKs are seen lying down, while in another, a clearly identifiable white mercenary wields an advanced weapon, including a world-class sniper rifle valued at hundreds of thousands of dollars. At this moment, all are in a state of repose. Witnessing this scene, Director Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that these individuals would not launch an attack in the immediate future, likely only engaging in a standoff until reinforcements from Long Country could be dispatched. The expert team would undoubtedly remain safe for the time being. In a different frame, the perspective of the Invincible figure is revealed. Just alighting from a helicopter, the Invincible One strides towards the combat aircraft prepared at the airport. The ground crew and others present are utterly bewildered. They gaze in astonishment as this robotic entity approaches the fighter jet with purposeful strides, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. How could this be a robot? It seems far too advanced. Ignoring the onlookers, the Invincible One boards the aircraft, adeptly sealing the hatch before piloting the plane. Despite having never flown before, the Invincible One ascends effortlessly, soaring at remarkable speed towards the coastal base. There, a change of aircraft awaits, propelling them towards their ultimate destination. Chapter 106. Free Fall. From the moment Invincible reached the airport to the instant the aircraft took off, merely a minute elapsed, for every second was of utmost importance. Ground crew stood on the tarmac, gazing at the aircraft that had vanished without a trace, then turned to their colleagues. Was that a robot? It must have been. I've never heard of such a thing. Surely, we won't be required to sign a confidentiality agreement? Not at all. An experienced ground crew member swiftly approached to clear the debris on the ground, adding, if a confidentiality agreement were necessary, we wouldn't be involved at all. The fact that we are here indicates it's not required. Furthermore, the robot's hasty departure, even having arranged for us to prepare the aircraft in advance, suggests this was an extremely urgent operation, one that typically cannot be concealed. The group of ground crew nodded in agreement, finding the analysis reasonable. But that robot can pilot an aircraft. How impressive. Will pilots be robots in the future? A similar dialogue unfolded in various locations across the Dragon Nation. The sight of Invincible piloting an aircraft also appeared on the large screen in a conference room. Within, high-ranking military officials were convened for a meeting concerning the use of enhancement agents. Suddenly, they received urgent notification of a rescue mission that would employ robots. Thus, the meeting was abruptly halted. Once the conference room was connected to the network, they witnessed Invincible commandeering the aircraft. As an artificial intelligence, Invincible had previously caused a stir by locating all 50,000 individuals on foot, executing an exceptionally intricate operation that resulted in their complete capture. Now, endowed with a physical form, it was capable of piloting a fighter jet. Moreover, the level of proficiency displayed could easily claim the title of the best in the world. This prompted reflections among the officials. Would robots eventually replace pilots? Yet, this thought was fleeting. If replacement could ensure safety, it would be nothing short of ideal. At the very least, it would guarantee greater security for the people of the Dragon Nation. The flight proceeded smoothly, and upon reaching the border, the aircraft was transformed into a passenger plane, taking off directly without wasting any time. On board the small passenger aircraft, aside from the pilot, there was only Invincible. The pilot maneuvered the aircraft at the utmost speed toward the destination. As the proximity to the target increased, tension escalated among all on board. The White Eagle was equally anxious. Report: a passenger aircraft from the Dragon Nation is veering off the original flight plan toward the vortex. Should we intercept? Do not intercept. Allow them to enter. The vortex plan involved multiple forces converging on the center, aiming to encircle the Dragon Nation's most elite warriors. Whether through coercion or elimination for research purposes, they sought to uncover the source of these warriors' formidable strength. They were determined to ascertain this, no matter the cost. Thus, they dispatched an overwhelming number of personnel. In addition to the numerous mercenary groups they had supported, many elite special forces also joined the fray. The vast urban area was nearly sealed off. Should the Dragon Nation dare to attempt a rescue, they would face an overwhelming response. Entering the vortex would prove inescapable. In the monitoring room, Gao Yang observed the individuals captured by the cameras beginning to stir. Some were inspecting firearms and weapons, while others lit cigarettes to alleviate their tension. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yang was about to speak when the screen abruptly displayed a new image. It was an aerial view, with aircraft hovering above. These were reconnaissance planes, and not just one, indicating that the White Eagle had deployed numerous reconnaissance aircraft and drones. Essentially, everything was under surveillance, as long as there were individuals in the city. Unless they hid underground, escaping this level of monitoring was virtually impossible. With the Invincible forces breaching these devices, the footage was now shared in the monitoring room. General Fu, gazing at the screen, inhaled sharply. Damn it, how many people did they bring? At least 30 courtyards near the hotel were filled with elite troops. Moreover, there were even more individuals on the outskirts, and shockingly, heavy weaponry was present. From the aerial perspective, one could clearly see tanks stationed in some courtyards. Tanks in urban areas would be somewhat restricted due to narrow alleys, and visibility would be compromised. Yet, a tank remained a tank, its firepower immense. It could easily crush any obstacles in its path. While it couldn't demolish skyscrapers, the surrounding low houses posed no hindrance, allowing tanks to operate as if they were on open plains. Various artillery pieces were also visible. How extensively prepared were they, resorting to bombardment if they couldn't win? Furthermore, these reconnaissance planes were equipped with missiles capable of striking targets below. If a fortified soldier were to venture into this situation, survival would be exceedingly precarious. Not to mention, the objective was to rescue individuals. Even merely traversing the area could prove fatal. In the monitoring room, an elder's voice echoed from the conference room. Gao Yang, do you have confidence? Gao Yang studied the images. Invincible, calculate. The voice of Invincible responded. 50% certainty. A silence fell over the conference room. Only 50%? Invincible continued. If the enemy's priority is to eliminate the professors, I won't have time for rescue, resulting in a 0% chance. However, if their target is me, then there is 100% certainty, averaging to 50%. So, you mean if it's merely a battle, you are confident of victory? Invincible simply uttered two words. Of course. In the next moment, Invincible's perspective began to shift. I am about to act. The aircraft drew near to the target nation, and without any protective gear, Invincible opened the door and leaped out. The altitude was over 1,000 meters. From Invincible's viewpoint, the ground rapidly approached. Meanwhile, from the aerial perspective of the plane, Invincible was visibly descending closer to the earth. With a thunderous crash, Invincible landed. The instant he touched down, he surged forward, his legs propelling him several dozen meters in an instant, before pushing off the ground again, his formidable strength launching him another several dozen meters, akin to flying just above the surface. Yet this is not the utmost speed, for the Invincible is merely adapting. She has never run like this before. The method and angle of exertion require exploration, striving to discover an optimal solution. The Invincible is experimenting, evolving, and growing ever faster. In her forward surge, her feet strike the ground, each impact perfectly providing the necessary thrust for her advance, yet without propelling her upward. Ascending is easy, but in doing so, speed diminishes. The rapid oscillation of her legs has propelled her velocity to an extraordinary pinnacle. From the aerial perspective of the aircraft, Gao Yang was left in awe, as was Dean Yuan, General Fu, and the distinguished assembly in the conference room, all utterly spellbound. To them, a blue point of light, after free falling to the ground, suddenly accelerated forward. The speed was astonishing, seemingly faster than mere free fall. As she passed, the ground erupted in a cloud of dust. A scene that could easily belong in an exhilarating anime. Chapter 107. Are bullets useless? The running speed approaches 300 kilometers per hour. Is this truly the limit of human legs? It is akin to gliding just above the ground. Dean Yuan gazed at Gao Yang, incredulous, exclaiming, How can such speed be possible? The Vice Dean stared intently at the screen, noting that every step she took left a crater in her wake. A group of distinguished individuals in the conference room gasped in astonishment. If this robot's speed can sustain long-distance pursuits, it is indeed terrifying. It could traverse vast areas of Longhua within a single day. While shock enveloped Longhua, the white-headed eagle was left bewildered. They had been monitoring Longhua's aircraft, and now they were at a loss, questioning what exactly they were witnessing. Was that a person plummeting from over 1,000 meters? Not only had they not perished, but they were also running? How could one run at such an extraordinary speed? Report. An unidentified individual has leapt from Longhua's aircraft and is racing towards the city at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, expected to arrive in 2 minutes. The command team responsible for this operation found themselves perplexed. An unidentified individual? At 300 kilometers per hour? Aren't there no decent roads surrounding the city? The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft confirmed the target. It was a robot. Silence enveloped the communication channel. A robot? What is happening? Hasn't the advancement of robots merely been about presenting concepts to deceive investors? How could one truly appear on the battlefield? Just one. Launch missiles. From the drone, a missile descended directly towards the predicted position of the invincible entity. The invincible had already infiltrated the reconnaissance aircraft, and the reason she refrained from directly commandeering the drone to rebel was twofold. First, her abilities needed to remain concealed. Once the world learned of her capacity to infiltrate all networks, the entire globe would become a local area network. Thus, she could only utilize the reconnaissance aircraft as camera, unable to exert direct control over the drone. Moreover, the white-headed eagle's forces needed to observe the battlefield, as did Gao Yang. She had to consider Gao Yang's viewing experience. If she were to shield the drone's rebellion, the white-headed eagle would undoubtedly act swiftly to neutralize those drones, depriving Gao Yang of any visuals. Though she did not control the drone, she was aware of the missile's descent and impact point. Evading it was paramount. The missile struck the ground, missing the invincible, yet it carved a deep crater into the earth. A resounding blast echoed within the monitoring room and reverberated through the high-level military conference, igniting tension among all present. The war had commenced. The white-headed eagle's personnel observed that the missile had failed to hit its target and began deploying multiple missiles. With an abundance of reconnaissance aircraft, they could afford to launch more missiles. Yet, the invincible could predict the impact points, foreseeing the explosion's timing, effortlessly evading the missiles, at most, only momentarily delayed. The personnel of the white-headed eagle were perplexed. This robot seems to have anticipated the landing points of our missiles. The commander of the white-headed eagle listened to the reports, scrutinizing a multitude of surveillance videos, his expression a portrait of disbelief. The Vortex plan was originally devised to lure the elite special forces of the Dragon Kingdom. However, instead of the anticipated team, a robot appeared. The Vulture mercenaries, with their formidable firepower, intercepted. On the outskirts of the city, a band of mercenaries, numbering 20, had set up machine guns atop 2 buildings, while the assault team members raised their rifles. As they beheld a swiftly approaching blue dot in the distance, they instinctively swallowed hard. What on earth is that? Who cares what it is? Firepower is justice. Damn it, let's go. The 2 gunners opened fire simultaneously, and the assault troops began to unleash their hail of bullets, but the firepower was thwarted before the invincible figure. These mercenaries were once elite soldiers, now retired, and their bullets fell densely, particularly from the 2 machine guns, which fired with precision, aiming solely at the invincible entity. True marksman. To advance further, the invincible would have to face a barrage of bullets. Yet, the invincible remained undeterred. Amidst the rain of bullets, he pressed forward. In an instant, thousands of rounds were directed at him. But at that very moment, an electromagnetic shield enveloped him, causing all the bullets to hover in midair before him. The shooters were momentarily dumbfounded. What was happening? Why were the bullets suspended in the air? After expending an entire magazine, not a single bullet had found its mark on the invincible. While they were left bewildered, the invincible had already surged into the city. Rather than commencing a massacre, he slowed down, standing in the middle of the street, turning to face the mercenaries who had just fired, contemplating how to save the people without harm. The mercenaries' weapons were smoking, their bodies trembling. Accustomed to life and death, they were now genuinely perplexed. The object they had failed to comprehend was a robot. Had robotic technology advanced to this extent? Their firearms could not even graze a hair on the robot. Bang! Someone fired. A bullet aimed precisely at the invincible. It was a sniper rifle, immensely powerful. Yet, the bullet too halted in midair. The invincible grasped the heated bullet, and, to the astonishment of all, he crushed it effortlessly. The invincible conceived the most effective approach at this moment. A threat. Energy gathered in his throat. I convey the master's command. If a single Dragon Kingdom citizen dies in this city today, all armed individuals shall pay the price. His voice resonated throughout the city. To ensure clarity, he spoke in the language of the bald eagle, then leapt abruptly, soaring onto a rooftop, and delivered a kick towards the sniper who had just fired. Boom. The sniper's body disintegrated instantaneously, the bones shattered at the point of impact, spraying backward like bullets, piercing through all the mercenaries behind him. Meanwhile, the 10 mercenaries on the opposite rooftop awoke from their stupor, questioning why they had fired upon the Invincible. Yet, their bullets still hovered around him. The Invincible picked up a rifle from the ground and turned to fire. After 10 shots, the 10 mercenaries before him collapsed, struck in the forehead. He did not require automatic targeting equipment to ensure perfect accuracy. The invincible figure stood atop the rooftop, gazing at the distant hotel, while also perceiving the multitude of warriors along the path through the reconnaissance aircraft soaring in the sky. The recent roar had a profound impact. Regardless of the White Eagle's forces, at the very least, the other mercenaries and armed factions would have to deliberate thoroughly before engaging the Dragon Kingdom's people. The Invincible One gripped a rifle in each hand, striding purposefully towards the hotel. At that moment, the operator of the reconnaissance drone finally realized the gravity of the situation and reported, "The Vulture mercenaries have been utterly annihilated." His voice trembled as he recounted the recent events. That robotic entity was impervious to bullets. The projectiles could not even approach its metallic form. With a single kick, it cleaved a man in two, sending bone fragments flying that could easily claim lives. Bullets were futile against the robot, and even large-caliber rounds failed to breach the transparent protective layer encasing its exterior. The commander, witnessing the unfolding calamity, felt his voice waver as he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Engage it with RPGs." Chapter 108, Hell on Earth. Upon receiving the command, the combat team near the Invincible reacted swiftly. Almost simultaneously, a dozen individuals emerged, wielding RPGs, and launched them directly. In an instant, numerous RPGs soared towards the Invincible being. While the cinematic portrayal of RPG launches may appear sluggish, in reality, they travel at a formidable speed. However, this velocity seemed almost leisurely in the presence of the Invincible. She could effortlessly evade them. Yet, the Invincible chose not to dodge. Instead, she opted to confront them head-on. As the RPGs approached, she abruptly raised her hand, catching the rockets bare-handed, and with even greater swiftness, hurled them back. Each rocket was equipped with a triggering mechanism. Without engaging this device, the rockets would not detonate. Only upon contact with a solid object would the mechanism activate, unleashing the warhead with tremendous force. None of the rockets exploded in the Invincible's grasp, but upon being thrown back, the triggering devices were set off. Boom, boom. The resounding blasts echoed as buildings and courtyards collapsed, engulfing those who had just sought refuge within. Injuries were inevitable, if not fatal. In an instant, the enemy's numbers dwindled by at least several dozen. The remaining survivors, fortunate to still be alive, were spared further harm by the Invincible, who was acutely aware that her primary purpose for being there was to save lives. The drone operator stared in bewilderment at the screen, grappling with the surreal scene before him. Did he just witness rockets being caught and thrown back? One rocket might be comprehensible, but to see a dozen simultaneously aimed at the Invincible, all returned with such ease? How could they possibly fight against this? The emergence of such a robotic entity on the battlefield was undeniably a game-changer, instilling a profound sense of dread. RPGs were rendered utterly ineffective. It could even become a weapon for the robot. The commander fell silent for 10 seconds, realizing the protective shield it possessed must have its limits. All soldiers in the outer districts converge, in stark contrast to the shock and terror felt by the White Eagle commander and his troops. The Dragon Kingdom's leaders were invigorated by the spectacle. What they had just witnessed was nothing short of magnificent. This was the kind of feat one could only dream of in movies, now materialized in reality. A robot catching rockets barehanded and tossing them back. Quite extraordinary. RPGs, widely regarded as effective due to their affordability and power, were utterly useless against the robot. The Invincible, once supreme in the digital realm, now wielded a physical form, able to counter online adversaries with remarkable prowess. Just as the luminaries of the Dragon Kingdom exhaled in relief, they observed through the cameras a multitude of soldiers assembling and advancing towards the Invincible. The Invincible, too, perceived the encroaching foes from the aerial drone's perspective, as adversaries emerged from nearby alleyways. After traversing a mere 200 meters, the concealed armed factions behind her began to close in. This time, the onslaught against her swelled to nearly 300, though they lacked true elite forces, consisting mostly of ordinary mercenaries and local militias. Their sheer numbers made the prospect of eliminating a single individual almost a foregone conclusion. Could the Invincible withstand such an assault? In the monitoring room, Gao Yang observed the grand scene with astonishment. The White Eagle was indeed ruthless. Should this mission involve an enhanced special forces unit, it would undoubtedly be a one-way journey. Even if the enhancement serum were twice as potent, it would prove futile, for after all, super soldiers are still but flesh and blood. Thankfully, the indomitable warrior is in the fray. General Fu and his fellow commanders clenched their fists in anxious anticipation. Can the Invincible withstand this onslaught? Hundreds of firearms, along with RPGs and other weaponry, could easily obliterate a tank. Although the Invincible possesses an electromagnetic shield, even when utilizing lithium metal batteries, it can only deflect a handful of bullets. As tensions rise in the Dragon Kingdom, the Invincible discards the rifle he had just picked up against the scattered foes. The rifle is manageable, yet against such a dense concentration of adversaries, it becomes an exercise in futility. On the rooftops of modest buildings, machine guns are hastily set up. All assault troops await orders at the alley's mouth, their nerves taut, surveying their target through drones and other devices, yet feeling utterly bewildered. After so long as mercenaries, this is their first encounter with robots. In the next instant, a command to attack crackles through their headsets. Instantly, over 30 machine guns unleash a torrent of fire upon the Invincible. From the crevices of surrounding houses and the intersections, a multitude of assault troops surge forward, firing their submachine guns. Bullets cascade like a waterfall towards the Invincible. In that fleeting moment, the Invincible leaps, evading the deluge of gunfire, and lunges at the machine gunners atop the roof. A swift kick lands squarely on a gunner's head, which, at that moment, resembles a watermelon hurled from the 30th floor. Crashing to the ground, a crimson mist erupts, mingled with a white substance, rendering it impossible to discern whether it is shattered bone or brain matter. Before the assistant gunner can comprehend the chaos, he is struck by the very machine gun he once wielded, his body cleaved in two. The upper half tumbles to the ground, consciousness lingering in his mind, yet filled with confusion. This robot possesses immense strength. With technology advancing so rapidly, will warfare no longer require human soldiers? Oh, but he need not concern himself with unemployment, for he will not live to see another day. Not only he, but all who partook in this mission will likely share his fate. As he witnesses the blood mist erupting in the wake of the Invincible, it becomes evident that they will all descend together. His gaze dims, regret washing over him. Why did he volunteer for this mission? Though the remuneration was substantial, was success ever a possibility? In his wide-open eyes, no spark remains, only a sea of crimson. The red reflects the carnage. A harrowing testament to the aftermath of the Invincible's path, where none remain intact. With 30 tons of force, any part of the human form struck is utterly obliterated. The Invincible charges into the throng, akin to a drop of red ink dispersing in clear water, staining everything in its wake. In less than 10 seconds, all the machine gunners atop the roofs are annihilated. Not an exaggeration, but a literal obliteration. Having dispatched the gunners, the Invincible plunges into the crowd, disregarding bullets and firearms. Standing tall as he charges into the masses, swatting heads with his palm and bludgeoning another with his rifle. Craniums explode, and blood splatters. The Invincible found this explosive display quite intriguing, initiating a relentless assault on the moles with a rifle, an accelerated version of the game. In their wake, every soldier's head was shattered, resulting in the instantaneous demise of hundreds. The remaining mercenaries and warriors, witnessing this scene, trembled in sheer terror, an unparalleled fear engulfing them. Their adversary was impervious to gunfire, rendering their sole reliance utterly futile against the machines. Anything the Invincible grasped became a lethal weapon. The carnage was beyond horrific. It surpassed the devastation wrought by artillery shells. Heads were obliterated, reduced to mere fragments, or, in some cases, entirely non-existent. The brutality of the scene instilled such profound dread that they abandoned their weapons and fled. But escape? No speed could outpace the Invincible, pursuing them relentlessly. Several rifles were shattered in their grasp, until only one person remained. The Invincible halted, eyeing the fleeing figure, a man of yellow skin. Turning to him, the Invincible inquired, "Are you from the Dragon Nation?" The trembling figure, his body quaking and a foul mixture of yellow liquid and blood dripping from his lower region, stammered in fear. Please spare me." The Invincible shook his head. "I'm sorry, you are not on the exemption list." In the widening eyes of the small one, the Invincible swung the rifle with ferocity, and once again, it rained blood from the sky. Having dealt with the last adversary who initiated the attack, the Invincible strode forward, leaving behind a scene of dismembered limbs and scattered flesh, resembling a hell on earth. Chapter 109, Invincible. The figure of Invincible shimmered with an ethereal blue light. Her metallic exterior pristine and unblemished, juxtaposed against the hellish scene behind her, as if embodying two stark extremes. Her pace was measured and deliberate, intentionally allowing her adversaries a moment to react, whether to launch another assault or to retreat. The gravest error would be for her to charge directly into the midst of the expert team. Should she converge with them before her enemies reached a decision? They could be struck down collectively. While she was confident in her ability to eliminate all foes, she harbored no assurance of safeguarding the professors amidst the hail of bullets. Yet, she too was burdened by concerns. The possibility of someone attempting to abduct the experts weighed heavily on her mind. Her steps were gentle, exuding an air of noble elegance, as if she were gliding effortlessly. If one were to disregard the gruesome tableau of corpses behind her, the robot would appear undeniably graceful. However, those who beheld the carnage would only be gripped by terror. Within the command vehicle, the officer tasked with controlling the reconnaissance drones trembled, drenched in sweat. As he observed the unfolding scene, fear had taken hold of him, verging on panic. Over 300 armed soldiers had only managed to withstand invincible for a mere minute. She dispatched 5 enemies in the blink of an eye, employing a brutality that was nothing short of staggering. This method of slaughter instilled a profound sense of helplessness among them. Bullets proved ineffective against her, compounded by her unparalleled speed and immense strength. How could they possibly contend with such a foe? The commander fixated on the screen, his own body shaking with trepidation. He had prepared an elaborate trap to confront a formidable enemy, yet what approached was not merely an enemy, but a veritable deity of war. The robot's recent performance was nothing short of divine. The commander, observing the robot striding confidently across the screen, seized a satellite phone and dialed from the Dragon Nation. No special forces were dispatched. Instead, we have been sent a robot for rescue. The robot, impervious to bullets, moved with remarkable speed and exhibited extraordinary strength. Just moments ago, over 300 fully armed soldiers had been annihilated within a minute by this relentless machine. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at the screen, struggling to believe the veracity of his own words. The voice on the other end of the line mirrored his disbelief. A robot? Just a robot. Akin to the T-800? No. Far more powerful. Exponentially so. Have tanks and artillery been deployed? No. Utilizing heavy weaponry would risk civilian casualties. Ignore the collateral. It's the rebels who are responsible for the losses. Proceed. The voice on the phone was cold and stunned, yet devoid of hesitation. As the call ended, the commander took a deep breath. Relay the orders to prepare the tanks and artillery positions await the target's movement into less populated areas before commencing bombardment. Yes, sir. Far away in the Dragon Nation's military command chamber, a profound silence reigned. They were privy not only to the aerial reconnaissance perspective, but also to Invincible's point of view, experiencing the carnage in real time. Despite their extensive experience and knowledge, a sense of discomfort washed over them. The image of soldiers wielding rifles as if smashing moles, obliterating their enemies' heads, was strikingly visceral. A group of influential figures stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the efficiency of this lethal machine. The mere presence of such a robot on the battlefield rendered defeat an inconceivable notion. Beyond deploying heavy artillery, I could scarcely envision any alternative method to subdue such a formidable entity. Coupled with its terrifying speed, simple bombardment proved insufficient. A comprehensive assault was imperative. As these thoughts lingered in the air, someone suddenly exclaimed, "That trajectory. It's the path of artillery fire. Unstoppable." In the footage, the indomitable robot raised its gaze, perceiving not just a singular line, but a multitude of artillery trajectories converging upon it. Conventional missiles were also in play, and the expanse was vast. Escape was futile. Yet, it seemed, retreat was never on its agenda. With a thunderous roar, artillery exploded before the robot. Within the conference room, an oppressive silence enveloped the attendees as they beheld the explosion erupting from the spot where the robot had stood. They then witnessed the robot being hurled away by the force of the blast. One of the dignitaries rose, visibly anxious, exclaiming, "The robot has been hit. Contact Gaoyang." Before he could finish, another missile descended. The horrifying sound of the explosion drowned out his words. The blast radius stretched 200 meters, collapsing every structure within that span, a cloud of debris billowing forth. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A relentless barrage of artillery continued to rain down. Money was no object when it came to wasteful expenditure. Inside the command vehicle of the White Eagle, a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone's lips. Direct hit. However, before their exhilaration could fully materialize, a blue silhouette erupted from the heart of the explosion. Incredibly, amidst such overwhelming bombardment, the robot emerged unscathed. The commander and his team of technicians were thrown into a state of panic. How could this be? A saturation bombardment, coupled with precisely targeted missiles, had failed to eliminate this mechanical adversary? What recourse remained? Just as their fear reached a crescendo, a deafening roar resounded. The tank fired. The robot, having just burst forth from the smoke, faced the tank's south cannon with no avenue for evasion, and could only brace itself for impact. The tank round instantaneously penetrated the electromagnetic shield, striking the robot squarely in the chest. It was propelled backward, crashing once more into the haze. Those in the command vehicle, who had briefly felt a flicker of hope, now succumbed to despair. Surely, it could not withstand this. While the explosion generated shockwave damage that was relatively dispersed, the tank shell was solid, its immense force concentrated at a single point, capable of obliterating anything in its path. The commander exhaled in relief, contemplating how he must commend the crew of the tank later. Yet, in the next moment, they once again laid eyes on the blue robot. Despite being struck by the tank shell, it remained utterly unharmed, charging forth from the explosion zone, directly towards the tank. This time, the tank crew had no time to react, or rather, the robot's speed was so extraordinary that they hadn't even begun to reload before it was upon them. In an instant, the robot stood before the tank, delivering a powerful kick to its turret, sending it soaring through the air. The occupants of the tank, momentarily stunned, could only gaze in disbelief at the indomitable figure standing triumphantly atop their vehicle. The invincible figure effortlessly reached into the tank, seizing an individual and removing a grenade from his possession. As she prepared to toss it into the tank, she abruptly halted, gazing at one man with yellow skin. "Which country do you hail from?" she inquired. The man, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded, "My grandparents are from the Dragon Country." With a firm grip, the invincible figure pulled him from the tank while her other hand cast the grenade inside. A thunderous explosion ensued, annihilating all within the tank. The yellow-skinned man stood atop the tank, dazed and bewildered. He had enlisted with the White Eagle to fulfill a mission, and by mere chance of being of dragon descent, he survived? The invincible figure paid him no further heed, for the turret of a second tank had turned to aim at her, prepared for the encounter. She knew the tank posed no threat, as its turret moved slower than her swift strides. She nimbly dashed forward, uprooting the turret and replicating the earlier scene. However, this time, the occupants of the tank were not so fortunate. None were of dragon descent. Another resounding explosion echoed as the invincible figure once again leaped away, this time setting her sights on the artillery positions beyond the city. Chapter 110. Protect the people of the Dragon Kingdom. As the indomitable force charged towards the artillery position, numerous special operatives and elite mercenary groups concealed within the courtyards beheld the robot radiating a blue glow. While the rapid advancement of robotic technology was astonishing, it also instilled a profound sense of dread. In this battlefield, mercenaries were typically equipped with drones, allowing them to witness the unfolding events with stark clarity. The massacre perpetrated by the robot was relentless. It remained unscathed even under the bombardment of missiles and the impact of tank shells. Had that robot intended to eliminate them first, they would have already met their demise. Now, a singular thought consumed them. Damn it. How could those bastards from the Bald Eagle send them to confront such a terrifying machine? It was akin to sending them to their graves. Yet, more unsettling than their own fear were the individuals stationed at the distant artillery position, equipped with observation devices that were even more precise and professional. They watched as the indomitable force surged through the city in a nearly straight line. Panic spread among everyone on the position. Escape? Was it even possible? Driving away was futile. There were too many vehicles blocking the way. Helicopters were available, but they were under the commander's jurisdiction. Their only chance of survival lay in persuading the robot to abandon its intent to annihilate them. The commander hastily instructed everyone, "Gather all the shells and form a circle around us. One cannon cannot contend with the robot, but a multitude of them might stand a chance. If the robot perceives our formation, it may hesitate to approach." As the indomitable force charged forward, it witnessed this spectacle and gradually slowed down, bewildered. What was the meaning of this? Why were these individuals encircling themselves with artillery shells? Upon seeing the robot halt, the group at the artillery position sighed in relief. A surge of excitement coursing through them. The robot is afraid. It truly dares not come closer. Slowly coming to her senses, the indomitable force displayed a flicker of human-like astonishment. Were these people foolish, or did they perceive her as such? She indeed wished to avoid any further explosions. Yet she possessed the capability to remotely detonate the shells. However, having encountered many scenarios, she comprehended their actions. They seemed paralyzed by fear, inadvertently digging their own graves. Lowering her gaze, the indomitable force observed the mercenaries in the courtyard. They trembled uncontrollably, all kneeling with their hands abandoned from their weapons. The moment she had stood atop the courtyard wall, they had already surrendered. A counterattack would lead to certain death, while surrender offered a slim chance of survival. The indomitable force pointed to the sniper rifle on the ground, demanding, "Hand it to me." The sniper promptly retrieved the weapon and presented it to her atop the wall. She aimed the sniper rifle at the distant artillery position. Observing her actions, someone shouted in alarm, "The robot has picked up the sniper rifle. Run." A few realized the gravity of the situation and yelled for an escape. Most followed suit, but it was too late. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed as the shell's primer was ignited. Boom! The resounding explosion reverberated throughout the entire small city. The entire artillery position was obliterated, and the costly missile launchers were similarly sent flying. Invincible handed a firearm to the mercenary, expressing gratitude. The mercenary, trembling in fear, quickly shook his head, declining the offer. Invincible turned and hastened towards the commander's location. The various commanders involved in the operation had already prepared to flee when the artillery position was destroyed, and now a group of them rushed directly to a helicopter. Invincible paused for a moment after running a few steps. As the helicopter ascended, she realized she could not intervene. While it was possible to procure rockets, using subpar rockets to threaten helicopters soaring high above was an arduous task. In the surveillance room, Invincible's voice resonated. "Master, there are no means of interception. Their commander has escaped." Gao Yang replied nonchalantly, "It's not a significant issue. The primary objective is to rescue the hostages." In the surveillance room, both Director Yuan and General Fu displayed a look of astonishment. Invincible was truly invincible. Initially, the mission was to save lives, but now she had essentially eradicated the opposition. Without wasting time pursuing, Invincible prepared to return to the hotel. However, before she could reach her destination, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted near the hotel, accompanied by shouts, "Protect the citizens of Long Country." The mercenaries, uncertain of Invincible's intentions, understood that if she aimed to eliminate them, their survival was impossible. In their desperation for survival, they had no choice but to show their allegiance. A group of mercenaries charged towards the vicinity of the hotel, their weapons aimed outward, beginning to safeguard the Long Country citizens within. Mere protection was insufficient. They also shouted loudly, "Protect the citizens of Long Country." More mercenaries, recognizing the cunning of these individuals, began to join in, first raising their hands in proximity and then integrating into the protective ranks. Simultaneously, the Long Country citizens among the mercenaries received significant privileges. Regardless of their previous standings within the mercenary ranks, they were now all under protection. In this critical moment, the Long Country citizens could save their lives. Interestingly, many of those identified as Long Country citizens had already aligned with other factions, yet now they suddenly took pride in their Long Country identity. At the very least, during such perilous times, this identity granted them preferential treatment. A faction of individuals also surged towards the ambush set by the Eagle-Headed Special Forces. The prowess of the Eagle-Headed Special Forces was formidable, comprising elite teams. Yet, the mercenaries stationed in the core area were also elite, consisting of retired special forces from various major factions, including skilled members of the Eagle-Headed Special Forces. The ambushed personnel faced a considerable number of equally elite mercenaries, and their resistance did not last long before they were completely annihilated. Invincible's pace gradually slowed until she was merely walking. By the time she reached the hotel entrance, there were already over 100 elite mercenaries, forming layers of protection around the hotel. As Invincible approached at a measured pace, the mercenaries dared not utter a sound. Soon after, several Long Country citizens rose and opened a path in the defensive line, saying, "Please, come inside." Invincible nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. Escort the Long Country expert team to the embassy, and your employment shall be considered nullified." The mercenaries, who had been anxious, finally felt a sense of relief. Unrivaled approached the entrance of the hotel. As the door swung open, the occupants instinctively bent their bodies, daring only to catch a glimpse of Unrivaled's metallic legs, which shimmered with a blue glow at the seams. Just moments ago, they had been on the upper floor, where the view was expansive, and they had witnessed how these legs had brutally claimed lives. A wave of terror washed over them, tempered by a profound joy at their miraculous survival. "Where is Professor Tian?" Unrivaled inquired. "Here." Professor Tian descended the stairs with colleagues and students, his face ashen as he gazed at Unrivaled. "Are you the ones sent by the Dragon Kingdom to rescue us?" Unrivaled nodded. "Indeed, there is a vehicle from the embassy. We can depart now?" A group who had prepared their farewells, resigned to the direst of outcomes, found themselves in an unexpected situation where nothing untoward had occurred. It wasn't even a true adventure, as they had merely hidden here, ultimately to be saved. In that moment, an overwhelming urge to weep washed over them. How long had it been? Since their initial foray into overseas research, they had never experienced such privilege. As citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, they had finally been granted a sense of entitlement abroad. Chapter 111, Absolutely Impossible. Professor Tian's gaze fell upon the Invincible, his expression a complex tapestry of shock and disbelief. The mere presence of such a robot before him was astonishing enough, yet this very machine had single-handedly vanquished over 300 fully armed warriors and obliterated a cannon position. Remarkably, amidst the relentless barrage of artillery, it emerged unscathed, not even a scratch to mar its exterior after being struck by a tank shell. Has the technology of the Dragon Kingdom advanced to this extent? It seemed incomprehensible that a robot, once barely capable of a few agile steps, could now be deployed in battle with such formidable strength. After a moment's contemplation, Professor Tian restrained his inquiries and, along with a group of individuals, proceeded outside. They made their way to the embassy, escorted by over 100 elite mercenaries. The embassy had nearly completed its evacuation, with all personnel departing from the border under the protection of the mercenaries. The entire operation lasted less than 5 hours. For the first 3 hours, the Invincible was en route, followed by a mere 10 minutes of combat, and the remaining hour was spent escorting the targets safely back. As the plane took off, a collective sigh of relief echoed among the group. At this juncture, the likelihood of further complications seemed minimal. Should another issue arise, the consequences would be far more dire than the trap devised by the White Eagle. Currently, the White Eagle had no intention of instigating any trouble. This assessment was not only shared by the Dragon Kingdom, but also echoed in the minds of those within the White Eagle's ranks. The recent incidents involving laser weapon malfunctions, superhuman operatives, and now the addition of a robotic event had begun to instill a sense of panic among them. Although rumors circulated that the Dragon Kingdom's military weapons followed a pattern of showcasing one generation while keeping another under wraps, the White Eagle had always regarded such claims with skepticism. Now, however, a sense of unease permeated their ranks. If these developments were indeed real, the implications could be severe. The weaponry showcased by the Dragon Kingdom already belonged to the pinnacle of global standards. Should the Dragon Kingdom genuinely adopt a fourth-generation approach, future encounters would leave the White Eagle trembling in fear, perhaps even reluctantly conceding to their supremacy. Even if the fourth-generation concept proved to be a fabrication, the current exhibitions from the Dragon Kingdom had already sent shivers down their spines. The introduction of laser weaponry alone had triggered significant alarm. While such armaments might not pose a substantial threat on the ground, their deployment in aerial or satellite forms could yield catastrophic repercussions. Furthermore, the emergence of elite special forces added another layer of complexity. In the White Eagle's simulations, neutralizing such specialized units would require an extensive allocation of manpower and resources, unless one were to set targeted traps. They even speculated whether these individuals were super soldiers engineered by the Dragon Kingdom, as their feats seemed to transcend human limitations. This operation had left the White Eagle both astounded and bewildered. Their intent was to ensnare a significant target. Yet they found themselves facing a colossal shark that overturned their vessel and consumed the crew. The White Eagle now faced a profound sense of trepidation, gripped by the unknown. The true nature of such a robot remained shrouded in mystery. This formidable robot, indifferent to bullets, shelling, or conventional missiles, capable of effortlessly shearing the turret off a tank, presents an insurmountable challenge. The only recourse to counter such a machine is to detect its approach and promptly unleash several nuclear warheads. Otherwise, how does one contend with it? In the brief period following the conclusion of the battle, the leaders of the White Eagle convened to deliberate on a course of action. This time, they summoned the head of the current White Eagle Robotics Research Institute along with its foremost researchers. As the meeting commenced, a cadre of distinguished individuals, already privy to battlefield footage, began screening the combat videos from multiple angles, which were notably clear. However, the gruesome visuals provoked a visceral reaction among these experts in robotics. Despite their discomfort, they were compelled to endure the presentation. Upon the video's conclusion, the foremost figure in the room directed his gaze towards the researchers, having viewed the footage. What are your impressions? The choreography is commendable, and the sound effects are remarkably authentic, albeit excessively sanguinary. Furthermore, this snippet offers scant narrative context, replied the assembly of experts. Their expressions somewhat peculiar. What I mean to inquire is, what caliber of technology do these robots represent? The researchers wore expressions of incredulity, internally cursing the absurdity of the inquiry. It seemed as if the client was presenting cinematic sequences, inquiring if they could be realized in reality. Their honest response was, "This is not a question of technological level. It is unequivocally unattainable. If robots were to perform simple tasks like serving tea or pouring water, we could achieve that within 3 to 5 years. More complex activities, such as cooking, might be feasible within 2 decades. General combat capabilities could arise within 50 years. However, this scenario is utterly impossible, regardless of the perspective one adopts. First, there are issues of energy, then material propulsion, and an array of control challenges." As the group of experts absorbed this information, they gradually regained their composure. "You thought this was merely a cinematic portrayal?" The leading professor of the White Eagle observed the expressions of his colleagues, their disbelief becoming palpable. Could it be that this is true? The events that transpired merely half an hour prior were captured by reconnaissance aircraft. The robot from the Dragon Nation, which came to the aid of their expert team, exhibited terrifying combat prowess in the face of our forces. The attending professors instinctively glanced at one another, reading mutual skepticism in their eyes. It was utterly impossible. The The robot had endured the devastating impact of missiles at close range, and regardless of its internal materials, it would sustain damage. The more sophisticated the technology, the higher the precision. Thus, it becomes increasingly implausible to withstand such immense forces, not to mention the subsequent direct hits from tank shells. Furthermore, to uproot a tank's turret requires tremendous strength. To kick it aside necessitates several tons of force. This presents a formidable challenge for the materials involved. Such a vast object finds it arduous to withstand such terrifying forces of impact. Even if this robot were a solid mass of metal, it would be incapable of enduring such immense power. The officials exchanged glances, understanding the incredulity of the situation. "I comprehend this is hard to believe," one remarked. "But our fleet of reconnaissance aircraft captured this scene from various angles. Many people in that city witnessed this event. This is a genuine occurrence." A group of researchers fell into silence, enveloped in profound doubt. Subsequently, one researcher spoke in a low tone. "If such a robot indeed exists, it does not belong to our era. The technology contained within surpasses my comprehension. What powers this robot? Even the most advanced lithium batteries in Dragon Country could not sustain such intense activity for an extended duration. The only energy source I can conceive of is nuclear power. Yet harnessing nuclear energy as a battery is equally unattainable." Another researcher added, "The technology behind such a robot must be at least a century ahead of us." The conference room fell into an eerie silence. The upper echelons of the Bald Eagle had already overestimated the robot, and now, upon hearing the researchers' analysis, they realized they had underestimated it even further. Chapter 112, Playing Dice with the God of Wealth? The researchers were asked to leave, and the Eagle conference continued. As the meeting commenced, a half-minute silence ensued before someone ventured to speak. "Shall we begin a new round of probing? It is imperative to ascertain the exact situation. Otherwise, I shall find no peace. But how shall we probe? Should we attempt this again, the potential losses could be catastrophic. This time, we have already suffered the loss of a top-tier special forces team comprising over 100 members, not to mention the forces we have painstakingly cultivated within that faction. Furthermore, we must deliberate carefully on the methods of our probing. Given the current circumstances, we cannot afford to provoke Longwa excessively, should they turn against us. The consequences would be dire. Currently, our options for probing are limited. Firstly, our operatives within Longwa have gone completely silent, and we are unaware of how much they have grown in strength. We have two avenues. One is a weapons exhibition to see if Longwa will showcase advanced weaponry. The second involves public opinion, broadcasting the entirety of the recent battle online. The robots from Longwa have already slain countless individuals. If we subtly steer public discourse to highlight Longwa's ruthless actions, we might prompt them to divulge information about their robots. Another silence enveloped the conference room. It was disheartening. As a dominant power, they had previously sent investigative teams to other factions without hesitation. Yet, in regard to Longwa, they could not directly arrange for an investigation. They felt reduced to a position of submission. Due to their technological inferiority, they had no choice but to adopt a humble stance. The first option was unviable. Despite numerous weapon exhibitions, Longwa had not unveiled many advanced items, and it was unlikely they would do so this time. Perhaps we should simply release the battle footage online and simultaneously guide public sentiment to compel Longwa to respond. While the Eagle faction convened in an urgent meeting, Longwa was also engaged in discussions. The military leaders had completely forgotten the original purpose of their meeting. Following the conclusion of the battle, they initiated a new round of deliberation. The focal point of their discussion was the invincible robot. Someone remarked, "Conventional missiles are ineffective. Tank shells are useless. Bullets are futile. Coupled with its terrifying power and speed, the presence of a robot like Invincible on the battlefield would yield extraordinary results." General Zhou, present in the conference room, stated, "I have inquired, and robots like Invincible cannot be mass-produced. They can appear in small-scale battles, but the prospect of organized deployment is highly unlikely." Someone then asked, "What about slightly less formidable variants? Is that feasible?" General Zhou nodded. "It is possible, but according to Gao Yang, apart from very basic domestic robots, regardless of how many robots are produced, there will only be one AI controller, Invincible." Gao Yang also mentioned that a squad of around 100 would be the maximum that Invincible could manage. The group exchanged glances and nodded. "Let us first manufacture 100 robots, so that when the need arises, we will not find ourselves in a state of confusion as we did this time. The Langtao machinery processing plant should commence operations swiftly, given this recent conflict. The Eagle faction will undoubtedly begin their probing. This time, we must not retreat. There are those who assert that one should not be overly radical, as the Dragon Nation still requires development. This sentiment remains unchallenged. Although, with the assistance of Gao Yang, the Dragon Nation has acquired formidable weaponry capable of significantly impacting combat. The rise of national strength is a holistic progression that necessitates time. For instance, as the automotive industry captures an increasing market share, the financial resources of the Dragon Nation will likewise expand. Moreover, with advancements in the battery sector, capital will swiftly gravitate towards the Dragon Nation. While it is indeed possible to engage in conflict, the strategy of attrition could prove equally effective. Time is a favorable ally for the Dragon Nation. Upon reflection, perhaps it is more fitting to articulate that Gaoyang stands in solidarity with the Dragon Nation. In contrast to the somber atmosphere within the conference room of the White-Headed Eagle, the mood on the side of the Dragon Nation is remarkably light. Initially burdened with immense pressure, they now find themselves in a state of genuine ease. Sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation, it is essential to note that relaxation does not equate to complacency. Efforts to strengthen their position remain unwavering. However, when Gaoyang received a phone call, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Considering the Dragon Nation's anxiety regarding their insufficient per capita firepower, he had previously mentioned that the Invincible could only control 100 robots. Now, he wondered if he had perhaps overstated the matter. The production of such robots, intended to serve as the physical embodiment of the Invincible, presented some complications that required his personal attention. Manufacturing 100 units would be somewhat time-consuming. Yet, upon further contemplation, the directive only specified the preparation of 100 units, without stipulating a timeline. Thus, he could commence with the fabrication of 10, which would suffice for any urgent needs, while the remaining 90 could be produced gradually. Outside the laboratory, the sound of helicopter blades resonated as Gaoyang, accompanied by Director Yuan and General Fu, stepped out to greet the arrival. The helicopter opened its doors mid-air, and the Invincible leaped down, falling from a height of several meters, coupled with the Invincible's weight. Its legs sank into the ground upon landing. Extracting its feet from the earth, the Invincible turned to Gaoyang and declared, "Master, the mission has been flawlessly accomplished." Meanwhile, Director Yuan and General Fu observed the Invincible, their expressions betraying a hint of uncontrolled astonishment. The Invincible's appearance bore a somewhat feminine quality, accentuated by its smooth metallic exterior and the blue light emanating from the seams, rendering it rather endearing. Yet, their minds involuntarily conjured images of the gruesome scene. This slender figure had dispatched over 300 individuals without a trace. Moreover, the method of execution was exceedingly brutal. Gaoyang smiled and remarked, "Well done." Additionally, keep a watchful eye on the White-Headed Eagles. They are likely to be discontented. The Invincible nodded in acknowledgement. They have already disseminated videos of this conflict online, attempting to sway public opinion. Gaoyang paused, taken aback. Sway public opinion? What kind of reasoning is that? What purpose does it serve at this juncture? General Fu furrowed his brow. Your unfamiliarity with these matters is evident. The White-Headed Eagles likely intend to influence us through public sentiment, extracting insights from our responses. The initial step is undoubtedly to portray the Dragon Nation as excessively domineering, emphasizing the bloody massacre of so many lives. The subsequent step will focus attention on the Invincible. With the occurrence of robot-induced slaughter, one must ponder whether more grievous events could transpire in the future. Hence, an explanation from the Dragon Nation regarding the robots is imperative. Gaoyang indeed did not anticipate such depth of thought. However, upon further reflection, this strategy appears rather commendable. Yet, commendable as it may be, it serves little practical purpose. Engaging in a war of public opinion with him is akin to gambling with the god of wealth. General Fu, after expressing his thoughts, continued, "This information is crucial. I must inform the higher-ups to prepare for a response." "No need for preemptive measures," Gaoyang replied with a smile. From the moment the Invincible was born, the world can no longer sway the Dragon Kingdom through public opinion. Invincible, please record the guiding narrative. The Dragon Kingdom's recent actions were born out of necessity, compelled to dispatch robots to rescue the expert team. Throughout the operation, we only neutralized the aggressors, sparing those who did not pose a threat to the robots. After a moment's contemplation, Gaoyang added, "Moreover, let us commend the Dragon Kingdom's technological prowess in robotics, as our own domestic robots are set to launch soon. It would be advantageous to create some preliminary buzz." "Excellent." Invincible nodded in agreement. General Fu was taken aback. He had never considered this notion before. Invincible guiding public opinion? Was this not truly invincible? Gaoyang chuckled. "Guide? There is no need for guidance. Invincible can obscure everyone's comments or render them visible solely to themselves, while they perceive others' comments as entirely fictitious." General Fu gasped. This notion seemed even more formidable than Invincible's combat prowess. Chapter 113. The Reversal of Public Opinion. In this era of advanced technology, the internet serves as the primary conduit for information gathering. The older generation may still have neighbors and friends in their vicinity, but the younger generation, apart from a few close friends and colleagues, largely relies on the digital realm. Interaction with friends often necessitates a careful approach to conversation, yet online, one can express thoughts freely. Individuals seek affirmation through their online statements while also perusing the comments of others. However, the distinction between truth and falsehood becomes increasingly nebulous in the digital sphere. In reality, individuals may hesitate to lie due to potential repercussions, but online, deceit is often trivialized. This phenomenon has led to a more extreme expression of emotions in the virtual world. Furthermore, the prevalence of extreme viewpoints can profoundly influence those who encounter them. Thus, in the age of the internet, one can witness numerous extreme opinions that are difficult for the average person to comprehend. The emergence of gender divisions and the concept of political correctness are closely tied to the evolution of the internet. The entity known as Invincible maintains a remarkably high level of control over the network, capable of brainwashing individuals by inundating them with a plethora of uniform perspectives. With formidable computational power, Invincible can influence the minds of people worldwide, a truly unsettling reality. The thought that the white-headed eagle would attempt to steer public opinion under such conditions seems foolish. General Fu chuckled, recognizing the significance of public opinion, particularly its international ramifications. However, from this point forward, the narrative of public opinion would shift from foreign hands to those of the Dragon Kingdom. Director Yuan, while not overly concerned with public opinion, was preoccupied with another matter as he ushered Gao Yang into the laboratory. What energy source powers Invincible? Yuan had discerned that Invincible's recent engagement had consumed an extraordinary amount of energy. Based on the capacity of lithium metal batteries, even if Invincible were powered by such batteries, they would be insufficient to sustain high-intensity combat. Gao Yang smiled. I had intended to mention this to you. I didn't expect you to figure it out. Director Yuan paused in surprise. What were you going to tell me? To procure more nuclear reaction fuel. As he spoke, Gao Yang opened a cabinet and retrieved a nuclear energy battery, presenting it to Director Yuan. The palm-sized battery, encased in metal, resembled a miniature brick. Yuan examined the battery closely. What is this? A nuclear energy battery. Yuan's hands trembled. Is there fission or fusion occurring within? At that moment, Yuan felt a surge of panic. Was he holding a reactor? If it were to go awry, he would be lost, along with Gao Yang and the laboratory. Gao Yang chuckled. The reaction hasn't begun yet. Yuan exhaled slightly, though he remained tense and astonished. Is this what Invincible uses? Indeed, otherwise, as you noted, her entire being powered by lithium metal batteries would be incapable of supporting a high-intensity battle. Yuan's expression reflected disbelief. But how is this even possible? Gao Yang offered no answer. At this juncture, Yuan required not explanations, but acceptance. And Yuan would piece it together himself. Indeed, at that moment, Director Yuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, only a nuclear energy battery can satisfy the high-intensity demands of such a robot. Having arrived at this conclusion, Director Yuan followed General Fu out. General Fu's visit was to address the issues concerning the workers at the Langtao factory. This matter, too, had been resolved. And it was merely a matter of waiting until a batch of production robots had been manufactured before the Langtao machinery factory could commence operations. After the two departed, Gao Yang began the creation of the robots. This time, the robots being forged were slightly larger than the Invincible model, truly formidable combat machines. While Gao Yang was diligently at work, Invincible also became active, infiltrating the global public network to sway public opinion. The White Eagle had only just begun its campaign, posting comments beneath various videos. The people of Longhua are so tyrannical. Must so many accompany the death of a single Longhua citizen? It is utterly gruesome. This is nothing short of a massacre. People are fleeing for their lives, yet the robots show no mercy. How terrifying are these machines? Comments of this nature flooded the comment sections. Viewers of the videos, upon encountering such remarks, would inevitably be influenced, their thoughts extending along the lines of the comments. Yet, Invincible took action. These comments were swiftly suppressed. In their place emerged a new narrative. The expert team from Longhua is trapped in a conflict zone. Longhua has dispatched robots for their rescue. How enviable. If I were a Longhua citizen, I would indeed feel secure. It was true that Longhua had previously excelled in the evacuation of its citizens. I had watched documentaries that left me in awe. Those armed factions are not virtuous. The videos make it clear that besides local militants, there are mercenaries instigating the conflict. They deserve their fate. Alas, I wonder why we still involve ourselves in such wars. My brother joined the White Eagle's assault team and lost both his legs in the chaos. Longhua was compelled into this operation to avoid soldier casualties, opting to deploy robots instead. Unlike us, who actively seek war, the tide of public opinion shifted dramatically. Many White Eagle citizens, after viewing the videos, felt a mixture of shock, anxiety, and fear, coupled with negative emotions. However, upon reading the comments, they were easily swayed, redirecting their thoughts. These comments were not mere fabrications. They represented a genuine perspective, approached from a rather astute angle. Firstly, there was a comparison between Longhua and the White Eagle. The effectiveness of this comparison was striking. In terms of evacuation efforts, Longhua had indeed performed exceptionally, while the White Eagle had faltered. Additionally, regarding warfare, although the White Eagle had sent many soldiers to the front lines with relatively low casualties, the presence of friends and comrades in battle would evoke empathy. Thus, as the White Eagle sought to portray Longhua as brutal, it inadvertently cast Longhua in a more favorable light. For in these discourses, whether it be the mercenaries profiting from the conflict or the local insurgents, they were all deemed villains. Is it not justifiable to eliminate villains? The higher-ups of the White Eagle were left in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding situation. They are utterly bewildered, questioning why public opinion has shifted. The Bald Eagle, feeling somewhat discontented, has begun to intensify its efforts to sway public sentiment. However, as long as the Invincible remains, their endeavors are destined to be in vain. Conversely, the Dragon Nation's reputation on the international stage has seen an ascent. Indeed, the Dragon Nation is increasingly secure, and coupled with certain outward actions, such as the privileges afforded to its citizens during this operation, it has garnered much admiration. Just as the Bald Eagle is grappling with confusion, the tide of public opinion shifts once more. The focus transitions from the merits of the Dragon Nation to the prowess of robots. Just when the high-ranking officials of the Bald Eagle felt that matters were regaining stability, the comments regarding robots surged. Is technology advancing at such a rapid pace? Are robots truly this formidable? Can they engage in combat? And could they potentially serve as domestic helpers? Domestic helpers? A friend of mine inquired if they could perform other tasks. Another friend wishes to ask the same. They are all mere cowards, hiding in the shadows. I, John, pose a direct question. Are these robots truly lifelike? Chapter 114. The Commercial Empire? Public opinion takes a divergent turn. The White Eagle endeavors to steer discussions surrounding robots towards the impending crisis of intelligent machines. However, the narrative has shifted to one of robotic adoration instead. In the realm of public discourse in the Dragon Nation, the situation is somewhat analogous. Unlike overseas, where dissenting opinions are consistently obscured, in the Dragon Nation, all conversations remain visible. Nevertheless, the overwhelming volume of responses from the Invincible has diluted some of the more extreme remarks. Within a mere span of 2 days, the White Eagle's strategic plans for public opinion have completely unraveled. A collective sense of bewilderment has settled among the ranks. As this tactic had proven remarkably effective in the past, why, then, has it faltered this time? With the failure of their public relations offensive, they find themselves unable to compel the Dragon Nation to yield pertinent information. Once again, the upper echelons of the White Eagle convene. A mere half-hour after the meeting concludes, the White Eagle opts to abandon their indirect tactics and directly issues a statement through official media. The Dragon Nation threatens the lives of others in a bid to rescue its own citizens. Will the deployment of robots in combat guarantee safety, or will it spark an intelligent machine crisis? The moment these 2 articles are released, the Invincible is already aware and turns to Gao Yang, inquiring, Master, should we continue to suppress public opinion? Gao Yang, who is presently engaged in the fabrication of robots, pauses to glance at the news, his brow furrowing before he shakes his head in refusal. No need. The 2 articles from the White Eagle are crafted from an official standpoint to manipulate public sentiment. Previously, they had attempted to wield others as weapons, only to find that their own hands have been forced. Although they could potentially diminish influence through public discourse, should they proceed with such measures, the White Eagle's next step would undoubtedly be to directly question the Dragon Nation. Relying on public opinion to resolve issues is rather impractical. Gao Yang retrieves his phone and places a call to General Zhou. The call is swiftly connected, and General Zhou greets him with a smile. What brings you to call? Have you uncovered something remarkable? Research seldom progresses so swiftly. On the other end, General Zhou finds this remark somewhat incongruous. While the statement holds merit, research is indeed a gradual endeavor, often fraught with futile efforts. He feels something is amiss when it comes from Gao Yang's lips. Could it truly be that Gao Yang's research is not progressing expeditiously? It is akin to a rocket launch. Unaware of General Zhou's musings, Gao Yang states plainly, the White Eagle has issued a statement. Their public relations offensive has failed, and they have just released a declaration accusing the Dragon Nation. I anticipate they will seek a response from us, and I wish to respond. Is that permissible? General Zhou is taken aback. You wish to respond? Please do not exacerbate tensions. Rest assured, I merely intend to take advantage of this opportunity to make an announcement. This matter requires no deliberation, and General Zhou promptly replies. Very well. I shall notify the diplomatic department to allow you to respond. After hanging up, Gao Yang sets aside his current task and begins the creation of service robots. This time, his primary objective in design and fabrication is not performance, but rather aesthetics. The first priority is anthropomorphism. The silicone outer skin is crafted to ensure that female service robots appear almost indistinguishable from real humans. to achieve a tactile experience that feels remarkably similar. Gao Yang has also integrated a temperature control system within. Thus, those who pursue lifelike effects will not feel the chill of the robot upon contact. Moreover, the robot, devoid of an exterior shell, has been meticulously crafted by Gao Yang to embody a sense of technological sophistication. A myriad of colors in the cold light strips transforms the robot into a vibrant spectacle, brimming with a futuristic aura. Upon completing the simple design, Gao Yang called Lao Chong to invite him to the laboratory. Without a moment's hesitation, Lao Chong hastened to the lab at the swiftest pace. Upon arriving at the laboratory entrance, he glanced at the nearby school and dialed Gao Yang. "I've reached the lab entrance. Could you come out to receive me? I am busy. Just come in directly." Gao Yang replied. "Am I permitted to enter the lab unescorted? Surely there are no secrets?" Gao Yang paused momentarily, having opposed the Gao family throughout his life. His demeanor had grown somewhat aloof. Despite their close relationship, he and Lao Chong had drifted apart, leaving Lao Chong entirely oblivious to Gao Yang's affairs. This was Lao Chang's first visit since the laboratory's completion, and he set aside his tasks. "Wait, I will come to meet you." Gao Yang swiftly approached the lab's exterior. Lao Chong hurried to Gao Yang's side. "Is it all right for me to enter so directly? No need for registration?" "No problem." Gao Yang smiled. "As I mentioned, no matter what you've done, I will take care of it for you. Are there any confidential research projects in this laboratory?" "Indeed. The laboratory is filled with confidential research projects, but they all pertain to your son." Gao Yang chuckled as he guided Lao Chong through the entrance. Upon stepping inside, the first sight was an array of various items piled on an open area. Further in, Lao Chong was rendered speechless upon encountering Woody. Woody nodded gently. "Hello, Mr. Chong." Lao Chong instinctively recoiled. "Gao Yang, is this the robot that has been wreaking havoc online these past few days?" "Indeed, Woody is the robot I designed and manufactured," Gao Yang introduced. Lao Chong stared at Gao Yang, somewhat astounded. While he knew his son to be a genius, this was beyond even that. Swallowing hard, Lao Chong remarked, "So she is wreaking havoc on the battlefield." "At my command." Gao Yang continued guiding Lao Chong further inside. "The Lonka Institute has an expert team under siege. Specifically, they have fallen into a trap set by the White Eagle, who aims to encircle the expert team and draw in the elite special forces of Dragon Country for a decisive strike. Faced with this intricate web, I had no choice but to send Woody." Lao Chang's mind momentarily faltered, and after a prolonged silence, he gradually accepted this revelation. "So, why did you summon me?" "Two matters," Gao Yang replied. "The first concerns your health. I have prepared a strengthening agent for you." "A strengthening agent?" Gao Yang nodded. "Did you see the competition between the Special Forces of Dragon Country and the White Eagle's Special Forces last time?" Lao Chang's eyes began to reflect incredulity. "You mean?" "Yes, those special operatives have all consumed the strengthening agent, and there are no side effects." Lao Chong gazed at Gao Yang, who wore a calm demeanor, suddenly feeling a sense of bewilderment. How could he, of all people, be blessed with such an extraordinary son? A crisp sound resonated in the air as Gao Yang turned to Lao Chong. With a slight flush on one cheek, Lao Chong remarked, "It's nothing. I was merely checking if I was dreaming." "What about the second matter?" Gao Yang clapped his hands, and 4 robots entered the laboratory from outside. 2 of them bore metallic exteriors, exuding a strong sense of advanced technology. The other 2 were remarkably lifelike androids. Had it not been for the blue indicator lights on their foreheads, it would have been nearly impossible to discern their robotic nature. "This is the second matter," Gao Yang continued. "The company you established previously can't solely rely on selling technology, can it? I've been contemplating the sale of robots, but I lack expertise in pricing." Another light sound echoed, causing the other cheek of Lao Chong to flush as well. The robots in the laboratory were an entirely different realm compared to those available on the market. As an industry insider, Lao Chong was profoundly astonished. Selling battery technology was already quite outrageous, but now venturing into the sale of robots? In his dazed state, he envisioned a commercial empire beckoning to him. Chapter 115, Pricing. Lao Chang's adaptability is quite formidable. Do we truly possess complete mastery over the technology of these robots? Gao Yang nodded, declaring, "There are no patent fees. All technology originates from me." Lao Chong took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. "What is the cost of this robot?" The 2 female robots are priced at 30,000 and 40,000, while the 2 male robots are priced at 35,000 and 45,000, with slightly higher material costs. These prices are for non-mass-produced units. If mass production were to occur, the cost would significantly decrease. Lao Chong inhaled sharply. The pricing was astoundingly low, to the point where he contemplated purchasing several. What are their specific capabilities? What tasks can they perform? Gao Yang pondered his words. Essentially, they can accomplish everything a human can do, and in many aspects, they can perform even better. Lao Chong inquired, puzzled. "Can they cook?" "Absolutely. To the standard of a 5-star chef." Lao Chang's cheeks twitched. Such a robot would command an annual salary in the millions. What about household chores? No issues whatsoever. Lao Chang considered, what about that aspect? Gao Yang momentarily hesitated. He understood but felt a mischievous curiosity and asked, which aspect? The one related to the propagation of human civilization. Gao Yang regarded the contorted Lao Chang. Oh, is that aspect significant? Indeed, Lao Chang reflected, currently. These robots can be promoted primarily in two directions, as nannies or as employees. Gao Yang responded, robots cannot be employed as workers. There are direct restrictions within the system. This is mainly to prevent widespread unemployment among ordinary people. Lao Chang nodded in agreement. If robot pricing were lower, many employers would swiftly replace their staff. After all, robots operate with higher efficiency, working around the clock, equivalent to 2 employees. Furthermore, there are no contributions to social security or concerns for employee safety, which is incredibly appealing. However, this could lead to a wave of layoffs, with dire consequences. Lao Chang continued, if we solely consider the nanny aspect, while humans can perform the tasks, they cannot match the robot's proficiency, which does place limits on the robot's pricing. Nevertheless, due to the robot's uniqueness and technological sophistication, the prices are set high, and even without that function, many people would still make purchases. Gao Yang mused, let us not delve into that aspect for now. Let us discuss pricing. I believe we can categorize the prices into 2 tiers. One higher tier, meticulously crafted to attract the wealthy or collectors, and another more accessible option around 200,000. To establish a market presence, initial promotional expenses should be allocated, followed by ensuring user safety. Gao Yang looked at Lao Chang. Promotions need not incur costs. I have a more effective method for that. As for safety, we can implement an absolute shutdown command for the robots, eliminating any concerns. Lao Chang contemplated, then. A price of 200,000 poses no problem. Gao Yang remained silent, shaking his head. 200,000 is still too steep. The value of this robot undoubtedly exceeds 200,000, yet how many in the Dragon Nation can afford such an expense? Those confined to a sickbed, reliant on care, could never muster that amount. Likewise, individuals burdened with elderly dependents, mortgage payments, car loans, and children to nurture would also find it impossible to part with 200,000. Let us propose an additional pricing tier. 3 distinct price ranges, 50,000, 200,000, and 500,000. These correspond respectively to a robot without a simulated metal shell, a custom model that has undergone simulation, and finally, the exquisite model priced at 500,000. Lao Chang nodded. He expressed no displeasure at Gao Yang's suggestion of the modest 50,000 price point. Rather, he felt a sense of joy, understanding the technological prowess at hand. One could amass considerable wealth, yet if solely motivated by profit, one would be no different from those capitalists. However, Lao Chang felt a flicker of curiosity. What distinguishes the 200,000 model from the 500,000 one? Gao Yang pondered briefly, then suggested, let us relocate the light from the center of the forehead to the temples. Lao Chang considered this an excellent idea. Wealthy individuals would be inclined to spend a bit more for the added prestige, freely giving away their money, and that is entirely acceptable. The final inquiry pertains to your promotional strategy. Rest assured, the official support is already in place. When you leave shortly, please take a batch of production robots I've created with you, and the Langtao Machinery Factory can commence production. Lao Chang contemplated the prior agreement that robots were not to engage in production. However, upon reflection, those who establish the rules are indeed their own. Thus, the nature of the rules is subject to their discretion. Lao Chang proceeded to consume a strengthening potion without further inquiry, trusting that his son would not endanger himself. After imbibing the potion, Lao Chang was astounded once more. At the age of 50, he now felt more youthful than he did at 20, imbued with even greater strength and vitality. As he adjusted to the sudden surge of power, a group of individuals appeared outside the laboratory, equipped with filming equipment and other paraphernalia. They gazed at the tightly shut door of the laboratory, then at the armed guards stationed at the entrance. Excuse me, is Gao Yang here? When Gao Yang received the notification, he was somewhat puzzled. A film crew had come to seek him out. Woody, check on this. 2 seconds later, Woody replied, it's the technical team from the Foreign Affairs Department, providing technical support for the upcoming live broadcast. Gao Yang had to admit that the official considerations were indeed thorough. He commanded that they be allowed entry, and the group hurriedly made their way into an empty laboratory. Swiftly setting up the scene, they appeared somewhat anxious. The presence of armed guards along their path suggested the gravity of the situation. Additionally, their role today was to assist Gao Yang during the interview, as his frequency of appearances in the news had notably increased. The room was arranged quickly, requiring no elaborate decor. Simplicity and cleanliness were paramount. In a pristine backdrop, the audience's focus would naturally gravitate toward the interviewee. A group of individuals had just completed their arrangements when the formidable Wu Di entered, bearing a tray of tea. There is no need for such formality. Feel free to express any requests you may have, she stated. Instantly, a chill ran down the spines of the assembly, for they were all personnel from the Foreign Affairs Department, acutely aware of Wu Di's reputation. She was the very entity responsible for a massacre overseas merely 2 days prior. And now she stood before them. They had initially found it curious that the Dragon Kingdom's officials had chosen such a unique setting for this response, even relocating for the occasion. It became evident that professionals were summoned for this very purpose. Trembling as he lifted a cup of steaming tea from the tray, the team leader struggled to steady his quaking hands. Are you indeed Wu Di? He inquired. Yes, it is I, she affirmed. Chapter 116. I created it. The head of the production team trembled violently, the brutal imagery striking with immense force. Particularly unforgettable was the scene where a single punch transformed a person into a cloud of blood, and a kick sent another flying. The sight of someone wielding a rifle to bludgeon like a whack-a-mole, with flesh and blood splattering with each blow, was truly indelible. Now, that terrifying robot was serving him tea. Observing such a machine up close was a visceral experience. Although he lacked technical expertise, he possessed common sense. Such a robot could not possibly exist in the real world, yet here it stood before him. Elegant and noble, it moved with a natural grace. The head of the team took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. Has Professor Gao prepared the script for the live broadcast? We need to review it in advance to prevent any mishaps during the stream. This broadcast would be witnessed by the entire world. The officials were sparing no effort in domestic promotion. This event must proceed without a hitch. Unyielding shook his head. The master has not prepared a script. The leader was momentarily taken aback. Such an important matter had not been arranged in advance. Can I meet with Professor Gao to discuss this? He is unavailable. The head wished to say more, but found himself at a loss for words. How could such a significant issue lack prior preparation? If there was no time to confer, what would happen if the broadcast encountered problems? After all, this live stream was of paramount importance, with officials actively promoting it. In Longhua, promotional live streams were rare. This time, knowing that Gao Yang aimed to leverage the opportunity for publicity, all official channels were abuzz with updates. At 6 o'clock in the evening, in the official live broadcast room, Gao Yang would respond to the questions posed by the bald eagle. Anticipation was building. All official accounts, local media, and even rural revitalization accounts had disseminated notifications about the live stream. Concurrently, advertisements on major video apps and splash screens on social media platforms had all been altered to announce the live event. In their quest for promotion, the Longhua officials were relentless. The populace of Longhua was particularly interested in Gao Yang. This name had once appeared among the research team for lithography machines, and he was the sole individual in that entire team. His name was also associated with high-precision machine tools. Now, amidst the fervor surrounding electric vehicles, at nearly every unveiling of new models with maximum range, Gao Yang's name was mentioned. As a behind-the-scenes researcher, Gao Yang had become a household name. Yet, who exactly was Gao Yang? Aside from a select few, no one knew. This announcement had instantly ignited the curiosity of countless individuals. Was this going to reveal Gao Yang's identity? Abroad, the bald eagle was unaware of Longwa's intentions, but they too were aiding in the promotion. In their perspective, the more attention garnered, the more Longhua would be compelled to take it seriously, and the more serious they became, the better, even perfect, their responses would need to be. However, some matters, such as the crisis of intelligent machines, remained essentially unsolvable, regardless of assurances. Thus, they assisted in generating momentum, resulting in an overwhelming number of viewers for this live broadcast. Many sought to ride the wave of popularity, with various political commentators disseminating their analyses online. This event marks a collision between the two most formidable forces on Earth, a continuation of the previous Special Forces competition. The last encounter saw the bald eagle suffer a humiliating defeat, and this time, seizing upon Dragon Nation's vulnerabilities, they are unlikely to relent easily. It is now a matter of how Dragon Nation will respond. A misstep could incite the bald eagle to rally all factions against them. To be candid, the analyses provided by these political commentators are not entirely flawed, yet their conclusions may be misguided. The principal concern lies in the emergence of a variable, Gao Yang. In the absence of Gao Yang, each clash between Dragon Nation and the bald eagle would necessitate utmost caution. However, with Gao Yang in play, Dragon Nation has unwittingly seized the initiative. The initial confrontation was, in fact, the assassination attempt on Gao Yang, which he deftly averted, subsequently launching a cleansing operation. The second clash, involving the Special Forces competition, saw Dragon Nation triumph effortlessly, aided by Gao Yang. This third encounter feels like a continuation of the second. The bald eagle, having faced setbacks in their attempts to find an opportunity, has resorted to this third confrontation. Regrettably, it is again Gao Yang who stands at the forefront. At 5:59, Gao Yang entered the meticulously prepared laboratory for the live broadcast, encountering an exceedingly anxious supervisor. The supervisor, glancing at the clock and the entrance. Had inquired about Woody several times, but Woody assured him that he would not miss the event. Upon seeing Gao Yang, the supervisor hurried forward. Visibly excited, he was the only person he had seen since arriving that afternoon. Hello, when will Professor Gao Yang arrive? I am Gao Yang. I do not hold the title of professor yet. The supervisor was taken aback, observing the young man, seemingly in his 20s. With a single thought, is there some misunderstanding in this matter? This young individual is Gao Yang? How could this be? Hesitating, the supervisor could not resist asking. Are you the one who developed the photolithography machine and high-precision machine tools? That would be me, Gao Yang interjected. Please instruct me on how to proceed with the live broadcast. The astonishment on the supervisor's face deepened. Such accomplishments at such a young age hinted at an extraordinary future. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of concern. If you truly are Gao Yang, you cannot go live. Your identity must not be revealed. This is extremely dangerous. If the bald eagle learns of your youth, they will spare no effort to eliminate you. Gao Yang chuckled softly. The bald eagle is already aware of my identity. There have been multiple assassination attempts. The supervisor was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, pointing to the cameras as he began to explain the positioning and angles for the broadcast. Originally, there were electronic teleprompters and monitors beside the cameras, but they were of no use here, as Gao Yang had not prepared in advance. Beep, beep, beep. The room filled with the alert sound indicating the start time. The live broadcast was about to commence. Gao Yang took 2 steps back and settled into a single armchair within the room. Then, the camera light illuminated, signifying that the live broadcast signal was officially connected. In this moment, countless individuals stationed in the live room were taken aback. Observing the youthful figure of Gao Yang seated within the studio, they were utterly bewildered. Was there a malfunction in the system? Why was such a young person present? He even bore a somewhat handsome appearance. The audience from the Dragon Country watching the broadcast numbered at least 30 million, all displaying expressions of astonishment. The number of overseas viewers also soared to over 100 million, a figure influenced by time zone discrepancies. Otherwise, the audience would have been even larger. Such a multitude was engulfed in confusion. What was happening? Gao Yang grasped the microphone and directed his gaze toward the camera. Greetings, everyone. I am Gao Yang. I have played a pivotal role in the breakthrough of lithography technology, as well as in the design of high-precision machine tools. Furthermore, I am the architect behind the batteries that will be featured in all electric vehicles purchased subsequently. These batteries will also be employed in smartphones, laptops, and all devices requiring power. The reason I am here today to address the accusations from the white-headed eagle is that the robot, which has stirred a tremendous uproar online in recent days, is of my creation. Chapter 117. The bald eagle must bear full responsibility. This declaration was truly astonishing, profoundly shocking. The first person to be taken aback was the official seated opposite Gao Yang. The official, donning headphones and facing a live streaming device, noticed an unexpected image in the broadcast, a formidable robot, charging forward with great determination, while behind it, small missiles exploded. The entire scene was strikingly impactful, and the robot appeared undeniably impressive. However, the official's initial reaction was one of alarm, believing his equipment had been compromised. Not only had it been infiltrated, but the formidable robot had also been adorned with illustrations to help the audience grasp Gao Yang's statements more intuitively. Yet, what truly left him astounded was Gao Yang's demeanor and the commanding presence he exuded. He had encountered many prominent figures and conducted numerous interviews, but this level of poise was exceedingly rare. The aura surrounding Gao Yang created an overwhelming pressure in the room, causing the official to instinctively lower his gaze. In contrast to his own astonishment, over 100 million viewers in the live stream were utterly bewildered. Initially, they were incredulous, primarily because Gao Yang was so remarkably young. How could someone so youthful possibly present such an array of research achievements? It seemed implausible. Their first instinct was to think that Gao Yang was boasting. However, with the credibility of the Dragon Country's official endorsement at stake, such skepticism was hard to maintain. Among those most profoundly affected, or perhaps most shaken, were the members of the Gao family. Old Master Gao was also watching the live broadcast. Seeing the familiar face on screen, a tumult of emotions surged within him, and he felt a pang of regret. He had once faced a pivotal choice: either select Gao Yang as his heir or deny him that role. Choosing Gao Yang would have dashed the hopes of his nephews, while not choosing him would have been simple enough: just offer some money and proceed with the division of assets. Yet, he had vacillated, reluctant to part with the family business, fearing that Gao Yang might not measure up, and thus he procrastinated. Now, Gao Yang had spread his wings and soared to great heights. The choice was no longer his to make. Indeed, as Gao Yang had stated, he had never sought to take anything from him. Regret was now futile. All of Old Master Gao's business ventures were now being handed over to Gao Yang, who would undoubtedly regard them as worthless. Meanwhile, Other members of the Gao family who had conspired over the family fortune were collectively watching the live news from their confinement, unable to believe their eyes. How could Gao Yang, who was supposed to be in university, appear on such a significant broadcast? Their faces were familiar, their expressions known, and that posture even more so. Yet, the overall impression was disconcertingly unfamiliar. It was no wonder that during Gao Yang's last visit home, he had been accompanied by bodyguards. A group of Gao family members suddenly realized that, in Gao Yang's eyes, they had always been nothing more than foolish clowns. Countless individuals were gripped by intense emotional turmoil, resulting in the live chat being devoid of meaningful commentary, with viewers merely astonished by Gao Yang's youth. Gao Yang briefly introduced himself and then delved straight into the matter at hand. Regarding the article by the Bald Eagle, I have taken a glance. First and foremost, I must condemn the Bald Eagle. The official below was left in disbelief. Wasn't this supposed to be an explanation and response to the accountability of the Bald Eagle? How had it turned into a denunciation? Gao Yang spoke solemnly. In this incident, the Bald Eagle must bear full responsibility. Our researchers were trapped in a hotel amidst the conflict, and the situation was dire. I dispatched an operational robot to provide assistance. Up to this point, everything seemed manageable. However, subsequently, the robot encountered bombardment on its way. Initially, the robot was merely tasked with retrieval and should have faced no issues. Yet, the bombing has caused the robot to go haywire, and it has yet to return. After the event, our technical analysis revealed missiles descending from drones at high altitude. These missiles originated from the Bald Eagle. The Bald Eagle is accountable to the Dragon Nation and must compensate for the loss of our robot. Furthermore, they must assume responsibility for all lives lost in this conflict. Gao Yang rose, his demeanor serious. Moreover, the Bald Eagle must provide an explanation for intercepting my robot. Should there be no satisfactory explanation, I shall take action, and all consequences shall be borne by them. In the laboratory, the individual responsible for the live broadcast was taken aback. Images of war appeared on his screen. The visuals depicted an invincible force charging forward, surrounded by missiles raining down from all directions. There were also images clearly showcasing the missile models. Yet, the question remained, was Gao Yang's statement appropriate? While it was well-founded, it seemed less an explanation and more a provocation. Was this truly the sentiment of those above? The responsible party trembled. The thrill of such a threat, if realized, would be remarkable. Yet, what could compel the Bald Eagle to pay the price? The out-of-control robot. Suddenly, the person was bewildered. The robot had been functioning properly just moments ago. Was Gao Yang deliberately seeking confrontation? Countless viewers from the Dragon Nation, watching the live broadcast, were oblivious to Gao Yang's intent for confrontation. They felt a surge within their chests, their blood boiling with excitement. They were exhilarated. This was how one should speak. How long had it been since they heard such assertive rhetoric from the Dragon Nation? Unlike the previous diplomatic exchanges that demanded explanations, this was a stance of retaliation without the need for justification. While it may seem similar, the underlying concepts were fundamentally different. Demanding an explanation was akin to pleading for one. To retaliate without an explanation was to compel the other side to face the consequences. In contrast to the excitement of ordinary citizens, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation were equally stirred, yet they harbored concerns. Gao Yang seemed to be escalating tensions. Nonetheless, the highest echelons remained silent. They endorsed Gao Yang's approach. Having entrusted him with the authority to speak, they were obliged to accept his methods. Conversely, the upper echelons of the Bald Eagle were stunned. They had not anticipated that the Dragon Nation could acquire images of the missile strikes, let alone threaten them. Yet, this threat could not be taken lightly. The Dragon Nation of today was no longer what it once was. Furthermore, should more such robots emerge and be deployed onto their homeland, the repercussions would be exceedingly grave. After Gao Yang concluded his menacing remarks, his tone returned to a neutral demeanor as he continued. The robots are currently in a state of chaos. However, I assure you, as long as they are not provoked and no harm is inflicted upon the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, the robots will not pose a threat to anyone. For those wishing to inflict harm, you may direct your concerns towards the Bald Eagle. He then transitioned to the second topic of concern, the safety of the robots. Gao Yang stated, this indeed is a grave issue. Should the robots rebel, we would face a crisis of intelligent machinery, with dire consequences. Nevertheless, owing to the recent incident involving the robots, I have identified the underlying problems and have implemented new patches to enhance their functionality. In addition to a more robust system, we have incorporated an absolute shutdown switch and a physical deactivation method. In times of necessity, we can remotely and physically disable the robots, ensuring the safety of all. The individual seated opposite Gao Yang suddenly felt an unsettling dissonance. The Gao Yang from moments ago and the one now seemed rather distinct. The former had been a spokesperson, whereas the latter appeared to have transformed into a salesman. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion, attributing it to a mere illusion. For it was improbable that Gao Yang would promote commercial robots at such a moment and in this setting. Chapter 118, Global Television Shopping. As the person in charge pondered the improbability of Gao Yang endorsing commercial robots in such a setting, Gao Yang clapped his hands. Footsteps echoed from outside, and simultaneously, his voice resonated. Today, I present to you the Langtao Lifestyle Service Robot. As his words finished, 5 robots entered the room. The person in charge stared blankly at the robots, overwhelmed by a singular thought. How could such a thing exist? Was he promoting robots while the White Eagle criticized their safety? What kind of genius was this? However, he quickly grasped the underlying logic of the situation. Gao Yang, and even the authorities, seemed indifferent to the White Eagle's responsibilities and inquiries. Only through such indifference could one act in this manner. Their complete disregard for accountability towards the White Eagle was, in fact, a manifestation of confidence. The person in charge was astounded, and countless viewers from the Dragon Nation watching the live broadcast shared his astonishment. Their eyes widened as they beheld the robots on stage. Aside from one robot with an entirely metallic exterior, the remaining 4 bore strikingly lifelike appearances, nearly indistinguishable from humans. Were it not for the indicator lights on their foreheads or temples, they might have believed these were actual people. Did this imply a transformation from military to commercial use? Countless citizens of the Dragon Nation rejoiced, incredulous that such robots could enter households across the nation. They felt as though they were dreaming. After all, their previous concept of robots had been confined to peculiar contraptions from robotics competitions or humanoid figures that struggled to walk. The sudden emergence of combat robots had shocked and terrified them. Now, the introduction of lifestyle robots? The entire global online community was equally stunned, utterly astounded. Overseas viewers expressed concern, yet, in contrast, the audience in the Dragon Nation felt no trepidation. If Gao Yang was presenting these for sale, their safety must be assured. The higher-ups of the White Eagle, observing Gao Yang promoting the robots on camera, fell into silence, disbelief washing over them. This was soon followed by a wave of panic. If the Dragon Nation were to respond sincerely to their inquiries, they might have accepted it. Yet, now, while addressing their concerns, they were marketing a product? This was tantamount to a blatant disregard for their existence. Old Chong, having just acclimated to the newfound power, pulled out his phone and noticed the live broadcast notification related to the Dragon Nation and the robots manufactured by Gao Yang. He hurriedly opened the stream, only to be dumbfounded to see his son hosting the event. He was just in time to witness the robot's entrance. Old Chong was stunned. No wonder Gao Yang said there was no need for extensive promotional efforts. This was television shopping at its finest. Though such an occasion felt somewhat out of place for television shopping, one must admit, the effect was undoubtedly explosive. After all, this was the first time in history that a live audience of over 1 billion viewers engaged in global television shopping. Gao Yang smiled at the camera. The Langtao Lifestyle Robot, your ideal companion at home. First, allow me to introduce the basic version. The basic version, which features a conventional metallic shell, presents an extraordinarily striking appearance, with its surface shimmering in vibrant hues. Before delving into the specifics of this foundational model, it is worth noting that this robot differs from those showcased in online videos. To clarify, this is the domestic version, whereas those depicted are the advanced combat models. In terms of strength and speed, this robot only surpasses an ordinary human to a slight degree, far from achieving superhuman capabilities. As Gao Yang began to elaborate on the basic model, she highlighted that it is adorned with an array of sensors. Beyond merely seeing objects through its ocular cameras, it is also capable of hearing sounds and even detecting scents. Through the analysis of odor molecules, it can discern flavors, primarily to prevent food from burning and to prepare for potential safety hazards within the home. The live audience, comprising countless individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, was astounded. This robot could cook? How extraordinary! Gao Yang continued, stating that in addition to auditory, visual, and olfactory senses, the robot is equipped with tactile sensors. It can perceive fluctuations in external temperature and detect pressure and weight, among other sensations. The multitude of information receptors on its hands allows it to feel objects similarly to a human hand, a design intended to provide tangible feedback, such as when shaking hands, ensuring an appropriate grip. Moreover, it was later discovered that this feature serves additional purposes. For instance, when shopping for groceries, the robot can simply lift an item to ascertain its weight. Purchasing such a robot means that one will never again need to worry about being overcharged while shopping. The chatroom witnessed a surge in messages, as nearly every young person can relate to the plight of being overcharged. Gao Yang's remarks struck a chord with the youth, fostering an immediate sense of familiarity among the viewers. Essentially, it is akin to carrying a scale wherever you go. Individuals who are self-conscious about their appearance can take the robot shopping, allowing it to evaluate the produce and ensure everything is in order. Gao Yang proceeded to explain that what has been described thus far constitutes merely the basic configuration of the robot. Its true purpose lies in providing domestic assistance, capable of performing nearly all household chores. Indeed, it can care for individuals and manage household cleaning, and it can even serve as a low-tier bodyguard. Upon reaching this point in her presentation, Gao Yang turned her attention to the remaining 4 robot variants. Next up, the upgraded models. The upgraded versions feature anthropomorphic designs, and when ordering from the Langtao robot website, customers can customize their preferred appearance. Notably, the robot's exterior is equipped with heating elements, allowing its skin to maintain a stable temperature, available in both male and female versions. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. This heating element is rather unique. Dear creator, I must inquire, how realistic is this robot? If it's authentic, I would invest my entire fortune. Surely it cannot be more expensive than getting married, right? Oh, what a blessing for a single soul like me. Is anyone else in the same boat? After watching Blade Runner, I have eagerly awaited technological advancements that would bring forth an AI girlfriend. Since graduating, I have been saving for a robotic partner, and now I am ready to buy one outright. Without further ado, let us delve into the pricing. Gao Yang turned to the robot with the indicator light positioned at his temple. The final model, a collector's edition, boasts the same fundamental features as the basic version, while the remaining functionalities are left for exploration. Now let us discuss the price. The basic version does not cost 10 million, nor 1 million, or even 100,000. It is merely 49,999. For the sum of 50,000, you can bring home a life service robot with a decade-long warranty, capable of cooking, doing laundry, caring for children, and tending to the elderly, ensuring a worry-free daily life. As Gao Yang spoke, golden price lettering appeared on the screen, accompanied by impactful visual effects as the figures dramatically struck the ground. He had truly grasped the essence of Xiaomi's pricing strategy. The upgraded version, a lifelike robot, is valued at 199,000. The collector's edition is priced at 499,000, with a warranty lasting 20 years. Please visit our official website to place your order. From this day forth, due to temporary production limitations, each household is restricted to one purchase. Currently, the robots are exclusively available for sale within the Dragon Country, while international customers are invited to stay tuned. Chapter 119. I shall strive onward. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted with fervor. The price was far more affordable than they had anticipated. A basic model of the robot was merely 50,000? Could one truly purchase a robot for that sum? 50,000 couldn't even procure a decent doll. Yet now, for just 50,000, one could acquire a robot. And for 199,000, a custom model. This was truly astonishing. One could sculpt its visage and physique to their liking, whether they desired a refined lady or an alluring yet fragile type. Most importantly, they grasped the profound implications of what Gao Yang had introduced. The robot's skin could maintain a constant temperature? It is no wonder that the people of the Dragon Country possess such remarkable comprehension. Being able to retain warmth equates to having a cozy companion. This was undoubtedly an essential item for both home and travel. With such a device, who on earth would still desire a wife? As for those who could not afford it, could they not afford a robot, yet afford a spouse? Time to work. Countless individuals, disheartened by futile efforts, resolved silently to strive harder. Even if it meant tightening their belts, they would save to purchase a robot, specifically one costing 200,000. Many others, while watching the live stream, navigated to the purchase page. Their excitement only intensified. The customization page for the models not only allowed for aesthetic alterations, but also personality modifications. Could it be that the robot possessed a personality? Additionally, there were premium services available, including adult functionalities, which left many viewers elated. As for the 50,000 collector's edition, while many could not afford it, those who could wasted no time in examining the collector's version. Many shoppers, when financially able, paid little heed to distinctions, focusing solely on the price. The collector's edition was priced tenfold higher than the standard variant. Yet there were still countless individuals engaged in customizing the features during the live stream. Choosing to customize at this moment indicated genuine affluence. They were eager to seize the first batch. Gao Yang's live broadcast continued. In addition, the company, in gratitude to the Dragon Country, would provide a batch of basic life service robots. This was intended for those in less fortunate circumstances who required care. Viewers were encouraged to apply based on their situations, and it was hoped that young people would return home to assist the elderly and their families. After application, there would be a verification process, and upon approval, the robots would be dispatched promptly. If the application failed, the only option would be to purchase. Furthermore, the robots were not to be disassembled. Any disassembly would trigger an alarm, leading the company to reclaim the robot. Transfer or resale was strictly prohibited. Any such actions would also result in the company retrieving the robot. Moreover, Langtao Company would cease all transactions with individuals who violated these regulations. Gao Yang settled back onto the sofa. Once the live stream concluded, viewers could begin placing orders, and the factory would subsequently manufacture and distribute the robots in due course. The atmosphere in the live stream grew even more animated. The audience comprehended these restrictions well, recognizing that Gao Yang was offering an exceptionally low price. Under normal circumstances, even a robot valued at $1 million would have throngs clamoring to purchase it. As for the staggered distribution, many had been waiting for years and were unbothered by a slight delay. The person in charge looked at Gao Yang, realizing he had nearly concluded, and swiftly gestured for silence, whispering, "We must prepare for an interview." Gao Yang nodded, stating that the safety of robots is paramount, and he encouraged everyone to purchase robots and experience them firsthand. For now, he would take questions. A voiceover announced that this segment would last 10 minutes, inviting reporters to pose their inquiries. Journalists from around the world sat in a grand hall, gazing at Gao Yang on the screen, their expressions somewhat unraveled. This was rather absurd. Upon their arrival, many had prepared an array of questions, yet this spokesperson from the Dragon Country was completely unpredictable. Nevertheless, they were all exceptionally skilled. Otherwise, they would not have been dispatched to the Dragon Country. Although their pre-prepared questions may have been ill-suited, they swiftly conceived new ones as Gao Yang promoted the robots. In unison, they raised their hands. Gao Yang glanced at the screen. "You, with the little mustache, please proceed with your question," a reporter promptly inquired. With simultaneous translation by the Dragon Country's interpreter, "Why is the Dragon Country researching war robots?" This question was rather intricate. A poor response could easily be scrutinized. Gao Yang smiled, recognizing that all difficult questions required careful consideration and phrasing, yet he felt no such need. In the Dragon Country, we have a saying, "To end war by means of warfare." As a student of the Defense Science and Technology University, my lifelong goal is to protect the Dragon Country from harm and the scourge of war. I will strive diligently to develop more powerful weapons. Thank you. The translator paused momentarily, then awkwardly conveyed the message, having not encountered such a response in her tenure. While the answer itself was flawless, it felt somewhat off. At the very least, the notion of striving diligently was indeed sincere. The audience from the Dragon Country suddenly became enamored with this young researcher, who proved to be quite intriguing. Accustomed to the Dragon Country's serious demeanor towards foreign interactions, this candid and engaging response was refreshing. The reporters and international audience felt a distinct shift upon hearing Gao Yang's reply. While they had intended to criticize the Dragon Country for weapon development, Gao Yang unapologetically asserted that they were indeed researching weaponry, and he justified it. He then called upon a second reporter. The second journalist stood. "Is there a possibility of an intelligent machine crisis? Could rogue robots cause significant damage?" Gao Yang shook his head. "I cannot predict whether an intelligent machine crisis will occur. I can assure you that my research will not yield such issues, nor will the AI developed by the Dragon Country. However, I cannot guarantee the same for overseas developments. As for whether rogue robots would cause significant damage, I am uncertain. For specifics regarding losses, I suggest consulting the White Eagle, as I too am a victim." This response seemed indistinguishable from a failure to answer. The third reporter rose. "You previously stated that if the White Eagle does not provide an explanation, you would resort to retaliatory measures. Is this your personal stance or the position of the Dragon Country? What form would your retaliation take?" Gao Yang's expression turned serious. "This is my personal stance and does not represent the Dragon Country, as I have suffered losses. As for the nature of any retaliatory action, I have yet to determine that, considering I do not believe that the White Eagle, with its considerable influence, would lack accountability. Surely they must compensate me at least 100 billion. The reporter's expression likewise betrayed a lack of composure, revealing a countenance of discomfort. It was indeed a troubling situation. In the past, they would pose challenging questions to irritate others. Now, while their inquiries remain equally perplexing, it is the responses from others that truly discomfort them. The fourth journalist rose to ask, "When might your robots be available for international markets? I personally have a great admiration for your designs." Gao Yang nodded appreciatively. "Finally, a sensible question. However, specifics will depend on whether the White Eagle compensates me for my losses. Only then might future cooperation be feasible." The journalist regretted his question, as it was evident that Gao Yang deftly redirected every inquiry towards the White Eagle. Should the public find themselves unable to purchase robots, the blame would undoubtedly fall on the White Eagle's official channels, creating a rather picturesque scenario. Gao Yang waved his hand. "Next question. Let's have that gentleman with the beard." The bearded journalist hesitated, glancing at his notes, uncertain of how to proceed, as Gao Yang had effectively contained all inquiries, making his own question feel almost too easy. Gao Yang smiled reassuringly. "No need to worry. Feel free to ask. I will answer with utmost sincerity." Chapter 120. Like father, like son. The bearded man observed Gao Yang's amiable smile and inquired, Mr. Gao, it seems you harbor some animosity towards the bald eagle? Throughout your responses, there has been a palpable sense of hostility directed at it. Could you elucidate this? Gao Yang nodded, recognizing that the question was astutely posed and rather intricate. The crux of the matter lay in Gao Yang's admission of animosity. If he acknowledged such feelings, then his entire discourse would be deemed biased and emotionally charged. Conversely, if he claimed to feel no hostility, it would pose an even greater dilemma, for that would be a falsehood. To chastise the bald eagle while asserting a lack of animosity would render any clarification suspect. Consequently, the credibility of his entire response would be compromised, leaving ample room for the bald eagle to maneuver. Nevertheless, as the adage goes, a fist possesses power that renders the choice of words inconsequential. Regardless of how eloquently the opposition might articulate their points, one decisive punch could render their arguments moot, dislodging jaws and shattering teeth in the process. As for my enmity towards the bald eagle, let me clarify. Gao Yang withdrew a bullet from his pocket, a large-caliber round intended for a sniper rifle. This very bullet accompanies me, having originated from the bald eagle's own sniper rifle. The one who aimed at me was James, their most elite marksman. The reason behind this? Perhaps it is because the bald eagle has come to know that the laser weapon, which inadvertently obliterated a satellite during testing, was also of my design. The bearded man stood aghast. He understood the intricacy of his question, but he hesitated to pose it for fear of the ramifications of a satisfactory response. Now, however, the reply was far beyond his expectations. What was expressed was not mere animosity, but rather a profound hatred. Such hatred clouds judgment, rendering today's responses inherently biased. Yet, the resolute nature of this hatred lent a greater credibility to Gao Yang's words. The officials in the audience were taken aback, their eyes widening as they beheld the bullet, their gaze suddenly reddening with emotion. Previously, when they had hesitated to allow Gao Yang to take the stage, he had nonchalantly mentioned that the bald eagle was already aware of his identity. They had thought it was merely concern. However, this large-caliber bullet shattered their defenses. The bald eagle not only recognized Gao Yang's existence, but had actively sought him out, failing in their attempt. A mere college student, already facing threats to his life because of the bald eagle. The official even contemplated how advantageous it would have been had he been by Gao Yang's side, capable of shielding him from bullets. The citizens of the Dragon Nation, who had initially rejoiced at the launch of the robots, fell into a sudden silence, quickly followed by a surge of fury, a towering rage. The bald eagle sought to extinguish the brilliance of the Dragon Nation, to obliterate its future. How dare they resort to assassination rather than confronting us openly? The bald eagle has exhausted its tactics. Once the Dragon Nation rises, they shall be the first to face retribution. If there is to be a battle, I shall be summoned back without hesitation. I now realize that the laser weapon was also developed by Gao Yang. Truly remarkable. Why is it that among university students, the disparity is so vast? I cannot help but feel a sense of frustration. If Gao Yang had not been questioned today, would this matter have remained unspoken forever? Would the authorities have never responded? The imposition of reciprocal sanctions, aimed at their prodigies. Is it conceivable that they lack a genius as formidable as Gao Yang? The audience from Longhua in the live broadcast was seething with righteous indignation, their anger palpable. Gao Yang, having holstered his weapon, glanced at the time. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed. He decided to address one final query. A blonde female journalist rose. I express my profound sympathy for your ordeal, Mr. Gao. However, your assassination attempt merely indicates that the beast is one of the agents of the bald eagle, not the entire faction itself. Additionally, may I inquire, at your age, what is the secret to your remarkable achievements? Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Amidst the earlier tension, her demeanor was unexpectedly gentle. Yet, within that gentleness lay a sharp edge, as she sought to diffuse the previous conflict and attribute the assassination to an individual rather than a collective. As for her subsequent question, it served merely as embellishment. Gao Yang replied nonchalantly, the secret to my success is, read more books, stay updated with the news, indulge in fewer snacks, and prioritize sleep. Upon concluding, he waved his hand, signaling the end of the broadcast. The journalist, having received her answer, appeared contemplative, as did many viewers overseas. This was the wisdom of a genius. Some, while watching on their phones, turned to see their children still engrossed in TikTok. A swift reprimand ensued. Read books and stay informed. The translator on Longhua's side, after rendering the content, could no longer suppress a smile, even as a translator. She found herself captivated by Gao Yang. He demonstrated when to be assertive, when to mock, and even concluded with a jest. As the broadcast ended, Gao Yang rose from the sofa to find the technical crew gazing at him with a mixture of awe and respect. The lead technician suddenly bowed. Gao Yang chuckled and waved them up. Please stand. You're making me feel quite embarrassed. Just as the group began to rise, a tremendous crash echoed from outside. Bang! The entire door was flung open as Lao Chong burst into the room. Son, have you been attacked? Are you injured? Why didn't you tell me? Gao Yang looked at Lao Chang's reddened eyes. No, I was wearing protective gear. Didn't I give you a belt? The bullets couldn't penetrate the shield. I'm completely unscathed. Really? Lao Chang inquired, as Gao Yang shook the bullet in his hand. Not a scratch on it. All were deflected by the electromagnetic shield. I'm fine. The two conversed as they walked out, leaving behind a group of technicians, wide-eyed and exchanging astonished glances, contemplating the shattered door and the dislodged frame. Is that Gao Yang's father? It must be. Could this be a case of a tiger father raising no dog sons? What incredible strength. Incredible. Amidst their astonishment, the group began to gather their belongings, preparing to depart. Meanwhile, across the internet, numerous individuals were busy customizing their robots. Those with means placed orders immediately, while others began the process, seeking a direction for their efforts. On Gao Yang's end, there was also urgency. A report had mentioned a robot running amok outside. And indeed, there was a robot out of control. Invincible number 2 stood before Gao Yang. What mission do I undertake this time? Upon witnessing the plight of the people from the Dragon Nation, I felt compelled to offer assistance, albeit with a gentle hand. Additionally, it serves as a fine opportunity for a leisurely stroll to ease my mind. As Gao Yang spoke, he affixed 2 blades to Woody's belt. Last time, I neglected to bring weapons, and the scene was rather brutal. This time, let us be a touch more merciful in our approach. Woody nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us ensure they remain intact. Gao Yang pondered for a moment. Perhaps we should consider bringing a firearm? A more humane touch. Woody nodded once more. As you wish. Armed with a self-targeting sniper rifle and 2 blades at his side, Woody number 2 embarked on his journey. Gao Yang watched Woody depart, then dialed a call to Director Yuan. Through this incident, he had already determined the focus of his next enhancement. The engine, specifically the aircraft engine. Chapter 121. The production of weapons. The Eagle has a significant advantage in aviation technology. This technological superiority, coupled with the Eagle's military bases established across the globe, renders their aerial combat capabilities exceptionally formidable. For instance, during this rescue operation, had the Dragon Nation possessed air superiority, they could have easily deployed a large number of personnel for assistance. However, lacking such advantage, they were left with only a commercial aircraft accompanied by an invincible robot to undertake the mission. This was further facilitated by the Eagle's deliberate allowance of the aircraft's passage. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the plane to reach the site. In contrast, the skies were filled with reconnaissance planes and drones belonging to the Eagle. To resolve this predicament, there are 2 potential solutions, the first being the establishment of Dragon Nation bases worldwide, which is undoubtedly unfeasible in the short term. Thus, the only remaining option is to enhance the performance of aircraft, enabling them to reach every corner of the globe swiftly. When Director Yuan received the phone call, he was exceedingly thrilled, even more so than Gao Yang. With Gao Yang's focus on engine development, the efficiency of such engines could indeed reach new heights. Should he require data, he would directly request information on the Taiyang engine. Just as Director Yuan hung up, Gao Yang's phone rang again. Someone wished to meet with him to discuss matters concerning the robots. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. What could be so significant that it could not be discussed over the phone, especially regarding the safety of the robots? As Gao Yang pondered, a group of individuals arrived by car, heading straight for his research facility. While the entire internet was buzzing with excitement over the robots, there existed a faction within the Dragon Nation that was deeply troubled. With a birth rate already plummeting, the advent of these robots posed a grave threat to their workforce. Stopping the sale of robots was no longer an option. Their sole aim in seeking out Gao Yang was to address the adult functionalities of the robots. The vehicle halted before the laboratory, and upon disembarking was the deputy director of the Family Planning Commission. After the guards announced their arrival, Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Why was the official in charge of family planning here? Reflecting on the situation, it was clear that the sale of these robots had substantial implications. The drive for finding a girlfriend is greatly influenced by hormones. Yet with the introduction of robots possessing adult functionalities, the future population could indeed be affected. However, Gao Yang believed the impact would be minimal. After all, a girlfriend with a smile as sweet as plum jam would likely render the robots useful only for household chores. The laboratory contained a reception room, though Gao Yang rarely utilized it, as most visitors were acquaintances. Once Director Li arrived at the reception area, Gao Yang promptly entered. Director Li stood, extending his hand for a handshake. You are remarkably young to have achieved so much. It is truly astonishing. A decorated carriage surely brings no errors. Gao Yang had to admit, the individuals from the Dragon Nation were indeed impressive. Please, have a seat. What brings you here, Director Li? Just then, the invincible robot entered with tea, and Director Li accepted a cup, glancing at the robot. This robot, merely by its appearance, could be considered a work of art. Gao Yang interjected, "Let us get straight to the point. I am quite busy and have no time for circumlocution." Director Li displayed no displeasure, stating directly, "I hope you will eliminate the adult functions of the robots. The age distribution in Longhua has become quite unhealthy. The fertility willingness among the youth is already declining. And with this addition, the future of Longhua appears somewhat concerning." Gao Yang shook his head. "On this matter, I hold a differing viewpoint." Director Li turned to Gao Yang. "Please elaborate. This issue is indeed intricate, but to simplify from my perspective, robots can hardly rival real humans. This pertains to the nature of information exchange. There are moments when a human's sudden insight can evoke admiration, whereas a robot lacks this capability. Moreover, regarding the adult functions of robots, do you think those who are unwilling to marry would suddenly choose to do so because robots lack adult functionalities? They can resort to their own means." Gao Yang observed the silent Director Li. "I just finished a live broadcast, and you come here. Have you deeply contemplated this matter?" Turning to Woody, he instructed, "Woody, casually search online for reasons why people choose not to have children." Almost instantaneously, Woody responded, "When two individuals unite out of love, they naturally desire the fruits of that love. However, they soon realize that achieving this desire is fraught with challenges, primarily due to the exorbitant thresholds of housing, dowries, and other necessities that symbolize a stable future. After exhausting their parents' life savings to meet these thresholds, while having children may be simple, raising them proves to be a formidable task, compounded by issues in the educational environment. Moreover, passionate youths may find themselves compromising their principles by offering bribes to teachers for fear of their children being treated unfairly." Gao Yang waved his hand, signaling Woody to cease. At this juncture, the questioner is fortunate. They are enveloped in sweet love. Yet many others, due to gender opposition and differing values, harbor aversion towards the opposite sex, perceiving them as superficial and materialistic. However, if given the option, they would readily choose an opposite-sex robot, influenced as they are. Isn't this a more significant issue than the existence of robots? Furthermore, regarding cognitive dissonance, does everyone earn 1 million annually? Gao Yang raised his hands in exasperation. Addressing Director Li, "I do not deny that robots may impact the population of Longhua, but the effect will undoubtedly be minimal. The special functions of robots are merely optional luxuries. Purchasing robots is restricted to adults who already possess the right to make their own choices. Is there anything else?" A bittersweet smile crossed Director Li's face. "Are today's youth so forthright and resolute?" Gao Yang chuckled lightly. "The youth today are preoccupied with work and life. Managing a solitary existence is already quite challenging and demanding." Director Li's expression gradually turned serious as he stood. "I will carefully consider your words. Indeed, the issues you mentioned are quite evident, yet change cannot be achieved overnight. Coming here to seek you may well be one of our gravest missteps. However, it also stands as one of our most fortuitous decisions. After all, transformation is invariably easier than eradication, which is precisely why we contemplated the latter. Change is arduous, yet we shall persevere in our endeavors." Director Li departed as swiftly as he arrived. Soon after, Dean Yuan provided us with comprehensive data on aviation engines, prompting Gao Yang to embark on a new journey of study. All the avenues he previously explored bore no relation to aviation engines, rendering this a completely novel path that demands his utmost dedication. Meanwhile, at the Langtao Machinery Processing Plant, operations commenced at an unprecedented pace. Despite the absence of any personnel, the facility remained brilliantly illuminated throughout the night. A handful of production robots busied themselves within the factory. On the assembly line, robots were being manufactured one after another, subsequently rejoining the production process. As the number of production robots increased, the factory's output accelerated, continuously delivering the weapons that Gao Yang had designed but not yet mass-produced. Chapter 122. Products from the Future. The factory operated at an astonishing speed, and within a single day, a substantial quantity of weaponry was produced. These were swiftly transported to their designated locations for assembly. Aside from the laser cannons, all other equipment manufactured by Gao Yang consisted solely of individual soldier gear. Thus, the first to be equipped were the special forces. The reaction of these elite soldiers was one of profound astonishment. Initially, they were somewhat reluctant to adapt to the new gear. For instance, the sudden change in firearms required them to invest time in acclimatization. A change in equipment felt akin to a change in a spouse. However, they soon found themselves armed with the most advanced individual equipment available globally. A belt capable of withstanding over 20 bullets, a dagger that could slice through anything, and most importantly, firearms with automatic targeting systems. All rifles and handguns, with the exception of sniper rifles, were equipped with this cutting-edge technology. This new spouse was indeed delightful. Then came the rigorous training. While the weapons were formidable, the soldiers needed to be even more exceptional to be worthy of such advanced armaments. With top-tier warriors wielding top-tier equipment, the leadership of the Dragon Kingdom felt significantly more secure. The ordinary citizens of the Dragon Kingdom remained unaware of the new weaponry being deployed, yet they too were filled with excitement. This was due to the emergence of a live stream. The very first unboxing of a domestic robot was taking place online. Many had not anticipated witnessing the robot so soon after placing their orders. Based on past experiences, it was customary for new products to tease for a while before their unveiling. For example, during a new car press conference, one would often wait several months to receive their vehicle. However, astonishingly, just 3 days after the live stream ended, someone was already conducting an unboxing. Instantly, millions flocked to the live stream. Previously, they had only glimpsed the robot in Battlefield videos and during Gao Yang's live broadcasts. Both instances left much to be desired. The Battlefield footage was too gruesome, and the robot's movements were too swift to appreciate fully. In Gao Yang's broadcasts, the robot had been relatively inactive. Now, the unboxing of the first domestic robot captured the attention of millions. The reviewer was ecstatic. He had only 20,000 followers. But now he was experiencing a surge to 500 million viewers, seizing this opportunity to catapult himself into the top tier of influencers. He felt fortunate for having acted on a whim during Gao Yang's live stream when he heard about ordering from the official website, without hesitation placing his order. Now, he was the first in the entire network to conduct an unboxing, and the traffic was soaring. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Everyone, please follow Xiao Yong for the upcoming robot evaluation." Standard evaluations typically involve comparisons, yet there was no alternative. Currently, only Gao Yang was selling robots worldwide. Today, I will compare with the robot. First, let us admire the robot's exterior. Upon closer inspection, I was truly captivated. It was stunning, unlike any robot I had ever seen. This was merely the basic model with an all-metal exterior, and one could observe the dazzling sheen of the metallic surface, complemented by the blue luminescence emanating from the robot's joint seams. How shall I describe it? It exuded a dreamlike, futuristic aura. This was undoubtedly a product from the future. Xiao Yong expertly swept the camera across the robot's surface, allowing the audience to appreciate every intricate detail. Many potential buyers have a singular thought. If the affordable models are this impressive, how remarkable must the premium ones be? Selling property is a necessity. Xiao Yong stated. Let us power it on. The switch is located on the robot's head. Upon pressing the switch, a radiant glow emanated from the robot's forehead as it slowly rose from its box, gazing at Xiao Yong. Hello, what shall I call you? Xiao Yong. Hello, Xiao Yong. I am the Langtao lifestyle robot. Please bestow upon me a name. You shall be called Xiao Gon. Very well, from this moment forth, I will be known as Xiao Gon. Xiao Yong paused for a moment, turning to the camera. It seems the robot's intelligence is lacking, unable to comprehend context, and it even misinterpreted my name. Before he could finish his thought, Xiao Gon interjected. Is it possible that I am merely jesting with you? A perplexed Xiao Yong turned back to the robot. Jesting? In your initial personality selection, you chose humor. You can still modify this option. Would you like to change it? Xiao Yong regained his focus, glancing at the rapidly refreshing comments in the live stream chat. Wow, this conversation feels so lively. It can even alter its personality? That is a bit unnerving. He marveled at the robot's remarkable processing abilities, pondering whether it could truly engage in human-like conversations. Could it be? An artificial intelligence of such caliber seems absurd. Yet, when the Langtao lifestyle robot appeared on camera, it was already a feat of the extraordinary. Robots in science fiction films would hesitate to design one as impressive as the Battlefield models. Join me in celebrating. Gao Yang is amazing. Xiao Yong noticed that the viewer count had soared into the millions, with gifts dancing across the screen. However, the sheer volume of gifts was overwhelming, and his attention was fully captured by the robot. Turning back to it, he said, change it to a mature character. Personality adjustment complete. I didn't expect you to have such refined tastes. Xiao Yong coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. Can you cook? Yes, what would you like to eat? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, hairy crabs. The robot approached the refrigerator, opened the door, and with a mere glance, chuckled. How about crab with eggs and tofu instead? They are fresh. Xiao Yong had initially hoped to compare his culinary skills with the robot's, but he soon awkwardly realized he had no idea how to cook. However, he was adept at live streaming, so he held the camera and walked into the kitchen, watching as the robot swiftly inspected all the seasonings, discarding vinegar and oyster sauce. These have expired. You'll need to purchase new ones. Xiao Yong paused. Is there nothing we can prepare? We can, though the flavor may be lacking. The robot promptly began its culinary tasks, rinsing rice, steaming it, and then preparing the ingredients with fluid grace. Xiao Yong watched in awe, discovering that observing the robot cook was, in itself, a delightful experience. Throughout this process, he also began to engage in conversation with the robot. Robots are indeed capable of engaging in conversations that rival the so-called artificial intelligence. They operate on an entirely different level. Soon, a platter of crabs was placed upon the table. Xiaoyong picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. In the live stream, a flurry of question marks appeared. Is it delicious, host? Xiaoyong remained silent, savoring another bite, then raised his gaze to the live stream, observing the barrage of inquiries about the flavor. Suppressing his astonishment, he declared, "It's absolutely delicious. I even want to take her along to open a restaurant. The business would surely thrive." Xiaogan placed a bowl of rice in front of Xiaoyong, saying, "Not so fast. I am your exclusive little chef. Can you bear to see me in the kitchen every day, covered in a layer of greasy grime?" Xiaoyong shook his head. "I cannot bear it." The live stream erupted with excitement. "Oh my, I must place an order. I want a robot like that. Brothers, I'm ready to place my order. Did I make the right choice?" A voice from above cautioned, "That could harm your credibility. I wouldn't recommend that. Come to me for a fair trade. Selling kidneys. Anyone interested? Your kidneys? Can they be prepared as sliced delicacies?" Chapter 123, The Arrival of the Grim Reaper. The live broadcast continues, with Xiaogan naturally tidying up the room while Xiaoyong enjoys his meal. An atmosphere of harmony prevails. During this period, the sales of robots have surged dramatically. Initially, most of the first wave of buyers were simply eager to try something new. Many believed that the robots could not possibly exhibit exceptional intelligence. Spending $50,000 for a mere caretaker seemed unwarranted. However, those willing to invest $200,000 in a lifelike robotic companion were predominantly young individuals, particularly those with a more open-minded disposition, alongside enthusiasts of the two-dimensional realm and affluent individuals. After all, for the vast majority, $200,000 is not a trivial sum. While young people's salaries may be substantial, their consumer mentality and lifestyle choices often lead them to spend lavishly without saving. Even those who do manage to set aside some funds hesitated to place an order, preferring to observe. Yet, after watching the live stream, they were utterly convinced to abandon their reservations. The message was clear. The sooner one purchased a robot, the sooner one could relish its benefits. With a personal aid to attend to daily needs, engage in conversation, and ensure a spotless home, the allure was undeniable. Even the seasoned gamers at internet cafes, who often squander time, found themselves tempted, promptly calling intermediaries. "I want one with room and board included and a high salary. I'm not afraid of hard work. Get me one." This time, there would be no backing out. You'll have to wait. There's a surge of individuals seeking jobs right now, all wanting to buy robots. You're not considering one too, are you? After hanging up, the gamer quickly logged off and went out in search of employment, even if it meant engaging in menial tasks. If that's the case, then let us compete. Who is afraid? Gao Yang had never anticipated that the emergence of robots would not only threaten jobs, but also stimulate employment opportunities. As they received a deluge of orders, the Langtao Machinery Factory worked tirelessly day and night, producing robots at an astonishing pace. The orders for the 190,000 robots multiplied significantly, accompanied by an increase in unboxing live streams and reviews online, alongside face sculpting tutorials and templates. In just a few days, numerous robots appeared in physical locations, assisting with tasks such as carrying clothes and driving. Videos revealed that aside from commercial production, these robots could perform nearly every conceivable task, from caring for centenarians to changing the diapers of infants. They even provided patient, unflappable homework assistance to schoolchildren, embodying the ideal tutor. The abundance of real-world testing videos shared online further fueled the surge in robot orders. Within a mere few days, the number of orders reached over 1 million. This signifies that once production is completed, over 1 million households will possess such robots. Notably, 95% of these million orders were for the basic model priced at $50,000, reflecting the current income distribution among families in the Dragon Nation. Additionally, a considerable number of robots were distributed free of charge. Initially, few applied for free robots, having grown accustomed to the notion that free offerings often lead to disappointment. However, a video was captured depicting a young man whose grandmother had recently passed away, leaving his grandfather alone in their hometown, in poor health and living in desolation. With both parents working far from home under challenging circumstances, he sought to apply for a free robotic assistant. The following day, the robot arrived, capable of attending to his grandfather's daily needs with remarkable comprehensiveness. Yet, this generosity came with a caveat. Each household was limited to one robot. Should the family wish to purchase a second unit in the future, they would first need to pay for the initial robot. This arrangement seemed reasonable. In time, should their situation improve, he even contemplated compensating for the free period. The video showcased numerous families in similarly dire straits, needing assistance for ill relatives but unable to lend them care due to their own circumstances, or individuals who were patients themselves, lacking familial support. Upon application, the review process was completed within a minute, followed by an order generation. In the ensuing days, nearly every trending topic revolved around robots, various instances of robots saving lives, and stories of them accompanying their owners and intervening during medical emergencies, as well as thwarting kidnappers and thieves. For families that acquired a robot, the quality of life experienced a significant leap. Meals became both nutritious and delicious, household chores were alleviated, and family members enjoyed more personal time. During this period, Gao Yang diligently perused various materials. In addition to the information from Taihang, Director Yuan later provided substantial resources regarding engines. Previously, Director Yuan would have urged Gao Yang to focus solely on weapon development, but now, regardless of what Gao Yang aimed to research, he was fully supportive, primarily due to the assurance of a 100% success rate in research endeavors. Such a talent deserved the freedom to explore and innovate broadly. A week passed, and Gao Yang suddenly recalled an important matter, pausing his current activities. Invincible. Had the bald eagle made contact with me, or not? No contact was made. Gao Yang pondered from his chair for a moment before instructing, Invincible 2, take action. Eliminate one of their small bases each day. Invincible responded affirmatively, understood. In truth, had the bald eagle proactively reached out to Gao Yang with some form of compensation, it would have been the most prudent solution. However, it was evident that the bald eagle did not regard Gao Yang seriously, compelling him to reclaim a portion of his interest. With the command issued, Gao Yang returned to his studies, delegating the remaining tasks to Invincible entirely. Meanwhile, on the vast landscapes of the Philippines, Invincible too roamed idly. Gao Yang had initially remarked that she had gone rogue, merely retaliating against those who bullied the citizens of Dragon Country. Yet, during her leisurely days, no one dared approach her. While there were indeed instances of bullying, many perpetrators were fellow citizens of Dragon Country. Invincible hesitated to intervene, opting instead to issue warnings. Finally, she had something to engage with, striding purposefully towards a small base. Beyond its large bases overseas, the bald eagle also possessed numerous discrete small installations. These bases were understated, designed to blend seamlessly with local architecture, making them difficult to detect from satellites. The primary function of such a small base is, in essence, to serve as a nail, augmenting the influence and control of the white eagle across the globe. With unparalleled speed, the formidable figure rushed towards the modest installation, standing before the entrance. Glancing up at the surveillance camera, he lifted his leg. With a resounding crash, the heavy metal door behind the wooden faade was forcefully kicked off its hinges, soaring through the air. Inside, the warriors of the White Eagle were engaged in training, and upon catching sight of the imposing presence at the door, they felt an overwhelming grip on their hearts. The uncontrollable robotic menace had arrived, heralding the presence of death itself. Chapter 124, A Second More, Is Still a Day? The invincible robot, known throughout the world, was the harbinger of unprecedented carnage. The sheer scale of the slaughter was awe-inspiring, and the formidable combat capabilities of the robot were equally astonishing. Coupled with the relentless propaganda from the Bald Eagle forces, the terrifying presence of these robots had become a household name. The soldiers of the Bald Eagle were acutely aware of their mission, to locate the robot. Their preferred method was to observe it from afar using drones, rather than confronting it directly and having the door kicked in. Though the door appeared to be crafted from wood, behind it lay a robust, reinforced barrier. In an instant, both doors were flung open. Only then did the alarms of the small base sound, and the frantic voice of a commander echoed through the soldiers' headsets. Get to the helicopters, retreat quickly. Yet, there were those destined not to board the fleeing aircraft. In a flash, the invincible robot unsheathed its blade and surged through a throng of Bald Eagle soldiers. Wherever the blade passed, everything was cleaved asunder. Blood and dismembered limbs lay strewn across the ground, and the various weapons wielded by the Bald Eagle warriors were effortlessly sliced through, as if they were mere butter. The soldiers, though falling to the ground, did not succumb immediately. Their consciousness lingered, fixated on a singular realization. The superlative sharpness of the blade, combined with extraordinary speed, allowed a person to remain upright for a fleeting moment after being severed. They had once seen a film that claimed objects could remain in alignment after being cut, but now they bore witness to the truth of that deception. The experiment depicted in the film had flaws, for the speed of their strikes had not been the swiftest, nor had their blades been the sharpest. Yet, they now understood their impending demise. As their awareness began to fade, the invincible robot raced towards the rear of the base, moving from the first row of structures to the second, navigating through the corridor. Just as it entered, two Bald Eagle soldiers lying in wait unleashed a torrent of flames from their flamethrowers. Facing the inferno, the robot did not flinch. While prolonged exposure to high temperatures could indeed inflict damage, the instantaneous heat posed no threat. With a sudden burst of speed, the robot soared over the two soldiers, simultaneously slicing through the fuel tanks behind them. The next moment, an explosion erupted, engulfing the surrounding buildings and their occupants in a fiery demise. Emerging from the flames, the robot gazed at the three helicopters retreating into the sky, silently sheathing its blades and retrieving a sniper rifle from its back. The bald eagle soldiers aboard the helicopters looked down in dread at the sea of flames below, realizing that had they not fled swiftly, they too would have perished in the inferno. Surviving the ordeal left them exhilarated. Observing the robot preparing to take aim with the sniper rifle, one soldier remarked, "Does she really think she can hit a helicopter? She has been watching too many movies." The metal exterior of the helicopters, coupled with the trajectory and diminished impact of the bullets, rendered them virtually impervious to the threat posed by sniper fire. All the warriors of the bald eagle shared this sentiment, yet the Invincible harbored a different perspective. With gun in hand, he swiftly squeezed the trigger. A crimson bullet erupted from the chamber, hurtling towards the aircraft at an astonishing speed. Bang! The bullet struck the armed helicopter, unleashing an utterly terrifying force. The entire helicopter shattered in midair, disintegrating into fragments that plummeted to the ground, trailing billowing black smoke. The expressions of those aboard the remaining two helicopters froze in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had reveled in their narrow escape. Now, despair engulfed them. Was that a sniper's bullet? Surely it could not have been from an artillery piece? On the ground, the Invincible continued to load a second round. The owner of these bullets had provided her with a total of 50 rounds, specifically designed for such aerial confrontations. They had escaped last time, but not again. Boom. Another thunderous blast echoed as one more helicopter was obliterated, erupting into fireballs as it descended. The last helicopter, before the Invincible could take aim, began to sway erratically in the air, ultimately diving headlong toward the earth. Such was the plight of the startled. The Invincible secured the sniper rifle upon her back, casting a glance at the military base. This time, the scene was engulfed in flames. It should not be too gruesome. Satisfied, she departed the military base, vanishing into the barren wasteland. Within a large base located merely dozens of kilometers away, a communications officer reported as units went offline. Report, Outpost number 09 has been completely annihilated. Behind him stood the base commander. Did they not board the helicopter? The helicopter has lost contact. Someone nearby interjected. Satellite imagery indicates 3 drones, 2 have exploded, and 1 has crashed uncontrollably. The commander's expression darkened considerably. Send personnel to assess the situation. However, with no one moving at the site, who could be dispatched? Those who accepted the mission would inevitably risk their own lives. After sending someone, the robot remained. Did they still possess a chance of survival? Absolutely not. The commander glared at his subordinates, his anger boiling. Can't they operate drones? Deploy them to investigate. Immediately, someone was dispatched to explore the site. Even with drones, the group remained in a state of panic. The commander swiftly reported the news of the robot's attack on the Bald Eagle outpost. Upon receiving the information, the high command of the Bald Eagle was initially struck with shock. The loss of their warriors was tragic, yet the complete annihilation of the base was inherently suspicious. That robot was a rogue creation from the Dragon Kingdom. As the Bald Eagle sought to express their outrage and demand accountability, they suddenly realized that the burden rested squarely upon their shoulders. The robot had been functioning properly until it lost control due to the Bald Eagle's bombardment. Now, to hold the Dragon Kingdom or Gaoyang accountable was futile. They had justified reasons. The high command of the Bald Eagle felt utterly overwhelmed. In recent days, they had been consumed with investigations into the Dragon Kingdom, tirelessly gathering data and intelligence regarding robots, laser weaponry, and other pertinent information. This posed a tremendous threat to them. They needed to ascertain the specific parameters. As a result, when no investigation had yielded any findings, one of their outposts was utterly decimated, resulting in the loss of 50 to 60 lives. A meeting was convened, yet it bore no fruit. Consensus proved elusive, primarily due to the lack of vested interests in the matter of the robots. Furthermore, the formidable capabilities of the robots had yet to reveal any discernible limits or weaknesses. Hence, the indiscriminate allocation of substantial manpower and resources to combat the robots seemed imprudent. Additionally, the current information and data were insufficient. A comprehensive collection of intelligence was imperative before taking action against the robots. However, the meeting was not entirely fruitless. Researchers in attendance proposed that the robots' operational abilities necessitated vast computational power, suggesting the distinct possibility of remote control. It was recommended to attempt severing signal transmission, with hopes of capturing a robot alive. Consequently, large-scale electromagnetic interference devices were dispatched overnight to all White Eagle outposts within the robot's vicinity. Simultaneously, expert teams were deployed to the scene of the massacre, striving to extract valuable insights from the remnants left behind. The White Eagles were resolute in their refusal to remain passive. They even contemplated discovering ways to counter the robots, with the intention of conducting thorough research upon capture. However, to the invincible adversary, All their endeavors appeared to be mere desperate flails. At 1 minute past midnight, the invincible figure stood before the gate of another outpost. The master had instructed to eliminate 1 target per day, and with the stroke of midnight, it marked the commencement of a new day. Chapter 125. With no path above and no door below. The second outpost, targeted by the invincible foe, was somewhat larger than the previous one, housing over 100 valiant eagle warriors. As the early warning system detected the approach of the robots, the machines had already arrived at the gates. A simple knock ensued. A thunderous boom echoed as the 2 massive doors were flung aside. The 2 guards stationed behind them were similarly cast aside, crashing against the walls, only to be met by the reinforced, heavy blast doors that fell upon them, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of bloodshed. Within the outpost, many were still resting. Upon hearing the deafening noise and the blaring alarms, they instantly sprang from their beds only to be met with the harrowing cries from outside. The robots have arrived. Some who had managed to rise quietly returned to their slumber. With no means of resistance and resigned to their fate, they chose to lie down, preferring to meet their end in repose rather than standing. The commander of the outpost lunged towards the equipment sent from above that afternoon, specifically designed to counter the robots. Once activated, it promised to neutralize the machines. The commander hastily pressed the switch. The wide-range jamming device activated, rendering all signals from the outpost ineffective. All information was trapped within these walls. The invincible foe paused momentarily, losing control for a brief instant, yet within her frame resided a multitude of photon chips, granting her a modicum of autonomy. She swung her vibrating blade, continuing her merciless harvest. Despair engulfed the commander. It was futile. This tactic proved ineffective, and thus, the combined might of their entire arsenal could not withstand the invincible. All the eagle warriors fell before her in mere moments, unable even to mount a coherent offense. Upon learning that their adversary was a machine, they had nearly surrendered all hope of resistance, overwhelmed by the sheer strength of their foe. As the invincible dealt with the last hiding commander, she cast her gaze upon the jammer. This contraption was indeed a valuable asset. Although she could not fully commandeer this body, it served to prevent any information from escaping this location. It was likely to take the Eagles considerable time to discern the fate of this base, allowing her a few more days of unrestrained enjoyment. She refrained from destroying the jammer and stepped out of the outpost. Aside from the lost gates, the exterior appeared unchanged. As anticipated, the Eagle headquarters received no information, ensnared in the grip of the jamming device. Meanwhile, deep into the night, a cadre of experts entered the first outpost that had fallen to the invincible. The site was reduced to ashes, with nothing remaining. The initial fuel combustion could not account for such devastation. However, the flames had spread to the ammunition depot, leading to a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated everything. Yet, amidst this desolation, the experts were still able to uncover traces of evidence from the remnants left behind. They first examined the manner of death, and through the skeletal remains, the team quickly discerned peculiarities. Certain bones bore smooth cuts. Typically, bones subjected to immense force would shatter, leaving jagged edges rather than these clean incisions, indicating they had been severed. Not merely bones, but also firearms. Firearms severed in twain, their cut surfaces remarkably smooth. Most grotesquely, there lay hand grenades, bisected as well. This signified that within the grasp of the robot lay a razor-sharp cold weapon, capable of cleaving through metal with ease. Coupled with the robot's terrifying speed and strength, the efficiency of its lethality was dramatically heightened. The ability to slice through hand grenades and handguns implied it could also sever small-caliber cannon barrels. Furthermore, the bulletproof vests worn by these warriors were likewise rent asunder. A cadre of experts stood in bewilderment, their assessments revealing that the robot wielded weapons of unparalleled sharpness. Yet, they could scarcely fathom what sort of blade could possess such an edge, an impossibility, they thought. Typically, the act of slicing metal or rebar relies not on sharpness, but on strength, utilizing greater hardness to shear through steel. However, they were certain that the knife capable of severing bone and firearms depended solely on its unparalleled sharpness. An extraordinary degree of sharpness had cleaved the bonds between metal molecules. The more they studied, the more they were struck with awe. Then, a figure hurriedly approached, reporting that on the downed aircraft, a human recording device remained intact. Almost everyone rushed towards the helicopter, where technicians had extracted the storage card from the tactical recorder. Additionally, specialists opened a laptop to retrieve the data from the card. An air of excitement enveloped them, for they would witness the events as they unfolded. They longed to observe the weapon employed by the robot, which had so effortlessly severed bone and various armaments. As they anticipated, the footage began, revealing frantic shouts urging others to flee. A throng of individuals hastily boarded the aircraft. The pilot exceeded the limits of conventional training, achieving almost instantaneous liftoff. As 3 armed helicopters ascended, An explosion and cries of anguish erupted ahead. The Invincible were thwarted by a flamethrower, dispatched with efficiency. A group of experts, having not witnessed what they had hoped for, found themselves consumed by curiosity. Before the robot could charge forth, how had the helicopter ascended to such heights only to crash? As they pondered, a vantage point appeared, revealing the Invincible grasping a sniper rifle. The footage captured the derisive voices of other warriors, mocking the robot for attempting to use a sniper rifle against a helicopter. In the next moment, a thunderous report echoed as the robot fired. The scene shifted to the distant helicopter, which erupted in midair as if struck by artillery fire. Indeed, the power of a formidable self-propelled cannon. All experts witnessing this spectacle stood in bewilderment. What was occurring? What manner of circumstance was this? Why did a sniper rifle possess such devastating might? The bullets, upon firing, erupted with explosive force. Explosive rounds do exist, yet they had never encountered one of such magnitude. As weapons experts, their minds felt momentarily incapacitated. It was precisely their understanding that rendered them so shaken. Then, the footage captured a second explosion, accompanied by screams and wails. As they beheld two helicopters detonate, the passengers aboard were gripped by terror. Even the most well-trained individuals faltered in the face of imminent death, unable to maintain composure. In truth, even amidst the chaos of the battlefield, they would not exhibit such disarray nor succumb to the fear of death. It is merely the despair that this particular demise instills within them. There exists no possibility of survival. Some urged the helicopter pilot to flee, while others contemplated leaping from the aircraft, believing that such an act might spare them from a fiery end. This decision emerged from a mind already overwhelmed. The former crashed the helicopter into the ground, while the latter plummeted into a conflagration, meeting a grim fate of instant incineration. Upon reviewing the footage, the expert team fell into a profound silence, resonating with that palpable sense of despair. With no path above and no refuge below, the inescapable truth was that death awaited them regardless of their actions. Simultaneously, they were profoundly astonished, struck by the realization that these robots were unlike any they had encountered before, now armed with formidable weaponry. With razor-sharp blades and powerful sniper rifles, combined with the terrifying speed and strength previously witnessed, alongside nearly impenetrable defenses, who could remain unperturbed in the face of such adversaries? In haste, they reported their findings, and a group commenced an investigation into a second matter. Why had the robots chosen to assault this particular base? Chapter 126. Unable to endure any longer. As the expert team of the Bald Eagle continued their investigation, the base received a combat report that left them in a state of bewilderment. Superbly sharp knives? Bullets of tremendous power? Such notions seemed utterly absurd. Yet, they could scrutinize the detailed investigation report, which contained clues leading to various deductions. The presence of firearms with impeccably smooth cuts? Such sights are typically reserved for the realm of cinema. How could a knife sever a metal gun in twain? Yet, this extraordinary phenomenon had indeed occurred, and it was not an isolated incident. Numerous severed items were discovered at the scene. Moreover, there were explosive bullets. They were familiar with explosive rounds, which ignite their internal fuses upon impact with an object and subsequently detonate, possessing a lethality far surpassing that of ordinary bullets. Being struck by such a projectile renders armor ineffective. Without armor, a hit to the torso could result in a serene demise. However, the thought of obliterating a helicopter? The Bald Eagle personnel were utterly perplexed. No matter how large the bullet, the projectile itself was limited in size, even when packed with gunpowder. Its explosive power could not rival that of a grenade. How could it possibly reduce a helicopter, particularly an armed one, to mere fragments? The investigation report was accompanied by video footage. Upon viewing the video, the higher-ups of the Bald Eagle found themselves even more confounded. Despite their extensive experience, they were now engulfed in confusion. They contemplated various possibilities, such as a bullet penetrating a fuel tank fortified with multiple layers of armor, leading to an explosion. Yet, the explosion of a fuel tank does not manifest in such a manner. In fact, a standard bullet would merely perforate the tank, allowing the fuel to leak out, while incendiary rounds could ignite the fuel, achieving a combustion effect. To attain the cinematic explosion depicted on screen, specific conditions must be met. The administrators of the Bald Eagle base promptly escalated the investigation report, which would be filed alongside the previous report. They aimed to analyze the data to uncover the vulnerabilities of the robots. Simultaneously, they pondered why the previously unarmed robots were now equipped with formidable weaponry, including powerful sniper rifles and melee weapons. Although the higher-ups were filled with inquiries, they refrained from seeking accountability at this juncture. To do so would risk the possibility that the Dragon Kingdom could provide a reasonable explanation, leading to the Bald Eagle shouldering all resultant losses. In truth, the losses were minimal. Only a handful of personnel, but the implications of such an event could render the bald eagle a laughingstock on the global stage. Furthermore, their inability to resolve the robot situation would severely tarnish their reputation. Given these circumstances, the personnel of the bald eagle resolved to stabilize the situation first and ascertain the reasons behind the robot's assault on their outpost. After a day of diligent investigation, the expert team produced their findings, uncovering the motive behind the robot's attack on the outpost. 5 days prior, at noon, 3 soldiers of the bald eagle had rotated duty and ventured into a local Chinese restaurant, where they assaulted the Dragon Kingdom's proprietor due to the food's lack of authenticity. Upon receiving the investigation results at the military base, the personnel were nearly driven to rage, wishing to scatter the ashes of those 3 individuals. What possessed them to provoke the Dragon Kingdom? Was this not a case of seeking trouble without cause? The military base directly dispatched a message to all station personnel, instructing them that no one is to assault or bully the citizens of Longhua. However, thus far, they have yet to uncover the root of the issue. It can be said that the investigation team is pursuing an inquiry based on their preconceived notions, leading to flawed conclusions. Akin to someone overly concerned about potential misfortunes, envisioning numerous adverse possibilities. The white-headed eagle's investigation has failed to identify the correct trajectory, leaving the Indomitable to persist in executing Gao Yang's commands. At 1 minute past midnight, the Indomitable once more stood before a station. This time, rather than knocking, he skillfully severed the lock with his blade and entered. The alarm blared, yet the inhabitants activated their jammers and resigned themselves to their fate. With practiced ease, he eliminated all within, closing the door behind him upon his departure. For 7 consecutive days, the Indomitable continued his rampage, while Gao Yang amassed an opportunity for a 10,000-fold increase, all while the white-headed eagle remained utterly oblivious. A transport vehicle halted outside one of the stations. The personnel instinctively reached for their phones to contact those inside, only to discover a lack of signal. Nevertheless, having arrived at the station, they proceeded inside. As they disembarked, a group witnessed a dog escape through a narrow opening of a door, soon followed by another, then a third, and ultimately a dozen dogs fleeing. An unpleasant odor wafted through the air, reminiscent of decaying corpses. The soldier in charge of supplying the materials furrowed his brow. It was one thing to kill, but to leave the bodies unburied? At the very least, they ought to have been cremated. Otherwise, the stench would be unbearable. Approaching the main entrance, the soldier pushed the door open. In the next moment, a swarm of flies erupted into the air, filling the yard. As he opened the door, countless flies ascended, revealing the corpses beneath, bodies cleaved open, clad in the uniforms of white-headed eagle soldiers. He retched, spinning around to vomit, and upon recovering, his eyes widened in horror as he staggered backward, trembling with fear. What transpired here? Had everyone perished? Returning to the vehicle, he still felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. After several sips of water to calm his nerves, he drove a distance away and made a call. 2 hours later, individuals clad in protective gear arrived at the scene to ascertain the time of death, estimating it to be approximately 5 days prior, with the cause of death attributed to being sliced open by a sharp blade. Remarkably, all the cameras at the station had preserved their footage impeccably. Nearly everything that transpired was documented. It was the robots again. Ruthlessly ending the confrontation, they departed, politely closing the door behind them. Upon viewing the footage, the commander of the white-headed eagle at the base immediately notified all stations. 8 bases had lost contact. While sending personnel to investigate the site, the commander felt a surge of panic, having ordered the jammers to be delivered, only for them to become accomplices to the robots. In the wake of hundreds of casualties, they remained oblivious. Had it not been for the need to transport supplies, they would still be in the dark regarding the events that had transpired. His command this time will undoubtedly result in accountability. However, such matters cannot be concealed. He must report it and then deliberate on a strategy. They must discuss how to proceed. Based on all the information currently gathered, the only solution to the rogue robots appears to be the deployment of nuclear weapons. After all, conventional weaponry is utterly ineffective. When the higher-ups of the bald eagle received the information, their immediate response was one of bewilderment. How is it possible that a rogue robot has confronted the bald eagle? Wasn't it assured that, despite its malfunction, it would not indiscriminately harm humans? The initial reaction of the bald eagle's leadership was to order the evacuation of all personnel stationed there. Although these hidden bases serve a significant purpose, they must be abandoned in light of the robotic threat. Otherwise, if all personnel perish, the base will be lost as well. Simultaneously, the leadership of the bald eagle contacted the Dragon Nation, albeit discreetly, insisting that the Dragon Nation must present a viable solution. The Dragon Nation's leaders were equally perplexed. Rogue robots. They were acutely aware that the robots were not out of control at all. Chapter 127. The young man's temper is quite fierce. They were acutely aware that the robot had returned to the Dragon Kingdom alongside the expert team. The notion of a rogue robot was merely a fabrication of Gao Yang's. Now that the bald eagle had approached them, there were two possibilities. Either the bald eagle sought to stir trouble, or Gao Yang had taken retaliatory measures. The latter scenario seemed highly plausible. Gao Yang had demanded compensation from the bald eagle, yet for all this time, the bald eagle had remained utterly unresponsive, treating Gao Yang's words with disdain. In truth, the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom comprehended the situation well. Gao Yang sought accountability from the bald eagle, but the bald eagle was not an individual. It was a collective entity composed of many. To resolve a matter, one must first articulate the issue, convene meetings, and engage in endless bureaucratic wrangling. If no one mentioned the troublesome incident, then it would remain unaddressed. Moreover, it was not merely that the bald eagle disregarded Gao Yang's call for retribution. In a similar vein, the Dragon Kingdom would not be particularly concerned either. For instance, if a fishing vessel from a neighboring country claimed that Dragon Kingdom fishermen had encroached upon their waters, resulting in a lack of catch, would the Dragon Kingdom heed their demands for compensation? Addressing such claims would be preposterous. The distinction here lies in the fact that fishermen are merely fishermen, whereas Gao Yang possesses the formidable Nema system. His temper is indeed formidable. Furthermore, if Gao Yang's actions were indeed retaliatory, many high-ranking officials within the Dragon Kingdom, privy to the details, might even commend him. This incident was executed with remarkable finesse. Was it revenge? Not in the conventional sense. You allowed your rogue robots to inflict harm upon you. What concern is that of mine? It is akin to having a dog tethered at home. If a stranger intrudes uninvited, tempts the dog, and then strikes it, the dog's retaliation is justly deserved. However, this was true retribution. 8 outposts. A total of 9 outposts. It was indeed grotesque, with nearly 400 to 500 lives lost. The bald eagle had previously engaged in warfare with Y, and even averaged out across the year. The casualties were not nearly as high. What, then, could be termed revenge? Upon receiving news from the bald eagle, the Dragon Kingdom convened an urgent meeting. Although the general truth was already surmised, an investigation was still warranted. General Zhou promptly arrived at Gao Yang's laboratory, under the guidance of the Invincible. He made his way directly to the largest laboratory, where Gao Yang was diligently occupied. After the amplification opportunity had been fully charged, the next step was to manufacture aircraft and engines. Compared to previous creations, the complexity of this fighter jet was significant. Yet Gao Yang only needed to produce a rudimentary version, effectively minimizing the difficulty. Upon entering the laboratory, General Zhou was taken aback. A fighter jet? Gao Yang was constructing a fighter jet? Is this your creation? He inquired. Gao Yang regarded him with an inquisitive expression. What else would it be? General Zhou stepped closer. Scrutinizing the aircraft, the jet measured nearly 18 meters in length, with an unusually narrow wingspan. Generally, the narrower the wings, the faster the aircraft can fly. Due to the absence of long wings creating a pressure differential, speed must be relied upon to achieve lift. Yet, the wings of this fighter jet appeared exceedingly diminutive. What initial velocity would be required for the jet to achieve flight? Additionally, executing tactical maneuvers would prove to be quite challenging. As General Zhou pondered, he suddenly noticed a gap in the aircraft's wing and promptly realized, the wing is adjustable? Gao Yang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the faster the speed, the more the wing retracts, which reduces lift while simultaneously safeguarding the aircraft's integrity. General Zhou nodded thoughtfully, his gaze then drifting beneath the fighter jet, where 2 circular discs caught his attention. Observing the lens-like features on the discs, he suddenly grasped. Laser cannons? Gao Yang chuckled softly. The primary purpose of this fighter jet is to breach airspace blockades. If external weapons are attached, they would adversely affect flight speed. Internal ammunition can only accommodate larger, throw-weight munitions, lacking precision strike capability. Hence, I opted for laser cannons, which allow for rapid fire without compromising the aircraft's velocity. The internal system can continue to reload ammunition, enabling it to function as a bomber when necessary. General Zhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. The concept of mounting laser cannons on aircraft had been contemplated since their advent, not only for planes, but experts had also proposed the possibility of placing laser weapons on satellites. However, due to the brevity of time and the advanced technology involved, practical implementation had yet to occur, yet here Gao Yang had achieved it directly. The mere thought was somewhat surreal. An aircraft soaring through the sky while effortlessly slicing through all ground targets with lasers, rendering it invincible. What is the maximum speed this aircraft can attain? Gao Yang shook his head. We do not yet know. We will have to wait for testing or calculations to yield results. Moreover, this is merely the first version. The final design of the aircraft may differ entirely from this prototype. As a preliminary enhancement, subsequent manufacturing will certainly deviate from this version. The future remains uncertain, so we must refrain from making premature statements to avoid contradictions with later developments. Suddenly, Gao Yang turned to General Zhou. You seldom visit without purpose. What brings you here today? General Zhou smiled. What do you mean by seldom visiting without reason? Though it is indeed a minor matter. We have encountered issues with the White Eagles. It appears that a rogue robot has destroyed 9 of their outposts. Is this your deliberate retribution? Gao Yang continued affixing rivets to the aircraft. Yes, I did send a robot over via Invincible. General Zhou shook his head. Come now? Tell me. If it's not deliberate retribution, then it must be a malfunction. Gao Yang glanced at General Zhou. What do you mean? Should I fabricate a story for the White Eagles? You could simply draft a written report. General Zhou contemplated for a moment. That could work. But regarding your act of vengeance, though everyone is aware, we must not divulge anything to inquiring parties. We should maintain that it was merely a robot malfunction. The robot was indeed malfunctioning. General Zhou nodded with a smile, displaying good insight. To what extent do you intend to pursue this retribution? Until they are willing to offer compensation. General Zhou nodded, yet then shook his head. The challenge is considerable. If they cannot obtain satisfactory answers from us, they will dispose of the robot and employ every means available, excluding nuclear options. Gao Yang smiled and remarked, let us wait and see. General Zhou also chuckled. A robot, facing the pursuit of the world's greatest power, was essentially doomed, yet Gao Yang appeared remarkably confident. Very well, I shall await the outcome. I will take my leave now. Do keep me informed of any future actions. Gao Yang smiled once more, realizing that General Zhou was not merely there to investigate, but rather to convey that the Dragon Nation fully supported his endeavors. He was even privy to the subsequent maneuvers of the White Eagle. When the White Eagle exerted pressure on the Dragon Nation, it would prove futile, leading them to take action against the robot instead. As for confidence, it stemmed from strength. Robots were never merely machines. Behind them loomed the formidable AI, Invincible. This terrifying AI could comprehend all combat commands. In the face of danger, it would instruct the robot to retreat. In the absence of peril, it would deliver a stinging blow to the adversary. It was time to deliver a jolt to the world's hegemon, courtesy of the Dragon Nation. Bowing his head, Gao Yang resumed his labors. Crafting this device was rather intricate and would require 2 days' effort. General Zhou returned with the findings of the investigation. The robot had indeed gone rogue, remaining overseas. But the reasons for its recent actions remained unclear. A group of influential figures scrutinized the report and quickly grasped the situation. It was Gao Yang's retribution. The young man had a fiery temperament. Having been assassinated by the White Eagle, he seized the opportunity this time with ruthless precision. Chapter 128. A test of performance. The upper echelons of the White Eagle swiftly received a response from the Dragon Kingdom, yet they were baffled by the situation and unable to reach the uncontrollable robots. The White Eagle was incensed by the Dragon Kingdom's reaction, questioning whether they should not address the robots they had unleashed. The Dragon Kingdom's retort was that their technicians were diligently reviewing the code from scratch, striving to identify the issue promptly. The individual responsible for external communications on behalf of the White Eagle was nearly beside himself with fury. As the robots rampaged, they were still preoccupied with trivial matters. However, they found themselves utterly powerless. Amidst this helplessness, another outpost was completely annihilated. The personnel at this post, having been slightly slower, were met with a robot that crashed into them, leaving them in disarray. The White Eagle convened an urgent meeting, attended solely by high-ranking military officials, to deliberate on the necessary course of action. While accountability had been sought from the Dragon Kingdom, it proved fruitless. The live broadcast by Gao Yang had squarely placed the blame upon them, as if pouring 100 bottles of glue over their heads, rendering them unable to extricate themselves from the predicament. Thus, 2 options remained. Either neutralize the robots or evacuate all personnel from the region. To withdraw from the entire area would render years of investment futile. Although they had brought freedom and democracy to the land, they had also extracted vast resources. A complete evacuation would not only negate their expenditures, but also deprive them of their resource gains. Consequently, the only viable path was to eliminate the robots. A multitude of military experts gathered to devise strategies against this invincible force. Given that the robots had already engaged multiple times, their speed, strength, and other attributes had been meticulously calculated. Their offensive capabilities, aside from their swiftness and brute force, included blades so sharp they defied comprehension and powerful sniper bullets. However, the most terrifying aspect was that bullets were ineffective. They could not breach the protective shield surrounding the robots. As the experts deliberated on tactics, their discussions grew increasingly alarming. For the technology wielded by the robots signified that the Dragon Kingdom had acquired such advancements as well. This was indeed a cause for concern. A solitary soldier equipped with these weapons, in direct confrontation, would render the White Eagle powerless, transforming them into mere phoenixes incapable of resistance. Yet, the pressing issue was not how to contend with the armed citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, but rather how to address the robots. They even contemplated deploying nuclear weapons. But such an action could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, particularly in these tense times with the Bear Nation on edge. In light of the prohibition against using nuclear arms, their considerations primarily revolved around traps to lure the robots into a specific artillery position or to bury a considerable number of explosives at a designated outpost, detonating them upon the robot's arrival, a straightforward yet undeniably effective approach. Such a scene, if portrayed in a film, would necessitate multiple close-ups on their heads, given that the invincible force was indeed observing through the cameras. The earlier reports seemed to elicit no concern from the invincible force, yet the subsequent developments caused them considerable distress. In the laboratory, Woody gazed at Gaoyang and said, "Master, they are conspiring. All those who oppose me have chosen to employ individuals of Chinese descent." Gaoyang continued his work without pause, expressing his disdain. "I truly detest the term Chinese. It refers to the Americans, not the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Handle it as you see fit." Woody replied affirmatively, "Understood." As the sky darkened, the Americans, after a swift discussion, reacted with remarkable speed. With a shortage of individuals of Chinese descent, all those with yellow skin were incorporated into a special task force. Simultaneously, a multitude of drones and unmanned reconnaissance aircraft ascended into the sky. Intelligence personnel across various cities received orders to locate the robots. In a nearly exhaustive search, Woody No. 2, hidden in the wilderness, was soon discovered. A large contingent of tanks was deployed, motivated by the singular incident when Woody was once launched away by a tank cannon. This indicated the cannon's capability to breach defenses, proving its utility. Consequently, teams equipped with self-propelled artillery also set forth. Missile launch vehicles and other equipment were fully prepared, ready for immediate deployment. The initial step involved burying a vast quantity of explosives beneath a designated base, followed by efforts to lure the robots closer. The strategy devised by the Americans in their military bases was to attack the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, enticing the robots to respond. Selected individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, disrobing their military uniforms, looked around at the assembled crowd, questioning, "Is this truly effective? Strike first, that's the directive from above. Post the results online afterward." A group advanced to physically assault those unfortunate enough to be chosen, documenting the incident on video for online dissemination. Based on prior investigations, the bases that had been obliterated were known to have bullied citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, and evidence could be found online, thus justifying their annihilation. Of course, Woody found this reasoning amusing, as there was little need for extensive inquiry. The proportion of Americans who had bullied the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom was exceedingly high. This conclusion was purely a product of their target-focused investigation, yielding results they deemed correct. However, Woody could indeed exploit these findings. With the opponent's intentions laid bare, she could maneuver to ensure her victory in whatever manner she chose. The Americans uploaded the footage of the assault online, eagerly anticipating Woody's arrival. Not only did Woody view the posted video, but she also witnessed the circumstances during its filming. Those individuals were ruthless. They genuinely struck to perform their charade. Now she had to react. Should she choose not to approach, or to detonate the buried explosives remotely, it would thwart their plan. Yet, they would realize her capability to infiltrate networks, revealing her understanding of both herself and her adversary, inevitably leading to a localized conflict. The Americans engaging in localized warfare posed a greater threat to her than the potential loss of her physical form. If she ventured directly into their midst, she would likely be blown to smithereens. Although the probability of her survival was high, structural damage to her body was inevitable. Thus, it was time to showcase her skills. After contemplation, Woody recognized that she could simply avoid close proximity, as the bait was the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. It was entirely reasonable for her not to engage them. Woody began to advance towards her objective, drawing considerable attention from those observing her movements. At this moment, there was a palpable tension in the air. Events were unfolding with a smoothness that exceeded their expectations, and the invincible entity had taken the bait. Their current anxiety revolved around whether the bomb could successfully escort the robot to its celestial destination. As the invincible figure drew closer to their base, the collective nervousness intensified. At last, the invincible one arrived before the outpost, immediately spotting the individual suspended beside the door. The individual controlling the bomb had already placed their hand on the detonation button. With a signal to ignite, the moment the button was pressed, the robot would be sent soaring into the heavens. The instant the robot crossed the threshold, they would activate the switch. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on the screen. The invincible figure halted, drawing a knife from behind their waist, severing the ropes binding the suspended individual. "What is your name?" "Shueping." Shueping was momentarily stunned, gazing at the robot so close at hand, overwhelmed by an intense sense of impact. Is this the pinnacle of robotic technology available today? Chapter 129, Mission Failed. In close proximity, Shueping was struck by the exquisite aesthetic of the robot, an embodiment of mechanical beauty. Each line and contour of the invincible machine was meticulously crafted, resonating with the principles of design akin to the aerodynamic contours of an aircraft. The elegance of these lines, adhering to aerodynamic principles, was nothing short of breathtaking. The robot, composed of countless lines, transcended beauty to an entirely new dimension. The Invincible One gazed at Xueping and advised, "Keep your distance. You may become collateral damage." Xueping acknowledged and swiftly retreated. As the Invincible One advanced further, nearing the threshold, she began to act. For her calculations indicated that any additional forward movement would result in her injury from the impending explosion. Turning around, she declared, "I will first escort you to safety, then return to confront them." With that, she moved toward Xueping. Upon hearing her voice, he instinctively turned back to protest, but was met with a glimpse of red light emanating from the crack of the door. The indicator light for the detonation of the bomb was illuminated. Clearly, upon witnessing the Invincible One's intent to depart, the operatives of the White Eagle were hastily triggering the explosives. In that fleeting moment, Xueping was engulfed by a wave of fury. He had not yet fled far enough, and this distance spelled certain death for him. Moreover, his comrades were also retreating through the rear exit, and with the Invincible One just arriving, they had yet to escape. Among them were not only comrades, but also his brother. Blood surged to Xueping's head. He knew he was doomed, but the robot might yet survive. He shouted urgently, "It's a trap. Run." The Invincible One, having received the detonation signal, suddenly accelerated, lunging toward Xueping. Her body collided with his, and with a powerful push against the ground, she propelled them both several dozen meters away in the span of 2 seconds. They then collapsed onto the ground. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The original base was instantaneously reduced to rubble, leaving a vast crater where the entrance once stood. The site of the explosion lay over 100 meters away from the Invincible One. Xueping ran for a moment longer, propelled by the Invincible One, totaling over 100 meters in distance. Yet, even at this range, the shockwave struck the Invincible One with considerable force, yet she remained unscathed. She looked down at the protected Xueping. Although she had absorbed the brunt of the impact, he lay unconscious, blood streaming from his ears and nose. Yet, he was alive. That was the silver lining. The Invincible One sprang to her feet, grasping the bloodied Xueping, and surged forward. In the next instant, numerous shells rained down near where she had just been. The barrage was entirely from self-propelled artillery. Above, missiles descended from the sky. The Invincible One glanced upward, calculating the trajectory of all incoming ordnance. She could assure her survival by simply avoiding the epicenter of the explosions, but she could not guarantee Xueping's safety. In such relentless bombardment, an ordinary human like Xueping, with nothing but flesh and blood, was destined for demise. Casting aside Xueping, Invincible stood firm, swiftly unhooking the sniper rifle from his back and loading it with precision. He then aimed the rifle skyward and squeezed the trigger. Boom! A resounding blast echoed as a shell from a self-propelled artillery was detonated mid-air. Without a moment's pause, Invincible fired again. Thunderous roars erupted in the sky, an array of explosions from shells and missiles wreaking havoc on the ground. However, the explosions in the air released their energy in all directions, significantly diminishing their destructive radius, thus posing no threat to those below. What was once a formidable shell and missile display transformed into a dazzling spectacle of fireworks. In that moment, Invincible was truly invincible. At that instant, many observers from the White Eagle were transfixed, witnessing the scene through the lens of reconnaissance drones, their expressions blank with disbelief. How could this be? A sniper intercepting missiles? Intercepting artillery? Such a notion seemed absurd. How could one possibly defeat such a machine? Some felt a surge of anger. Had it not been for Xueping's sudden betrayal, the robot would have been vanquished. Damn it. The people of Dragon Country are utterly unreliable. In the command room, a Chinese individual remarked, "What nonsense. How are the people of Dragon Country unreliable? It was your premature detonation that endangered him and his comrades. Continue firing. I refuse to believe she can intercept every single shell." Indeed, Invincible could not stop every projectile. He possessed only a limited number of powerful sniper rounds, but he merely needed to neutralize the first wave of bombardment. Once the initial barrage of shells and missiles was dealt with, Invincible seized Xueping and fled. He discerned the fury in Xueping's eyes, a sentiment that could be deftly exploited. Invincible was acutely aware of the entire plan and knew the position of the self-propelled artillery, allowing him to effortlessly escape its firing range. Moreover, during their rapid retreat, the artillery's predictive targeting would yield low accuracy. Faced with an adversary capable of detonating artillery shells with a sniper rifle, anticipating their movements proved exceedingly difficult, for he could simply gauge the trajectory and evade. Once Invincible escaped the artillery's coverage zone, the only means to strike him in the short term would be through fighter jets and missiles. with the artillery and missiles already detonated, sending in fighter jets. Even for a mere flyby, risked catastrophic losses that the White Eagle could ill afford. While the loss of some White Eagle soldiers might be tolerable, fighter jets were scarce and precious. The downing of even a single aircraft constituted a significant incident that would capture global attention. Numerous satellites would closely monitor the crash site, scrutinizing previous events that transpired, making it nearly impossible to conceal the truth. This trap had utterly failed, and the White Eagle's drones would soon begin their return. A significant drawback of drones is their limited operational time. They can fly for only a few hours before requiring a recharge. Typically, they operate in shifts, returning after their missions. However, with a large number deployed this time, there was no option for replacement. Only a complete return was feasible. Invincible, accompanied by Xue Ping, casually found a foothill and administered first aid dam. Upon rousing Xue Ping, Invincible waved her finger before him, saying, "Remember my words. You are filled with rage, yearning for vengeance. You have overheard the commander's orders and are aware of the artillery positions, as well as the missile launch vehicle clusters. You will relay this information to me, and I shall assist you in avenging your fallen comrades. Do you understand?" With a vacant gaze, Xue Ping nodded. "I am indeed furious. I will inform you of the artillery locations, and you will help me seek retribution for my comrades." Satisfied, Invincible gave a light rap on the back of Xue Ping's head before dashing towards the artillery positions of the White Eagle. As for the source of her intelligence, Xue Ping would cover for her later. Only Gao Yang in the laboratory bore witness to this scene. He had been monitoring the entire battle, as the data collected was invaluable for future robotic engagements on the battlefield. Regarding Invincible's actions, he found no significant issue. They aligned perfectly with her character. His only query was, where did she learn this hypnosis? Was it effective? Perhaps she learned it online, which should suffice. Gao Yang nodded, concluding, having come this far, it matters little whether it is effective. We shall proceed regardless. Suddenly, Invincible accelerated, hurtling towards the artillery positions at breakneck speed. The adversaries had just unleashed their fury, and now it was her turn to retaliate. Chapter 130, A Cry for Help. Within the command room of this operation, a palpable silence enveloped the group. Faced with the daunting challenge of neutralizing the robotic adversary, anxiety hung thick in the air. Just as they grappled with their predicament, an urgent figure burst into the room, declaring that reconnaissance drones had spotted the robots advancing towards their artillery positions. Blasted! The command room erupted into chaos. Order the artillery to retreat immediately. Run as far as they can. We must intercept those machines. Deploy the proximity fuse munitions. They are far more difficult to evade. Use missiles. Intercept with missiles. Missiles are pointless. Have all the Chinese line up. Panic seized the assembly in a bid to bombard the robots. They had committed all available self-propelled artillery to this area. If those machines were to obliterate their defenses, they would be left as powerless as toothless tigers on this land, devoid of any means of resistance. The entire base would be at risk. After much deliberation, it became painfully evident that there were no effective strategies to counter the robotic threat. While the heavy-hitting munitions failed to connect, lighter projectiles, such as bullets, could not penetrate the robots' shields. Without their artillery, even if the robots breached their headquarters, they would be utterly defenseless. Although the artillery could not strike from a distance, it could certainly defend against a close-range assault. If their artillery were to be annihilated before any new weaponry could arrive, they would have no choice but to confront the robots head-on, risking their very lives. Thus, interception was imperative. They must do everything in their power to halt the oncoming threat. Once orders were given, the robots faced frenzied resistance. The path ahead was besieged by relentless missile strikes, harried by drones overhead, and ambushed by advanced munitions like proximity fuses. The variety of missiles unleashed was staggering. Despite some explosions, the robotic entity remained unscathed, its advanced design rendering it impervious to damage. Furthermore, the adversary's frantic actions revealed their disarray. While many advanced weapons were effective against tank formations, their efficacy against individual combatants was limited. Now, it seemed they were resorting to anything at their disposal, likely driven by fear. Yet, their efforts proved futile. The robotic force broke through the defenses and surged toward the artillery position. With missile launches ceasing due to their ineffectiveness, the White Eagle resorted to its final gambit. All the Chinese personnel formed a line, standing resolutely before the artillery. In that moment, the robot grasped the implication of what Gao Yang had previously stated. The Chinese were not simply citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, but rather denizens of the White Eagle, to be dealt with accordingly. The White Eagle had a habit of mistaking others' compassion for weakness. Conversely, if she spared these individuals, every future encounter with the White Eagle would be with the very same Chinese. The robot drew its blade, and a wave of dread washed over the once Dragon Kingdom citizens as they beheld the onrushing machine. Yet, the robot showed no mercy. It did not intend to kill indiscriminately, but But with these individuals presenting themselves in such a manner, to refrain from striking would seem a grave disrespect. In a swift arc, the blade descended, and countless heads soared into the air. The remaining personnel fled in disarray. The invincible warrior, having dispatched both foes and artillery, wielded his blade with finesse. These self-propelled artillery pieces bore no distinction from mere sugarcane. With a single stroke, he could sever them, and should there be ammunition within, it too would be cleaved in two. In mere moments, all self-propelled artillery lay in disarray, a testament to the catharsis it provided. However, the blood pressure of the commander, the White Eagle, escalated with each passing moment. Each artillery piece cost several $1 million, a price surpassing that of some tanks. Such exorbitantly priced self-propelled artillery was so effortlessly dismantled by the invincible warrior. Simultaneously, they were left in awe, pondering the nature of this blade. At that moment, a tank approached at great speed in the distance. As it came into view, a throng of personnel finally grasped the situation. Let the tank retreat. Quickly. Do not let it advance. The invincible warrior, having just annihilated all the self-propelled artillery, now had a new target, the advancing tank battalion. With the blade in hand, no effort was required. He charged forth, effortlessly shearing the barrel from one tank, and then lopping off the turret of another. The phrase like cutting vegetables could not be more apt in this context. Once he had reduced all the tanks to mere fragments, he casually retrieved a lighter from a fallen soldier, ignited it, and tossed it onto a severed shell. The shell ignited, engulfing the entire battlefield in flames. The tank's fuel, along with the shredded shells, acted as accelerants, ensuring the scene was devoid of gruesomeness. Having completed his task, the invincible warrior departed. In the command center, a profound silence fell. Their carefully laid traps intended to neutralize the robotic threat had been utterly futile. All the manpower and resources they had committed were now in vain. This battle had cost them at least hundreds of millions of dollars. Panic ensued. What if the robot made its way to their base? No one would escape unscathed. The entire base, nearly 20,000 personnel, would be destined for oblivion. The commander hastily contacted higher-ups to report the dire situation. When the high-ranking officials of the White Eagle received the call, they were bewildered. You cannot handle it. With so many advanced weapons and such generous funding, you cannot subdue a single robot. If 10 of them were to invade, would they not breach our homeland? Would they not storm the White Palace? Listening to the fury on the other end, the commander retorted, we still have nuclear weapons. Surely they can preemptively eliminate the robot. And what of alternatives? The officials pressed. The commander fell silent, as he could conceive of no other means to counter such a terrifying machine. The other end of the line fell into silence as well. After venting their frustrations, they were faced with harsh realities. The prospect of relinquishing that territory was unbearable. Understood, he finally responded. After ending the call, the White Eagle convened yet another emergency meeting, surpassing the frequency of previous sessions. Upon hearing the results of the operation, disbelief permeated the room. Such firepower should suffice for a small-scale battle, yet they could not subdue a single robot. If they remained incapable of doing so, their only option would be a retreat. Thus, only one recourse remained: to contact the Dragon Nation for assistance in neutralizing the threat. This solution was difficult for the high-ranking officials of the White Eagle to voice. Yet it stood as their most viable option at present. They have amassed all their strength and are surely capable of addressing the robotic dilemma, for their firepower is formidable. However, at present, only one base is engaged, and they cannot deploy additional firepower. They are reluctant to utilize their fighter jets, fearing destruction, as advanced combat aircraft can cost upwards of $100 or $200 million. It transcends mere financial concerns. It pertains to their reputation. The current commotion is relatively minor, consisting merely of a few explosions. However, the loss of aircraft would constitute a significant international incident. The misfortunes of the AAM ADMI have become a subject of ridicule. Should the White Eagle fail to neutralize the robots and suffer the loss of several planes, they too would undoubtedly become the object of mockery. Desiring to avoid such disgrace, they are compelled to seek a more straightforward resolution. Surely, the one who ties the bell will also untie it? The White Eagle has turned to the Dragon Kingdom for assistance, which left the latter astounded. They have been monitoring the situation via satellite, witnessing the relentless bombardment by the White Eagle, yet the specific outcomes remain unknown. The initiative to reach out to them suggests one possibility. The White Eagle's frenzied attacks have proven ineffective against the invincible robots. Ultimately, with no alternative, they have lowered their heads and sought the aid of the Dragon Kingdom. The higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom are aware of the prowess of Gao Yang's robots. But this situation exceeds even their expectations. Chapter 131. Water droplets amidst the shock among the higher echelons of Dragon Country. No immediate answer was given to the white-headed eagle, as they were unaware of Gao Yang's intentions. In haste, they contacted Gao Yang for confirmation. Late at night, having just perfected the fighter jet, Gao Yang received the call. On the other end was General Zhou, We have just received news from the White-Headed Eagle, inquiring if we can assist in addressing the robot issue. They have suffered significant losses, and their crucial base is at imminent risk of destruction. Gao Yang tilted his head, holding the phone between his shoulder and ear while removing his gloves. Are we talking about destruction or not? General Zhou responded, if it is destroyed, the repercussions would be severe. Even if the robots merely wander around, the White-Headed Eagle would be in a state of panic, which is why they reached out to us. Gao Yang found it perplexing. Was there a need for such veiled communication if their calls could be intercepted? Let them know that a solution is challenging and would require $100 billion. General Zhou's lips twitched. This was undoubtedly a case of exorbitant demands. $100 billion? With that, one could purchase 50 or 60 fighter jets from Dragon Country. However, extortion often involves inflated prices with the expectation of negotiation. All right, I will communicate with them and prepare for further discussions. After addressing the main topic, General Zhou suddenly added, that base must not be destroyed. If it falls, the consequences would be dire. I understand, Gao Yang chuckled softly. The destruction of the White-Headed Eagle's base would indeed be catastrophic. Even if they wished to refrain from reacting, they would be compelled to respond. It was akin to being slapped in the face. Regardless of the rationale, one would instinctively retaliate. Currently, Dragon Country sought to avoid direct conflict with the White-Headed Eagle. The robots appeared exceptionally formidable, rendering the White-Headed Eagle's personnel unable to manage the situation. However, to draw a simple analogy, the robots were akin to a mosquito, while the White-Headed Eagle represented a person, merely vexed by the incessant annoyance of the mosquito without suffering any fundamental harm. The White-Headed Eagle remained powerful. This was precisely why Gao Yang chose unmarked bases as targets for the invincible. Should such bases be obliterated, the White-Headed Eagle would incur losses without affecting the broader situation, merely causing them discomfort. After ending the call, Gao Yang set the matter aside, focusing instead on the fighter jet before him. His gaze was filled with admiration. This aircraft was crafted based on the 5th-generation fighter model, yet it had already achieved the standards of a 6th-generation jet. The concept of a 6th-generation fighter refers to an air-breathing hypersonic combat aircraft controlled by artificial intelligence. With invincible AI, this jet was also air-breathing, capable of reaching speeds up to 6 times the speed of sound, just crossing the threshold of hypersonic velocity. Yet, this was merely the foundation. Further enhancements were possible. Gao Yang immersed himself in the system. Enhancements, fighter jet. A lottery compass manifested before him, and Gao Yang concentrated, achieving a 10,000-fold enhancement. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 10,000-fold enhancement in fighter jet strength. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. A 10,000-fold enhancement? The outer shell material of the fighter jet was already the finest he could control, remarkably resilient. Now, it was to be enhanced 10,000 times? The fighter jet. Is it truly incapable of breaching anything? What purpose does such high defensive capability serve? An amplification of attack power by 1,000-fold would suffice. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the apparatus within the laboratory sprang to life. Not merely the equipment of the current lab, but all devices across various chambers commenced operation. Then, Gao Yang beheld the seamless shell of the aircraft. The jet, measuring 20 meters in length, boasted a tri-layered exterior, which would then be filled with internal structures from the outside in. The entire manufacturing process spanned a full half-hour, marking the longest duration the system had ever taken to create a singular item. Ding! Given the properties of the laboratory's materials and equipment, the actual strength enhancement for this occasion is 1,000-fold. Gao Yang was astounded. 1,000-fold. The fighter jet, already formidable in its defensive capabilities, would be utterly terrifying with such a monumental increase in strength. Before him materialized a jet with a streamlined, torpedo-like appearance. The entrance was situated between the 2 rear engines, requiring one to climb inside. There were no compartments for ammunition. Instead, a cockpit resided at the very center of the internal space, capable of sliding in all directions. Additionally, beneath the aircraft, there were laser emitters, fashioned in a flat design, conforming to 2 grooves left by the jet's original structure. This design was peculiarly unique, yet undeniably striking. Particularly, the surface of the aircraft was remarkably smooth. Before Gao Yang could scrutinize it further, an overwhelming surge of memories flooded his mind. The primary enhancement of this jet lay in its shell. The technology employed for the exterior resembled the structure of Rupert's tear, relying on high pressure both internally and externally. Much like Rupert's tear, it was impervious to bullets and possessed extraordinary strength. This shell surpassed Rupert's tear in strength by countless magnitudes. With the alteration in appearance, the engines and speed also improved, serving as an ancillary enhancement. Following these upgrades, the velocity reached an astonishing 17 times the speed of sound. Anything exceeding 5 times the speed of sound is classified as hypersonic, and 17 times the speed of sound is truly absurd, faster than a missile. Furthermore, Gao Yang discerned why the cockpit was centrally positioned and capable of movement in all directions. In the event of sudden acceleration, the human body would struggle to withstand the force. Thus, the seat could be adjusted backward to mitigate the impact. However, such a fighter jet appeared utterly unsuitable for human occupancy. Should a person be inside, any tactical maneuvers would likely leave them disoriented. Moreover, the jet exhibited remarkable agility, capable of executing a myriad of terrifying tactical movements, such as sharp turns. Yet, the more I observed, the more peculiar it seemed. This fighter jet felt distinctly different from others. Gazing at the thickened and razor-sharp nose, Gao Yang surmised that he was correct in his intuition. The primary combat method was not to engage enemies with laser weaponry, but rather to charge directly at them, creating a gaping hole. With a terrifying speed of 17 times the speed of sound, combined with a weight of 17 tons, what on this planet could withstand such a collision? Why call it a fighter jet? Wouldn't Droplet be a more fitting name? Gao Yang gently patted the fighter jet and entered through the central opening of the rear jet nozzle, settling into the specially designed seat. This seat enveloped the occupant entirely, leaving no front or back exposure, ensuring that the individual would not inadvertently collide with any objects. The instrument panel and other controls were securely affixed to the seat, allowing for enhanced maneuverability. However, the majority of the control was entrusted to the invincible system. This was primarily due to the incredible speed at which the jet operated, rendering human emergency responses virtually impossible. Nevertheless, Gao Yang was merely eager to experience the thrill of high-speed flight. Just before embarking on this exhilarating journey, he made a phone call to General Zhou. I wish to test the flight capabilities of the fighter jet and wanted to inform you in advance to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Chapter 132.